Chapter 230. Entering the Divine State. None. The first thing Thier tried was to mix the breath of the Tycho dragon with the breath of the nameless monarch. Of course, this was not easy. It took great effort to enter the divine state. Why take such risks? On the contrary, Thier was not satisfied with just this. Instead, he tried to reach a higher realm. Whether it was the Tycho dragon or the nameless monarch, if one only chooses the path that is comfortable, then the limit would be reached there. Thud, thud, thud. His body trembled violently. Though the pain was indescribable, to Thier, it was a kind of pleasure. Thier opened his eyes. They gleamed. Light flashed in his pupils. Companion. He barely stabilized his swaying consciousness. He found Rodbrok looking at him with concern. Rody, how is your body? Are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? To see someone who always seemed so proud showing such a face, I couldn't help but feel playful. I really want to see you. God. What nonsense. Rodbrok's face instantly turned bright red. Thier laughed. Though I had felt it before, it was really great to see my guardian dragon's appearance and the feeling of being tricked. Rodbrok seemed to quickly realize it was a prank. He squinted his eyes. Looks like you still have the energy for these silly things. You're in good spirits, right? Yes. For now, yes. Thier lowered his head as he saw Nuitz staring blankly at him. Thank you for your help. Huh. Triad. Dragonborn Awakening. I can't believe I can see this in my lifetime. Nuitz jumped up in excitement. Thier has undergone tremendous changes. Unexpected mission. Awakening has been perfectly completed. Completely understood the possibility of the dragon's lair. Completed the Dragonborn Awakening. All related talents have been integrated. Ragna. Companion of the Guardian Dragon. Spirit Dragon. Descendant of Klimshield. Several Dragonborn talents have merged. Exploring new talents. Congratulations. The Dragon City talent is born. Based on the current realm, the proficiency of Dragon City has greatly improved, evolving into a high-level talent. Exploring new talents. Congratulations. Ancient Dragon talent. Congratulations. The Dragon King talent has evolved into a high-level talent. The message log flooded in like a torrent, filling up the screen. Congratulations. The Dragon God talent is born. Finally, it's the last one. That word particularly caught my attention. Dragon God. Plus. Dragon God indicates the ability of dragons, now extinct, can be used. Gained the leadership of lower dragons existing in the world. Plus. Dragons are beings blessed by the flow of magic through the Thunder Gate. Now can attract some of the magic flow's power. Magic talents have greatly increased. Physical recovery has risen. The body has completely changed. Thump, thump, thump. Thier's heartbeat was racing. He could hardly concentrate, but it was because he was so happy. If he had gained all the dragon's talents, then the clockwork sent to him by the Empress of the Magic Blade. If he had gained all the dragon's talents, then the arrangement of the clockwork sent to him by the Empress of the Magic Blade. It can now be used even better. All along, it has been difficult to use both magic and swordsmanship simultaneously, but now it seems that even this is no longer difficult. However, additionally, a new talent has awakened. The talent category now includes Sword God. Add. Sword God. Explanation. Only those who have gained a deep understanding of the sword can acquire this talent. All swords in the world will fall in love with you. Add. The sword punches he possessed all made the same sound. Thier seemed to vaguely hear that sound. Gently caressing the sword. The understanding of the sword he had been pursuing in his past life now finally felt like it had borne fruit. The message did not end there. Based on the awakened Dragon God and Sword God talents, the skills will be reassessed. The proficiency of Drake's Eye has greatly increased. Skill level increased. Promoted to Dragon's Eye. The proficiency of Dragon Song has greatly increased. The skill level change Birth Dragon Synchronization. Double Dragon Taming evolved into Dragon Taming. Fairy's Blessing. Like the Insect Devourer, with the changes in the reawakened body, the ability stats will be readjusted. Strength increased by 50. Agility increased by 50. Stamina. Agility. Intelligence. The Pantheon shows strong interest in your changes. The Pantheon expresses concern and congratulations at the birth of a once-in-a-millennium new candidate. Some gods hope you will complete your myth soon. Some gods worry whether you, as the target of the name, will be swayed by the temptation not to be humiliated and properly complete the mission. The God of Causality has sent you congratulations. The Sword God gazes warm. Countless blessings descended. Whether you can resist the temptation of humiliation. There are concerns about whether you can properly complete the mission. The God of Causality has sent you congratulations. The Sword God gazes warm. Countless blessings descended. Countless blessings followed. Tier's transformed body is like this. Observe. Observe. Tier. Redegna. Tier. Redegna. Title. The Genius of 1,000 Years. Yeka. Yekachung. Talent. Player. Observe. Inventory. Use and shop. Hunt. Dragon God. Sword God. Unable to view. Status. Undergoing physical readjustment based on the two newly comprehended talents. At the same time, receiving love and concern from many gods. Level. 75. Attributes. Strength. 211 agility, 203 endurance, 206 mana, 295 intelligence, 217 luck, 201 extra attributes, 0 skills, dragon might, dragon sync, dragon taming, dragon boost, dragon devour, unable to view. Plus, after completing the distribution of extra attributes, all attributes broke through the 200 threshold and then unlocked special abilities. The changes were so rapid that Tyr couldn't regain his senses. The body overheated due to the rapid readjustment. Nirvana activated. Quick stabilization is ongoing. But even so, after the 3-core fine-tuning, it will be completed smoothly. Is it really now? Is this really the companion I know? Roadbrock's view of Tyr has surpassed awe and has reached a level of reverence. Among the many candidates, there are indeed some who have reached extraordinary realms through multiple reincarnations. But it is certain that no one has grown explosively like him. In fact, the magical power Tyr has transmitted to Roadbrock is also quite astonishing. At this rate, the heart recovery could be completed in a few months. Mom. She knows that this is the consciousness of the Tycho dragon. There's a subtle feeling in her heart, perhaps meeting Tyr and waiting alone for 1,000 years was all part of the Tycho dragon's plan for this moment. If we just look at his current strength, Tyr may already be on par with herself. Perhaps he has even surpassed her, so she must work hard. Make sure Tyr's strength is put to good use. Roadbrock made this determination. Time flew by. In addition to working hard to adapt to his changing body, Tyr had to make significant efforts for the recovery of Parrington City. He established temporary shelters for refugees and requested supplies from Wimbra. To restart the city, he had to accurately estimate the scale of the damage. On the other hand, based on Team 6, the 3 of them formed a self-defense team on their own to handle the city's defenses, since 2 apostles had died. No one knew when the Holy Church would return, but it seemed that the Holy Church was too busy dealing with the aftermath and had not appeared. Thus, Parrington City was quickly restored without much difficulty, especially after the trade route from the wealthy islands to the Rank territory, Wimbra, and the Gardner territory. The northeastern trade route of Parrington City was opened and officially activated. Wimbra, Gardner territory. The northeastern trade route of Parrington City was opened and officially activated. Gray. The recovery speed has greatly accelerated. The exchange of people and resources continues endlessly. Excessive movement has made the existing city scale difficult to sustain. With the expansion of surrounding small cities, new roads are being opened, forests are being cut down, land leveling is also in progress. Almost no village is left out. Although the relationship between Winterler and Purlington has always been lukewarm, in the context of economic integration, this relationship is not that important. Both sides have too much to do. No time for psychological warfare. Thus, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. T2 finally turned 18. The Northeast also stabilized. The once desolate landscape no longer exists. Changes not only occurred in the cities. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry Team 6 also underwent many changes. After such great changes, it's a bit awkward to still call it a team. During this time, the Klimschild Knights trained in the prosperous archipelago, and the warriors of the White Tower clan all moved to Purlington City, joined Team 6. As a result, T2 issued a large-scale reform plan. Due to the sharp increase in the size of Team 6, Dragon Knights are not just those who ride flying dragons. They don't only fight in the air. They can also play a role in ground and sea battles. If different partners are provided based on troop types, they can play an even greater role. T2 fully utilized his dragon god talents, providing a large number of Dreki to the ground troops, equipping the special forces with fairy dragons, etc., created a variety of troop types. Training grounds and breeding grounds were set up everywhere, and additional troop facilities supporting these were added. Rumors even spread that the number of dragons in Purlington City had multiplied several times compared to Winterler. At this point, many people in Winterler were concerned about Tyr's overly radical policy changes. Nevertheless, Cal still firmly trusts Fear, the Black Dragon, and Julius, as well as Princess Plum Blossom, also actively support Fear. The concerns have not surfaced significantly. Thus, change and stability, followed by more changes and stability, repeated several times, when the parties involved generally recognized that Fear was the new lord of the North and Northeast. Fear temporarily returned to Wimbra. Laurel meets the world, except for Kyle. He came to participate in the qualification exam called Ragnar's Peak. Lifestyle. Chapter 231. Laurel check. 1. After the Northern War, winter was almost bustling for the first time. Is the Lord finally coming today? Yes. How many years has it been? Almost 2 years, right? How powerful has he become during this time? I'm very curious. The level of the Laurel check must have surpassed by now. Of course. The Lord, Fear, he's back. This news gathered many citizens of Winter together. Even those from afar wanted to catch a glimpse of Fear. Now, no one in Winter doubts that Fear is equal to the Lord. At first, when Fear replaced King Karnan, many had their doubts. But King Karnan silently guarded Fear's side. Fear also demonstrated remarkable results, and all worries disappeared like lies. There is a saying in the north, if Kyle led Ragnar into a new golden age, then Fear led Ragnar's period of revival. Fear, the northeastern trade route he established, is now gradually expanding southward. They've even infiltrated the heart of the empire. As a result, Winter receives visiting envoys every single day. They come to negotiate trade routes. Even those who once despised Ragnar's oppressive ways have started drawing closer. This is a new experience for Ragnar too. Weren't they the ones who cut off trade a few years ago, afraid we'd swallow them whole? I heard they need magic crystals from the prosperous archipelago. Wow. Can't believe what I'm seeing. They weren't just defeated. They bowed their heads too. Aren't they just leeches latching on out of desperation? Don't just see the bad side. Thanks to them, our influence trapped in the north was able to spread to the central lands. Ragnar may appear domineering, but in truth, what they seek is practical benefit. Naturally, there's no reason to reject those who willingly bow and join us. And so, within just 2 years, Ragnar more than doubled the number of knights and noble houses. As expected. Number 1 in the empire? No. It wouldn't be wrong to say, they now hold the top position in the world. Who do we have to thank for this era of prosperity? Of course, it's our little duke. Under such a climate, the residents of Winterler, long scorned as barbarians by outsiders, couldn't help but fall for Tyr. Oh, Tyr. 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 Oh. So cool. Tyr now leads his personal guard, more famous than White Armor Squad number 6. They pass through the center of Winterler, with petals on the streets and banners fluttering above. A life unimaginable in his past life, filled with ridicule and bullying. Though his heart was happy, Tyr couldn't raise his head easily from embarrassment. How long will this go on? It's been like this since the dawn of history. It's enough to drive someone mad. Companion. Even if I don't intentionally give love, I still receive so much love. What is this? Rodbrok, who was next to Fear, laughed loudly. He had fully recovered over the past 2 years, restoring all the strength he had at his peak. Fear glared at Rodbrok with a look full of resentment. Please, enough already. I love you. Fear. Ragnar. Milky. Fear. Ragnar. Fear has golden light. Do you know what that is? Handsome. Huh. Where did you learn those disgusting Phoenix City words? I was really shocked when I saw the big banner hanging in front of history. He only slightly cleared all members, but it seems that Rodbrok noticed it. What else? Please, enough already. Hee hee. What's wrong with being loved by everyone? Why not wave your hand? Everyone will faint. Are you always like this? What did I do wrong? Last time, I took the bone fragments again to enhance Kriemhild's weapon. Is it because of that? Huh. How could it be? Who am I? Ragnar's guardian dragon. The last Dragon King, Rodbrok. If my companion needs, I can offer my star eye. How could I do something so petty? Fear almost said so petty, but he held it back. Because he knew that would just lead to more laughter. Come and look. Where are the lines where we worship our companion? This one looks good, right? Really? Then you will like Roddy as well. Things like praise. Do you know how much the Northerners love the Guardian Dragon? As long as people know Roddy is here, they will rush over like crazy. Instantly. Rodblock's actions froze like ice. Tyr smiled faintly. 2 years ago, the news of the Guardian Dragon's return spread in Winterler. Many people asked to confirm whether it was true. The return of the Guardian Dragon after 1,000 years, with the little lord. People would jump up in joy. Rodblock immediately fell silent. For him, this awkward atmosphere was harder to bear than tears. He didn't want to exaggerate the situation. When he first appeared, no matter where he went, there were always guards following him like shadows. It was really annoying. Excessive protection and endless praise. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. It was so uncomfortable. Even when Sigurd was around, he would always hide his whereabouts because he hated it so much. If I do that now, with my 1,000 years of living alone, leading to a zero social interaction state, I'd definitely be exhausted. Let me do that in Winterler, in front of so many citizens. That would be crazy. A month's worth of mint chocolate ice cream. Let's just leave each other alone. Half a year. 3 months. It would spoil if we ate it that long. Fine. Tyr finally reached a dramatic agreement with Rodblock. Our young master, you've become so respected. Even if I die now, as your mother, I'd have no regrets. As your mother, I would have no regrets even if I died now. Yes. Hearing that Tyr has arrived, Cecilia ran over in her slippers. Didn't we see each other a month ago? Our handsome young master. Of course, after a month, I miss him. Tyr thought Cecilia looked more splendid and beautiful than ever. The arrogant version of her that used to hide in the Rose Palace no longer existed. During this time, he had been busy with the Eastern operations, not paying much attention. But hearing that, Tyr's growth speed is now one of the best in the Empire. It's to the point where there's nothing left to sell, so the sales have stopped. The Laurel Check promotion exam should be fine, right? The exam is, after all, for the citizens' activities. No one is unaware that Fear's strength is now close to the 9 dragons. Not only did he capture 2 apostles of the Holy Church, but he has been active all over the place for the past 2 years. So, in fact, there's no issue if he doesn't participate in the promotion exam, but a large-scale event is still necessary. It's more like showcasing enthusiasm. Now, great chaos is not far off. Fear, as a small family, has always worked to consolidate Ragnar's foundation. What's the reason for that? To occupy a place in the upcoming throne struggle, Fear has produced a new magical empress in this era. He has poured his heart into educating Cassandra. Now, she has completely acquired the tendencies of Ragnar. If she is pushed to the throne and ascends to the throne, Fear will become the last emperor. Because she is the last emperor, her last name is Cassandra. 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 Her last name is. If she is pushed to the throne and given strong backing, no one will be able to challenge her power, and then we can gradually eliminate the Holy Ma Church, who planned all this. Although it might take some time, Balin will also be restrained. As someone of royal descent, those who want to use Ragnar's power to ascend to the throne are not just Cassandra. Now, although an alliance with Balin has been formed, if she harbors ulterior motives, it will indeed be troublesome. So, for this entire plan, Tyr must make this event very grand. Make Ragnar's power widely known, so that no one dares to easily challenge Ragnar's authority. But, why is that? It seems, young master, you seem to have heard nothing. For some reason, Cecilia's reaction was quite clever. She smiled awkwardly, her lips slightly trembling. It seemed she wanted to say something. Tyr felt a sense of unease. What happened? If it's something, then it's something. This promotion exam won't be easy. The 9 dragons have made full preparations. Tyr's face was full of question marks. 9 dragons? Why suddenly? Cecilia scratched her cheek, trying to torment the young master. Tyr's face immediately wrinkled. Julius, Princess, Plum Blossom. The faces of the black dragon and others were filled with mischievous expressions. One by one, they passed by. There was even Kyle, smiling openly as he watched the promotion exam. These people really. Fear pressed his temples hard, trying to endure the pain. How are they going to torment me? I heard there's a 9 dragons battle. 9 dragons battle. I'll have to fight against the 9 dragons one by one. I heard you have to defeat more than half of them to earn the position of the borderless swordsman. Looks like you really haven't heard anything. Fear really wanted to shout out. A continuous battle with the 9 dragons. Even Julius or Princess Plum Blossom would be hard-pressed to immediately declare a winner, even with the triad activated and entering the divine state. The 9 dragons have already opened the boundary wall of realms for a long time, and it's still very high. Yet I have to face these people consecutively. To put it plainly, even if I win the first battle against Julius, if I encounter Princess Plum Blossom in the second round, that will be the end. And I also heard that the final battle will be with the head of the family. Cecilia couldn't bear to look anymore. Fear turned his head to the side, avoiding eye contact. He was at the point of mental chaos and almost wanted to run away. Who else do I have to fight? After a brief moment of thought, Fear said very seriously, Mother, I can't just go back to the east like this, right? The Way of Survival, Chapter 232, Borderless Swordsman, 2. Fear immediately rushed into the white-armored dragon cavalry's headquarters. It just so happened that not only Julius was there, but also Princess Plum Blossom and the Black Dragon. The 3 brothers were enthusiastically playing cards. Julius happily waved his hand and greeted him. Hey, what's up? Julius happily waved his hand and greeted him. Hey, what's up? Our young master's feet are already stiff. What's going on here? Have you heard about the promotion exam? I wanted to surprise you, but you found out so quickly. The surprise has already worked. What's going on here? What's going on? Just like you saw. Stop it. Big brother, you're trying to pull tricks again. The moment Julius was distracted, the black dragon was trying to secretly swap the cards with the ones hidden in his sleeve, but Tyr caught his wrist. The black dragon pretended to cough, pretended nothing was wrong. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I was just having a good chat with Tyr. Why are you suddenly mad at me? Still pretending? Switching cards secretly is punishable by losing your hand. Didn't you know? I didn't swap the cards. Will your hand be saved? No. Why did the topic get so extreme? Tyr helplessly looked at the commotion between Julius and the Black Dragon. Understand it. You're so old, but still acting like a child. Plum Blossom Princess shook her head. Suddenly, she flipped the card table over. Crash. My cards. My cards. I was about to win. Old medicine. You do this kind of thing when you lose a game? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I just wanted to show a good side in front of Tyr. Tyr, let's go inside and talk. Plum Blossom Princess winked at Tyr. Then he stood up. Fear looked at Julius and the Black Dragon, who were clutching their foreheads and screaming, thinking to himself, no matter what I do, it seems like I can never defeat Princess Plum Blossom. Gurgle, gurgle. This is the precious tea brought from the East. It has a completely different charm from coffee. I've just started liking it recently. I don't know if it suits your taste. Princess Plum Blossom smiled slightly, looking very charming. On the newly arranged table sat the indifferent Julius and the Black Dragon. Princess Plum Blossom stepped forward to speak, and the two had no choice but to follow reluctantly, still wondering what kind of medicine to take. Is it because of the Laurel Check promotion exam that you're here? Just came to say hello. I heard from the butler that the three of you are together. What's going on? What a surprise. Since you've succeeded, can we change? No. After dealing with those 9, you'll really get sick. Will we give it our all? It's just for show. Just for show. It's just to let the people of the North know how much you've grown and how strong Ragnar's power is. You're just saying that, but you'll really give your all in the exam, won't you? Julius and the Black Dragon exchanged a glance. Looks like we were found out. Found out. Look at that. Huh. Princess Plum Blossom no longer argued. Perhaps she was no different from those two, though her eyes were smiling. The look in her eyes when she gazed at Thier carried a different emotion. So popular. It contained rain. Thier shared his desire to be seen. In fact, the three were just here to mess around. Thier introduced the strange rule of the 9 dragons battle. In reality, only one confirming strength would be the end. The most important goal of this event, of course, is to let the northern people widely learn about Thier's growth. Not just the northern people, but the entire empire. Now Thier's fame has surpassed the north. It has shaken the entire empire and continent. Although there are many so-called 3 armies and 8 talent stars, they are nothing compared to Thier. But after seeing Thier, their thoughts changed. He's even stronger than when we met last time. Now, compared to us, he will definitely not fall behind. I want to share a view with him. This isn't as a family elder taking care of the young one, but as a competitive star standing alongside him. My instincts are fired up. Look. Just the rain. Thier looks at me. Sometimes my fingers twitch. In fact, right now, I really want to draw my sword and spar. It's already amazing that I've endured this long. The 3 of them have sharp, eager eyes. Rod Block, at some point, already intuitively understood the situation. He spoke with a smile. You're the same. I can't deny it either. Of course, the competitive star is not just for the 3-headed dragons. Thier is the same. Right now, he really wants to confirm whether he has reached. Plus, Thier, Ragnar, 18-year-old male, level 83, attributes. Strength, 251, agility, 243, stamina, 266, magic, 316, intelligence, 267, luck, 255, skills, unable to view. Geishel's level is currently 83. He has only increased by 8 levels over the past 2 years, but the increase in ability stats is greater than ever before. During this time, he focused more on improving skill proficiency and refining techniques, rather than accumulating experience points. Therefore, Thier gained confidence in the abilities he accumulated. It's very natural to want to confirm this desire. The gap between the 9 dragons that could never be surpassed in his past life. He can now truly confirm that gap. Just thinking about it makes his heart race. Thump, thump, thump. You've really become a member of the Ragnar family. Should I call that a good thing, or a regret? Princess Plum Blossom smiled bitterly and shook her head. The Black Dragon chuckled and said, in fact, no matter the result of this promotion exam, your promotion is already confirmed. However, what we want to confirm is whether the blade we want to give you suits you. What's that? Let's take a look at this. The Black Dragon handed a document to Thier. Instantly, Thier's face stiffened. Evelyn report. In the past 2 years, silenced and disappeared. The first sword, which hadn't appeared, had his name engraved, top secret, and the seal on top. Click. Thier opened the first page of the document. Summary. Target. The survival of former family head Hilda Ragnar was discovered. Confirmed that Perel Ragnar and Wilton Natio were involved. Encountered with that family's teachings. Hilda Ragnar. For some reason, she stayed at that family's teachings for a long time, successfully enslaving them. She is now recovering what was thought to be lost, ancient mysterious power. This led to multiple conflicts with the surrounding tribes. As the mysterious veil gradually lifted, rumors about the treasure began to spread, thus confirming the movements of the Holy Magic Church. After that, the movements of the Modi and Mulligan shrines and other pioneer descendants were also confirmed. In a past life, Hilda sought to awaken the mysterious power of the family. To fulfill his long-held wish, he entered the pantheon. Thus, Ragnar, needless to say, the empire also became quite turbulent for a while. This was the first feat since ancestor Sigurd. No one had been able to accomplish it before. However, the result was failure. Hilda thus met his end. As for the reason, he did not know. Tyr only heard some rumors. At that time, the fact that the previous family head was still alive had already shocked everyone. But in the present world, Hilda's quest for that black snow even tracked him because of this. Even Wellington was caught up in it. This was far different from what Tyr knew, even though the Holy Magic Church is involved. Have the electors also become involved? Even the royal family is involved. We've been monitoring Hilda through Evelyn. Ragnar, you should know this. The Black Dragon no longer hides his hostility toward Hilda. Tyr nodded gravely. Do you know Hilda's goal? Not very clear. Sublimation. He just wanted to find a way to escape this world. Well, something bad happened during sublimation. Sublimation is taboo. Taboo. Tyr widened his eyes. Plum Blossom Princess nodded and added an explanation. Sublimation can be seen as a trait, as long as it doesn't awaken the mysterious power to enter the Pantheon, and doesn't bring trouble to us. As long as it doesn't awaken the mysterious power to enter the Pantheon, and doesn't bring trouble to us, then it doesn't matter. But the problem is, it requires quite a large price. Does it require a sacrifice? Tyr suddenly thought of the resurrection ritual of the Holy Church. Countless believers had offered their hearts as sacrifices, similar to, in absorbing a large amount of life force. The sublimation ritual used the life force of the surrounding area as a price, and artificially enhanced spiritual ranks. More importantly, opening the gates to the Pantheon is no small matter. The laws of the lower realm will be disturbed, right? That's right. That's it. Even if the nameless monarch is rampaging, the Pantheon cannot intervene at will. They can only rely on the guardians, including Roadbrock. It's because of the law of causality. They don't know what chaos will occur when such an existence descends into the lower realm. Though the power of the gods is strong, it's the godhood that's the problem. For example, what would happen if the god of magic manifests his will through the opened gates? What would happen then? The power of the magic tower would increase dramatically. Similarly, if the god of death appeared, it wouldn't be surprising if the boundary between life and death disappeared. Godhood governs the laws of the world, like a gear. If a gear that has been running smoothly is replaced by a larger component, will the device still function properly? Hardly. The gods we've understood so far are not all friendly to us. Some gods hold grudges against Ragnar. Some gods favor certain races. If everyone pursues their own desires and obsessions, it's terrifying to think about, right? Julius scratched the back of his head. Fear finally cleared his mind. From a macro perspective, the Pantheon is good for humanity. But from a micro perspective, it's not so. If not controlled by causality, foreign gods, and these monsters are no different. The Pantheon, huh? Now I have a headache about strange things again. Rodblock sighed. The royal family and the nobles want to get involved in the sublimation ceremony. It must be because of this. To contact the gods that granted them protection. That's right. The problem is, Hilda not only didn't hide it, but also fanned the flames. The bigger the chaos, the more energy will be gained from the sublimation ceremony. Tyr let out a groan. It seems more complicated than I imagined. Tyr, it seems you'll have to stop this yourself. We will confirm in this event whether you can stop him. Cross-border insight. 3. Tyr became curious. What's the reason that only I can solve this matter? Let Tyr face Hilda and the conflicts with many other forces alone. That's practically the same as sending him to his death. Even if Tyr's accumulated strength is great, it still doesn't match Hilda's level. The three of them looked at each other, their faces showing confusion. Tyr smiled wryly. It seems what we said caused a misunderstanding. Of course, in this sublimation ceremony and the sanction battle, all of the 9 dragons will participate. The family head will too. However, we cannot directly interfere in the sublimation ceremony itself. Even the family head cannot. The Black Dragon added. Does the family head also have things he can't do? After all, in your eyes, the family head is not an ordinary person, right? Julius joked. Tyr awkwardly scratched his cheek. Not a voter, yet able to pull the Light Dragon Emperor off the throne. That's how we 9 dragons impress people at the heart of Rodblock. Of course, not considered an ordinary person. The Black Dragon said. In fact, it's because the family head is unlike a normal person. That's why. What does that mean? As mentioned, the sublimation ritual is an act of opening the gate to the Pantheon. To close it again, there must be a large enough vessel to bear the cost. You mean it's too large? Is it difficult to achieve? Exactly. Humph. On the contrary, the fear of being sublimated prevents us from acting directly. After all, Kyle has reached the realm beyond divinity, and could leave his name in the Pantheon at any time. On the contrary, we do not have such a large vessel, because we have not reached nirvana. Fear understood this part. He nodded. In the end, all we can do is block the Holy Church and other forces. The responsibility for closing that gate rests on you. Fear nodded heavily. A full-scale battle involving the head of the family and the 9 dragons. Since Ragnar is going all out, this event will lay a solid foundation for Ragnar's position as the world's top family. Such an opportunity. Stopping the great chaos will also help a lot. But what if we fail here? What if we are slightly surpassed by other electors? It's hard to imagine. On the other hand, because Hilda is with Weston, there's some worry in his heart. Why can't he get out of there yet? Everything feels like it's going to be a difficult battle. The day of the promotion exam arrived. Fear Ragnar. Fear Ragnar. Fear oh. Flags and banners fluttered everywhere, from history to the arena. People in dark robes moved. After seeing this, they smacked their lips. I've always had this feeling. Isn't the worst part of the Holy Church Ragnar? Yeah. But it seems Ragnar is even worse than those Holy Church guys. The man in the red robe leading the group sneered. Look at this atmosphere. How is this any different from fanatics? Birds of a feather flock together, don't they? Or is it true that those who gaze into the abyss become monsters? Or is it true that those who gaze into the abyss become monsters? The Pantheon. Don't go around saying things like that. Am I going crazy? Even trying to sleep can cause trouble. This is Winterler. Ragnar's eyes and ears are everywhere. It wouldn't be surprising if someone overheard their conversation right now and reported it to the law hall. Therefore, the man in the blue robe behind quickly glanced around. Fortunately, the crowd was busy heading to the arena, or occupied by street vendors selling goods. No one seemed interested in them. He breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, how can a man get angry over such things? Men should have a broad mind. Can you shut your mouth? Besides, times have changed. Still talking about men? Every time something happens, you're the first to run away. Hey. That was then. The two continued their usual bickering as they walked toward the arena. Meanwhile, he kept scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. A warrior's gaze, as if born for battle. The edge of his robe seemed to reveal a slender tail. Then it disappeared into the interior. Fourth battle arena. Tyr was able to stand up again. And here he established the foundation for the Light Guard. The promotion exam for the Boundary Sword Masters is also— There were no special announcements about the exam content, but only one rumor was circulating. It said that this promotion exam is a continuous battle with the 9 dragons. It's not one-on-one, but a continuous battle. Naturally, people were full of expectations for this. As long as you defeat one, you prove the level of the Boundary Sword Master. What does it mean to defeat several in a row? Is that possible? Since such a competition was planned, isn't it possible? How far can he go? The captain of the White Armor Dragon Knights, or Black Snow, might have some difficulty. Yeah. Those two are just too strong. And with Balin and Plum Blossom Princess around, there are many doubts about the competition format. But the conclusion was very simple. Could it be that the continuous battle is arranged in the reverse order of the 9 dragons? Most of the 9 dragons have surpassed the limits of ordinary humans and are superhumans. But if we had to rank them, the captain of the Light Sword Guard, the Phantom Dragon, or the Princess of Water Nymphs, the Ice Dragon, are usually considered the weakest. The Senate Chairman, Yuan Long, who had his right arm torn off by Julius, is also considered one of them recently, so people expect one of them to be Tyr's first opponent. However, what's going on? Are we starting off with such an intense fight? Well, if that's the case, we're in for a treat. When the first exam opponent stepped onto the battle stage, thunderous cheers erupted from all directions, starting off with a cheat. That's what I thought too. On the contrary, Tyr let out a deep sigh, worried. Is it really going to be like this? A surprise is supposed to be something that surprises people at the end, isn't that right? If there's another surprise, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, Tyr muttered with a hoarse voice. The first trial opponent smiled and rested his sword on his shoulder. It was Julius. Then I won't do it. It must be done. What else can we do if we don't? There's no other choice. Right? Julius laughed loudly. Impressive indeed. Actually, besides me, Brother Robble and OSA both wanted to go first. I stopped them. Is there a difference? A difference? Those two would only compete based on strength. Julius forcefully swung the sword resting on his shoulder downward. Crack. With it as the center. With it as the center. A circle with a diameter of about 3 meters was drawn on the ground. There are quite a few opponents to deal with next, right? So, let's add a restriction. Let's quickly settle the outcome. You mean a bet? Tyr's eyes deepened as he said this. What do you mean? 5 moves. In these 5 moves, push me out of this circle. If you can do that, you win. It seems simple. But it won't be that easy. Whoa. Centered around Julius, a powerful aura began to sweep through. The intense fighting spirit made the skin tingle. I'm a bit strong. Crack, crack, crack. Tyr smiled under the immense pressure that seemed to weigh down on his shoulders. Since ascending to godhood, he had never experienced such fighting spirit rising like flames within him. That's right. This is it. This is the place where I want to stand. Indeed, I am Ragnar. It seems that I am the type who must hold a sword and stand on the battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. His heart pounded fiercely. I don't find it easy. I just find it interesting. Tyr held Drake's enchanted blade, filled with magic. Whoosh. The great sword turned dark red, then a shining light. Dragon's claw. Crack. Tyr recalled the flash he had learned from Julius. Julius, in his own way, had engraved the flash he learned from Kale into Tyr's heart. Tyr now reinterpreted and transformed it in his own way. Now he successfully shaped it into his own desired realm. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning struck from the sky. The intense heat could even be felt by the audience. Julius smiled. Just a few years ago, in this very place, a child who caught his attention began to grip a sword properly. Now, that child was facing him. In fact, Julius had known him long ago. Tyr. He didn't pay him much attention. But he did realize there was such a child. He is the older brother, one of the quieter children among many. He has a cold, handsome face, but his heart is unusually gentle, unlike Ragna. Therefore, he is well loved by the servants around him. It's a shame. If only he could show more talent. The child who once thought like this is now so mature. How could he not feel proud? So Julius hopes Tyr will surpass him. If the child he once looked down on now grows to the point where he looks up to him, what could be more meaningful than that? Bang! Julius swept the area, seeing everyone. The intense flash of light was like the tail of an apocalyptic dragon, violently swinging. It collided with the dragon's claws. Click, click. The colliding flashes from both sides completely engulfed the surroundings in white light. Both showed an unyielding momentum. Julius smiled. Because Tyr's comprehension seemed to be no worse than his own, but just this alone would not surpass him. He wanted Tyr to show another move. It would be fine if 5 moves were released at once. Before Julius could respond. Boom. 4 heretic swords turned into lightning. They attacked Julius from all directions. It took all his strength to block one strike. Suddenly, 4 strikes came at once. Damn. Julius didn't know whether to laugh or to bitterly smile. Boom. He was caught up in the explosion. 234 Transformation. Boundary Breaker Swordsman. 4. The blade of the light-style Drake alone has immense power. Add to that the otherworldly swords together. Julius used all his strength to deflect the attack. But the shockwave wasn't completely pushed back. He died. By the time he regained his senses, he had already crossed the boundary. I never expected this. Julius smiled bitterly. Tyr also smiled. On the battlefield, surprise is the most important thing. I agree. This time, the victory belongs to the young master. Huh. In an instant, thunderous cheers erupted everywhere. Did you see that? Did you see that? Hey. Did only you see it? I saw it too. Wow. That's amazing. Who is Julius? Even Kale is reluctant to fight him directly. Princess Plum Blossom only discusses swordsmanship with him. She tries to avoid sparring with him. That's because he's a battle demon. An invincible swordsman who has never lost on the battlefield. Therefore, every sword he swings is cruel and vicious. Although he's not well liked by allies, Tyr has never fallen behind when facing him. Boom. The second dragon has already entered the now ruined training ground. Sword Dragon. Princess Plum Blossom is stepping in herself. Princess Plum Blossom took off her usual work outfit and changed into comfortable training clothes, but the elegance she exuded could not be hidden. What I want to test is swordsmanship. Tyr took up his sword stance. Please guide me. Imitating this sword, Princess Plum Blossom lowered her sword. She gently adjusted her breathing, then slightly opened her eyes. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was just a simple sword swing, but Tyr felt completely overwhelmed by the aura. The countless petals drawn by the sword began to grow larger. Unconsciously, they formed a dense forest, filling the surroundings. But what shocked Tyr the most was one swing. This minute was completed in a single strike. Just like Julius. It feels like returning to the time when I pursued the dragon's goose. Huh, how is it? Can you imitate it? The Plum Blossom Princess only lightly sweated a drop. What? What happened? It feels like seeing a dense forest, and the cool wind blowing. Though those present didn't fully understand how powerful the sword stroke the Plum Blossom Princess just made was, they immediately realized the significance of it was absolutely profound. It seems the sword dragon takes this matter very seriously. He has been looking for a successor for so long. I heard he adopted the young master as his son. I didn't expect it to be for the inheritance of the sword lineage. Is it really okay to display that in front of so many people? It's fine to demonstrate the confidence that others can't learn. True. He's like that too. We also don't know how he does it. Including the officials, including the 9 dragons. They were quite surprised in a different sense, because they clearly understood what that sword stroke meant to the Plum Blossom Princess. The Plum Blossom Princess is actually the contemporary successor of a single inherited sword lineage from Northern legends, the Heavenly Dragon Swordmaster. It once began and prospered during the same period as Ragna, but unlike Ragna, it was only occasionally inherited through 5 lineages. But whenever these successors appeared in the world, it would cause a great stir. The young Plum Blossom Princess was one such example. Before joining Ragna, she was a top-tier expert in the north. Just in terms of swordsmanship, no one could defeat her. No wonder Karl is called the first sword of the north. The Plum Blossom Princess personally met countless talents to inherit this 5 lineage. This is a well-known fact. There are even rumors that the reason she married Karl was to select a. But although she occasionally guided swordsmanship, she never formally accepted anyone as a disciple. It seems she has made up her mind now. She actually demonstrated the entire swordsmanship in front of everyone. Heavenly Tomb. Princess Plum Blossom integrated what she had comprehended, the teachings of no fluid and no veins, creating a new sword technique. That's her. Could you give me a moment? Of course. Tyr quietly closed his eyes. In an instant, inspiration quickly flashed through her mind. She saw the sword moves being dismantled one by one, and then recombined. Indeed, she's a smart child. Princess Plum Blossom realized one by one what Tyr was going to do. She smiled gently. If you just blindly memorize things, the heavenly tomb can never be mastered. For someone who has reached Tyr's level, learning new sword techniques is meaningless. Intention is the most important. The true meaning hidden within the sword moves. If you can interpret it and modify it in your own way, that's when you've truly mastered the technique. What my mother demonstrated was no longer flowers, but trees. Why trees? Princess Plum Blossom had always liked to draw plum blossoms with her sword, so her sword was always magnificent and beautiful. But now it's different. It has become lush. That's because plum blossoms grow on plum trees, right? Yes. It should be like that. But this is too simple, she thought repeatedly. The tree my mother demonstrated, right? It's not one. It's dozens. What she wanted to demonstrate was a forest, a plum blossom made of dozens of plum trees. 0. At that moment, something like lightning struck Tyr's mind. Mana flowed. Didn't the ancient dragons say? In the end, it naturally lies within the cycle. Life and death are one. Even if one's physical body dies, the spirit remains in nature. Part of it will now be passed on to Tyr. That may be what nature calls immortality. Where the plum blossom withers, fruit will grow. Tyr eats the seed that falls to the ground. It will sprout into a new plum tree. The bud turns into a tree. Leaves grow on the tree. Flowers, fruits, seeds. Then new plum trees will grow. The cycle repeats. The forest gradually becomes lush. There are also similar sentences in the magical knowledge left by the Empress of the Demon Island. The world's time is not a straight line. It is a rotating circle. So the future is the past. It is the present. It rotates again into the new future. A cyclical circle. It has no end. Eventually, it will extend infinitely. Tyr widened his eyes. For her. But for the audience and the officials, it was 2 hours of dull waiting time. At the end of the wait. Bang! Tyr swung the Drake's dagger with great force. A huge circle appeared before him. Although it was completely different from the heavenly dome the Plum Blossom Princess saw, it was too simple. But it was sufficient. The Plum Blossom Princess seemed to nod in satisfaction. Tyr bowed. Thanks to her, I am now able to stand on a new threshold. This place was not just to test me. Tyr only now understands the meaning of this promotion exam. It was for her surprising, delightful event. It was an event to showcase her strength to the world. Those were just secondary. Are you giving me a lesson in being the young master? The 9 dragons not only represent the top warriors of Ragnar, but also serve as the young master's private tutors. In the end, the favor they received from Ragnar is returned to Ragnar. Julius gave her fighting spirit. Princess Plum Blossom gave her swordsmanship. What about the third one? This is the first time I've directly faced you, right? Yes. Please guide me. The third one is the Black Dragon. Is it going to demonstrate the stealth technique in the Black Snow? For Tyr, who was once part of the intelligence department, his former superior, now approaches with such a warm gaze, sometimes feeling unfamiliar. The only thing I want to test is soul. The moment she took a step, a gust of wind blew by, and her shadow disappeared. Feng Zun, Tyr realized that this was the secret technique of Feng Zun he had seen before, Wind, Thunder God. However, it was a little different. In fact, it had evolved further. No trace could be found. Black Thunder God. This is an improved version of the secret technique from my old brother who I once killed. Is it a mix of Feng Zun's secret technique and the Black Dragons? The sound echoed all around. Tyr heightened his perception. However, even with his sharp intuition, it was difficult to read the Black Dragon's position. What method did he use to find me? Otherwise, rest. Stop. A black thunder pierced through space, aiming at a blind spot. Tyr barely managed to dodge by turning his body. The place where he stood was pierced by a throwing knife. It would have been fatal. Are you serious? Tyr gripped the sword hilt tightly. From that moment on, the bombardment began. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. Black lightning continuously struck down from everywhere. Tyr swiftly swung Drake's blade and the ether sword, deflecting all the lightning. But over time, the number of lightning strikes increased. What exactly are you doing? Hurry and find me. The later it gets, the worse it will be for— Tyr paid no attention to the Black Dragon's words. The Black Dragon's invisibility was beyond what he could handle at the moment. Then, he had to use other methods. Not just intuition. Heavenly Tomb. Tyr drew the circle he had comprehended. He gave it another name. Heaven's Circle. Around Drake's blade, the airflow wrapped around it, as if creating an illusion of space distortion. The black lightning also gathered towards it. Then, the uneven airflow hidden behind it was detected. A circle is a perfect form. Any slight irregularity immediately becomes apparent. Tyr immediately drove the great sword into that position. Bang! Space distorted. The black dragon holding the sword appeared. Under the mask, there was a smile in the corner of his eye. Correct. Chapter 235. Boundary-breaking swordsman. Dance. Wow. If this goes on, will I really fail the 9 Dragons trial? In the audience, rumors slowly began to spread. Although Tyr is very strong, how could he possibly overcome the 9 trials? But he has already passed 3 trials, and he did so while facing some of the top opponents in the 9 Dragons. Of course, there are those who are unwilling to directly accept this fact. Hey, what's the point of being so naive? What do you mean? Can't you see? The first 3 to stand out were originally the ones who had supported the young master for a long time. What you're saying is, from now on, it won't be so easy, right? Of course, there are still some voices of opposition, talking nonsense. What? Do you think those people would only support the young master like you with a short mind? Say something reasonable. Really? What are you saying? Sitting there talking nonsense. You should go home and say that, you bastard. Most people don't doubt Tyr's strength. For the remaining matches, everyone still has hope. They believe he can overcome them. But when the 4th person steps onto the stage, I can't help but think it might be a bit difficult. The person exuding a powerful aura, because he is the Balong Don Kura, Balong Don Ta. Luo Air. I am different from the previous 3. This test is different from the previous ones. What I want is only one thing. A full-out one-on-one battle. If you don't defeat me, I won't easily step down. Balong slightly twisted one side of his mouth, and his aura, unknowingly, covered the entire stage. It even affected the audience. If it weren't for the quick intervention of the officials, the situation would have been very dangerous. But even the officials were covered in cold sweat. Tyr quietly watched him. He moved his lips. Are you looking to make a deal? As expected, you're to my liking. The communication is smooth. On the surface, the tyrant dragon is only interested in power, but in reality, he is sinister inside. Thus, he can make such a proposal. In simple terms, the tyrant dragon is asking for greater benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily accept the test. If it doesn't work, he might defeat himself, defile the young master's reputation. The issue is, if it were another 9 dragons, it might not be so bad. But if it's the tyrant dragon, this is completely a possible strategy. After all, he publicly declared, only seeking victory. Sometimes, if necessary, he would even attack the family head. Therefore, even if he defeats the young master, there wouldn't be any loss. Thus, Tyr had to temporarily fall into thought. Should he give in directly, leave easily, or occasionally step on him? Seems not bad. In fact, Tyr was also dissatisfied with Perrin's attitude. Although during this time, there was a strategic alliance of mutual support between them. But now, is that not the case? Tyr had already laid all the groundwork. Perrin's attitude, as if the position of sect leader were already in his hands, perhaps should be corrected. Otherwise, in the future, he might climb over my head. Let's first ask him what he's thinking. What do you need? Perhaps sensing Tyr's voice had turned cold, Parlong's eyes also calmed down. I only need one thing. Could it be the Yellow Throne? Isn't the previous knowledge not enough? Parlong, under the pretext of competing with strong opponents and hunting down the hidden Saint Magic Church, has traveled around the world, and Tyr has supported Parlong with a portion of the huge wealth accumulated in Pearlington City. Recently, a new faction has formed in Huangdu. Parlong has been leading it. This is all because of this reason. With Tyr's support, Parlong is courting many nobles. They are called the Warwolf faction, or we can call them that. They mainly focus on strengthening the Yellow Springs and weakening the power of local lords. Of course, the more money, the better, especially in such seasons. You know, right? The emperor has no heirs. Life is hard. Therefore, the rise of the eunuchs has become interesting. Tyr could not be unaware of the increasing chaos in central politics. The eunuchs, in order to maintain their power, try to hide it. But it's hard to stop death. Soon, the lords will start fighting for the throne, right? So, how will Ragnar's influence be there? Not only did he defeat Troiben in the north, establishing absolute power, but he has also opened up a trade network deep into the empire. No matter how many of the 18 lords there are, they all have to look at Ragnar's face. And this time, the previous family crusade war will make this even clearer. Many lords, with their own forces, they all have to look at Ragnar's face. Moreover, this time, the previous family crusade war will make this even clearer. Many lords, with their own forces, the stage for the small-scale power struggle entangled together. Perrin had no doubt that Ragnar would win there. I plan to reveal my true identity there. Someone like you should understand what I'm about to say. In such a chaotic whirlpool, Perrin will shine brightly when all the spotlight is on him. He intends to publicly announce his royal heritage. At that time, please announce the fact that Ragnar supports him. If Ragnar cannot, then let the future Ragnar have Tyr publicly support me. All it takes is one sentence. Just like how you've always invested in me. All you need to do is say a few good words, and you can personally create the ship that defeats Perrin. Say it. Do we really need a special announcement? As long as you're from Ragnar's 9 dragons, everyone should already know that Ragnar supports you from behind. Yeah, I know. Everyone will take the hint. But politically, Statements and speculations are different. You can't possibly not know the weight of the difference, right? Otherwise, why did Perrin's laughter suddenly stop? Are you planning to push that little girl you've been tangled with? What? Surprised? You thought I didn't know? Perrin grunted. If things go wrong. Are you planning to use that child to restrain me? I've never liked sharing a delicious cake. If it's a child. Oh, I can't listen anymore. Perrin's words were interrupted halfway. Tyr's voice suddenly appeared. Everyone's attention turned toward this side. Other 9 dragons and the officials also widened their eyes. They realized that in this seemingly confrontational situation, a behind-the-scenes negotiation was actually taking place that they didn't know about. Perrin seemed quite surprised. His eyes widened. What is this? It seems you've forgotten. But, Tyr interrupted Pelong's words with his voice again. Don't forget your position. Don't forget your position. You are Ragnar's dog. In the endless humiliation, Pelong's face turned bright red. First. That title needs to change. Red. Tyr forcefully stomped on the ground and approached Pelong. Pelong's expression stiffened. Fine. Let's see if you insult me and still remain unharmed. Pelong's powerful punch struck toward Tyr's head. It was a lightning-fast attack. Tyr lightly tilted his head to dodge. Whoosh. Boom. The fist hit with thunderous force. Where Tyr's head had been, the space shattered. The shockwave from the crack spread in all directions. Are you crazy? In front of so many people, going all out? The officials barely avoided the shockwave, astonished. No matter how arrogant Pelong's personality is, using the Pelong fist and sword in a non-battlefield setting is crazy, right? Pelong doesn't use any weapons. He fights only with his fists. Yet, he's classified as a swordsman, because his fighting spirit is as sharp as a blade. His hand strikes, with outstanding cutting power, and his leg techniques, full of impact power, have made his body as sharp as a sword. Is it because of this? The earth in the spectators' walls shattered by the punch. The earth in the spectators' walls shattered by the punch. Deep knife marks were left behind, but Tyr didn't even blink. Instead, he moved even closer to Drake's blade. Boom boom. Perrin opened his remaining left-hand palm and stretched it forward. The sword and palm collided. The shockwave spread out again. How dare you challenge me with strength? Perrin roared. Roar. Click, click. Drake's blade was pushed upwards. Tyr couldn't help but feel surprised, because he never expected his own powerful strength, over 200 in force, to be defeated like this. Let me temper your arrogance. Arrogant? Isn't that you? But Tyr directly released the great sword in his hand, then clenched his fist. He began to swing his punches like a storm. It seemed chaotic and disorganized on the surface, but the subtleties within it were certainly significant. What is this? Interpreting Ragnar's swordsmanship through the way of fists. Heavenly origin. The insight he just gained during the battle with the Plum Blossom Princess. It wasn't meant to be shown with a sword, but with a fist. Therefore, the officials were even more shocked. The issue was, starting with that 1,000 yen, including the dragon's claw, all the swordsmanship Tyr had learned was displayed in a chaotic manner. In the part where steps were made, a clown's prank. In the turning movement, the heavenly journey. In the sharp destructive power, the heavenly thunder sword. Ghost. Various subtle principles emerge endlessly. This is something that cannot be done without a deep understanding of the sword. It's absolutely impossible without that. During this time, Tyr gained various insights from the inspiration of the Light Dragon Emperor. Only then was it possible for him to perform this move. Therefore, although at first glance, it seems chaotic, those who understand the deeper meaning of the sword will be astonished when they see it. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike, every blow that hit Pelong's body, was followed by explosions. Bang. Each blow struck Pelong's body and exploded. Pelong released his fighting spirit all over his body, desperately trying to block Tyr's onslaught. But there was still a limit. Ultimately, the accumulated damage completely shattered the AOL shield. Boom. As AOL broke apart, Tyr's fist collided with Pelong's. Pelong's body was immediately sent flying more than 5 centimeters into the air. Whether it was technique or strength, Tyr was definitely not at a disadvantage now. Tyr raised his elbow like a spike, following the principles of a warrior. The rotating elbow struck Pelong's chest. Pelong was heavily thrown back. Boom, boom, boom. Pelong rolled on the ground in a disheveled manner. Finally, he crashed into the wall. Boom. The shattered wall fragments covered Pelong. Phew. Tyr lightly exhaled, adjusted his stance. Meanwhile, the blade of Drake that he had thrown into the air earlier was pulled into his hand. Pelong, sitting outside the ring, now had a lower vantage point than Tyr. It seems, now our eyes finally meet, Tyr said coldly to him. Chapter 236. Heavenly Dragon. Heavenly Dragon. 1. What is going on here? An unreal reality sometimes affects judgment. Perrin was like this. For a moment, he completely couldn't understand why he was outside the field. Remember, Perrin, you were just a dog raised by Ragna, not a wolf that dares to fly against us. Only when he heard Tyr's voice did he suddenly wake up. Tyr. Ragna. Perrin stared. Tyr. But Seeing Tyr's cold gaze. For some reason, his words suddenly stuck. Dominance. He thought. Only he possessed the aura that covered the entire arena. His own dominance had completely vanished. It was hard to speak. Whether to let you sit on the throne or not. It's entirely up to our will. Tyr was warning him. If you try to deceive me again, I'll take away everything I've given you now. The reason you can dream of a comeback is simply because it wasn't a transaction, but mercy. That's it. Perrin was caught in a dilemma. He had to establish his self-respect here. Should Tyr fight to the death, or bow his head and wait for the future? What will you do? If he chooses the former, his emotions might be released, but his relationship with Ragnar will be completely over. All foundations will be lost. Only the identity remains. But he won't know what he can still do. Even if he wins, it's fine. But if it's just a draw, Pelong's reputation will be completely ruined. On the other hand, if he chooses the latter, then he will truly have to live as Ragnar's loyal dog. He'll wear a collar, bark when told, lie down when told. Even if the order is to let that maid sit on the throne, he cannot resist. He can only obey. No matter what. There's nothing he can do. I made a big mistake. Is it because during this time, Tyr obediently accepted his requests? Or is it because there have been more people causing noise around him recently, making his heart more at ease? Pelong realized that Tyr, who could have been a good trading partner, had slipped through his fingers. He lowered his head. There has been too much accumulated until now. I can't throw it all away. For the sake of temporary pride, it's over. Tyr, from Pelong's low posture, clearly realized that Pelong should have shown his pride here. Rush at me. Whether in victory or defeat, only then could he break free from Ragnar's chains and create an opportunity for cooperation in an equal relationship with Ragnar. If he had chosen to give up the opportunity Ragnar offered and start anew with his own strength, there, he could have attracted people and started over. His father or others. The 9 dragons would not turn a blind eye. The original Perrin was a very cautious person. He understood long-term planning. He had a broad vision. But as the foundation was built one after another, his faction took shape, gradually approaching the yellow throne. His vision seemed to narrow. Such a person will ultimately become one of two things: self-destruction, or be eliminated. I clearly have that kind of strength. So why couldn't I sit on the throne in my past life? Tyr no longer regarded Perrin's values as Cassandra's shield. He no longer thought too much, or at all, about everything Perrin had built. In the end, it would only become a stepping stone for Cassandra to stabilize her rule. The young master's strength is even greater than expected. It seems I've underestimated him. I apologize to you. Perrin stood up proudly. He bravely lowered his head. To outsiders, it looked like a fighter who lost because he couldn't take. Tyr thought that Perrin's shameless attitude was worth learning from. Eventually, Perrin withdrew. Next up was the ice dragon Neil Ragnadon. He looked extremely bored. This kind of thing is too troublesome. Let's finish this quickly. Okay. I have the same intention. Neil didn't ask about his daughter. He seemed to already understand. The pretense was done well. The two quickly crossed paths. The next test proceeded swiftly. The leader of the Green Sword Mirror Guard, Phantom Dragon, apologized deeply to Tyr and had a 3-move duel with him. The newly titled Xualong, Ligia, fought with all his might. The dragon, who was recently stripped of the 9 dragons position, was replaced by the title of Imperial Dragon. Gold Carl Dragon proposed a magical duel and won. Tyr, in a fatigued state, defeated them one by one, proving that his position was not due to luck. And can't you just surrender? The last member of the 9 dragons appeared, Grand Elder of the Yuan Long Academy, Wolfgang. He looked at Tyr with the face of an elder torturing a grandmother. Tyr, do you think I will accept? Damn it. Look at me. Do you think you can defeat this old man? Since Julius tore off my right arm, Wolfgang has been living quietly. The academy closed on its own, and I've been active in the outskirts, observing the movements in the center. After Julius left Winterl, I have been waiting for my opportunity to make a comeback. But my plans were quickly shattered. With the end of the Northern War, Tyr became the young master, and it happened to be Tyr, Julius's heir. He can be called Evelyn's master, can't he? He once joined forces with the dragon to oppress me, so I feel that the future is bleak. If Tyr brings up past grudges, and even wants revenge, I would be helpless. But for some reason, in the past 2 years, Tyr has completely ignored me. Is it because the affairs in the East kept him busy, or has he forgotten about my existence? It's hard to say. Since becoming the young master, his heart has become more open. He no longer needs to pressure himself to live. When facing me, he understood. Tyr definitely hasn't forgotten the past grudge. Did you hear Evelyn begging like that? What exactly do you want? No way to communicate. Breathing was difficult. Someone like you has the right to propose a deal to me, and even mock me? Wolfgang just felt the last shred of his dignity was trampled. The respect, as an elder, had long since disappeared under Ragnar's rule. The courage to betray his former brother, the Light Dragon Emperor, had long since vanished. What he longed for most was only one thing: to live one more day. To pave the way, Wolfgang knelt down. That is... In the end, the dignity of experience, self-respect, pride, all chose to be abandoned. Whispers from the audience began to rise, but Wolfgang sneered in his heart. That dignity of experience. What is more important than life? Even rolling in a cesspool is still better than hell. Even dreaming of revenge, yearning for a comeback. It's only possible if you're alive. This is the way Wolfgang has always lived. But Guangdong. Zir suddenly threw a dagger in front of Wolfgang. Wolfgang looked at it with confusion. No matter what you say, as an elder, you've supported Ragna for a long time, sometimes even becoming the roof that protected Ragna from the storms. This is the time. So, I'm giving you the chance for an honorable death. Of course, it's not asking you to commit suicide right now, with your stubbornness. 999. 00:24:15, 100. 00:24:15, 100. With your stubbornness. That's impossible. So I gave you this dagger. You can choose to die anytime. To calmly reflect on the past. When your mind is made up, don't look back and make a choice. Wolfgang's eyelids trembled slightly. No matter what. In the end, it's still in order to kill yourself, isn't it? No matter how many days I live, or how many more years, each day under the shadow of death is like hell to him. But what if I can't die? Then, Wolfgang bit his lower lip tightly. Then that would be your choice. Well then, however, the one who comes to find you will not be me, but someone else. The one who ends you won't be me. It will be Evelyn. This time I will definitely bring Evelyn back. Let her sit in the Nine Dragons seat, right in the spot where she defeated you. As an elder, welcoming the end. Or as a despicable man, suffering revenge. This is the first and the last command I give you. Wolfgang stared at Tyr and the dagger for a while. Then he picked up the dagger. Staggering, he walked down from the platform. Tyr understood. He won't die. Now, pretending to reflect on it, regretting, looking pitiful, but his heart is completely different. Since Evelyn will come soon, she will find a way to survive. Maybe she'll try to understand how strong Evelyn has become, or try to regain her lost combat power, or he might even seek refuge with his own older brother. The person most surprised by the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor is probably Wolfgang. For him, that fact is just a new opportunity. What happens after that is unknown. But that's not bad. That will be the path that leads to his further downfall. Tyr organized his thoughts. He looked around at the audience. This means the trials with the 9 dragons are over. I didn't expect to pass all the trials. So amazing. Ragna's swordsmen, the citizens of the north, and other forces watching. Tyr's people. Everyone was locked in place by the dignity Tyr displayed. Fortune. But the thing they were most passionate about was something else. That's because after the 9 trials, the final trial awaited. You've really grown. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the sky rumbled with tremors. Something fell in the center of the training field. Boom. A sword was planted vertically and neatly into the ground. Standing on the hilt was Kai. He crossed his arms, his gaze soft but sharp as he stared at Tyr. Sharing swordsmanship with his grown son was also a very pleasant thing. I won't let you down with this joy. Tyr tightly gripped Drake's blade. Kai smiled. All right. Then I'll trust your words. Afraid. Kai disappeared on the spot. The way of survival. Heavenly Dragon. 2. In fact, the one most interested in Tyr sharing swordsmanship was Kai himself. I want to see how much the sword has grown. Kai was always gratified by Tyr's Tyr's life was always constantly clashing, then clashing again. Then, no matter what, he had to overcome the obstacles. When faced with new challenges, he would collide once more. That path felt like looking at his own past, always drawing attention. So, every time he met with Tyr, it felt like directly seeing his past self. This time, I hope you can enjoy it. Kai truly thought so. Now, there's not much time left to personally wield a sword. Where? Tyr gripped Drake's blade tightly, and quickly looked around. With the magic flow connected to the triple core, it trembled more violently than ever before. Kai's presence was very difficult to detect. Even the black dragon left faint traces, but Kai had none of that. It was as if his presence had been erased from this world. Not erased, but severed. The presence and traces were both gone. Tyr wondered. What is it that Kai can sever even his presence? This sword technique is no longer in the realm of humans. Then, he faintly sensed a subtle attack. From the front, Tyr forcefully stomped the ground and slashed his great sword downward. Boom. The heavy blow shook the great sword. The wrist felt as if it would be shaken off by the tremendous shockwave. The force exceeded 200. He barely held on. A slight misstep would have caused him to lose his balance. Thus, his legs used great force as well. His thigh muscles were tight. However, he suddenly felt blood splatter from his left shoulder. What's going on? The attack was coming from the front. Why is my left shoulder wounded? Why is his left shoulder injured? Tyr didn't ponder that question for long. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, it hit the left side of his waist. His body twisted, and he swung upward from below. The greatsword carved out a graceful arc, gleaming with deadly light. This time, it also incorporated Yuan's exquisite gift, Dragon Claw. Tyr wanted to tell Kale that the brilliance he once showed him had evolved to this level. It was already near perfection. Father would be proud too. He had once believed this with full confidence. Boom. Suddenly, a heavy strike hit his right side. Blood poured out in waves. As expected, the wound was once again in a spot different from the point of impact. He had grasped Yuan's gift and gained a clue about time, but he still hadn't grasped the concept of space. Huh. Kale's laughter echoed by his ear. Tyr didn't get the chance to ask what it meant, because the attacks were coming non-stop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens, hundreds of flashes rained down upon him. Each one rivaled Kale's proud dragon flash. If he couldn't block them, he would die. Tyr raised his greatsword and swiftly summoned 4 distorted swords. Huh. Clang 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 clang. Each clash of sword against sword sent sparks flying. Aura shards scattered in all directions. The shockwaves shook both Tyr's body and spirit. What? I can't see anything. If there's a flash, block it. If there's another, block it again. So incredible. In truth, just being able to read Kale's flashes was already proof of that prosecutor's strength. I am the same. And if I can still block it, I'd be able to call myself a super expert. From this perspective, blocking Kai's continuous attacks directly is a truly impressive feat. Just thinking back to a few years ago, when Tyr saw the impact on Kai's swordstone, it's clear how remarkable this is. Even the other 9 dragons watching were excited and uneasy. Those with slightly less strength gasped in admiration, while those with strong pride sighed. Our big brother always feels that. Seems like he's having fun with his son for the first time. Anyway, in the eyes of Julius and the Black Dragon, Kai seemed to be playing. The problem is, the level of that play can't be judged by ordinary standards, because Kai's sword has become sharper and sharper, even bending space itself. The void. Unconsciously controlling space, trapping the opponent within his domain, making them suffocate to death. This technique is Kai's favorite practice from long ago. In reality, the opponent is like being trapped in an inescapable trap, constantly experiencing Kai's strength. Kai's strength. That is for guided sparring. However, Princess Plum Blossom gave a very simple assessment. Guided sparring. What was understood during today's sparring was not just the level of understanding. It seemed to be a complete evolution. A look of confusion appeared on Julius and the Black Dragon's faces. In swordsmanship, Princess Plum Blossom was superior, so her judgment must be correct. A person who has reached the divine level, do they still need further guidance? Yes. Exactly. Even though this task will be a fierce battle, is it really necessary to push this hard? Even the elder brother would push himself, right? Reaching the divine level means they have already opened their own path, comprehending the mission that the world has given them, and executing it, perfectly incorporating it into their divine position. That is the true path given by the divine level. In other words, help from others doesn't play a big role, because the path others have walked may be wrong for the individual. So Kyle's guidance is almost a difficult task. At least it is possible that Kyle is already a rare, myth-like existence in the world, more experienced than Tyr in swordsmanship. Thus, some things can be reduced. Wrong. But even so, the possibility that it won't help much is still high. So, is it really necessary to push this hard? Although I don't know. Princess Plum Blossom seemed to sense something. She hesitated and tightly pressed her lips together. There. Julius and the Black Dragon felt an indescribable unease. What do you know? Right? Under the gaze of the two brothers, Princess Plum Blossom's eyes clearly trembled. At the same time, unable to see the way, Tyr seemed to be trapped in a maze surrounded by blades. No matter how he swung, the blades are as tightly pressed as the waves of the sea, extremely sharp. The problem is, the more you resist the attacks, the more wounds you get. The two injuries from before were definitely not an illusion. Kale's flashes seemed like some kind of magic. The more you resist, the greater the damage from the attacks. Fortunately, the dragon blood was awakened. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from blood loss long ago. The path he has walked is covered in blood. His clothes are torn and bloodied. At first, he tried to avoid the attacks, but he quickly gave up on that idea. The path around him was a thorny road surrounded by blades. Here. Where should he go? On the contrary, Tyr recalled Kale's words. It seems, you still haven't grasped the concept of space. Kale only left this sentence, and then said no more. The meaning was for him to truly comprehend its meaning. Tyr thought this might be the only way to escape from this blade hell. If he was trying to teach me something, then it's a path I must find on my own. Path. Tyr realized time is a circle. Even if this world is destroyed by an unnamed ruler, and the pantheon makes the world return to its starting point, the cyclical and enormous chains are the essence of this world. So, an idea arose here. What about space? Once a world has experienced its end and restart, it's obviously impossible for it to be the same as before. Completely different laws will begin to operate, different fates intertwine, new civilizations and societies will blossom. So, at this time, can space, on this vast surface of the earth, still be the same as before? Can it? No, it will be different. Space must not be viewed as a circle, just like time. Time and space are not different. Is Kyle trying to tell me this? No. It's a bit different. Then, a new sword philosophy should unfold before me. But, during this period of time, the concept of the circle has already embraced everything I've learned. All of it. In the end, the concept of space, just like time, is contained within the circle. The previous life's past life. Now it is hard to recall. During Thier's time, a glimpse of the past seen through the white card. There was this teaching. Time and space are absolutely not different. Time moves in a straight line. Space has a framework concept. They are just definitions made by humans. In reality, the two are the same. When the pressure on space increases, time within it will move much faster. For example, the black holes in distant space. Isn't the time near them much faster than in other eras? On the other hand, accelerating time too fast is also a problem. If time catches up to the speed of light, the concept of space. At that time, one could return to the past or freely change the position of space. It is said that disrupting space and the coordinates of space can actually perform a leap. So, time and space. You cannot separate the concepts of time and space. Then, can this teaching be integrated into the sword? Can it be integrated into the circle? Thier thought this was too difficult. About using the memory of time. There are arrangements of clockwork gears. It can still barely grasp the concept. But space is different. It doesn't know how to apply enough pressure to make space bend. On the contrary, it also cannot perceive the acceleration of time so quickly. Space is a prison. At that moment, Kale threw out a new clue. Prison. The law is like an iron window. Truth is the chain that binds you. Unless these are undone, you will never enter this domain. Iron windows and chains. It seems to say, to transcend the mortal frame and become a myth, one must completely break free from these bindings. The unnamed ruler can rise above all. Because he can control these bindings, the Light Dragon Emperor can reverse death and be reborn, and descend here once more, because he touched that realm. On the contrary, what about Hilda? It's precisely because he tried to resist these, that he touched that realm. Blade Hell. Kale is still nowhere to be found, but the voice clearly came from the nearby hell. At that moment, Tyr understood. If you cannot comprehend this truth, before the gateway of sublimation, you will not be able to stop Hilda, nor can you stop the Light Dragon Emperor. You may even end up like the other, unknown former emperors. This is the spirit domain. Everything around here, all the worlds you perceive, are Kale's. Time, space, everything. Chapter 238, Celestial Dragon. 3. To leave here. Space must also be able to be enclosed in a circle. Tyr suddenly had this thought. Wait. Enclose space. Then, a thought flashed by. Tyr can now control time. In fact, he has been actively using it in battle. Then, can he also control space by covering time over it? With the change in time, specific areas will also change accordingly. If this can be cleverly utilized, perhaps it could succeed. Although it might not work overall, but limited to the domain I possess, Tyr decided to reduce everything to a circle. In Kyle's world, he grasped the domain he could control and transformed it into the shape of a circle. Nirvana activated. A certain area was fused. The heart merged with the world. In that moment, a huge circular clock appeared beneath Thier's feet. The minute and second hands began to turn rapidly. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Then, it was under control. The clockwork mechanism, the heart accelerated the world. The clock hands had always turned slowly, or they had reversed to eliminate the punishment of time. But now, they advanced at a rapid speed. So, around, Thier's world began to shake. The form was not fixed. Everything was shaking, changing like a trajectory. The only complete thing here was Thier. It was as if he entered a new world beyond time and space. It felt like he had jumped between worlds. And the camera. You're here. As expected, Kyle stood there, arms crossed, smiling. No wonder nothing can be felt. Completely detached from the laws of time and space in this new space-time world. Since we're here, if it could be sensed, that would be strange. Father was always in that position. Perhaps during this time, Father has been standing quietly here, never moving a step. Always waiting here, waiting for Tyr to come see him. This is a world of light speed. Light speed. Tyr recalled the information transmission event about time concepts that he once learned from the Empress of the Demon Island. This domain follows completely different laws from before. Because of this, there is immense pressure. The levels of consciousness and soul become important. One could say it's some kind of boundary between the lower and upper realms. Kale raised his head, looking up. Tyr also raised his head, his eyes wide open. A massive hemisphere surrounded the world. Countless stars in the sky seemed as if they would fall at any moment, threatening. It should be a beautiful sight, but it seems somewhat dangerous. Can you see that? What is that? The Pantheon. The Pantheon doesn't really have tens of thousands of gods. It just indicates a large number. I didn't expect so many. At that moment. Ding-ling, ding-ling. The god of causality hurriedly arrived at the boundary line entrance. The god of curse has taken an interest in you. The god of swordsmanship softly praised your appearance. Countless messages flooded the retina. Eyes from all directions were cast upon him. It felt like being secretly photographed. It felt like being the monkey in a zoo. He had felt this way before. When he reached the top of the White Tower, the gaze of the Pantheon had fallen. It seemed like everyone was noisy. Yes. A bit. Chaotic. Of course. No matter how many worlds bindings one bypasses, those who can reach here are extremely few. Tyr nodded heavily. But every time he stands here, I always wonder, what's the benefit of standing there? The god of causality sighed softly. Most of the gods were angry at Kyle's unreasonable words. Fear interrupted that message. It was obviously about to trigger an explosion. Now, he could do it with his own power. He could do this now. We should never have given too much significance to the position of a god. It's just a part of the world's management. When it can only be manipulated at will. Why insist on being there? The light dragon system, ear-piercing and eye-catching. Then, Kyle clicked his tongue. Maybe the more you come here in the future, the more temptations will follow you, giving you immortality and eternity, pulling you to their side. On the other hand, the nephews will ask, then give you another temptation. You seem annoyed. They're really trying hard to use me. Especially a certain guy, in an instant. Among many gazes, only one of the gazes, following closely behind Fear, and Kyle wavered, with an incredulous look. Fear probably guessed where that gaze came from. In any case, that's absolutely a temptation you must not waver from. What I want to say is, in the end, everything will return to the starting point. What you're saying sounds like slander from a monk. Kyle chuckled lightly, and continued. What I understood is not that, but everyone gets a different answer. If that's your answer, then live that way. You know what I mean, right? Fear nodded heavily. In the end, no matter what temptation you face, don't waver. Stick to what you have learned. Will and desire. Otherwise, you'll only become a tool in the struggle between the Pantheon and outer gods. I have a question. Father, what is it? The superhumans I know always seem to break free from many frameworks. How many people who've reached here are there? Is that so? Kale scratched his cheek, his tone uncertain. Everyone I've met. That's a typical Kale response. Tyr smiled and tightly gripped Drake's blade, asking, you won't kill me too, right? Even if I'm a jerk. I wouldn't go that far with my own son. Kale also drew his sword. The corner of his mouth twisted slightly. Though it might hurt a lot. All right. Then let's truly get along this time. Rip, 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 rip. Kale swung his sword violently. One strike. Just one slash. Kale felt the world change again. What's happening? Both of them disappeared. Where did they go? During Tyr's sudden disappearance, the entire place was in shock. Anyway, it seems like you've entered the realm of my big brother. You seem to have understood something and left right away. Julius, Black Dragon, and Plum Blossom Princess knew. After Tyr personally met with Kale, they couldn't help but bitterly smile. They knew how cruel the event was. However, those who've reached the peak of martial arts, ascending to that battlefield, is another challenge. It seems within reach. But Kale can never touch it. Because I already knew, even if I touched it. In fact, I already knew on the fault line. The world. Because of this, Hilda ultimately couldn't bear it, wanting to use the ascension ceremony, a shortcut. If it weren't for Kyle, some of them might have already wavered. I just hope that Fear doesn't fall for the temptation of the Pantheon. Come on. At that time, Princess Plum Blossom's words made Julius and the Black Dragon turn their gazes. Boom. With a huge explosion, the entire fourth training ground was shaken. There. A great disaster struck. Then, some people saw the change in the sky. Pointing at it, they cried out. The sky was filled with cracks. Boom. 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 It was as if the world was about to explode. The continuous massive tremors shook the entire training ground. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks spread like explosions. Fear fell from the sky. What happened? Fear was completely torn apart. Even the somewhat intact clothes were ripped, covered in dust and blood. His body wasn't intact anywhere. The smell of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed to say how difficult the battle between these two people was. On the contrary, Kyle, who landed with a gentle tap, was unscathed. As expected, his breathing was calm and steady. The dragon sighed or lamented. Kyle was indeed different. However, no, different. Princess Plum Blossom's gaze at Kyle was different from usual. They have long referred to each other as siblings, and even longer as a married couple, so they are very aware of the subtle differences. What differences? The corners of the clothes. No, it's still the same. Breathing. Not that either. It's a subtle change that only married couples can detect. Do you know what it is? She frowned for a moment before realizing. The magic is wavering. Plum Blossom Princess almost couldn't hold back a scream. She barely managed to suppress it. Someone like Kale. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say her magic is endless. She could ascend at any time, because she had reached the level where she can freely control the flow of natural magic. But for someone like her, even a slight disturbance in the magic flow means internal injury. This is a more serious change than external wounds. Of course, Tyr is heavily injured. It wouldn't be surprising if he collapses at any moment. But who could make someone like Kale become like this? Who else? At that moment, Kale briefly glanced over this way. She smiled gently, as if telling others not to speak of it. Plum Blossom Princess could only silently nod. Indeed, it's the kind of eye contact that only married couples understand. Before she left, she felt pleased to have cultivated. Plum Blossom Princess reluctantly swallowed her sigh. This is enough. Kale turned his gaze back to Tyr. You defeated all the dragons and came into my realm, Celestial Dragon. Tyr didn't know why, but he felt that his father was about to leave. You have enough qualification to be called a Celestial Dragon. After Kale said that cryptic phrase, he turned and left. With that, the silence exam ended. Wow. Wow. Cheers rang out from all around. Sky Dragon. Tyr's new title was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Chapter 239. Sky Dragon. 4. After all the silence exams were over, according to Kyle's orders, all the dragons gathered together. Oh, finally here, our Sky. Can't we change that title? Why? It sounds cool. Tyr, who had been slightly late due to changing clothes, sighed at the hesitant joke. Kyle gave her the new title. It hasn't even been half a day. The people she met along the way now call her Sky Dragon more often, rather than the young master, the peak of dragons. Although that phrase was indeed uplifting, but now, it feels incredibly embarrassing. Even Winterl passed it on so quickly, globally. No, stop thinking about it, thinking more deeply. Will only give me a headache. So she shook her head. But, father, he'll be here soon. Please sit down. Tyr nodded. She naturally walked towards an empty seat, but suddenly stopped, at the center of the chairman's seat. A long table was arranged on either side. There sat the Black Dragon, Julius, Princess, Plum Blossom. They were closest to the chairman. Below them were the 9 dragons. She saw King Carl Gnome and Leja, sitting at the very end. It was easy to see. This is the ranking among the 9 dragons. However, Tyr's position is at the innermost side, right next to the family head's right side, even closer to the family head than the chief on the left, from a certain angle. This seems like an assistant position to the family head, or rather, if the position for the family head is set for ceremonial purposes, then this could also be seen as the central position for hosting the meeting. Thus, Tyr instinctively hesitated for a moment. All along, the position of the young master has been equal to that of the 9 dragons. He always sat at the lowest seat. However, overnight, his position has changed. Why are you so surprised? Plum Blossom Princess smiled, comforting. Tyr. Whether it's the Celestial Dragon's position, or the young master's position, it's your position. Yes. I understand now. Tyr now genuinely feels that the moment he is about to rule Ragna is near, so he sat back in his seat. Soon, Kale appeared. Everyone stood up. Why are you all so nervous? Sit down. Tyr and the 9 dragons quietly sat down. They anxiously watched Kale. Kale gathered them together, clearly to bring up an unusual topic, as expected. After ousting Hilda from the stage, I plan to resign from the family head position. Kale dropped a bombshell right away. Family head. What does that mean exactly? Please explain in detail. Sit down. I haven't finished yet. The most intense reactions were from Julius and Black Dragon. Even the closest ones didn't know. The other 9 dragons were also busy exchanging glances. Thump, thump, thump. Similarly, Tyr's heart was also pounding. Father, is he going to step down from the position of family head? This is something completely unexpected for him as well. Whether in the past life or this life, the only family head of the Ragnar family he knew was Kyle. Even during the fierce struggles for power, Kyle was only hiding in a half-built temple. He had not stepped down from his position as family head. But suddenly, what does this mean? Tyr noticed. Only Princess Plum Blossom was quietly closing her eyes. This meant that she already knew everything. In the end, this was his well-thought-out decision. Was this promotion test for this declaration? Tyr suppressed the confusion in his heart. He spoke, his voice calm. First, everyone, please calm down. Listen to the family head's instructions. At this moment, the 9 dragons each exhaled deeply, but the already boiling atmosphere showed no signs of calming down. Haven't you heard about this? No. Big Brother didn't particularly notify me either. Yes. It's crazy. Big Brother Robble didn't know either. Julius spoke quickly. After Tyr communicated with him, he sighed. I will do my best. I still have many shortcomings. The organization in the East is not yet finished. I also oppose Father stepping down now. I will try to persuade him. Once that guy makes up his mind, it's hard to change. I will do my best to persuade him. Once that guy makes up his mind, it's hard to change. But anyway, let's give it a try. Tyr spoke again. Please, family head, explain why you made this decision. Otherwise, I will also resign from the position of young master. This was the biggest wager he could make. The 9 dragons sighed again. At such a critical time when a major action is about to unfold, the family head and the young master are talking about resignation. For them, it's truly maddening. Kale's eyebrows slightly raised. Does the young master think this position can be decided so easily with just one sentence? It's probably easier than the family head's position. So please explain properly. Why do you say that? Sigh. I've spoiled you too much. The family head has never raised us. Really? Pit. Kale brushed his hair with his hand. He frowned at the sound of laughter from somewhere. Gold Dragon and Legia quickly turned their heads and avoided the situation. Now, Julius and the other 9 dragons were very troubled about how to accept this situation. Should they stop the nerve war between Tyr and Kale, or scold Gold Dragon and Legia's attitude? But Tyr's words aren't entirely true, are they? First, let's say it's for personal reasons. Kale helplessly pursed his lips. The words he spoke shocked everyone. This is so irresponsible. Do you know how many years I've ruled? A full 60 years. 60 years. It's been more than half a century. For emperors have come and gone. A person's life has ended. For emperors have come and gone. A person's life has ended. It's not surprising at all. Ragnar now also reached this height. Now is the peak period. As the former family head, I retire to rest for a while. Is there a problem? This statement is indeed reasonable, but it's still an irresponsible answer. That's not the answer. The other 9 dragons nodded cautiously, agreeing. Kyle always unilaterally makes decisions for them, but there has never been anything unreasonable, and those decisions are always for the family. So the 9 dragons have always been able to work together, but now it seems it's about to collapse. Then, even so, there's nothing that can be done. It's already decided. After this mission, be ready to take over the position of family head. Perhaps that's enough. Fears suddenly remembered something, exchanging something with Kyle on the fault line. The unusual feeling he sensed. Could it be related to this matter? But he couldn't bring himself to speak, since it's already decided. Everyone must know. Prepare for the next family head to take control of the power smoothly. Make preparations in advance. Why is everyone silent? Do you understand? Understood. I will obey the family head's orders. I will make all the preparations. The 9 dragons answered helplessly. Swish. Kyle quietly disappeared. Fear. Do you know something? You must know something, right? Lock family head. If you know the reason, please tell me. What is going on? After Kyle left, the black dragon was the first to walk towards Fear, with Phantom Dragon beside him. As Kale's bodyguard knight, he doesn't know the truth either. No matter what, the cause must be uncovered. The eyes of Black Dragon and Ulfric were also focused here. That is, there's no need to stir up trouble unnecessarily. Just as he was about to speak, Lornold Block interrupted. Tyr's words. Roddy. That human-like being who isn't quite human, will he eventually become human? Yes. I've always felt something was wrong recently. Refusing the call of the gods. Forcefully staying in this world. The call of the gods. Lornold Block described the myth this way. Has this happened before? On the boundary line, Tyr strongly felt that Kale was about to leave, to transcend and become immortal, seemingly turning into feathers, drifting between the stars in the high sky. And when Kale held his sword, this feeling became even more apparent when he swung his sword. Tyr witnessed his physical form blur. Kale didn't seem to mind. Now it seems clear. Kale forcefully stayed in this world. Hilda, on the other hand, longs to complete the myth, but Kale doesn't want to complete it. He's been forcing himself to hold on. How should this be described? There was the Tycho dragon. But even he couldn't completely refuse the call of the gods. It's just that there were many unfinished matters, so he left his will in the flow of magic. Ultimately, even the father, he might not wield the sword a few more times. The more magic is the more divine power will accumulate in the soul. The more divine power will accumulate in the soul. In that case, the level will further develop. The body will no longer be able to withstand the collapse. It will soon be sublimated. Yes. Since Siegel learned of it, something no one could achieve. Your father will do it. Perhaps in the past life, Kyle chose to retire. It was precisely because of this reason. At that time, the sect leader had not been confirmed. He was worried that his sudden departure would cause the family to fall into internal chaos. But this time is different. Now there's Fear, such an outstanding heir. So young, already standing shoulder to shoulder, or ahead of the 9 dragons. You can safely put down the sword. But he doesn't have the idea of complete sublimation. He just doesn't want to continue displaying his swordsmanship. He plans to stay in this world. So don't mention your father's situation. From the Ragnar situation, it might be something worth blessing. But in the impending war, it could become a huge weakness. The world has already acknowledged Ragnar. Equating it with Kyle, this equal status is established. If the fact that Kyle can leave is exposed at this time, what will happen? Will the 18 electors rise again? Probably. Even if Fear performed excellently this time. But to give an 18-year-old youth authority, it will still take time. Then the chaos over the throne will naturally intensify. As for this matter. So, Fear, for Kyle, for Ragnar, and for himself, must find a way to deal with the impending crisis and chaos. Father, you always give me difficult tasks. Please don't let the news leak out, if there are any rumors. Fear's eyes flashed with a cold, fierce light. In the name of the Celestial Dragon, immediate execution. Chapter 240. Celestial Dragon. 5. A few days later, the expedition ceremony began. Boom. 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 Every time the war drums sounded, swordsmen in various outfits began to line up. Click, 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 click. White armored dragon knights, red sword knights, blue sword mirror guard, and other main forces, along with the 6 major families and many other families. Also, the flags of the Dust Wind family that surrendered from the Troyan region were waving in all directions. The forces following Ragna gathered together. This expedition ceremony was not just Ragna's. The Northern Alliance, led by Ragna, united to form an army, preparing for a large-scale expedition. Of course, the target is the family where Hilda resides. Forest. The rise of the Northern Alliance has finally begun. Ragna's sword has moved. Where is its direction pointing? The electors simultaneously declared that threatening actions which may cause misunderstandings should be avoided. The concerns of Ragna's electors were ignored by the lesser families. Celestial Dragon. Is Ragna a proxy battlefield for the continent's struggle? Many newspapers across the continent reported this fact. Thus, many places expressed concern over Ragna's sudden actions. Especially the response from the lords was the most intense. Originally, Ragna had already felt threatened because of Tyr's promotion exam. However, they did not stop there. They even mobilized a large-scale military force, which was truly shocking. Moreover, in recent years, Ragna's finances have become abundant. Its scale is definitely not to be underestimated. This is quite obvious. As expected, after the expedition ceremony ended, Ragna's subsequent reports gradually increased, and the impact also further expanded. The assembled forces in the north were estimated to be at least over 100,000, with the Mo Island trains continuously bringing in newly joined knights, and the Dustwind family also sending reinforcements. The Mo Island trains are continuously bringing in newly joined knights, and the Dustwind family is also sending reinforcements. There are rumors that the distribution of spoils from this expedition has already begun, with at least 150,000 to 400,000, mobilizing over 100,000 troops. This is extremely rare in history, especially in the north. The manpower from this land, filled with rugged warriors and visionaries, is a war machine that can take on 100 enemies. The theory of crisis is more prevalent. Even the royal family has expressed concerns. The royal family has warned of the dangers of this expedition, and has issued a strict order for Ragnar to return. Of course, Ragnar did not listen to the royal messenger, and could only return in frustration. Then, during that period, a large-scale army unknowingly surrounded the forest of the target family. They are finally planning a rebellion in the north. It's not wrong to think this way, right? The tearing sound that's hard to distinguish between male and female pierced the air. A face painted pale like powder, red cheeks, a skinny body, and every time Batak shifted his gaze, the few people in the meeting room lowered their heads, pale-faced. The aura he emitted was indeed chilling. Worried that if they were targeted, it could bring trouble to their family. It's rumored that there are 10 royal fathers or royal teachers in the royal family. Of course, they are not the biological fathers of the emperor. This means that they are the people the emperor trusts like a father. The current emperor, Reup II, was originally very low in the line of succession, but with the help of eunuchs, he ascended the throne. As a result, from the beginning of his reign, Reup II has failed to exert the power he should have. The eunuchs meddled in everything. They would not invest manpower in anything that did not benefit them. Even the emperor himself only liked the power that came with the throne. His desire to rule was not strong. Countless acts of tyranny ran rampant. The 18 lords, who should have helped guide the empire correctly, even turned a blind eye to this. The weaker central power. Doesn't that make their power stronger? Of course, in this regard, the lords have also colluded with the eunuchs. Thus, decades of power were lost. Now the royal family has no power left. If the emperor at least had an heir, he could still be supported. But worse still, Reup II doesn't even have children and is seriously ill. He could die at any moment. The disaster-stricken areas have been completely destroyed. Refugees are fleeing everywhere. A riot has occurred. Religious groups like the Holy Ma Church have risen in various places. The lords absorbed these refugees, strengthening their power. Now, they have even shown new ambitions. In times of chaos, it is the foundation for achieving greater dreams. In the past, Troyban was able to wage war against Ragna, all because of this kind of background. However, as time passed, Ragna became the victor of the Northern War, and assembled a large-scale army. The royal family could only feel shock. If that army marches towards Huangdu, it will be unstoppable, because the royal family has long lost control over the empire. Even with conscription, they can only forcibly conscript tens of thousands. Therefore, Badak was sent as an envoy. He is one of the 8 attendants currently representing the royal family, who governs Huangdu in place of the emperor. Originally, he should have been sitting on a luxurious and extravagant throne, where with just a gesture, he could command others. But this time, due to the importance of the matter, he personally took action. However, he felt very displeased, even without considering the discomfort of the position. Some people wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. Some even said, "Black, melon of the plum." And there are such rude people. The main commanders of the expedition gathered in the meeting room. Badak was condemning Ragna. He actually dared to reject the royal family's amnesty, and formed a military with the risk of rebellion on behalf of the emperor. Fortunately, some responded to his authoritative outburst. But most people's reactions were similar. "What are you saying, fool? After becoming empress, there were definitely no contemptuous gazes like this. In the past, when the emperor ruled Huangdu, the looks received were, but now, he easily spat out words filled with an indescribable sense of humiliation. It's Lija. What? How dare you speak nonsense to the royal messenger? It's nonsense. You've been cunningly speaking nonsense next to the emperor. You, this. It's the fourth voice. Little dragon, you seem to have gone too far. Is that kind of uncle joke really little dragon's interest? Facing the criticism from all sides, Lija crossed his arms. He snorted. What's the problem? It's very interesting. Anyway, little dragon should get a humor collection to read. Looking at those who were joking, it felt like their spirit was about to break. In any case, rebellion plans. So what? Are you trying to threaten us with this? Do you think we will retreat like... Finally, it's crossed the line. Shut up, curl up. If you want to keep holding on to that worthless power. Now, even threatening us with shares without hesitation, with a flushed face, pointing at Lija, he suddenly turned to the one hosting the meeting. Fear. Hey, young master, are you really going to let this unreasonable guy go? Fear, Ragnar. Because in just a few years, he restored the abandoned city of Pellington and the northeastern region. Due to the Saint Magic Church, he was called the Holy King. So, he should understand very well what he is trying to express. The words were too short. Yes, what? The words are too short. You? No, not. It seems like something needs to be corrected. The next leader of Ragna, this kid, after all, is Ragna. No matter how much you claim to be royalty, it's just a honorary position. The title or position you hold, even if looked at favorably, it's still just a minor official rank. Tyr's eyes coldly darkened. In contrast, Ragna was granted the title of Duke. He is the heir there. Compared to your evaluation, it's already a special treatment from the royal family in loyalty. How dare you speak so casually? As an envoy. As a diplomat, did you not even receive basic education? If you want to earn respect, you first need to correct your behavior. Remember, this is not Huangdo. Badok's words suddenly choked. If necessary, I could even cut off your head here, and no one would object. So, you need to correct your behavior. And actually, even if he dies here, other eunuchs in Huangdo won't seek revenge for him. In fact, they might be glad, because they won't have to share power, in the end. Badok couldn't even provide a proper response. His face flushed red with embarrassment. This is why I didn't want to come to this barbaric northern place. But what can I do? I've already lost the bet. I've already been sent here. I apologize for my rudeness. Except, who? Badok's fist hidden under his sleeve trembled violently. Wait and see. Badok would never let this humiliation go. The emperor personally heard about this northern expedition. He's not sure what the intent is. He's very concerned. Let me convey this message. I see. Yes. Then, withdraw the troops. The situation the emperor is worried about will not happen. Please convey this. Okay. We only raised the army to be loyal to the country. Once the conflict in that family's forest is settled, we'll go back. But the royal family has also issued a strict order for the lords to retreat from that forest, but they refuse to listen. Strictly speaking, it's very close to the royal family's private land. Fear's words flowed naturally like water. We will become the royal family's sword and quell all the chaos. The emperor's warm concern for us has been fully conveyed. Don't worry. Go back. Badok felt speechless. It was clearly the emperor's command to withdraw the northern troops, but it was packaged as concern and used as an excuse. How could there be such a nonsensical situation? But Badok gave up arguing further. These people weren't going to listen to him anymore. Ragnar's will. I'll fully convey it to the emperor. Fear seemed to nod wearily, then began discussing other matters with Julius beside him. Badok trembled and walked out of the main tent. On the other hand, he started to feel a headache over how to deal with this matter. The emperor didn't have much time left. Ragnar had already started causing a ruckus. It's not good. 1146. 00:28:53, 240. 00:28:53, 240. He started to feel a headache over how to handle this matter. The emperor doesn't have much time left. Ragnar has already started causing such a ruckus. This is not good. We must also make full preparations here. If Ragnar suppresses the Lord's momentum like this, and then advances into Huangdu, the 8 attendants, can only wait for their doom. This is not a solution. Poison must be countered with another poison. Badok recalled the person who came to find him not long ago, thinking as he walked. He was so immersed in thought that he didn't notice. Until the last moment, Tyr's gaze never left him. After Badok fully left, he felt... Did you spread things out too much? Lija sighed deeply as the oppressive atmosphere lifted, then turned to look at Tyr. This is simply an insult to the royal family. I can't help but wonder if this isn't a legitimate matter. However, Tyr just smiled. This too is something only I, with knowledge of the future, could plan. Isn't it? Moreover, Badok's outward simplicity is not to be underestimated. Deep within, he hides unpredictable strategies. He is a character with unfathomable depth. In the past life, Badak was the one who discovered Cassandra and helped her ascend to the throne, right? This guy is also the one who set the great disaster in motion. Chapter 241. The Forest of First Words. 1. It must be done quickly. Handle things here. And the other side needs to be dealt with quickly as well. Throughout the conversation, Bertak continuously tried to find his own loopholes. His eyes kept darting around, showing signs of nervousness. If he showed even the slightest crack, he would have probably been caught immediately. Talking to such a person for long is obviously not wise. Once seen as a negotiator, it's as if you've already bowed down in submission. It's fine. On the contrary, showing weakness here will only attract dogs that bite and don't let go. Fear snorted disdainfully and said, moreover, ultimately, those who hold the advantage in a prolonged war are not them, but us. If we can recognize the theme, even if there's a deal, it won't proceed, right? Considering that Barthoz is a puppet controlled by Pelin, his current situation is quite worrying. Ragnar is likely to try to win him over, even if not. He will likely intervene or mediate in the upcoming disputes among the lords to gain some benefits, but Thier plans to tame them first, without fulfilling any of their demands. Who's the party A? Who's party B? Well, since the Lord of the Gods thinks so, Leja shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything further. He had no particular intention to side with them. Rather, the forest of that family is almost gone now. Let's start with the current situation. Did the scouts find anything? The scouts were quietly waiting for their report. Let's start with the current situation. Did the scouts find anything? The scouts were quietly waiting for their report. Bend down and answer. There are 4 forces already involved in that forest's influence. There are 6 forces currently observing the situation. Have any forces already entered? Yes. The Magic Tower, the Orc Race Frontline, the Shrine Alliance, and Muli Jen. Tyr's eyes coldly flickered. These names sound familiar. They supported Troyban during the Northern War. Julius shrugged and continued. Tyr nodded. He wasn't asking because he didn't know. He just found it laughable. It seems they want to repair the damage from back, then no matter what. Or perhaps they want to hinder our progress. They helped Troyban suppress the proud lords of Ragna. They were eventually driven out, under the mediation of the Maritime Alliance. After losing significant benefits, they finally withdrew from the north. Otherwise, with Ragna already in control of the north and east, they would have had no choice. They could only become enemies. But now they have met again. The fact that they have started to take action cannot be ignored, especially Mu Li Jin and Gnarl. Tyr has a close kinship with them. According to the family tree, they are part of Welton's extended family. Even so, they have still intervened. This makes it hard to view their intentions positively. What progress has been made? They've each deployed their proud special forces, but so far, it's assessed that they haven't deeply infiltrated. Is Naga's resistance strong? No. Currently, Naga is under Hilda's coercion. They actually look forward to the arrival of the liberating army. So what? The entire forest is cursed. Cursed? Yes. The entire forest of Naga is ravaged by the undead. This surprised Tyr as well. His eyes involuntarily widened. Plum Blossom Princess asked, please explain in detail. Please explain in detail. The current forest of that family. The scout's report is very simple. An ascension ritual had already been performed, but after the ritual failed, it seems the entire forest has been cursed. Now, in that forest, the corpses of those long dead have risen. They are wandering in the forest. The undead army controlled by the family has also appeared, causing chaos. It has already been completed. The lords that were initially sent engaged in several battles, but after seeing their comrades turn into corpses and rise again, they tried to avoid combat. In short, the failure of the has caused the environment in that forest to change. No one knows where the mysterious control over the corpses will lead. Not even those who know of past lives, such as Thier, have heard of such a phenomenon. However, there are some clues. The previous clan leader, Hilda. Has Ragnar's whereabouts been found? Hilda, after the failure of, has remained in seclusion. It is currently speculated that he is replenishing his strength somewhere. Perhaps, it's because of the changes after I received the Heart of Garoro. In the past life, Hilda had used the Heart of Garoro multiple times to perform ascension rituals as a symbol of resurrection. The Heart of Garoro could quickly restore his energy weakened by the failed ritual, but the situation is different now. Therefore, his opportunity to perform the ascension ritual is very limited. This has also led to widespread rumors about him. If Hilda is now lacking energy, he must be seeking mysterious opportunities. Although it is difficult to approach him due to the mysterious loss of control. I understand now. I will go back immediately. Understood. Understood. I will go back immediately. As you command. The scout lowered his head, preparing to withdraw. Young master, the Silk Road Brotherhood and the Indigenous Protection Organization have sent people. What should we do? Currently, 6 lords have set up camps around the Naga forest, closely monitoring the situation. but they haven't directly intervened. Tyr leads tens of thousands of troops in person. They must be terrified. The most they brought is only a few thousand soldiers. No, tell them that after the long journey, they haven't had time to rest. They can't meet anyone. Understood. Tyr's mission this time is definitely not to negotiate or cooperate with other forces. His goal is simply to demonstrate Ragnar's overwhelming military strength. First, he must thoroughly understand what is happening in the forest. He also needs to know the exact location of Hilda and her out-of-control mysterious state. You? Really? I will personally lead the advance team. Yes, yes. Now time is tight. We must also keep up the pace. Let's get busy. Lujia was lightly dressed, constantly working beside Tyr. But why are there so few people? In that case, why bring so many troops? It's not just Lujia, Ray, Erica, Hawks. They are of course here too. And Jean Kalen. The comrades who fought together in the East for the past 2 years. The situation has changed. What? At first, it was to prevent interference from other electors. But now, the larger number of troops is actually a disadvantage for us. So we will attack quickly, then retreat. People. That's why we chose to cooperate with the elite troops I'm familiar with. Didn't we choose some easy-to-command guys? You could say that's not entirely untrue. Anyway, it's really annoying. Lujia looked at Tyr, who was sitting in the absurd dragon's head position, but still took the lead in hammering down the rule. His expression was complicated. Though he considered stopping him, he knew Tyr would never listen. So, he didn't say anything further. Tyr had an obsessive idea that on dangerous matters, he had to personally take action, though the reason no one could say much about it. Let's proceed with the plan. After everything was ready, at 10 a.m., 6 swordsmen left Ragnar's camp. There were 2 others waiting there. Why are they here? It was my request. What? Lujia was startled. The 2 waiting were Julius and Princess Plumblossom, though not sure if this was the right decision. It felt good to run around on the scene again. In this small-scale operation, Tyr requested them to join the vanguard. Surprisingly, 4 out of 9 dragons are involved. Erica. Hawks also worried whether he could protect them from the side. His face was pale. They never said they would come out. Aren't we talking about it now? This madman. Erica protested and tightly closed her. On the other hand, Hawks looked very excited, barely concealing his enthusiasm. You should have seen how upset Princess Black Snow was, because she couldn't participate. Julius and Princess Plumblossom each have their second-in-command, who can act for them in emergencies. But Black Dragon doesn't. Due to concerns over the privatization of intelligence agencies, they failed to cultivate a suitable successor. This has turned into a regret. On the way back, we need to prepare a gift. We need to prepare a gift on the way back. Tyr smiled lightly. Then, the action began. If we act based solely on information from a past life, it will lead to disaster. As soon as Tyr entered the Naga forest, he immediately reached this conclusion. The thick death aura in the forest sharply stung the skin, even making it hard to breathe. Even the magic flow connected to Tyr here wavered uncertainly. This is a deadly environment where ordinary people could never survive. It's impossible to judge what uncontrollable situation has occurred here. It seems that this is not just a simple curse. One would even doubt if this is truly the legendary Naga place. Even Jean Kalen, who usually hardly speaks, frowned and said this. Indeed, this mission has been difficult from the very beginning. Something is coming. At that moment, Tyr turned toward one side, guided by the tremor in the magic flow. The team members also held their breath. However, it wasn't just 1 or 2. Tyr quickly signaled for the team. When the invisibility spell was fully activated, the enemy appeared, not eating. Thud, 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 thud. With the sound of footsteps in the grass, the skeleton soldiers appeared one after another, but none of them looked ordinary. Some were carrying shields, some were holding spears and knives. There were even tall ones on both sides. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bones knocking wasn't loud, but it caused huge waves of darkness. A legion. An army made entirely of skeleton soldiers marching. Just watching it was enough to send chills down the spine. But what drew the most attention wasn't this. It was the flag floating above the skeleton soldiers' heads, perhaps due to experiencing great battles in life. The flag was tattered by various dark mists, but the flag still felt familiar. Muli Gen, the symbol of the great noble house in the Lanbu region. The way of survival 242 Hua, that family's forest, too. What happened? Including Tyr and the others all looked puzzled. At this moment, Julius seemed to have noticed something. He said seriously, Tan, Mulligan. Tan gazed ahead in surprise. In front of the army, there was a rider on a skeleton horse. Her helmet was severely damaged, and her body was covered in dust. Her identity was hard to discern, but the aura she emitted was the strongest among the skeleton soldiers, making up more than half of the Death Legion's presence. That's right. That left eye. It's the multicolored gem I gave. After Julius finished speaking, Princess Plumblossom noticed that the rider's shattered face had only the left eye intact. However, there was a gem embedded in it, glowing with multicolored light. Tan, Mulligan. Tyr had also heard of Tan, Mulligan's heroic deeds of eliminating pirates in the South Sea Islands. If the current family head is absent, he might become the family head. He is an outstanding swordsman. That's right. Why would such a person, possibly? Perhaps after an intense battle, he was pulled into it by some mysterious power and became undead. Fear used his spiritual vision to closely observe the Death Legion. Indeed, each of the skeleton soldiers had been heavily injured. Some had broken skulls. Some were missing an arm. This meant they had gone through a great battle. In their lifetime, they were incredibly powerful. If this was a unit led by the South Sea Sword, it should be the Iron Isles Cavalry. The Iron Isles Cavalry originally came from pirates. They were selected from the people arrested by the Southern Sword when suppressing the Southern Islands, a force chosen from those arrested. With such origins, each of them has a very bad temperament, but because of this, their strength is also outstanding. They added much to the infamous and renowned name of Mu Li Jin, and they collapsed like this. It's truly unbelievable. What's even more shocking is that they were all defeated by one person. It seems so. The wounds on the Kulu soldiers all have the same markings, and there's a very familiar aura coming from them. It seems they encountered Hilda. Let's change location. Their mission is to find out Hilda's location and the status of the family, and avoid unnecessary battles if possible. Fortunately, if we go back along the path this army came from, we should be able to find Hilda's trace. Thud. They took another step forward. Mu Li Jin's Kulu army is just the beginning. Creak. Achoo. They walked lightly for a while. Otherwise, a heavy shadow was cast in the sky, and eerie shrieks echoed around them. Something was moving quickly between the trees. Monkeys. Ray realized the true nature of what it was. His eyes widened. No, it's the White Ape tribe. Erica quickly stepped in front of Ray. Clink. The arrow was deflected by a stone. This isn't just throwing stones. These are stone throws filled with sand wings. Its power is comparable to a regular cannon. Everyone form up. Under Julius's command, Urza and Jean Kalen took the lead. Plum Blossom Princess was in charge of the flanks. Erica, Hawks and Ray occupied the remaining positions. The circular formation quickly formed, stone and light clattering below. Clang clang. Each strike was extremely forceful. Without injecting magic into the arrows might break first. Wow. Wow wow wow. Above the group, monkeys larger than humans were busily darting around. The name of the White Ape tribe contains the word silk. It turns out their fur is as smooth as silk. However, they, like the Skeleton Legion, each had abnormal appearances. It seems they were massacred by Hilda. Moreover, they seemed to want to vent this hatred on Thier and his group. They attacked recklessly. Anew. Hi. This time, accompanied by long howls, the beastmen, such as the Blue Wolf tribe and White Tiger tribe, appeared one by one, running across the land. Like the White Ape tribe, they were the most aggressive race among the beastmen. It seems the beastmen's front line was also attacked. Julius coldly blinked. Gathering magic on his sword, the black aura surged along the blade. In fact, some of the skeleton beastmen were familiar to him. There were even some with whom he had sworn friendship and drunk together. The Red Fong Squad. If Ragnar had the white armored dragon cavalry, then the beastmen's front line had them. Their strength was outstanding. So, it felt terrible to casually use one's subordinates. But now, there was no time to think about that. Karen. Whenever the sword flickered, black lightning struck the ground. Six-winged demon dragon. It was as if the demon dragon had appeared, sweeping its tail to crush the enemies. Garuru. Goo goo goo. Then several large trees suddenly snapped, tilting to the side. One part of them attacked the White Ape tribe's location. The other part blocked the invasion route of the Green Wolf tribe and White Tiger tribe. They gained some time temporarily. North. A group quickly ran toward the only open northern path, although it was to conserve energy, not to consume it. But Tyr detected the attack aimed at his neck. He swung the reversal sword. The Dragon Slayer's sword suddenly emerged from the blind spot. Just then, a darker attack aimed. The short sword aimed at Tyr's neck shot into the air. Whoosh. Thud. But the short sword didn't just fall to the ground. Instead, it gently spun and was pulled into the hand of a strange man standing on a tree branch. His face was half destroyed, but his attire was very neat. He looked like a gentleman attending a social party. He wore a well-tailored tuxedo, with clean shoes and a hanger. He didn't look like someone who belonged in such a dusty forest. He was the highest assassin of the Gentlemen's Association, the Black Gentleman. Originally, the Gentlemen's Association was an organization whose name contrasted with its actual nature. It started as an assassin group operating in the shadows. However, they wouldn't casually accept assassination commissions. They only operate under the banner of doing evil to promote good. Moreover, the royal family also regarded traitors as villains. They acknowledged the Gentlemen's Association's help and granted them noble titles, making them one of today's elite groups. The 18, of course, becoming nobles doesn't. On the contrary, they skillfully used the privileges of nobility to expand their influence. Today, the Empire's shadows are all their territory. As the top expert in the Gentlemen's Association, the Black Gentleman could easily recognize the identity of the current attacker. Ronan. Isn't he the Black Gentleman? better known by the nickname Moonlight Shadow. Even he had his neck twisted by Hilda. This means SSSSSS. Another group of black gentlemen appeared. Faint sounds could be heard coming from the bushes. It seems that before finding the inner tribe, it will take more time to get rid of these people. Fear forced a smile and rushed toward the direction the black gentlemen were flying from. He could sense the flow of magic. His perception was also the best in the team. Therefore, he thought it would be better to personally deal with the black gentleman. Snap! 4 odd-shaped swords spun and stabbed into different places. Puff! The guys hiding and those hidden in the leaves all became legends. But there were still more hidden assassins. Fear tightly gripped Drake's blade, his body spinning wildly. Dada. 16 against 1. Actually, they're dead. Even though the black gentleman's memories would never degrade. Their attacks were crude, but they were too rough. The problem came after that. The beastmen they thought they'd shaken off were also charging over. Princess Plum Blossom rushed toward them to catch the agile ones. Only someone known for swift swordplay could handle them. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Sword energy scattered like broken petals. Yahihihi. Dong 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 dong. This time, the Sea Valley Legion from the far side rushed toward them. As the battle dragged on, they also noticed the commotion here. Changing direction. Here, Julius met them head-on. To deal with the majority of the legions, it was judged that using destructive sword techniques was more appropriate for him. Tan, no matter what, I have to take that gem back. But I'll put it back with the tomb. So don't take it too easy. Boom. Black lightning flickered. Thunder shook. The other Vanguard members were supporting Princess Plum Blossom and Julius from behind. They had to separate them no matter what. Fear quickly scanned his surroundings. Tyr quickly cut a black priest in half with one strike. He had experienced similar mysterious events before. The mystery of Kremschild. Among the countless dragon-tooth soldiers that came rushing, didn't he struggle to survive? Of course. Tyr was much weaker back then than he is now. Nonetheless, undead aren't easy to deal with. Their blind fury towards the living is unstoppable. Moreover, the undead, stronger than the dragon-tooth soldiers back then, are closing in. It's going to get even more troublesome. More importantly, a bigger problem is, if this continues, Hilda may discover their intrusion at any moment. Tyr hopes to leave before more undead show up. But why are they undead? Because they don't die. Even if their skulls are shattered, they'll stubbornly rise again, and they're not easy to deal with. What's worse is there's another problem. One of the 4 great families that entered Naga Forest hasn't appeared yet. Considering the orc race frontline, the Shrine Alliance, Mu Li Jin, in life, was no small opponent. This place is no less formidable than them. And just as this thought continued, boom, 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 suddenly, a massive roar of anger shook the entire forest. Damn humans! The first to react with excitement was Lornold Block. Tyr and his group also suddenly looked up, as expected, just as Tyr had predicted. They had encountered the last enemy they wanted to face. In the sky, there was a Sea Valley Dragon. Its true form was a dragon, a proud creature of the Magic Tower. No, it was once the proudest of the Magic Tower's forces, now appearing. Chapter 243, Naga Forest. 3. Look, a dragon. What is that? I've heard rumors that the Magic Tower once uncovered complete corpses of ancient dragons. Could that be true? Everyone in the group looked equally confused, as those who claimed to be descendants of dragons. They instinctively felt disgust at seeing ancient dragons turned into undead. How dare they not let our kin return to nature, not even allowing them proper rest and peace, and even tormenting them like this. Humans are truly so. Before anyone noticed, Lornold Block had already appeared before Tyr, utterly enraged. It's because the bodies of ancient dragons that couldn't return to the mana stream were often those who died prematurely, before their lifespan ended. Dragons slain by dragon hunters. In the past, killing ancient dragons was once considered a mark of power. Many now extinct demon tribes followed this belief. Even some human tribes closely related to demons shared this culture. Of course, ancient dragons weren't that easy to kill, but if tired, or careless, or betrayed due to trust, such despicable acts, then it could happen. And those slain dragons could not find peace even in death, because their essence could not return to the mana flow. They wandered like spirits in the old skies. Yet the corpses of those poor companions received no respect. Instead, they were turned into undead creatures. It was infuriating. Standing atop this dragon's head was a robed skeletal mage, clearly a grand mage once honored by the Magic Tower, but now cursed into a lich after death. That guy raised his staff and kept tapping his jaw, asterisk tap 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 asterisk, as if muttering some kind of incantation. And then, asterisk hsssssssss asterisk, the dragon opened its massive jaws and inhaled deeply. Black mana surged inward at blinding speed. Something was clearly condensing within it, a breath of death. A high-level magic capable of melting the living and empowering the death curse. Damn abominations. Lornold Block instantly returned to her true form and exhaled. Unlike that murky death breath, hers was a golden wave of breath. Asterisk rumble, asterisk. 2 breaths collided in the air. The mist and shockwaves spread in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. Lornold Block and the dragon didn't hesitate to spread their wings. They charged into the mist. Boom. Clang, clang, boom. The scene of two giant bodies colliding in the air. These things were sights only seen in the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, Tyr raised the sun pearl in the sky. Boom, boom. First, escaping this chaotic battle was the priority, so he planned to use overwhelming destructive power to turn the tide. Sunstrike. Tyr's fierce strike shattered along with the sun. The shattered sun turned into falling lightning, constantly striking the ground, striking the dragon's head, destroying the giant rats gathered by the Black Shrine, falling into the center of the skeleton army. Eventually, the waves of lightning knocked down all the human soldiers. Dead. He sent a mental message to all his comrades to run immediately, but suddenly froze. After the first memory, the second thunder strike halted halfway, gathering at one point. The great mage riding the dragon. The lightning was being absorbed by the staff in his hand. It was like a lightning rod. Could it be? That lich. Is it Bluebeard? Julius's words snapped Tyr back to his senses. Bluebeard refers to the brother of the current man. Yes. He cut open the chest of his wife, who was once an elf, to offer it to the Demon King. That madman. He was already skilled at manipulating blue lightning. That's why he's called Bluebeard. I heard he's dead. Seems like he's been hiding, and now he's been released. The future has changed. The future has changed. Bluebeard was released by the Magic Tower as a secret weapon during the peak of the Great War's chaos. He offered the heart of an elf and gave his soul to the demon realm, a sorcerer of azure thunder. His lightning, now deep blue, pulsed with mana. Its destructive power was immense. Many major forces were forced to yield to his presence. But it seems, the Magic Tower deployed that secret weapon earlier than expected, alongside this dragon. It shows just how desperate they were for Hilda's mystery. But in doing so, they instantly lost two top combatants. The pressure on Ragna intensified, so he grew reckless, which led to the worst possible outcome. They lost control of both Bluebeard and the dragon, and the Magic Tower lost 30% of its power. Moreover, the Magic Tower wasn't the only one to make such mistakes. The Orc front line lost countless warriors. The Clergy Alliance lost many black priests. The retreating cavalry, same with the vanished Murigen. As a result, the difficulty of conquering that forest skyrocketed. Asterisk rumble, asterisk. Bluebeard, having absorbed all lightning, raised his staff high, as though in place of the vanished sun. A new blue sun rose. Asterisk crack, asterisk. Blue light flashed in Bluebeard's eyes, as if staring directly at Tyr. At that instant, the blue sun exploded into a massive bolt of lightning that crashed down upon Tyr's head. Tyr, our comrade. All eyes turned toward Tyr. Suddenly bearing the full brunt of this power alone, Tyr gripped Drake's blade tightly and pushed his mana to the limit. Asterisk Yawuk, asterisk. The triple core output spiked dramatically. With the sun extinguished, summoning Hellflame Roar was no longer viable. Then let's counter with Hydra's Thunder. Tyr poured massive mana into his greatsword and swung it sideways. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The greatsword nearly snapped from the force. A powerful shockwave erupted. It blasted outward in all directions. The ground heaved violently. The fragments of lightning scorched everything around them black. The problem is, Bluebeard's attack wasn't over yet. Flash. 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 3 bolts of lightning, much larger than the previous light lightning, fell. The sight was terrifying. This time, Tyr also planned to unleash Hydra's lightning. But, you're still as reckless as always. Tyr. A familiar voice sounded next to Tyr. Will. A familiar face appeared before him. Walton. That. Tyr. Long time no see. Hilda. You should be with Lantern. Why are you here? Facing Tyr's confused gaze, he flashed a brilliant smile, as if he was about to continue the conversation. Then he pulled out his sword with force. Please help me. My friends. Tyr wanted to know how Welton would deal with so many light lightning bolts. But that worry soon became unnecessary. It was as if a light song was playing in his ear. This monotonous melody seemed completely out of place in the battlefield, yet it gave a peaceful feeling. At that moment, the sword in Welton's hand also emitted a similar enormous sound. It was as if the sword was responding. It was like singing. Boom, 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 boom. Welton quickly swung his sword. Each time the sword light flickered, the light lightning was shattered. The speed and power were no less than Tyr's. When did he reach this level? Then, let's avoid this for now. Just as Bluebeard seemed ready to launch his third attack, Will hurriedly called out to Buzz. Another song was heard. Snap. Fear and his group felt like they were being pulled away. Then they disappeared from the scene. Where is this? Are you awake? Fear. When Fear woke up, the first thing he saw was a massive pond. No, can this really be called a pond? Although there were lotus flowers and leaves floating, carp swimming. But, in fact, it could almost be called a seashore, especially with such clear water. You could almost see the bottom. Looking at the emerald-colored waves, the mood became refreshing. Fatigue seemed to vanish. No, in fact, it really disappeared. The deathly aura Thier and his group had just experienced was completely different. This pond, full of vitality, seemed to have condensed the flow of magic. Then, blink, blink. Someone peeked out from the edge of the pond. Their gaze scrutinized Thier and his group. It was that family. One of the so-called idle people's families. However, they seemed to be wary of Thier and his group. Humans. Humans. Humans who might kill us. I don't know if we can bring humans here. If it weren't for Will's friend, he wouldn't have brought him here. Humans. I'll be watching every move you make. Humans. Humans. Thier suddenly remembered the information about that black dragon. It was said that it had been destroyed by Hilda, along with the village, and turned into a slave. Where's this place? Why are you here? That. Just as Welton was about to answer, creak. Suddenly, Jean Kalen and Ligia each placed their swords at Welton's neck. Most wanted. Welton. That. Thier. He was arrested for injuring Ragnar's swordmaster. Sigh. I didn't want to expose myself. Welton sighed deeply. But he didn't show any fear or alertness towards Jean Kalen and Ligia's swords. Thier strongly felt he was calmer than before. How should he put it? He used to feel like he was tightly bound by something. Now, has he broken free from that constraint? It seems like he has gained some trust, but even so, Welton's suspicion wouldn't be cleared. Currently, Hilda and Lantern have secretly been listed as public enemies of the North. Along with Welton, their subordinate, they have been marked for arrest. It seems that Welton had already anticipated his situation. Julius and Plum Blossom Princess were also staring at Welton with sharp eyes, even observing around the pond. Jiron, Xiaolong, put down your swords. Jean Kalen and Ligia exchanged glances. They cautiously lowered their swords. Thier's eyes grew deep. It seems you and Lady Hilda, or Lord Perel have kept your distance. Can you explain what happened? Weston scratched his cheek with his index finger. He nodded heavily. Well, that's a long story. All right. Weston slowly spoke. The Way of Survival. Chapter 244. That Family's Forest. 4. Lord Hilda is no longer human. Weston described Hilda like this. At first glance, there was even a hint of fear in his eyes when they heard the name Hilda. A few of the family members observing from the side were even scared enough to hide in the pond. Julius and Princess Plum Blossom also felt the atmosphere. Focusing on Weston's words, there must be something. This thought was very strong. What does that mean? Please explain accurately. First, it seems necessary to explain this place. Thier. Do you know what that family does? Thier turned his gaze toward the pond. Some of that family were staring at him, whispering. There's the smell of a dragon. The smell of ancient dragons. The smell of Ragnar. A familiar smell. Humans. Kings. Dragon kings. They showed absolute goodwill toward Thier, who had awakened the dragon bloodline. That family also originated from the ancient dragon clan, evolving into the Hawa dragon clan. So that's why, right? If it weren't for this, even without Weston's help, it would have been difficult to summon them here. So, where did Lodi go? However, compared to Lord Brock personally appearing, it seemed to reduce hostility more, so they wanted to use his help and tried to summon him. But since some time ago, even calling through telepathy, there was no clear response. He was clearly nearby, but something seemed to have happened. No, there really isn't. I know they are the race that governs the mysteries of sublimation. That's right. They also accepted the request of the Guardians, the guarding race of the mysteries here. They are called the Sage race. There, wisdom exists for this place. I know. The mystery here is an altar that leads to the temple, right? That's right. It seems you conducted an in-depth investigation with Ragnar. Weston sighed in relief. He felt no need to explain further. Lord Hilda and Master. No, Lord Pear used overwhelming force to control the family patriarch who tried to guard the altar. They started using the family as laborers. The word master was excluded. A brief sadness flashed across Weston's face. Thier felt somewhat confused. The dragon clan he had seen was not the kind that would oppress others. Hilda was originally from the elect and had even been the head of the family, maybe a little willful, but dragons were always full of care and attention for others. She had a falling out with Kale because of this reason. Could there be another reason that could change Lantern's mindset? However, Lord Hilda and Lord Pear did not originally intend to only use that family, although they initially used force to occupy them, but they also planned to charge forward and pay the corresponding price. And after everything is over, they also promised certain rights. That family refused. At that time, Julius crossed his arms and said, they are a race that originally pursued freedom. Walton nodded heavily. The White Armor Dragon Cavalry Captain is right. We don't know that family well enough. When contacting new races or tribes, the first thing to do is acknowledge and respect their culture. Ragnar has always fought against northern discrimination, yet here he shows an attitude that contradicts that. Humph. But wasn't Ragnar also a domineering tribe? So I expected him to act that way. It's quite ironic. I'm just stating the facts. We must remember why Ragnar has always been condemned. It's important to keep that in mind. I don't want to argue about this. So, what happened later? Just as you predicted. Over time, conflict between Hilda's side and that family became more frequent. Hilda needed to prepare a lot for the ascension ceremony. But to do so, she had to sacrifice. Of course, for that family, it was something they absolutely couldn't ignore. The forest is their ancestral home, passed down through generations. Just exploring its mysteries was already infuriating, let alone destroying their home. Of course, they had to rise up in resistance. Thus, the conflict broke out. From then on, that family began to face oppression, with the visits of major families, and the continuous delays in the ceremony preparations. Lady Hilda became increasingly anxious. She forced things forward. Tyr felt the situation seemed to be emerging in his mind. Hilda is someone who gets anxious if she can't get what she wants immediately. She caused a commotion to take him as a disciple. That's the reason for it. That's right. The ritual began. Everything turned into a mess. Weston tightly closed his eyes. The scene at that time was still clearly etched in his mind. The once vibrant family forest was instantly turned into a dead land. The altar was pierced through. The iron gate rose dozens of meters. The gate of sublimation. That's how the dragon immediately referred to it. The closed gate slowly opened. When Hilda shouted some incomprehensible words, from the gap of the open door, countless unidentifiable eyes emerged in the darkness. They were staring at me. When I locked eyes with one of them, Weston felt his consciousness growing fuzzy. It felt as if his soul was being sucked in. His mind was being overwhelmed, as if it were melting. If it wasn't for Dang Long supporting him from behind, he might have really been in trouble. You still. It's not the right time. When looking at that, now looking back, Dang Long's voice seemed heavy. Maybe he already sensed the failure at that time. I don't know what the beings on the other side of the sublimation gate called Lord Hilda. But it seemed like a rejection. Hilda was struck by this madness. Fear remembered when he climbed to the top of the White Tower and gently entered the Pantheon, or when he merged with the magic flow and met the Tycho. At that time, if he hadn't used Nirvana, when he met the Tycho dragon. At that time, if he hadn't used Nirvana, what will the spirit become? But what if Hilda doesn't have such protective measures? Then, only obsession remains. After seeing that, how many people could stay awake? To remove the Ascension Gate, Naga Forest became a land of death, and to replenish the tribe's vitality, they tried to kill anyone entering here. Then, Naga Forest has become a place of magical mirrors and anomalies. Anomalies refers to the land with strange transformations. This is one of the phenomena caused by the loss of control of mystical powers. The Magic Tower, the Orc Race Frontline, the Shrine Alliance, Muli Gen, they are all trapped in Naga Forest, and the anomalous domain may still be gradually expanding. Because this is far from enough to replenish vitality, our forces stationed outside the forest are also in danger. Hilda is so wicked. All of this was caused by forcibly opening the gate. That person drove us away. The Naga also showed great anger. What will happen here? If Hilda's obsession begins, the Naga tribe and Welton will not be so easily let go. Thanks to Lady Evelyn. Tier 2. Julius as well. Finally heard this happy name. His eyes lit up. Lady Evelyn saved us. Later, I heard that before the Ascension event, she had been watching us from afar, but she hadn't found the opportunity to intervene. When she was troubled, Lady Hilda's strength had already greatly weakened. So this is the ancient sacred ground of the Naga family prepared by Lady Evelyn. She made us escape here. The forest of the Na family serves as the ancient domain of their clan. There must be many secrets. Evelyn must have helped them escape there. But Evelyn is nowhere to be seen here. But Lady Evelyn is not here. She was captured because of us. Wilton's eyes darkened. Evelyn. We must save her. Evelyn once saved Wilton, who was protected by Hilda. We must repay her kindness. Humans. Humans carrying the aura of the Dragon King. Please help me. Tildo did not ask how Evelyn was captured by Hilda. Recalling that incident would only reopen the wound in his heart. The story has ended. Julius stood up. Dark Dragon. Young Master. Evelyn is the first sword adopted by the Young Master. It was the first time Julius showed respect to Tildo. I will not give up that precious sword so easily. I believe. Of course, we will. But right now, what's important is our direction. Tildo turned to Wilton. Where is Hilda now? In a deep cavern. It's so deep that not even a sliver of light can enter. It was originally a birthing chamber built by the Na family to avoid outside interference. But now, most of the Na family has been driven out and enslaved. The place has become Hilda's solitary dwelling. Perhaps because of the lingering traces of life here. Hilda's condition is poor. She was cast out after entering the Gate of Ascension. Her body could collapse at any moment. Master. Bellin stood at the cave entrance. He tightly shut his eyes. He couldn't cross that line, because doing so would drain his own life force. He didn't care much about his own life or death. After all, he didn't have much time left anyway. If he could sacrifice himself for his master, that would be a meaningful end. His life should have ended long ago. His life should have ended long ago. It should have ended when Master saved him. But now he can no longer offer his final breath to Master. Not because he changed his mind, But because it's too painful to see Master lost in confusion, he wants to see, just one last time, the passionate and wise Master full of fighting spirit. So let me bring closure here. And then I'll go. So, please don't come here. Never again. When the dragon recalled the only heir who silently let him leave, he slowly spoke. How's your new body adapting? It's getting a little better. A voice echoed from deep within. It was not Hilda's original voice. It was deeper. It was Evelyn's voice. Episode 245, The Forest of the Na Clan. 5. But the resistance remained strong. Whenever he thought of something else, he would instantly want to devour me. Such a nuisance. There was clear irritation in the voice. A battle that can't be won anyway. Why keep fighting? The dragon clamped his mouth shut. Words meant nothing here. This child must be Julius, the true child of that friend, and the one Tyr genuinely follows. Due to a failed first ascension ritual, Hilda could no longer use her original body. The body began to collapse, so she chose another method. After all, the body was just a tool to her, just switch to a different one, and so she chose Evelyn. Same gender, physically well-trained, and striking in appearance. Of course, body switching isn't something easy. She had to either absorb or expel Evelyn's soul. That's no simple task, and the soul didn't match the body well. Hilda's soul has also endured severe punishment, so she's absorbing more life force. She happened to attack the 4 units that entered the forest. That's also the reason why. The life force of those powerful beings. Not only can it stabilize her body, it can also serve as material for the ascension ritual. It's a great help. But Deng Long keeps wondering, was this the right choice? Although it met the conditions, it led to all of this. In the end, not only did this make multiple factions, but even Ragnar became an enemy. I think I need better control over the resistance. Keep watching outside. Something was just detected. It might be Ragnar. Yes, sir. When Ragnar and the lords deploy all their troops, and the battlefield falls into chaos, that's when the gate of ascension will open again. Hilda's voice faded once more. As she turned away, Bellin muttered to himself, my time left on this land is short. At least, let me live without regrets. The future is uncertain. After hearing Hilda's location, the group sighed deeply. At the heart of the Na family's forest, now lies the very depths of the land of death. It was originally the Na family's altar. Now, just by approaching it, your life force will be drained away. If you're not from the Na family, you can't get close. One wrong step and you'll die. In its current state, it's best not to approach. But we can't just sit back and do nothing. That's right. So, I'm searching for a way to. Please wait. Julius stomped his feet in frustration. He desperately wanted to rush in, but that would only harm Evelyn, like a cheese trap. Tyr felt as if Hilda was mocking them. Like saying, why haven't you come yet? He was frustrated, and he couldn't bring the army. Even more frustrating, as he pondered for a solution, a thought suddenly flashed through Tyr's mind. Didn't they say earlier, even with the curse, the Na clan was an exception? Yes. Lady Hilda knew that too. She even used the Na clan as slaves. Tyr gathered his thoughts, and sent a telepathic message to Lornold Block. Lordy! What is it? Can you learn transformation magic? Transformation? Why? You? No way. Yes. I want to disguise myself. So Tyr changed his plan. If he became one of the Na clan, wouldn't that work? Luckily, dragons had a very convenient ability. Transformation magic. In the ancient past, dragons, bored by time, created this magic to shapeshift into other races for fun, just to play around. Lornold Block was surprised by Tyr's idea, but found it quite reasonable. If direct approach is difficult, then create a workaround. That would do. In an instant, knowledge of magic flashed through Tyr's mind. Asterisk pop asterisk. As Tyr murmured softly, his body changed together with a flash of light. Scales emerged on his face. His upper body swelled naturally, and he suddenly grew taller. You. Julius and his companions all looked on in surprise. At some point, Tildo had turned into one of the Na family. Weston and the other members of the Na family also showed shocked expressions. Humans. The humans have disappeared. The companions I knew. Shapeshifting. It must be shape-shifting magic. It carries the scent of ancient rituals, so they weren't truly human. Tildo softly tested his voice, then moved his body around. It didn't feel as uncomfortable as he thought. Is this magic? Something like that. Weston was completely bewildered. They had been racking their brains these days, thinking about how to rescue Evelyn and the other Na family members, and now it all seemed like a waste. Can I use that magic too? I want to request it as well. Even the aura feels the same as a Brother Robble would definitely want it if he saw this. Both Polius and Princess Plumblossom also showed great interest. That's enough. Please, don't refuse the magic. Tildo cast the shape-shifting spell on his companions one by one. Snap. 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 And so, his companions experienced the unique sensation of their bodies transforming. Finally, Weston completed his transformation too. The reaction from the Na family members grew even stronger. Humans. They've all turned into the Na family. They even have our tribe's scent. Maybe they can cross the pond. They even got excited. What do you mean by crossing the pond? I mean it literally. Explain it more clearly. Actually, The eldest member of the Na family slowly emerged from the water. It had a massive build, over a meter taller than an average Na clansman. Its deep gaze carried the aura of a wise elder. Elder. The elder has finally stepped forward to negotiate with humans. Though the tribe is small now, the one leading them after the chieftain's death is Trepon. Bonsta, Greskunidum. Just call him Trey, to keep it simple. Alright. I am. Tyr, Ragna. Trey's empire tongue was far more natural than other Na clansmen. He nodded solemnly and said, the life pool here stretches all the way to the Ascension Gate at the central region, so crossing through here leads directly to the central lands. But the water is deep. This waterway is only open to our Na clan. That's why we're never considered crossing it. Tyr looked at the pool. Its boundless width stretched before him. No matter how, its presence was undeniable, yet Hilda never tried to take it. There must be a reason for that. I'll personally lead the way. Please, we ask for your help. Of course. The Na clan helped us first, didn't they? Now it's Ragna's turn. Thank you. Finally, there's a chance to save his people. Tears welled up in the corners of Trey's eyes. But crossing the life pool immediately was no easy feat. First, they had to adapt to Na clan bodies and learn how to swim. Fortunately, everyone in the group was an elite swordsman. Adapting took only a day, and in 3 days, they could at least float. Hey, you maniac, what if you suddenly dive in? You're trying to drown us? Huh. That was you choking, sis. I wasn't choking at all. This guy, seriously. Erica watched as Hawks laughed at her. Erica saw Hawks laughing at her. Angrily, she charged straight ahead. Brother Hawks chuckled, but his tail got caught. He was dragged straight into the depths. Lay didn't want to get caught up in the siblings' commotion. He shook his head and focused on swimming. Jinkelin and Lugia were quietly discussing what they saw under the sea. What we saw really was a city, right? It said that. The Na family once created a civilization equal to ours. This must be the ruins of that civilization. Beneath the pond lies a sunken city. An ancient city that no one uses anymore. But every building is filled with vitality. As if, once the pond is drained, it could be used immediately. They say an ancient guardian's corpse lies buried beneath this city. The corpse of a guardian. That's an interesting legend. Tildo showed interest. Weston nodded. Yes. Of course. The aquatic tribes here don't seem to know much more. They don't seem to think it's necessary to know. Tildo quietly looked at the pond and smiled gently. He thought it did indeed resemble Kriemhild's statue. So, there are 2 mysteries here. He suddenly thought, maybe this could help in the strategy against Hilda. I should take a closer look when we pass by. I'll lead the way, but if you feel unwell or exhausted while swimming, please signal immediately. Our tribesmen following behind will come to help right away. US. 2 days later, the group finally decided to cross the pond. Just as expected, Trey led at the front. Behind him were sturdy members of the aquatic tribe. They all nodded in agreement. These were volunteers who had come to help, determined to rescue their kin. How long do you think it will take? At least a full day and night. The pond. And to avoid detection, we have to take a long detour. Tyr nodded. It really didn't look easy to cross. Let's follow them. Trey slowly submerged into the pool. Tyr and Weston followed closely behind. The water was quite cold. At the same time, a strange aura seeped through their skin. I remember, we're supposed to embrace it. The reason other races, including aquatics, can't cross this pool is simple. It's mixed with an unknown energy. If one can't digest it, it becomes a deadly poison instead. But if digested, it's better than any elixir. Aquatic tribes call it the water of life. Legend says it was left behind by an ancient guardian as blood for the aquatics before death. Learning to swim took a long time. Part of the reason was mastering the breathing technique to digest that aura. Tyr recalled his realizations over the past few days and let out a long breath. Asterisk glub asterisk. He slowly attempted to dive underwater. Back to the numbers of the Jin clan. Survival record. Episode 246. Ascension script. 1. When did the young lord enter the forest? About 5 days ago, and no news since. None. Not a word. The black dragon frowned slightly. Tyr led the vanguard unit, and has been inside the Na clan's forest for 5 days. I keep wondering. Is waiting like this really okay? During this time, Ragna's main army has already occupied most of the strategic points around the Na clan's forest, and they've begun setting up barbed wire fences. Moreover, they even started digging deep trenches. By doing this, they demonstrated their determination to leave no paths for other armies. Of course, the other major families immediately voiced their opposition. No, the Na family's forest isn't Ragnar's private property. How could they commit such unreasonable acts? The uncontrollable mysterious power has never had a rightful owner. This is recorded in the code of laws issued by the founding emperor. It is an undeniable fact. This is an act of tyranny. During this time, Ragnar acted in place of the exhausted royal family, claiming to restore order amidst the chaos. Furthermore, they argued that the mastermind behind the incident was their own blood relative, and declared they would handle and punish them themselves. By consistently showing such a tough stance, they managed to suppress the opposition from other factions. But if this hardline approach continues, it will inevitably lead to unrest. However, This sense of crisis caused the other factions to unite. Fearing that Ragnar would seize control of the mysterious power once again, they eventually formed an alliance. In the end, two major camps formed around the Na family's forest, pro-Ragnar and anti-Ragnar, with the racial front line, the Shrine Alliance, the Mulligan family, and other main forces. But they had all fallen silent. Eventually, the emotional rift deepened. In the past 2 days, reports emerged of psychological warfare and small skirmishes between frontline troops. Even though orders were issued once again, demanding no reckless action, the Black Dragon knew well that this forced persistence wouldn't last long. Even so, they couldn't back down now. They had to wait for Tildo and the others to return. Only then could they discuss a new strategy. The passage must not be opened. Doing so would only invite even greater danger. That was the last message from Tildo. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. His mood turned heavy. If I had joined that vanguard unit, I wouldn't feel so powerless now. But, Tyr had said, if even I left, there would be no one left to entrust the main army to. That troubled the Black Dragon. If the White Dragon seized the chance to grab power and acted recklessly, it would truly cause chaos. Big brother, what are you thinking? The Black Dragon scratched his head. Just trust him and wait. I'm not worried about Tyr inside. He always finds a way through. However, something's wrong. What happened? A colorless agent rushed into the tent, his clothes soaked in sweat. Just now, Beastmen forces clashed with the Gale Sword Corps on the front lines. There were casualties. What? If there were casualties, then this is no simple skirmish. Didn't I say not to fall for their provocation? To hold our position? It wasn't like that. The Beastmen tried to force their way in first. We clashed while trying to stop them. So you're saying, they provoked us on purpose? Even though Beastmen are more feral than humans, they're not the mindless beasts outsiders claim. Which means, there's something behind this. The Black Dragon's face hardened. Go to Black Snow immediately. Investigate Motor's movements, and those of the Sharpshooter Alliance and Murigen. Prepare accordingly. I'm heading to the conflict zone. Move. Yes, sir. The Black Dragon's breathing grew heavy. The underwater city. No, this isn't the sea, it's a pond. It should be called an underwater city. Deep down, beneath that bottomless depth, there seemed to be countless buildings gathered across the endless floor. It's said to be the ancient city where the Na family once lived. A city even more prosperous than human cities. Neatly divided streets, stalls lined up in order, outdoor tables and chairs, parks where people strolled, scenic areas, and more. The city was the original living space of the Na family. Now it was completely submerged. Why was it that, despite creating such a glorious civilization, the Na family had to face decline? Though this thought suddenly came to mind, but Tildo had already unconsciously started swimming faster, chasing after the distant Na family. As they moved, the Na family kept singing. It felt strange to hear singing underwater, but it was definitely a song. Listening continuously, their ears felt delighted. What was even more surprising was the effect of the song. Breathing was no longer difficult. Even after swimming for so long, their lung capacity didn't feel lacking. No. As time passed, the underwater environment became even more comfortable. Even while swimming quickly, they didn't feel tired. It felt as refreshing as a casual stroll. It truly felt like they were becoming part of it. This is the racial trait of the Na family, the Song of Blessing. Weston, who had somehow ended up beside Tildo, said with a smile. Seems like it's the same song we heard when we came to rescue you. No wonder it felt like Weston's strength in repelling your troops had developed too abnormally. Turns out, it was thanks to the Na family's help. However, what is it? That song. Did you hear that? Weston's expression became a bit subtle. Tyr tilted his head in confusion. Is something wrong? Not really. In fact, it's quite welcome. It's just, besides me, someone else heard that song too. That really surprised me. Weston smiled as he continued. According to legend, after the progenitor, you're the second one blessed by the guardian dragon. Seems it's true. Is it strange to hear that song? Not at all. That song belongs to the Na clan. Through song, the Na clan shares thoughts and feelings with their kin. Sometimes they even offer strength, like what we're experiencing now, sharing breath and stamina. As long as the song continues, the Na clan remains one. But back then, though I was part of the Na clan, Tyr wasn't. Exactly. The Na clan opens their hearts to their own, but they're extremely closed off to outsiders, right? To those who can't hear the song, they show only caution and hostility, yet he could hear it. It must be the guardian dragon's blessing. It's the only explanation. Weston scratched the back of his head. Now that I think about it, the first time they met Tyr, they were oddly friendly, weren't they? Huh. Indeed. Unlike their reputation as a hermit race, the Na clan's mannerisms seem rather slow-witted. Just in some ways, though, like asking questions they've already asked, or repeating the same words again and again. Tyr felt. Maybe it's because he was still having trouble adapting, using only human language. Weston's explanation wasn't wrong, but for the Na family at the beginning, creatures like horses were simply too clumsy. They said it was for work reasons. They communicated only through song. They expressed emotions through song alone. They shared thoughts through song, and performed magic through song. It truly was astonishing in many ways. Let's sing. Tildo once again turned his gaze to the city of utensils, the city of the singing race, and the guardian worshipped by that race. The magic-infused water they scattered, whenever the song echoed. The lake surface seemed to ripple gently. Such thoughts, were they just meaningless? Personal fantasies? Here. How much will it move? Weston suddenly gave the signal, indicating the unit to start climbing upward. Everyone immersed in the atmosphere of the Na family's song like Tildo, snapped back to their senses. From here on, this is Hilda's territory. A single mistake could mean death. No abnormalities detected. Come on up. Wellington poked his head out and scanned the surroundings. After confirming nothing was amiss, he signaled them to follow quickly. Tildo's group quickly surfaced, stepping onto dry land. Pa! Tap tap. I took a deep breath. The outside air, for some reason, felt a little unfamiliar. Perhaps it was because we had been underwater for so long. The air was thick with the scent of death. It was far too strong. The air itself, it had already become poison. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. After a few quick spins of mana, the toxins were expelled from the body. Once Tyr had adapted to a certain extent, he helped Ray and Hawks, who hadn't fully adapted to the air, by guiding their mana. He placed his hands on their backs. Asterisk huff, asterisk. When everyone was ready to move, Tyr and his companions bowed toward the water's surface. Only the long-legged Na clansman standing above the water blinked a few times, then dove deep under again. Their originally promised guidance ended there. Though some of the Na clan offered to help, Tyr felt it might only get in the way. The whole team began to move. Tyr asked Weston to lead the way. He stayed in the center with Jinkelin and Lezer. The rest filled in the rear. They moved quickly. Asterisk splash, asterisk. This area originally belonged to the Na clan, who had set up formations to protect their territory. These formations mainly disrupted perception. As long as you walked the designated path and followed it, nothing would happen. However, asterisk plop, asterisk. Suddenly, something fell from a tree. It lunged straight at Hawks. It looked like an undead monkey-type creature, leaping right for Hawks' head. Hawks nearly drew his sword by reflex, but Erica reached out and grabbed his sword first. Are you crazy? Right, sorry. Weston looked over too, then let out a sigh of relief. As I warned earlier, please don't touch anything recklessly, or they'll notice us. If you don't touch it, nothing will happen. Just as Weston said, an undead creature barely missed Hawks' head. Cold sweat broke out on Hawks' back. The place where Evelyn might be trapped is right around here. As the group climbed to the mountain summit, they stopped. In the distance, they could see a massive blood pool, but the real reason they halted was something else. Oh. Centered around the blood pool, the aura of death swirled like a storm. Entering there would mean death. This is the first thought that came to Tildo and the others. Survival instincts. Chapter 247. Gate of Ascension. 2. But they had no time to hesitate. I'll go ahead. Before anyone could say anything, Tildo acted. The 4 divine swords first turned into beams of light, cutting through the air. Right after that, Tildo rode on Drake's blade, striking in midair. Sword flight. This was a skill achievable only by surpassing standard sword techniques, a higher realm of mastery. I thought something was interfering. So it was you. At that moment, a deafening voice echoed from the sky. Evelyn. Tildo realized the voice was all too familiar, but the will contained in it was definitely not Evelyn's. Hilda. So it really was you. Julius realized this too. Slamming the ground with a grim face, like a rock shot from a catapult, he leaped into the air. With overwhelming force, he landed before Tildo at the entrance of the cave. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The swirling death aura gathered into one. It looked like a massive sword. Centered around Julius, the dark magic took the shape of a dragon. It lashed its tail violently. 6-winged demon dragon. The demon dragon descends. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The shockwaves shook the forest violently. The cave entrance collapsed. Cracks spread across the entire cliff. It crumbled with a roar. From the gaps between the fallen rocks, light seeped through. Some power surged from within, pushing aside the rubble. A pillar of light rose. A human figure slowly emerged within it. Evelyn lowered her eyes quietly. Her lips twisted into a sinister smile. I knew it all along. If I waited long enough, you'd come eventually. Tyr. The proposal I gave you long ago still stands. Evelyn. No. Hilda, cloaked in Evelyn's shell, reached her hand toward him. Come. Become my disciple. Inherit everything I have. I'll give you the sword I forged, the path I walked, and everything I am about to transcend. Tyr shook his head. No. First, return it to me. What? Evelyn. That sword is mine, not yours. If you become my successor, then yours will become mine too. Forget these worldly illusions. You have a future brighter than you can imagine, waiting for you. Then, Tildo's eyes flashed coldly. Negotiations have failed. Foolish. Truly foolish. Crack. For beams of light crossed and slashed at Hilda. In an instant, behind Hilda, a long beam of light sprouted again, spreading like wings. Those 10 beams of light shone like the radiance of a saint chosen by the gods. 10 sword wings. This was a technique Hilda had mastered in her later years. The sword wings fired forward in unison. 4 of the wings collided with the sword energy in the air. The remaining 6 wings fell toward the others. Julius, who had somehow landed on the ground, quickly swung his sword. Dark Dragon's 6 wings. Every time the sword aura swept through, the dark glow on the ground was as terrifying as doomsday, bone-chilling. But Hilda's sword, in contrast, felt more like the sword of a hero saving the world, brilliant and dazzling. Darkness and light devoured each other, causing intense destruction. Princess Plum Blossom swung her sword, drawing blooming sword flowers, to fight against the wings of the sword. She had planned to bury the wings in a sea of flowers, but the sword wings split again into dozens of small wings, aiming at Princess Plum Blossom's arms, waist, sides, back, and lower body. Thud, 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 thud. Princess Plum Blossom's sword speed increased. Her quick sword pushed all the lights away, but it still seemed hard to win. The sword wings were redirected toward Jinkelin. Legia paused midway and flipped over. She swung her scythe with force. The sword's wings flew into the air. It's done. Even though it was a fleeting thought, the wings that were originally targeting Jinkernon suddenly shifted mid-flight. Damn it. This is basically cheating. Of course, Hilda ignored. She twisted her body quickly, barely dodging the attack. But by then, the sword had rebounded and was arcing right toward the back of her neck. Is that kind of swordsmanship even possible? Movements that defy all rules of inertia caught her completely off guard. Her mind went blank. At that moment, Jinkernon suddenly appeared and pushed her away. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Focus. That person isn't someone we can understand with common sense. I know. Who doesn't? No. Judging by your actions, you clearly don't. Let me exaggerate a little. That person has lived nearly 200 years. Her life experience is beyond ours. Just like you said, her body wasn't close enough, that's all. Direct confrontation only leads to death. Besides, she's already stepped into the threshold of the pantheon. You could say she's a monster. Asterisk crack asterisk. Legia clenched her teeth. Unlike the calm Jinkernon, her eyes were bloodshot. She was born competitive. Even if her opponent was Hilda, she couldn't stand being defeated so helplessly. So what do you want to do? Start thinking now. What? You think I have a plan? Who talks nonsense so seriously? You're really insane, aren't you? Totally mad. We don't need you. So let's fight back to back. Fighting together, we'll surely find a way. In simple terms, let's figure something out together, right? Do you really have to say it so indirectly? But Legia didn't argue. Jinkelin is right. Fighting the sword alone here, one-on-one, would only play into Hilda's hands. But if the two of them work together, they could cover each other's weaknesses. Then let's head straight for Lady Hilda's position. Why? That would make things even more chaotic. That way they'll have a harder time noticing us, right? How much harder? How much harder? How much harder? Right? Makes sense. Besides, just fighting scarecrows won't win this. We also need to find their weak spots. Alright. The two of them charged forward. One of the two swords followed close behind, trying to block their advance. Weston thought to himself, before the master arrives, we must eliminate Lady Hilda as soon as possible. Of course, he knew it wouldn't be easy. Crossing the Gate of Ascension means reaching an extraordinary realm, a mythical level. Truly, the process of becoming a god was right before their eyes. No matter what, eliminating Hilda was the top priority, but the situation was too complex. The Magic Tower, the York Frontline, the Sharpshooter Alliance, and the Mulligan family and other major families could flood into the Na family's forest at any moment in search of their comrades. That kind of chaos would only increase the number of undead. The once calm Gate of Ascension would also erupt again. But the biggest problem was letting Lantern take advantage of it. Lantern was not only a master, he's also a strategist. If he freely controls the undead, things could spiral into chaos. Strangely enough, the Holy Demon followers are also unusually quiet. It's dangerous. All of it. So Weston is prepared to go all in. Yeah. We'll help you. But if you change your mind, just stop. So stop, okay? MHM, it might be dangerous. We want to live with you. You're our friend. But right now, this could cost you your life. Now. The Na clan's song reached Weston's ears. The group had felt this place was too dangerous. The Na clan either hid in the pond, or returned to the sacred grounds. But that was a lie. They were waiting. Then they sang a song only Weston could hear. A song of blessing. Maybe the magic was amplified many times over. His senses felt sharper than ever before. Beyond his amplified vision, Hilda still hung in the beam of light. He aimed over there. No. Please. MHM. MHM. This is my wish. My friends. Since you put it that way, we have no choice but to help. Friends are important too. A friend's wish is important too. Got it. I'll listen. The chorus grew even louder. The magic was amplified dozens of times once more. Weston's body was enveloped by radiant light. The thing rising like a pillar of light, though smaller than Hilda's, was in no way inferior in brightness. The sword wings that also formed behind him first split apart, then merged back together. Huh. How can you use the same technique as Lady Hilda? The expressions of the siblings, Lei and Erica, stiffened, especially for the others. Lei, with his sharp intuition, sensed something abnormal. Weston's level had suddenly skyrocketed. This is dangerous, isn't it? Just think for a moment, and you'll know it's not normal. Although Weston's skills were high among his peers, forcing himself to use a sword technique similar to Hilda's, they still found it hard to approach him. Could he really avoid aftereffects from this? Weston smiled. The tin sword light wings were a sword technique Lantern had taught him long ago, but he had only learned the form. He hadn't yet grasped its deeper mysteries, because his level wasn't high enough. However, the Na family could encourage their comrades through song, even raising their realm. And the ascension ritual had originally been conducted by them. If these two were combined, couldn't he draw out tremendous power? Though the cost would be great, Weston believed, if that cost were his life, it would surely be enough. Hadn't he already been saved by Evelyn? Then for Evelyn's sake, and for his friends, this was only natural. Lei, Erica, Hawks. And at this final moment, to be with his friends, truly felt wonderful. I wish you happiness. Before Regimang could reach out, whoosh. The pillar of light surrounding Weston exploded. Survival record, episode 248, Ascension Gate, part 5. But Weston's light cannon didn't fully strike Hilda. Suddenly, Bellin dropped from above. Bellin tried to pin down his disciple by pressing his head. Weston quickly dodged the attack with a sidestep. Light. Dust rose from where he had stood. Bellin had appeared. You're drawing on the Knockland's power? Your senses seem sharper. Weston quickly adjusted his stance. He raised his sword. Master, even though I've cornered you like this, you still call me that. How touching. I was too late. Weston thought to himself, if Bellin hadn't interfered, if Hilda weren't focused here, that attack would have landed directly. But Bellin stepped in, and it failed. Fortunately, it seemed part of the attack still hit Hilda, but whether it truly did, remained uncertain. Is there no other way? Weston clenched his teeth, and pointed his sword at Bellin. He hadn't exhausted all his strength yet. There was still enough to face Bellin. If I can subdue Bellin, I can go after Hilda. That was his thought. I don't want to hurt Master. When everyone only saw his dazzling exterior, only tear and Master filled the void in his heart. He had always respected him deeply inside, but couldn't express it. And he hated that. You seem to have a lot on your mind. But the path you're standing on is the one you believe is right, isn't it? Bellin seemed to see right through Weston's thoughts. He smiled and said, well then. Weston nodded heavily. He drew his sword as well. Then there's no need to hesitate anymore. Your path must be forged by yourself. Whether your path is right can only be proven by your sword. Come, I'm coming. The battle song of the Na family. Weston charged forward. Something feels off. Lei sensed it instinctively. Every time Weston radiated light, a stronger sense of unease filled him. Thud, 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 thud. We must stop him. Lei. I've seen it before. From Mother. That light. What? Neil, the head of the monastery, would sometimes be surrounded by such light. Whenever he received revelations during meditation, facing his daughter's question, Neil answered with a smile. That is the light that opens the heavens. The husband was always permitted it, while it seemed he himself was not. That left a bitter feeling, elevating one's realm. That light. Could it be true? Would Weston really become stronger? No. He would ascend. Erica finally realized the gravity of the situation. Her expression turned serious. Come to think of it, I've heard about this. In the Saint Magic Church, when fanatics received divine power, their realm would rise, but their life force would also fade. Yes, the harmony of blood and light. The closer they got to the nameless monarch, the more they could borrow miracles, but their souls would be gradually devoured by the god. If there's a similar case, then Weston might also be forcibly ascending right now. He burned his life force. Ray and Erica exchanged a glance. Then, without hesitation, they moved in unison. First, help Weston capture the Dragon Lord. Then, subdue Weston afterward. They had already reached this agreement silently, until Hawks, responding to Erica, moved behind Weston and grabbed hold of him. No matter what, Weston was burning through his life force, combined with the Knockland's wish. His berserk charge wasn't entirely in vain. This strike hit its mark, landing on Hilda's left arm as Tyr faced him. Though the sword's wings sprung out to block it, his ankle was briefly bound. In battles like this, even a moment of hesitation could decide the outcome. Like a miniature sun, a sun exploded in front of Hilda's eyes. He hastily unleashed his magic and leapt back. Divine power. From a half-opened ascension gate, using divine energy, he altered his magic output. It did slow down his movements, as if he no longer belonged to this world. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A massive explosion followed. The cave he was in collapsed completely. The scent of death filled the air, mixing with the heat, forming a blazing inferno. All the life energy he desperately gathered to reopen the ascension gate vanished with it. But Hilda didn't have time to care about that. The spot he retreated to, another sun appeared and exploded. Like a sun. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Hilda activated his divine-infused magic once more, but every time he evaded, a miniature sun would appear and explode precisely. Tyr had now mastered how to control the core fire of lightning. In the past, once he accelerated, it was uncontrollable, just wild surges of lightning. But after unlocking the 3 cores, all of this was under his control. Thus, the little sun was born, a technology that divided the sun into tiny units, placed them everywhere, and detonated them. Not only was it effective in multi-target battles, it was also extremely useful against experts like Hilda. In an instant, an entire area was obliterated, engulfed in Tildo's flames. Through the black smoke, Hilda burst out with a look of irritation. Her once tidy clothes were now half burnt. Her hair was in disarray. Her skin, covered in wounds, turned black. Do you not care if this child dies? Your Evelyn knows nothing at all. Lady Hilda still burns like a miniature sun. If it were Evelyn, she'd probably think grabbing her own ankle was even more embarrassing. Before anyone noticed, Tildo appeared in front of Hilda. At that moment, the blade fighting the sword from another world suddenly tilted toward them. It seemed like it was about to pierce through both Tildo and Yinluo. Without anyone noticing, Tildo summoned a large number of fire demons from the front line, now turned into a sea of flames, and unleashed an awakening agent. His once white uniform turned pitch black. Like the mythological judge guiding souls into the realm of the dead, he gestured to Hilda. The dragon's claws scattered, the sword wings deflected together, grazing Evelyn's right arm. Bang! Tildo reclaimed the armor branch he had once given to Evelyn long ago. Evelyn, I'll give you something better, Tildo said to Evelyn in his heart. Then he aimed at Hilda's neck. Rumble. But that attack, no matter what, could not be tolerated. It was blocked midway. Tildo and Hilda distanced themselves and retreated. Hilda looked somewhat exhausted. In contrast, Tildo seemed composed. He had grown significantly stronger. Tildo let out a faint, bitter smile, then straightened his expression and looked at Hilda again. Do you know the sound of your defeat? Hilda's eyes filled with fury. How dare you not fight with all your heart before me? To be distracted, arrogant. Give it your all. Otherwise, Lady Hilda will lose everything. Hilda was too greedy. He wanted to seize Tildo and his companions all by himself. He had no choice but to make Hilda kill him. He had no choice but to make Hilda kill him. He had no choice but to make Hilda kill him. He had no choice but to make Hilda kill him. He wanted to seize them all by himself. Tyr and his group were replenishing their life force, but it was only because he still saw Tyr as his former self that he made such a mistake. Tyr is far from weak. Click. Hilda, disguised as Evelyn, stared at Tyr for a long moment, then quickly gathered all the scattered arrow shadows into one point. 10 arrows once again appeared behind him. Hilda's eyes also regained their calm, like an emotionless machine. All right. If that's what you want, I'll go all out. Snap. Hilda turned into light and charged fiercely toward Tyr in an instant. Let's see if you can block this. Like a massive natural disaster, it was closing in. Lord Hilda would definitely try to end it quickly, because he couldn't afford to spend more divine power. Even as a demigod, he couldn't possess another's body for long. He was running out of time. Time to stay in Evelyn's body, and time to open the Ascension Gate. Because his remaining life force was limited, he desperately wanted to see the result as fast as possible. Tyr was planning to exploit that weakness, just like Father taught me. Tyr gripped Drake's blade tightly. The world instantly fell silent. Tap. A clock formed beneath his feet. Its gears began spinning violently. The world slowed down. His mind accelerated. Tyr tried to expand his senses, to directly feel the flow of time. He aimed to trap that frame and define space within his own cognitive domain. And the medium for this was himself, light. The reason Lord Hilda emitted light before his ascension was because his soul had already become photonic. Light drives out darkness, and it can even carry information. Therefore, light can become a beacon to illuminate the world. Then I shall also merge myself with the light. Tildo took a big step forward. Pot transformed into a sword. He swung the sword. Father! The stone swords that Hilda released to imitate Kale were all cut down. No. They were shattered. Like sandcastles washed away by ocean waves. They crumbled far too easily. The same went for Hilda's light swords. What? Hilda never expected his swords to scatter so easily. His face showed pure shock. But Tildo saw it as the inevitable outcome. The light Hilda possessed was fake. It was light forcibly pulled from the outside, not light born from inner cultivation, just faint starlight borrowed from a distant celestial body. Such distant starlight could never outshine a sun that radiates its own light. Therefore, though the world Hilda built looked magnificent on the surface, it would crumble at the slightest touch. Just like a sandcastle. In the end, before Tildo's sun, it could only collapse. Exactly. Praise from someone not present here. Rumble. The great sword swing was blocked by Hilda's wrist. Hilda's face turned pale with rage. Did you think it was over? But his fury didn't last long. Clang, 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 clang. Even faster than that, for hidden blades pierced his body from behind. Blood spurted out. Not red, but white blood, mixed with divine power. Survival Path, Chapter 249, Gate of Ascension. 4. Hilda could not comprehend what he was experiencing. Why was he at such a disadvantage? He was certain he had attained greater understanding. The depth of his experience was beyond comparison. He may have only lived 150 years in this world, but with the time accumulated from returning as the Chosen One over 10 times, it added up to several centuries at least. He didn't reach the demigod realm for no reason, and yet, his opponent was just a child who had only lived a few decades. But how did he reach such a realm? You have broken through the barrier, the bottleneck. Tyr realized. He was referring to the world of light speed they crossed with Kale, the fracture line. I've broken through. To reach that domain, how many years did I invest? Though Hilda was bleeding, his fighting spirit hadn't diminished. No. It had grown even stronger. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Heavens! O Pantheon! O 10 ancestors! Is this what the roar of a dying beast sounds like? A beast filled with grievance and hatred. Its final roar. Is it like this? This is too cruel. Why is that path so unforgiving to me, and so easily granted to this child? I even obtained Carl. Why? His eyes turned bloodshot, as if his veins were about to burst. Asterisk kiss, asterisk. Hilda's pale face appeared over his own. They overlapped. That was his spirit form. It was because he had entered the demigod realm that he could, for now, maintain his will in soul form. Hilda let out a scream. But of course, the heavens gave no reply to his cry. At that moment, Tildo felt Hilda's resentment briefly touch his heart. In his past life, he remembered the layers of misfortune that stacked up when he had nothing. It was as if Hilda was saying, his life was the same. A life spent desperately struggling for the sake of ascension. Though he took one step forward, he could go no further. Thus, he tried to open the gate of ascension, but even so, he failed. Now, even his physical body was lost, on the verge of death, and yet, to seize any remaining chance, he even chose to become a parasite. But even the heavens seemed unwilling to allow it. Fine then, if that is your answer. Hilda's face gradually took shape over Evelyn's face. No matter what, I will open it, then close it, then break through it, using your throats to quench my thirst. Demonic possession. Tildo instinctively realized. Just now, Hilda had truly gone mad. From the moment he opened the gate of ascension, his mind had begun to collapse. The shock of failing to ascend, and his desperate desire to enter the Pantheon, made him frantic. Even so, he had held on to his sanity, because he wanted to reach the gate of ascension as a honed blade. It was his final shred of pride. But when he saw Tildo overwhelm him, even that final pride shattered. His spirit form turned pitch black, where his eyes should have been, turned the color of black pearls. This wasn't just going berserk. It was demonic transformation. He was beginning to become a demon. At that very moment, asterisk rumble, asterisk, suddenly, a massive fluctuation came from the sky. Concentric rings rippled outward. Dark clouds rushed in. The world plunged into darkness. Asterisk rumble, asterisk. Lightning crackled between the black clouds. It was a kind of black lightning never seen before. You've crossed it after all. The line that should never be crossed. The once praising voice of Tyr also grew deeper. The sky, shrouded in clouds, began to bend downward. Space was warping. No. It wasn't just warping. A massive force intervened. It was pressing down on space. An outer realm. From beyond this world. Something was trying to extend its claw. There's only one being with such power. An outer god. The Pantheon issues a warning to you. Asterisk rumble, asterisk. The enormous message. Above Tyr's head shattered. A hand reached toward him. Asterisk you, asterisk. The nameless one was clearly not fully unsealed yet. No one could fully understand what was happening. But one thing was certain. That foreign being was targeting Hilda. And Hilda summoned it. Ha ha. Tyr raised Drake's blade. Tyr raised Drake's sharp blade. Swiftly, he severed Hilda's neck. Not Evelyn's spiritual body's neck. Hilda's head flew into the air. But even in the face of true death, his head was still grinning. Ha! The wild laughter quickly turned into a wailing cry, echoing throughout the entire city of Wales. Hee hee hee. Hilda's shattered spirit scattered in all directions. At the same time, the arm that tried to grab Hilda also suddenly crumbled, scattering apart. What's happening? Tildo furrowed his brows. Hilda is not dead yet. Look below. Tildo's gaze shifted downward. The fragments of the shattered spirit struck the ground. It began to shake violently. Then, the ground rose up and split open, forming canyons. Black, demonic energy spewed out like a fountain. Grotesque monsters poured out in large numbers. It seems that in order to open the Pantheon, the life force collected in desperation has all erupted. Within the sound, there was a hint of laughter, a cold sneer. The rampage of the mysterious force was growing even more violent. Gurgle, 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 as the monsters surged out in droves. Hellfire roared high like towering buildings. The gates of hell appeared and opened wide. Swarms of dragons poured out, mingling with the monsters, mingling together with the monsters. dragons and monsters. A mythical scene had come to life once again. Julius. Asterisk pa. Asterisk. In that moment, amid tears shout, Julius rushed over in haste. Hilda detached from Evelyn's body, and it dropped limply downward. Asterisk splash. Asterisk. Julius. He caught Evelyn tightly in his arms, whether it was from excessive blood loss or Hilda's forced possession. Julius's soul was injured, and the burden was heavy, even with 4 swords piercing his body. Fortunately, none of them struck vital organs, so it didn't appear life-threatening. Really? You always make people feel reassured, but also so irritated. Julius looked at his face, with a trace of sadness. He had wanted to protect him no matter what, but couldn't. Now, he didn't want to let him go. He pulled out all of Tyr's swords, though there was some bleeding, once he injected mana. The wounds began to heal quickly, it seemed. Tyr had used a special method. Even while hurting him, East. You should have just said it directly. What's bothering me isn't myself, it's the captain, right? At that moment, Evelyn's eyelids fluttered. She looked directly at Julius. You okay? Do I look okay? Not really. Just tired. That's not it. I'm just a little tired. Evelyn accurately recalled the scene when Hilda took over the body. His mind was clear, but he had no control over his body at all. That feeling was truly awful, but in front of him were fear, Julius, and Wellington and the family members. What a relief. He knew. No matter what, they would save him, although Hilda mocked him, saying they wouldn't, but in the end, he was right. Now he felt already a bit used to using both hands, yet somehow it felt a bit empty. Lord Fear. No. Now it should be young master. Young master, I must ask you. Evelyn tried to speak, but couldn't continue. Suddenly, Julius hugged him tightly. Long. Wait. Yes. Let's stay like this for a while. Evelyn wanted to ask Julius why he was doing this, but suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Thump, thump, thump. However, it was hard to open his mouth. Why was his heart beating so fast? His face also suddenly flushed red. A bit hot. But Evelyn didn't ask Julius to let go of him, because he had been traveling outside for so long. This warmth, it made him feel nostalgic, and Julius' character was also slightly better. When Julius temporarily left his seat, clack, clack, the other 9 dragons led the charge against the monsters. Auras flew everywhere. Sword Dragon, Serpent Dragon, Shwed Dragon. These 3 dragons, and Weston, who claimed to be their descendant, Ray. The Hawk siblings, all ran through the filth. Meanwhile, the corpses of monsters fell to the ground. Gurgle, gurgle, from the bodies of the fallen monsters. Black blood gushed out, staining the ground black, and intensifying the aura of death. Ka. Ka-hi-hi. The undead army wandering that forest roared in unison and began to move outward. A mysterious force was going out of control. I see. Tyr realized the outbreak was spreading beyond the forest. He wanted to move in that direction, but had no chance. Just as the voice said, Hilda was not dead yet. The shattered monster remains began to converge. It looked as if dozens or hundreds of monsters were forcibly crammed into a humanoid shape. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Tyr unleashed aura strikes one after another, but the monster was only slashed before it quickly absorbed the corpses and regenerated its wounds. Gradually, as it slowly formed a humanoid figure, Hilda's remains, it began to manifest little by little. Divine power turned into magical power. Someone quietly descended beside Hilda. It was the Light Dragon Emperor. Episode 250. The Gate of Ascension. 5. Have you finally changed your mind? The Light Dragon Emperor looked at Hilda and smiled. A gentle smile, even showing a trace of leisure. Hilda's expression twisted. Cut the nonsense, or just shut up. Even the voice sounded chaotic. This body, wasn't it pieced together from the remains of monsters? Its structure is utterly disordered. That's only natural. Obviously, since it contains Maki's power, judging by its magical energy alone, it is much stronger than the original body. Its strength and reaction speed also far surpass those of before, but its material is full of murky impurities. Hilda felt as if he were wearing ill-fitting clothes. Everything made him uncomfortable. Even breathing felt that way, even just standing still. Of course, producing a normal voice was impossible. Crackle. His eyes sparked with burning flames, glaring as if to devour him. Seeing this, the Light Dragon Emperor chuckled softly and quietly took a step back. All right. I get it. Is there really a need to glare at me like that? Good grief. A hint of madness crept into the Light Dragon Emperor's smile. A promise will, of course, be kept. I swear in the name of the gods. Unknowingly, the Light Dragon Emperor's face. I will burn down the Pantheon. The Light Dragon Emperor's attempt to reach out had already begun days ago. Ever since the ascension. No. I really don't understand. Why not do it together? Get lost. I get it. Since you're leaving, then explain. Why did you reject us? I've lived my whole life in Ragna. How dare you say such nonsense? Hilda burst out in fury. To him, Ragna was his final pride. Even if he gave up everything, his only remaining pride came from the pride and superiority of being of chosen blood, and so he firmly believed that one day he would ascend to the pantheon. But to abandon that pride of Ragna and turn to the holy Ma Church, does that make any sense? The fact that I'm not executing you here and letting you return intact, you should be grateful. It's all because of past ties. Don't tell me you've lost that strength. How dare you? See, if you were your old self, you'd have already drawn your sword on me, no matter your state, no matter success or failure. As long as things went wrong, you were always the first to charge in. You gave up the throne, wasn't it for that very reason? Now that I think about it, the Light Dragon Emperor really inherited the throne without any preparation, due to the constant pressure from the palace and the jealousy of other electors. Hilda grew tired of the throne and left in anger. With the throne left vacant, it couldn't be ignored, so the electors proclaimed the Light Dragon Emperor as ruler. The rivals who could have opposed him were eliminated in the struggle for the throne, with no one else capable. He ascended the throne and ruled better than expected. At first, when he first seized power, you were irresponsible by nature. But with the continuous external pressure, the chaos of the Saint Magic Church, and the return of the missing, he gradually began to waver mentally. So from that point on, he began to eliminate all eyesores. He killed the electors and buried his retainers. A storm of blood swept through the north. As a result, the royal family and surrounding lords no longer dared to interfere with him. Such a reaction eventually triggered the Light Dragon Emperor's further rampage and led to the outbreak of a coup. Someone like you dares to speak of Ragnar's pride. What a joke. The Light Dragon Emperor sneered coldly. Hilda's body trembled. Don't provoke me. See, you show killing intent, but dare not swing your blade. Why is that? Let me guess. Heh. You're not confident you can defeat me right away. After all, I've returned from death, having endured the humiliation of choice. Isn't that right? So, it's hard for you to know how strong I've become. On the contrary, now if you slip even a little, you'll fail and fall back into the underworld. That's what you're afraid of. Dad. Silence. But, as far as I know, the pride of Ragna wasn't meant to be used like this, right? What you're doing now isn't pride. It's obsession, regret, and escapism. Enough. Voila. The barrier around the two of them shattered completely. Don't provoke me anymore. Even if I'm old, I still have the strength to drag you down to hell with me. Looks like it's true. My skin's tingling. Guess you're not that old yet. If you've said your piece, then get lost. No. What are you talking about? We haven't even made our offer yet. I'll listen first. Whether I accept or reject it, that's up to me. It doesn't hurt to hear it out, right? Seems like you finally have a negotiator's attitude. The Light Dragon Emperor smiled. He had completely broken down, just as he'd predicted. That furious outburst proved he'd been pushed into a corner. A true beast with sharp fangs does not roar, but bites directly into the opponent's neck. Hilda no longer had the confidence to ascend to the pantheon. Just one failure left him so dejected. This man was once the chieftain of Ragnar's clan. What a joke. I died. Killed by Kale. You knew that, right? So then, when I came back to life, how do you think it happened? Were you about to say something like divine blessing? Such an irrational tale? However, there was indeed a blessing. The Light Dragon Emperor explained how he was resurrected. Hilda's eyelids trembled. Is that really possible? Yes. You don't need to be this unstable. As you can see, my body is perfect. Not only can it perfectly realize my insights, it even enhances them in some ways. So your current unstable state can also stabilize quickly. However, yes, taking this path means you cannot ascend to the pantheon because they loathe outer gods too much. But so what? What reason do you have to keep relying on those who heartlessly abandoned you? Hilda's lips remained tightly shut. The Light Dragon Emperor was convinced. His heart had already completely sided with them. They just used you, Ragna. What did they say? That it was to avoid disgrace? The barrier between pantheons, supposedly guarding the world, is nothing more than a leash held by the pantheon. And then what? How do they treat us? Have they ever truly accepted us? Once we're no longer useful, they discard us. Madness. Anger. The Light Dragon Emperor utterly loathed the pantheon. He hated the responsibility and duties that had bound him. All of it was just an empty facade. In the end, it only forced him to sacrifice himself. Even the first of the swordbearers was the same. Ever since they became gods, they completely forgot about us. They never truly cared for their own descendants. Now they act as if matters of the lower realm have nothing to do with them. The Light Dragon Emperor reached out toward Hilda. So let's work together. Hilda stared at his hand for a long time. You do realize your god is currently sealed, don't you? It's over. The Light Dragon Emperor's mouth gaped wide. You forgot. The pantheon doesn't just bring disgrace. The Light Dragon Emperor's fangs gleamed brightly. His proposal was simple. I'll give you a new body. and I'll also help you, and the others who want to interfere in this world. Other outer gods will build a bridge, using their power, to forcibly open the gate of ascension, giving you a chance to ascend directly to the pantheon, and burn it down. You will ally with the Saint Magic Church, rather than submit to them like I did. Such conditions, for you, aren't they pretty good? Then, in exchange, what will you gain? The answer to that question is very simple. Our God's resurrection. What else could we want? Besides that, the negotiations were put on hold. After long contemplation, Hilda still declared he wanted to rely on his own strength to ascend to the pantheon, and personally ask the Sword God and the gods about the truth. As the former chieftain of the Ragnar clan, allying with the Saint Magic Church was nothing but disgraceful. The Light Dragon Emperor did not try to persuade him further. He had already sensed where Hilda's heart leaned. Moreover, in the end, he came, isn't it laughable? So arrogant and proud, but in the end defeated by his much younger descendant, choosing this path, like running away. Hilda had already completely collapsed. He only retained Hilda's personality. He could no longer be called the Hilda from his memories. Only an obsession remained, a lingering spirit. In the eyes of the Light Dragon Emperor, that was all he was. Your body will quickly get used to it. But even if you want to break free, it'll be hard to escape. It will feel extremely comfortable. The Light Dragon Emperor's explanation was cut short. Whoosh. Suddenly, above their heads, a sun orb appeared. Oh no. Rumble. Flash. Blind. The Light Dragon Emperor and Hilda hurriedly retreated. The thunder orb controlled by Tyr was powerful. Even against the two of them, it couldn't be dealt with easily. Lightning rained down constantly. Even if they dodged one bolt, another would strike down. Or a second sun would appear and explode. It was relentless and overwhelming. Our grandson has become quite formidable. The Light Dragon Emperor swung his sword fiercely, blocking the lightning, yet a smile remained on his lips. He could smell, from the aura Tyr released, a scent deeply soaked in his own memories. Though Tyr seemed to have started building a realm of his own, its very framework still originated from his intent. There was no doubt about that. That made him feel proud. Meanwhile, Hilda was flustered at first, but his movements gradually became agile. It was obvious. Compared to when he was temporarily possessing clothes, his current movements were far more natural. He was now able to fully utilize the insights he had gained during this time, merged with the perception he had accidentally gained in the Gate of Ascension. There were annoying people everywhere. Maybe it was because the sight of those two displeased him. Suddenly, a powerful echo came from the sky. Dozens of swords, like lightning, stabbed down at them from above. Each sword was broken in half. They were the swords of the half-sword type. It was Kale joining the battle. Episode 251, Ascension 1. Dozens of half-swords were thrust in. A figure quietly landed atop the sword hilts. Thud. Kale crossed his arms and looked down on the world arrogantly. Ha! Seeing this scene, the Light Dragon Emperor laughed. A bright, ringing laugh. It was maniacal laughter. That voice was so loud, it shook the entire Naga forest, as if a natural disaster had struck. Rumble. As he curled the corners of his mouth, the friendly smile from before vanished without a trace. The visage of a demon covered his face. Who is this? But our proud son? Do you know how much your father missed you? Indeed, it was a bright, ringing laugh. Like a sweeping storm, the air was pushed aside. The trees, with roots exposed, fell like dominoes, one after another. But Kale only shook his head slightly, completely unfazed. His face was filled with cold indifference. Is it really necessary to know? Yeah. There's no need to know. That's just how it is. Fathers are always curious and worried about their children's lives. But children, busy with their own lives, seldom check in with their father. Anyone who hears this would think he's a good father. But I feel like, as a father, I've done everything I should. You're way too naive. Huh? Am I not? Well, then there's nothing I can do. The Light Dragon Emperor's lips curved slightly into a smile. SSSSSS. Behind him, a dark shadow vaguely emerged. But isn't a father's duty to guide and push his son to surpass him? In that sense, I believe I fulfilled my duty. Kale didn't answer. He simply kept his arms crossed. So now, I'm going to let go of that duty. Tap. The Light Dragon Emperor turned into a beam of light and charged toward Kale. Clan head, how could you appear here? The Vanguard dragons saw Kale, and their eyes went wide. Father. Tyr nearly called out to Kale, because Kale appearing at this moment meant that he had made a critical decision. He considered this the final battlefield. From the moment he said he would fight with us, I had a feeling that he had made up his mind about something big. Kale had always refused ascension, so he rarely drew his sword. Even when it was only for a brief moment. Even when he was calling out Tyr's swordsmanship, he made a firm decision to ensure he would comprehend the world of beams. But for the Light Dragon Emperor and Hilda, that was impossible in such a short time. No one knew why he suddenly made such a decision. Perhaps he thought he couldn't just let the Light Dragon Emperor and Hilda go unchecked. They were relics of the old era. But this was Kale's choice. Tyr did not oppose it. Instead, he decided to respect his father's choice. I'll find a way to stop these two. You go destroy the Gate of Ascension. As soon as Tyr heard Kale's voice, he immediately nodded and turned to leave. Now, more than stopping those two, it was more important to use the Ascension ritual to prevent the damage from spreading further. Where? Hilda understood Tyr's intention and frowned, trying to move toward him, but then, clang. A rather large half-sword suddenly sprang up, blocking the Light Dragon Emperor in front of him. Hilda instinctively drew his lightsaber and knocked it away, then stepped back. His burning gaze turned to Kale. Meanwhile, Kale still stood atop the half-sword, blocking the Light Dragon Emperor's attack with the back of his hand. The Light Dragon Emperor's full-force strike was easily deflected. Such powerlessness was shocking enough, but while dealing with the Light Dragon Emperor, he still had the leisure to glance at Hilda. Such composure was even more astonishing. You bastard. What you tried to show off just now, this time I want to try it too. How about it? Scared? Hilda quickly turned away to dodge. At the same time, he drew the 10-blade light seal. Asterisk crack, asterisk. He clenched his teeth tightly. His anger thickened his demonic nature. Are you toying with me? Hilda had thought Kale would treat him like one of the young 9 dragons who needed guidance. But instead, Kale treated him that way. He couldn't stand it. Kale was different from Tyr. He wasn't even a chosen one. To be surpassed in enlightenment by someone like him, it infuriated him. More importantly, Hilda saw, on Kale's shoulder, faint particles of light rising. That was the radiant light of ascension. In the Pantheon, when those who reach mythical level are summoned to the heavens to receive divine commands, this phenomenon appears. Surrounded by that light, their bodies shatter and merge with the soul eventually ascending as a spirit. The very outcome he had longed for, but never attained, was now right before his eyes. The problem was, Kale was rejecting that glorious moment. The radiant light of ascension rose, then dimmed again. That was the proof. Hilda couldn't suppress his fury. Those who yearn for it don't get it, while those who reject it are forcibly given it. What kind of moment is this? What does this even mean? It's unfair. Hilda truly believed that. So, he felt he had to find a way to ascend to the Pantheon himself, burn everything to ashes. Noise. Hilda's pupils turned pitch black. Not only the whites of his eyes, but even his originally red irises became pitch black, like black pearls embedded in his eyes. A terrifying sight. In contrast, his complexion turned pale like a mannequin. But looking at him, he no longer looked human at all. Have you finally abandoned even your last shred of pride? TSK. Kale clicked his tongue lightly. Unlike the already sealed Mad Dragon Emperor, Hilda had maintained a deep... It seems that even this relationship must end here. The outer god Hilda made a contract with was different from the nameless monarch. Just the nameless monarch alone was already a headache. If other beings appeared, it wouldn't be surprising if the world ended. Therefore, Kale decided, before the intervention of other outer gods became more serious, to eliminate Hilda as well. At least until I complete my ascension, he would act as the Ragnar who protects the world. He could never forgive his ancestors, who betrayed their duty and became pawns of the outer gods. Clap, clap, clap. Hilda's 10-blade light wings turned into beams aimed at Kale. The swords embedded in the ground flipped over, not only cutting through the light wings, but also turning into a storm that engulfed Hilda. Bang, 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 bang. As for the Mad Dragon Emperor, he tightly gripped to tear apart the minion of the nameless monarch, who had tormented him for so long. He truly wanted to shred that useless body to pieces, an opponent once defeated. Can I challenge him again? How much has my son grown during this time? Hurrah! The Mad Dragon Emperor burst into maniacal laughter and began to act. So, Black Dragon led the rebel army toward the site of the incident. There, standing in confrontation, were the Gale Sword Corps, who came to aid Ragna, and a group of beastmen. Scattered corpses all around revealed how fierce the battle had been. What in the world happened here? Black Dragon roared loudly and leapt down between the two sides. Immediately, the captains of the Gale Sword Corps and the Beastman warrior, who had been roaring at each other, both stepped back. Black Dragon's gaze, the light shining from behind his mask, was bone-chilling. Though he seemed meek, in front of Tyr, Black Dragon had long been known as Ragna's hidden shadow. Wherever he walked, rumors of death followed. Even within the Empire, his reputation was infamous. Rabble. Tazaka, you'd better give me a proper explanation. What exactly is going on here? The Beastman race took great pride in having the word Battlefront as part of their alliance name. Most of them had a naturally combative nature. They truly regarded combat as the highest form of virtue. The fact that they managed to gain so many rights from humans in the old world was precisely because of that very belief system they upheld. Therefore, the title of war was not given simply to those who were good at fighting. They were even granted the qualification to be leaders. Tasabana had long held the position of chief warrior. He had even interacted extensively with the Black Dragon, Rabble. As a member of the White Tiger clan, his white fur and imposing physique were enough, just by facing him, to make the black dragon's skin prickle, make his skin tingle. We are not at fault. All the blame lies with you, Ragnar. Were we the ones who provoked you first? Well then, isn't that so? We wanted to enter there, to seize that mysterious power, but standing in our way was you, Ragnar, under the mask. The black dragon's expression twisted slightly. In the end, the problem lay with that mysterious power, that power that could either revive the foreign clans, or lead them to ruin. A cursed power, originally meant to protect this world from the threat of the outer gods. It was power left behind by the guardians for mortals. But at some point, mortals ignored that original intent and only sought to satisfy their own greed. But the black dragon did not mention those grandiose stories. They wouldn't listen anyway to those already blinded by greed. It was all meaningless. Well then, there is only one thing left. Clack. The black dragon raised his sword high and swung it down fiercely, leaving a long scar in front of Tasabana. Tasabana's face twisted. Are you really going to stop us to the end? Robble. We only need that mysterious power. You Ragna people have the blessing of the Tycho dragon, don't you? We also need such a blessing. Give it to us. If you do, I swear, we of the lean folk will become your eternal allies. The lean folk view battle as the highest form of virtue. So to them, a vow carries immense weight. That promise surely reflected the will of Tayback and the entire lean folk. Frontline consensus. They truly desired that mysterious power. It was maddening. But Robble never once had the thought of disobeying Tyr's orders. You won't. In that case, we lean folk will fight Ragna to the very last breath. Fight. 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 Tayback's roar was echoed loudly by the lean folk warriors behind him. Their momentum was overwhelming. Asterisk clack clack clack. Asterisk. The Ragna swordsmen following Black Dragon also drew their swords one after another. Now there was only war. Although Black Dragon had clearly ordered defense, he was also contemplating how to change Tayback's mind. Asterisk rumble rumble. Asterisk. The forest began to shake. They seemed to sense something. Black Dragon and Tayback both turned toward the forest at the same time. In the originally dim Naga forest, something was approaching, drawing closer. Episode 252. 2. In the Paslak forest, something was approaching. If it were just a single entity, it wouldn't be much of a concern. But the problem was, it wasn't just one or two presences. Starting from the Naga forest, the ground began to tremble slightly. The black dragon narrowed his eyes. In the silence, the deep sound of marching grew closer, gradually replacing all other sounds. Clack 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 clack. As the marching sound drew near, the black dragon spotted the first wave of enemies. Prepare for battle. The black dragon's bright, booming roar echoed around. That sound not only rallied Ragnar's army, but also stirred the camps of various factions, all raising their banners high. Every time the enemy appeared, the stench of death they brought was suffocating, enough to rot one's nose. A stench like no one had ever smelled before made all the troops tense up. At last, an undead army filled the defensive lines. Clack. Their distinctive howls rang out as they began their death march. How many of them are there? Too many. The endless undead army kept pouring out of the forest. Clack clack clack. The howls of the undead shook the earth. Even the giant trees of the forest were trembling. Woo. Seeing this scene, some units began to feel anxious, gradually turning to fear. Several soldiers in the front line. Unconsciously, he stepped back. What exactly is happening inside? What Black Dragon was concerned about wasn't just the undead legions. Asterisk boom, asterisk, asterisk boom, asterisk. The occasional bursts of immense aura were too obscure for even him to identify. Victor. Let's set this matter aside for now. Go back and command the troops. Alright then. At the very least, until the undead are wiped out, let's form a temporary alliance. Black Dragon watched Victor leave, with a faint smile. Such massive auras. Even the beastmen couldn't ignore them. Even though they sensed it, their wild instincts and combative nature were instead ignited. Of course, Black Dragon was not one to yield easily. Other factions might not yet know how to handle the current situation. But at least the Ragna forces, their morale was sky high. It felt as though they were infused with a piercing intent, a keen desire. As for the beastmen, leave them be. Send envoys to the Magic Tower, the Sharpshooter Alliance, and to Murigen. If they have any sense, they'll form a united battlefront now. At Black Dragon's command, the envoys quickly set out to each faction. The undead legions that had appeared, although troublesome, each faction. It's not beyond control yet, at least for now. Judging by the way they returned, something major must have happened inside. Instantly thought of Tyr's group, who acted as the vanguard, but wasn't too worried. It might seem a bit cold, but the Black Dragon had placed his trust and confidence in them. Even the black snow can't avoid the undead. In the distance, several undead, wearing black snow uniforms appeared. The black dragon showed a bitter expression. If even the black snow turned like this, then their missing elites likely didn't escape either, even though they hadn't surfaced yet. If even the covert black snow ended up like that, the remaining factions must be struggling as well. In that case, they'll rely on us even more. The black dragon predicted this. Looking at the undead now appearing, one could guess part of the situation, just as the black dragon thought. While each faction appeared calm on the surface, a shadow had already fallen over their faces. Even so, since their missing elites had yet to appear, they held on to a sliver of hope and accepted the black dragon's envoy. However, at the front lines of the demi-human races, discordant voices began to arise. Victor, are you really going to hand over the mysterious power to them? It's a conspiracy. We can't let Ragnar lead us by the nose anymore. At the very least, give command authority to Victor. Let him take charge. The orcs, who had always harbored resentment toward Ragnar, now voiced dissatisfaction over the alliance falling apart. However, by our tradition, the strongest is chosen as the chief warrior. Is there anyone among my brothers stronger than me? The orcs all fell silent. Whether in strength or wisdom, Victor was always far ahead. Therefore, he served as war chief for a long time. Let's go with my decision this time. We'll decide again after the battle with Ragnar. Brothers. Oh. Persuaded by Victor. The Beastman front also agreed. The Magic Tower, Sharpshooter Alliance, and Murigen all agreed to a temporary alliance. Once all the envoys responded, Black Dragon nodded. Ragnar's army possessed the greatest military force. Even if their base came under attack, they wouldn't hesitate to request reinforcements. Then let's begin. Black Dragon stepped out of the command tent and suddenly leapt into the air. He then drew a line across the forest's edge and the central front and landed. To all alliance members, once the enemy crosses this line, the air forces begin bombing. Any remaining enemies are to be dealt with by the ground troops. The Gale Sword Corps and their affiliated units will wait in reserve to support any overwhelmed fronts. At Black Dragon's command, Ragnar's army began to move in perfect formation, wings extended, led by the roars of wyverns. The proud air forces of each faction took to the skies. The Magic Tower's airships, the Sharpshooter Alliance's hot air balloons, and the Beastman flight units from the front. Aside from Murigen, who lacked suitable air forces, all the air units now filled the sky. Magnificent. Even Black Dragon couldn't help but marvel at the sight. The scene of air units, each with their own factional traits, flying in formation, truly dazzling. Are they crossing the central line now? The air forces waiting above each camp. As soon as the undead stepped onto the midline, they swiftly entered the battlefield. Iowa. Slow movements. The howls of the slowly advancing undead began to echo loudly. Moreover, da-da-da. As the undead horde crossed a certain distance past the line formed by the Black Dragon, they began to accelerate. The zombie horde opened their mouths wide and charged rapidly toward the first defensive line. Their speed nearly reached the central line. They're even faster than before. Have they been enhanced? The Black Dragon saw their flashing red eyes and thought they resembled bloodstained ones. Fire. Even though it was unbelievable how swiftly the zombies were moving, there was no need to panic. The shield troops on the first defensive line defended skillfully. In the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The aerial forces began carpet bombing. Rainier opened his eyes slightly. After the bombing ended, the area near the Naga forest changed drastically. Craters and scattered boulders left by the magical bombardment. Amid the massive impact waves, dust billowed. The craters were filled with zombie corpses. Swish. The cleanup of the remnants proceeded smoothly. The magic troops burned all the zombies to ashes, though the smell was terrible. More importantly, they needed to quickly eliminate the miasma emitted by the zombies. The Black Dragon promptly gave orders. In addition, this brutal sight would severely damage our army's morale. While disposing of the zombies with gurgling flames, the sky began to roar. The weather grew gloomy. It was hard to tell when it might rain, but no one paid it much mind. The thick miasma from the Black Dragon and the rampaging mysterious power also destabilized the magical energies in the atmosphere. During this time, only the Black Dragon, as if enchanted, looked up at the sky. The reason he looked up was neither because he saw something, nor because he heard anything. It was simply the Black Dragon's intuition, and the experience he had accumulated on the battlefield, that caused his warrior's instinct to sound the alarm. Cold sweat began to drip down Black Dragon's back. A warning surged from within his body. Black Dragon stared toward that forest, and when he saw it, his eyes widened involuntarily. Emergency descent. All units, prepare to charge. Black Dragon issued the retreat order. This is on the level of grand magic. Damn it. Atop a massive parasitic tree appeared a bone dragon skull. A lich stood on top of it. Above them, a massive thundercloud was forming. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Before they could retreat, the bone dragon suddenly opened its jaws wide. Its roar echoed across the entire battlefield. No. The wyverns of the Beastman army and the white began to resist their rider's control, and Black Dragon saw it. No good. Even if we abandon the wyverns, we must land on the ground. Hurry. The lich fired a bolt of lightning, which pierced the chicken feather clouds. Everything was shrouded in white. Lightning rolled endlessly through the skies. Airships and hot air balloons exploded like fireworks. Those who heard Black Dragon's command abandoned their wyverns and used magic to land safely. But others weren't so lucky. Most of the Air Force was completely wiped out by the Lich's grand magic. It's Bluebeard. Black Dragon tried to identify the Lich and fired at him. The Lich seemed to be smiling. Asterisk puffed. Asterisk. Lord Bluebeard. Has even Lord Bluebeard become undead in the end? Even he joined the enemy? A member of the Magic Tower, Bluebeard's adjutant, Grade, shouted in grief. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the Lich. But Bluebeard's appearance was only the beginning. The mass of undead was nothing more than bait. As the undead horde surged again, Black Dragon couldn't help but gasp. This was not a tactic the undead leaders might employ. It was a meticulously planned conspiracy, using a massive undead horde as bait to lure out counter units, then paralyzing them with Dragon Throat, and finally annihilating them with grand magic. Though many white-armored warriors survived, the air forces of other factions were completely wiped out. The terrain was in shambles as well. Bombardments had severely damaged the landscape. Most areas had rugged terrain, full of valleys. Even if ground troops were dispatched, a drastic drop in stamina was inevitable. However, the undead were different. They knew no fatigue. Moreover, to stop Bluebeard's magic, they had to charge swiftly and crush its skull. Defense alone could not withstand it. In contrast, the enemy only needed to defend, to use Bluebeard's magic, to steadily weaken their forces. This was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage. And then, crack, 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 crack. The undead sacrificed at the boundary line. They, my lord, even our proud tailoring unit, could not escape this disaster. Cries and wails of despair echoed among the factions. From the moment those undead appeared, they had a sinking feeling in their hearts, yet they still tried to deny it. However, when faced with reality, the scene was truly devastating. Qingshu raised his main staff with all his might. The gem embedded in it instantly emitted an ominous glow. So this was it. Episode 253, Ascension. It began to roar. Number 3. The ruby embedded in that full staff was glowing ominously. That light spilled downward, gently falling above the undead. Is that? Black Dragon narrowed his eyes. It was judged to be something that strengthens and controls the undead. Undead driven by bloodlust weren't charging blindly, but rather acting with strategy. That was starting to make some sense now. All Ragna troops, combat readiness. Watch the flanks and rear closely. Black Dragon issued his orders calmly to the army. The reason? There was no Ragna over there. Though it existed, very few people could actually recognize the appearance of Blackblood. As a result, misunderstandings were inevitable. It could all be seen as Ragna's conspiracy. If anything happened, it could spark war between factions. For an undead, he's got a sharp mind. That Bluebeard guy, Black Dragon chuckled. Those undead hadn't launched an assault yet. They were trying to create confusion. He took a deep breath. Reform the formation. Ragna will take the vanguard. As if refusing to be swayed by such tactics, Black Dragon raised his banner toward the rear. He recalled the moment during the War Council. Tyr had suggested changes to the army's deployment. The Winter Brigade units, and those from the northeast lacked cohesion. It was better to separate them. That made sense. As people often said, Tyr governed the northeast very well. But differences in military command were inevitable. Artillery should be layered in 2 rows. Reserve troops should be placed in the deep rear, so they could act as scorpions, ready to strike or support when needed. The might of the northeastern army could truly be called a strong force. At the time of the Meiji Restoration, deploying such forces at the rear seemed to be Tyr's deliberate move to preserve his strength. But with things as they are now, for some reason, it also feels like it was part of Tyr's strategy. Perhaps he anticipated this? The formation suggested by Tyr fits not only this situation, but could also prevail even against 4 factions. Thud 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 thud. Dust rose in the rear, like witnessing a sandstorm. Oh. Ragnar's banner began to emerge. Tyr's northeastern army finally arrived at the battlefield, and let out a mighty roar. What is that? Ragnar has gathered yet another strange army. Even Drake and the fairy dragons have become mounts. What on earth did you do? Though there had been reports about this, was it really possible to operate such a force? The appearance of the Starry Sky Army and the overwhelmingly powerful Drake troops struck a heavy blow to all factions. Ragnar. The emergence of elite forces reignited the morale of Ragnar's troops, who began shouting his name loudly. Even the Black Dragon's heart began to burn. The new generation army had just been formed, and now they were preparing for their first deployment. Moreover, the one commanding this army was the Black Dragon himself. Haha. How delightful, how delightful. My heart can still make such a sound. The Black Dragon burst into loud laughter, thinking of Tyr deep within the forest. The battle had unknowingly reached a fever pitch. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of swords filled the air. A strike fueled by the flame of life was sent flying far by the dragon's body. Do you really want to die? Will. Complicated emotions surged in the dragon's heart. Though they now stood as opponents with swords drawn, they had once been master and disciple, and Wilton had been the dragon's personally chosen apprentice. Thus, he cherished him all the more. Once upon a time, even the dragon treated him like his own child, and now, that disciple was risking his life to stand in his way. It was impossible not to feel conflicted. If you stop now, you can still live. I'll help you. You may never be able to hold a sword again, but at least you'll survive. So please, let it end here. Let go. The dragon pushed Weston aside. Put down your sword, and take my hand. He had already chosen his own fate, but he didn't want Weston to die in the process. He wanted to save him no matter what. He just hoped he would take that hand. How can a swordsman put down his sword? Huh? How can I live on in shame? Besides, someone like me, barely hanging on. If I can't hold a sword, then I have no will to live. A glimmer of light flashed in Weston's eyes. The sword that was about to be dropped was gripped tightly once again. He looked so pitiful like that. The dragon furrowed his brow. It had been a long time since he faced an opponent. He truly didn't want to fight. The dragon helplessly pulled his hand back. He caught sight of Ray and Erica, fallen nearby. If you don't step down now, I will take the lives of those two children. But if you promise to live, I won't do it. Weston turned his gaze to his comrades. For their sake, to survive. He pointed his sword at the dragon. During the berserk outbreak, they had protected everyone by dealing with the monsters. They focused only on the dragon. They were comrades to be thankful for. Even the dragon had said he wanted to save him. Tears welled up in the corners of Weston's eyes. To be honest, I want to live. I want to accept Danglong's offer. I want to walk into the future with my comrades. However, accepting Danglong's offer is impossible. The future he dreams of is to stand by Tyr's side and become his sword, to bravely drive back the enemy, and become a hero. Therefore, he gripped his sword even tighter. If he were to completely hand his master over to Lord Hilda, he would no longer have the right to face Tyr. Weston gave a bitter smile. Even if I choose to save my comrades, will they really not blame me? No, Weston knew. They would never want to burden Tyr. Please resent me for making this choice. I will accept it all. Well then, it's time. Even if I can't take him down with me, at least I'll take one of his arms. As the price, Weston's body turned into a beam of light and charged at Danglong. In Danglong's eyes, Weston looked as pitiful as a moth to a flame. Just like that. For Will. Danglong thought for a moment that it wouldn't matter if he died like this, but he quickly came to his senses. This forest is indeed a place of death. However, it won't be by Weston's side, for Danglong still— You always make me feel sorry. Danglong, with a sorrowful expression, looked at Weston with pity and gripped his sword tightly. Please forgive me for not holding back. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out crisp and sharp. Asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. Rain began to gently fall. As Tyr ran toward the Ascension Gate, he suddenly turned to glance back. Why? Is there an enemy behind us? Julius, confused, expanded his sensing field, but found no trace of any aura. Even Tyr himself didn't know why he looked back. No. Keep moving forward. It definitely wasn't worry about Kale, although something felt off. Now wasn't the time to think it through. Destroy the Ascension Gate, because that was Kale's order, and their top priority. So, Tyr picked up his pace. The number of monsters clearly began to dwindle. Could it be they're leaving? Although they'd been ambushed by undead all along the way, they were now appearing far less frequently, which was strange. Was it because of the berserk outbreak? This place was already being corrupted. So, the Tomb Kings were turning their eyes outward to expand the corruption zone. Lord Black Dragon will handle that properly, Julius said while slashing down charging Tomb Kings. They pushed forward. Trust in Black Dragon was not Julius's alone. Princess, Plum Blossom, and Tyr shared it too. So, he could set aside other worries and focus on one thing. Now, the Ascension Gate came into view. The emergence of new elite troops brought new energy to the battlefield, especially the breakthrough power of the Drake Squad. It's simply beyond imagination. Boom. This is basically at the level of tactical weapons. Is this Ragnar's doing again? An overbearing charge ignoring the terrain easily shattered the Royal Tomb's defenses. With every charge, dozens of Royal Tombs were sent flying into the air. In the Air Force Division, the fairy dragons were magnificently bombing the surroundings, obliterating all the Royal Tombs. Showing overwhelming strength, the fairy dragons and Drake's knights shouted loudly, boosting morale. For the Northeastern Army, this expedition was no ordinary mission. After long preparations, they were finally embarking on their glorious first campaign, though a bit dissatisfied at being placed in the rear reserves. Regardless, they became the key force in this battle. Upon reaching the battlefield, everyone's morale soared. Hey, Lord Tyr will bring us victory. They still held the goal of bringing victory to their Lord Tyr. Morale was high. The impact on the other military units must have been immense. The Black Dragon smiled bitterly at the troops, the White-Armored Dragon Cavalry, the Red Sword Knights, the Light Sword Guard, and so on. The forces representing Ragnar all looked astonished. From this point on, Ragnar's once proud forces had already become a thing of the past. replacing the black-armored heavy cavalry that died heroically with Tokal. The Drake forces now inherited the title of strongest ground force. Then, the Black Dragon's eyes sparkled. Could this have been Tyr's intention? Placing his army in the rear, he considered it a gift of strategic insight, but only now did he realize Tyr's true plan. To be precise, the moment he sensed Kale's presence there, Kale's retirement declaration surfaced in his mind, and then, in Black Dragon's thoughts, a scene formed on its own. A generational shift. This battlefield was the stage where Ragnar and the next generation would showcase their brilliance. Here, where many powers had gathered, Tyr was sending a message to the world. No wonder the royal family displayed it so openly. As Black Dragon roared, he stared at the three repulsive undead. Tan, Murigen, Bondron, Bluebeard. What a good nephew. Even in his later years, he could still find such joy. Black Dragon entered the battlefield, and first targeted the most dangerous one, Bluebeard. In the silent image of the battlefield's infiltration, episode 254, // the villain let out a shrill scream, as the day was torn open like a blade, fiercely slashing. With black and golden light, two opposing auras clashed within the blades, racing toward each other with greed, just to tear the other's body apart, neck and chest. Even a graze meant a fatal wound. These strikes were filled with killing intent. Every slash contained dozens of techniques. If one skill wasn't honed, just standing here would have shredded them to pieces. This entire space was saturated with murderous energy, and yet... // Kale's expression remained calm. He crossed his arms, and with his left palm, blocked the sword aimed at his neck. With his right palm, he stopped the sword targeting his chest, and with his right palm, blocked the sword aimed at his chest. Hilda's twisted body, and the Light Dragon Emperor, just before their clash, kicked each other away, and retreated far apart. That lunatic, his swinging blade, was brimming with sharp magical power. Yet Kale, with bare hands, effortlessly deflected those strikes. Such reckless behavior could hardly even be called memory-worthy. Had it been done by someone unworthy, they would have been called arrogant. But Kale pulled it off. Without even an aggressive aura, he simply towered over, and ruled that position, as if to show off the overwhelming gap. Well then, I'll just make use of his arrogance. Black light and golden light once again enveloped their bodies. The 10-sword light wings and the manifestation of the Light Dragon were the final strikes, achieved at the brink of life. The swirling space of the two, and their united will, invaded the battlefield. What they shared was madness. A darkness deeper than pitch black, a darkened soul, shrouded the battlefield. And soon after, crack, thud, thud. The rumbling shook the earth. Giant rats fell one after another. The place the three had passed through was no longer recognizable. Only destruction left by sheer violence had altered the formation around. A vast hollow space, a battlefield for just three, looked like a Roman Colosseum. Whoa! Dust filled the air as they pushed human limits. Their battle glimpsed the realm of the gods. They had already surpassed the realm of human combat. The Light Dragon Emperor's new form had become nearly imperceptible flashes of light. Their movements kept accelerating, as if Kale was trapped inside a prison of overlapping light. In his new form, only Kale's limbs moved ceaselessly. He deflected every flash. Clang. He countered and sent the Light Dragon Emperor's new form flying far away. A thunderous boom erupted. Dust and debris scattered. Blood spilled from his mouth. But the Light Dragon Emperor quickly adjusted and resumed his assault. In that moment, Kale spoke in a cold tone. Time truly is colorless. Even so, that remark wasn't directed at himself. It was meant for those fighting him. Hilda and the Light Dragon Emperor. Clack. The two gritted their teeth and drew their blades, charging toward Kale's neck. But Kale struck Hilda's wrist with his left hand and drove his fist straight into his ribs. Crack, crack, crack. A terrible sound of bones shattering rang out. Hilda's body was flung far into the air. Clang. He was powerful to the point of exhaustion. Even under the joint assault of two absolute masters, Kale remained unscathed, like an impenetrable wall. On Hilda and the Light Dragon Emperor's faces, no composure remained. The Light Dragon Emperor's expression was full of malice. Even with a broken arm and shattered ribs, he paid no heed, relentlessly pursuing Kale. Hilda understood what it was that made the Light Dragon Emperor so driven. Because he was now a powerless father, cast down by force, he couldn't afford to lose again. Moreover, though his reasons differed slightly from the Light Dragon Emperor's, but Hilda couldn't afford to collapse helplessly at this point. Kale! Hilda roared, unleashing her 10 arrow light wings. Dozens of beams scattered, shooting backward like arrows. It looked just like a meteor shower. Boom! Explosions rang out. The shockwaves pushed Kale's body slightly back. Hilda split the beams into dozens of rays. That destructive power was probably within Kale's expectations, but with the deepening intervention of the outer god contracted by Hilda, the destructive power began to rise rapidly. 2 of the broken arrows were destroyed. A pity. But there's no need to hold back now. Just replace the 2 broken arrows. The light of sublimation above her body began to dim, but moved quickly, seeing that. Then let's pull the arrows now, Hilda roared. But Kale didn't even flinch. Then he smiled. Can you withstand it? Kale grabbed an arrow, and in an instant, drew it and swung. Slash slash slash. With just a single swing, the massive trees fell like dominoes. The ground before Hilda was sharply split open. You shouldn't have said you couldn't withstand it. Besides, you know nothing about enduring. You've never borne anything. You lifeless face. Kale once again grabbed an arrow, and waved it lightly. At least show me. The look of a beggar like that useless father of yours, gazing at Kale, who still spoke such words in a cold tone. Hilda's mind had only one thought. How could I accept such absurdity? There was only one thought in Hilda's mind. How could she possibly accept such absurdity? Wasn't it only those superior in every way, who were granted the power to return? This is the final loop. So she purified her heart gauge, and rearranged the threads of karma. Yet in every loop, Kale became an anomaly. He even interfered with the opportunities she was supposed to receive, suppressing her power. But why? Why must she endure such overwhelming violence? She was sick of it. Utterly disgusted. If this is her fate, how was she supposed to accept it? She couldn't accept it. If she accepted this, then she was nothing more than a clown dancing for the gods. Therefore, she stood up once more. This world was one she built with her own hands. An almost perfect world, built over a lifetime. A world near perfection. So then, if all of this is just a game to the gods, she would cut off the head of that god. Let the blood spill. You've only lived such a short life. You brat. How could you possibly take this world from me? Boom. Light gathered on her sword. The power of tenfold sword light spread forth. But, what are you saying? Kale easily tore through the sword, and blocked her follow-up, head-on. No tricks. Just unwavering, straightforward, correct action. It crushed her fighting spirit. With each clash, Hilda Norelli's momentum continued to fade. Boom. Hilda's body was knocked backward, slamming into a massive tree. She vomited a black ooze, blood or bile. It was unclear. Watching all this, the Light Dragon Emperor felt a deep sense of defeat. Is this really okay? Even Hilda was one of the chosen returners. They had lived vastly different lengths of life. And yet, they were still overwhelmed by someone with such a short lifespan. How could this be? Their chests tightened. A crushing weight made it hard to breathe. It was just a wall. Solid and towering. An insurmountable wall. It felt like they could climb it with a little more effort. Yet those few steps seemed infinitely far away. Clack. The Light Dragon Emperor forced himself to take a step. Hilda might struggle to rise from that state. But you can do it. You could give up again. But he wouldn't. No, not this time. He would not kneel. Because he was that man's father. Because he was that man's sky. He had no thought of abandoning the sky again. A deep darkness engulfed him. He couldn't even see his own body. But the darkness only grew deeper. He had to become the darkness itself. If he went all out, perhaps he could reach that monstrous being, the Light Dragon manifestation. Because this was the moment to spare no distinction between friend and foe. He poured all his strength into destructive power. The darkness that had forsaken human form rose to its feet. Kale frowned at the sight. Ka-el. A rough voice thundered. As the sword of darkness came swinging toward Kale, the fierce momentum seemed as if it could cleave Kale in two. Crack, crack. However, even that full-powered, devastating strike, Kale blocked it effortlessly. Sparks flew as their blades met. But Kale didn't budge an inch. His expression unchanged, simply bored. Did you think going all out would make any difference to me? Kale shoved the Light Dragon Emperor away, scoffing at him. Or perhaps, if your body were still intact, things might have been different. Asterisk step, asterisk. The Light Dragon Emperor clenched his teeth. Even though he vowed never to lose his sky again, even if he swung every sword he had, he couldn't even graze Kale's body, not even leave a single scratch. Asterisk crack, crack, asterisk. Shame surged through him. The Light Dragon form began to fade. Darkness crept once more into the Light Dragon Emperor's body, and with every inch it invaded, his face slowly began to collapse. To share my blade, you must first earn my permission. Don't you understand yet? Kale, who had only defended until now, finally unsheathed his beloved sword, Caliban. Kale's murderous aura, like a towering mountain, pressed down on the Light Dragon Emperor. Come. Invisible slashes of light swirled around the Emperor's body. His body began to slowly collapse. The Light Dragon Emperor felt as if he were being crushed. He tried to rise again, to not betray his vow. He tried once more to stand, but... Asterisk boom, asterisk. The 4 daggers, orbiting Kale, pierced the Emperor's limbs directly. His face twisted in agony. His expression was filled with rage, because in the end, he had failed again. Because once again, he had yielded to Kale. Fury. The Light Dragon Emperor's eyes flared in defiance. Blood trickled from his lips. At that moment, Kale looked down at him, expressionless, and said, "Perfect. Don't you think? This is exactly to stop pioneers like your ancestors, who abandoned their duty. Though spoken to him, the Light Dragon Emperor knew those words were meant for what Hilda had just said. However, at the same time, those words were still meant for him. It was proof that Kai had always lived, bearing some kind of mission. You beings, colossal mistakes, a flawless event. What a joke. A flicker of anger crossed his usually expressionless face. For the first time, Kai tried to show his passion. However, no, for you all. Such words are a waste. Let's end this. Kai suppressed his emotions once more, and swung Caliban. Swish. Thud. The Light Dragon Emperor's head rolled to the ground. At some point, Kai had already returned to his cold expression. He stared at the fallen head, then sheathed his sword. Episode 255. Rain poured heavily. Come to think of it, my earliest memory was just as gloomy as today. As a child of the Gnarl branch, a bastard of the Tyr family, I faced scorn from a young age. Even so, I had a few insignificant talents, and I was the only heir. Because of that, I was able to become head of the small family. The hat I wore unintentionally drew people to my side. I didn't feel lonely. No. Even though I felt lonely, it was a compromise I made. Better than a life of solitude. Then I made friends. Friends of the same age. Our living conditions were about as terrible as they could get. But we didn't succumb to them. We didn't compromise. Stubbornly, sometimes cleverly, forging our own path. A friend I could be proud of. Asterisk cough asterisk. Ha. Coughing up blood nonstop. Even so, he wasn't killed immediately. Was that out of the teacher's mercy? In his fading consciousness, Weston could only look up at the sky. Hey. Ray's small hand gently grabbed Weston's hand. Tears streamed down his peach-like cheeks. Friend. In his dazed state, it wasn't just Ray. Even Erica and Hawks quietly approached, looking at Weston. Why are you all wearing such sad faces? Don't say that. We'll treat you right away. Ray tried frantically to heal him, but Weston simply held Ray's hand gently. He just wanted to speak now. Still, not much time, right now. I just want to talk about something happy. Weston smiled faintly, painfully. Seeing that, Hawks lowered his head, then smiled back at Weston. Well, that's good. Hey, heal him first. He just needs some rest. He'll be fine. I even stocked up on so much booze for you. So, Hawks. Erica patted Hawks on the back, while gripping Weston's hand tightly. His pulse is growing weaker. Weston's pulse is fading away. Erica placed her hand on her face. Just a little more. If I try a bit harder, it will work. Hey, I can do it. I can do this. Heal. Yeah. Lay didn't give up. Pouring in his magic, trying to heal the wound. He didn't want to face it. He didn't want to give up, because they had yet to learn how to say goodbye to a friend. Thank you. I truly was happy. As her vision slowly dimmed, she faintly heard her comrades crying, maybe because of the rain. The sound was muffled. Because of that, it felt somehow comforting. If only I could see him. Tear one last time, please. Take care of everything. With that final faint voice, Weston's heart came to a complete stop. Tear's eyes widened at the sudden sting he felt. What's happening just now? It's nothing. Tilting his head, Tear arrived at the Gate of Ascension, a massive iron gate emerging from the altar, dozens of meters tall, slowly opening. Because so much blood was spilled on this land, another disaster is about to descend. Like a blazing sun, Tear's sword began to gather sunlight. Can it be broken? No, we have to break it. Tear raised his sword high over the Ascension Gate, then brought it down with force. But it only chipped a few fragments, not even leaving a scratch. Move aside. Clang. 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 Julius's sword roared like thunder. Demonic dragon, 6 wings. Ragnar's most tyrannical sword struck, but the Ascension Gate remained intact. The Plum Blossom Princess rained down attacks like a meteor shower, but the result was the same. Damn, it's tough. Julius cursed at the painful recoil in his hands. He knew the princess had a heavy swing, but not this heavy. It's like striking pure diamond. Even the seasoned Plum Blossom Princess was shocked by how hard the gate was. Father would never give me a task I can't complete. He's always like this. He gives impossible missions that somehow always succeed. This one is no exception. Tyr stood atop the Ascension Gate and closed his eyes deeply. Tyr's most powerful, most tyrannical strike, the one he admired most, the sword that left the deepest impression. The world began to quiet down. Tick, tick, tick. A clock formed beneath his feet and began spinning violently. His thoughts began to accelerate, and within Tyr's mind, blinding light began to erupt. Quest complete. New story quest. Alert 12. Kai. Ragnar has given you your final trial. You've gained many insights through twists of fate. Break the Ascension Gate. Prove to the world you are Kai's successor, and show you are worthy of inheriting the role of executor. Difficulty. SSS. Reward. On failure, the consequence of death no longer matters. In his accelerated thoughts, Tyr thought of only one thing: how to open the Gate of Ascension. That accident was trivial. The light he saw from Kale the first time flashed in his mind. That beautiful strike that cut through the darkness. And before that, The glass-like realm shown by those who wished to be like Kale flashed across his mind. Whether it was the world of the 9 dragons, or the world of the Light Dragon Emperor, it didn't matter. All of it was filled with madness. They polished their inner worlds to surpass Kale, or become like him. And now, rapidly, those thoughts replayed over and over in his mind. Their versions of Kale, seen through their own eyes. What had they realized? Skill. Dragon synchronization activated. Nirvana enhancement. Clockwork array enhancement. Sword God's talent enhancement. The sword techniques they experienced, engraved into their souls. The light seen in Kale's strike, clearly emerged in his mind. Someday, I want to wield that sword, with my own hands. The desire grew even stronger. No, just imitating is not enough. The desire turned into madness. Since when did it start? Mistaking that I wanted to be like my father, what I truly wanted was to surpass him. Pure madness, merged with the light above him, and grew sharper. Like a waterfall, a strong and magnificent light that tore through the darkness, quickly erasing the darkness, filled with blinding light. And then, finally, Tyr opened his eyes. Crackle. Crackle. Tyr's body was swept by white lightning. Skill. Dragonkin mode activated. Skill. Dragon synchronization triggered. Thunder Dragon spell boost. Lightning wrapped around his entire body. Spirit demon toxin activated. His body began manifesting as a dragon form, not yet fully utilizing After spirit demon toxin activated, the white lightning began turning black. Crackle. The spirit demon toxin surged. The power of the dragon body exploded in intensity. Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess just watched. Tyr. Because they were witnessing a historic moment of someone stepping into a realm far beyond their own. Therefore, their eyes were filled with awe. That gaze was just like the way they looked at Kale. Tyr silently stood at the entrance of the Ascension Gate, raising his sword high. He showed no desperate determination to destroy it, as if casually striking a puppet. He simply swung with a clean, sharp motion. Slice. Then, an unfamiliar bell echoed throughout the forest of Aya. Crack. A crack appeared on the once indestructible Ascension Gate. Though it was tiny, it was enough to confirm the gate could be destroyed. What a remarkable child, right? The Plum Blossom Princess smiled warmly at Tyr. Tears welled up in her eyes. Kale's choice had been the right one. The one to inherit Kale's place is right before our eyes. There's no way he wouldn't act. Now that sword has been infused with experience. Tyr's sword. They've gathered together, creating harmony. Yes, truly. What an incredible child. Even Julius felt his heart tremble. His eyes grew hot. You've done it. Julius too had once set his lifelong goal on Kale. When did it begin? When did he give up? Was it really impossible? The stronger Kale became, the larger his shadow loomed. That sense of emptiness made him feel powerless. So, he gave up, choosing to walk his own path. That was how he consoled himself. But seeing Tyr now, he felt angry at himself. The child once called the useless Jiangwei has now unfurled his wings. But now he has spread his wings. A sword that surpasses Kale's unwavering conviction. You worked hard, very hard. Tyr's talent and potential do exist, but he is not a sword that can be fully drawn. Julius knows this too. He knows how hard Tyr has trained. He knows that it's not a sword intoxicated by talent, but one forged through relentless effort and hardship. Julius hasn't slacked off either, precisely because Julius has worked harder than anyone. He became the captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Therefore, he quickly calmed his anger at himself. He had already realized through Kale that he is not the protagonist of this world. So now, it's simply because Julius watched with a smile as Tyr readied his stance once more. Although he failed to strike in one blow, Tyr didn't mind at all. With a glint in his eyes, he gripped his sword tightly. Crack. An unknown bell rang on the battlefield. Right after, hot winds swept in from the forest. The great trees at the border were nearly toppled by the strong winds. Impressive. The black dragon smiled as he felt the hot wind, because the wind carried the magic of someone familiar to him. And it wasn't just the black dragon who felt this magic. Whoa. What's with these guys all of a sudden? After activating dragon mode, Drake and the fairy dragon tightly became even more destructive and agile. The rampaging dragons began to drastically reduce the number of undead. The representative armed forces of the southern region. The cavalry of Temuljan was helpless before the dragon riders. Strange noises. Temuljan led his elite troops in anger, but before they could fight back, Drake's hooves crushed their skulls. The 5-colored stones soared high into the battlefield. Now, only this dragon and Bluebeard can turn the tide of battle. The black dragon had already caught sight of Bluebeard's back. All he needed was an opening, but there was someone who wouldn't let him do so. Whoosh bang. The black dragon casually struck away, a dagger flying out from the darkness, looking toward the direction it came from. Gentlemen in neat tailcoats out of place on a battlefield. They are the proudest elite assassins of the Sharpshooter Alliance. Episode 256. I thought they would avoid the battlefield. Turns out they were meant for defense. After all, they specialize in assassination and stealth. I didn't expect them to show up on the battlefield. But placing the entire black sharpshooters unit in the rear as defense I didn't see that coming. 16 against 1 foot. Black Dragon casually stood up. The proudest elite assassins of the Sharpshooter Alliance. What a joke. Asterisk, gulp asterisk. That already crooked neck bent even further down, as if expressing confusion. A crushing 16 to 1 power gap. Each Black Sharpshooter member is a notorious killer. Facing such opponents, Black Dragon laughed. When it comes to assassination, Black Dragon is unmatched. All that fame is meaningless once their heads roll at my feet. Black Dragon has reached the peak of the undersea world. To this day, no one has taken his title, even if they're famous across the continent. Their voices are just fleeting illusions, gone with the wind. In contrast, his shadow covers the whole continent. Come on then, try me. Black Dragon gripped his sword. His figure vanished in an instant. At the same time, asterisk, slash asterisk, asterisk, thud, asterisk. One of the Black Sharpshooters' heads hit the ground. If those throwing knives had hit me, I might have complimented them. Black Dragon sneered, and merged into the darkness. Strange. The undead all threw their knives at once, but they only sliced through empty air, then returned again. In the eerie forest, only the sounds of things falling and Black Dragon's laughter echoed. As the battle neared its end, the tide of battle clearly shifted in favor of the allied forces. The borders occupied by the undead were gradually cleared by Drake's forces. The remaining few undead were being wiped out by the ground troops. Bluebeard attempted to cast a spell, but the Star of David and the mages at the magic tower stopped him with all their might. Strange. Bluebeard's scream echoed out. In his rage, he stomped roughly on the dragon's head. He looked rather agitated. Finally, the dragon's mouth suddenly opened wide, with a thunderous roar. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing that scene, everyone shouted retreat. In unison, from the dragon's mouth, darkness began to gather. In an instant, an artificial black hole was born. The battlefield's a harsh clashing of weapons rang out from behind. Poor souls. In stark contrast to the darkness gathering in the dragon's mouth, there was a warm, sacred light, like sunlight bathing all, as if cleansing the battlefield soaked in blood. That brilliance gradually took form. Rodbrok, the guardian dragon of the Ragnar family, descended. It's the guardian dragon. Could it be true that it formed a contract with Tyr? Within Winterl, it had only been rumors. For Ragnar's forces, this was the first time they welcomed the guardian dragon in reality. Many couldn't hold back their tears at the sight, and among Ragnar's forces, without exception, everyone knelt in respect. Could it be Ragnar's guardian dragon? Will our army hold firm? The various factions were shaken by Rodbrok's appearance. A being that had only existed in myth or rumor had arrived. It was astonishing, both politically and militarily. Its presence was a force that could not be ignored. We must ally with Ragnar, warned the lords, and yet, they couldn't stop me from mobilizing such a massive army. There's a reason for that. That being said, the rumor that the head of the So family and the guardian dragon are lovers. Could it be true? Such rumors have indeed spread everywhere. Ever since Lord Block descended upon this place, they knew exactly what that meant. An undeniable legitimacy. Here, where most representatives gather in support of Ragnar, all rumors about Tyr's rapid promotion and special treatment were silenced. Moreover, this means more factions would support Tyr as clan leader. Through all those long years, you've suffered. Now rest. My death breath surged at Lord Block in an instant. At the same time, Lord Block's golden wave breath launched a counterattack. At first, the two seemed evenly matched. The clash of earth and energies created shockwaves, toppling soldiers across the battlefield. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart. The rain stopped too. Two dragons collided, reenacting a legend. In that moment, this was a reenactment of myth, a place we mortals dare not intervene. Black Dragon appeared behind the blue void dragon, and cleanly severed its neck. It was an honor to fight alongside you. Black Dragon, strong and imposing, gave a simple bow, then quickly withdrew with the blue void dragon's corpse. Asterisk step step asterisk. Once the blue void dragon fully died, the staff controlling my body was also destroyed. At the same time, all enhancements on my body were removed. You did well. Lord Block didn't miss the fleeting opening, and unleashed another breath attack. A flash of golden light shattered my dragon head. The dream I once had. It was so glorious back then, as if the world belonged to me. I took whatever I desired, and killed. No matter what, I must obtain it. There is nothing these hands cannot grasp. There is nothing these hands cannot grasp. A body blessed by fate and the gods. A destiny that refuses to let me die. A return granted to me. Enough to intoxicate me with my chosen status. Thus I killed. Thus I died. With every death and revival, I drafted a new strategy. It felt just like a game. Quickly achieving milestones. Quickly gaining wealth and fame. As if the world itself was telling me to become a god. Everything flowed according to my will. And then, a child appeared. Born with natural gifts and intellect, and determination. A simple child not obsessed with talent. Overly cautious for a child, yet decisive in action. So I was convinced. This child must also be a chosen returner. But that prediction was completely wrong. This child was not a returner. That's why he was so cautious. Always thinking. Always pushing himself. He pushed himself so hard it was monstrous, constantly pushing himself, even hurting himself. In the end, he even killed himself. As a returner and a father, I rose to the head of the family. Perhaps at that moment, I realized something. The chosen one is not me, but that child. His name is Kale. I had an ominous dream. My vision blurred. My body lost strength. My breathing became erratic, as if it could stop at any moment. Kale. In my blurred vision, a man appeared. He drew his sword. The way he slowly approached, he looked just like the god of death. Is Light Dragon Brother dead? Light Dragon Brother's head rolled across the ground. His expression, it felt somewhat familiar to me. Then, my lord. Perel's voice came from behind. So he's here. Hilda's face finally regained a bit of even though the situation remained. As long as Perel was by her side, she found mental comfort. My lord. Perel's gaze wasn't kind. That look wasn't directed at Hilda. It was aimed at himself. Where? Did you kill that kid? On Perel's sword, rain and blood flowed together. Perel didn't answer. He just stood there blankly, seemingly deep in thought. Then he walked toward Hilda. Slowly. Each step felt heavy. And Hilda understood how much Perel cherished Wilton. And now, for his lord, he took his life. It must have torn him apart. Perel was a sentimental and timid boy. Because of that, Hilda let down her guard a little, too. Hilda's gaze, Perel's body, slowly leaned toward her chest. Without warning or context, red flowers bloomed across the ground. Kale coldly stared at the sword's master, Perel. Hilda's eyes were filled with deep suspicion toward this pain and betrayal. She couldn't even bring herself to think. Even more so, I had prepared for betrayal. That's why I trusted and cherished Pear. The sword rising in my heart now even made me mistake it for Kale's. Pear. But it was impossible not to know. The sword of the retainer who fought by my side so many times was now stained red on the ground. Hilda's body slowly collapsed. Pear caught her carefully, as if holding a precious treasure. Only now did he understand, in both this life and the previous, what kind of person he was as a servant to his lord. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Pear's eyes, as if to share in her pain. Pear thrust his hand into Hilda's wound, gently trying to soothe it. Why? I thought you would understand me. He felt something draining from his body. Whether it was life force or magic power, it rose like smoke along the blade. Each time, Hilda felt her mind grow clearer. As death approached, the power of the outer god connected to Hilda gradually weakened. Plop. Plop. The torn sky gradually returned to normal, and the outer god began to fade away. Whoosh. The rain began to fall mercilessly again. The rain blurred Pear's face. But the rain felt somewhat warm. Forgive me for not giving you the right advice. Pear wept bitterly, begging for forgiveness. He said that this situation, everything that has happened, is because of him. You are also a Ragnar. If you had stopped me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yes. At least, not like this. My lord is someone chosen by the heavens. Pear, with his remaining hand, placed Hilda's hand on his own face, crying. The chosen one. No. Just like in the dream I once had. The choice was actually Kale's to make. Even so, Perel still said that to him. And then, Hilda's chest grew hot. She coughed up blood. Seeing that, tears welled up in Perel's eyes. Even though he had resolved to act, he still couldn't suppress the emotions tearing through his heart. All of the sin. Let me bear it alone. Her vision should have blurred, but strangely, the more blood she lost, the clearer her sight became. Finally, Perel's face came into view, wearing a sorrowful expression, like a child who had done wrong. Hilda gently touched Perel's face. No matter how many lives this was, from the moment she first met Perel, she had always kept him close. She thought she understood him better than anyone, even the depths of his heart. But in the end, she couldn't comprehend the heart of the one because of his loyalty. Making this decision now must have been excruciating, and as a result, Perel carried a burden far too heavy. Realizing this, tears began to fall uncontrollably. I'll go ahead. It was my honor and happiness to always be with you. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. After saying that, Perel withdrew his hand and embraced Hilda, ending his own life. His face looked much more at peace than before. Perel. She could feel Perel's heart stop beating against her skin. Then, Kale walked over, still wearing an expressionless face, staring at Perel's back as he held Hilda tightly, and it was clear that even in death, as well as the resolve to protect his master. Episode 257. You have a loyal retainer. Kale praised for the first time. Pere's loyalty to Hilda was fully conveyed to Kale. Envious. You can still joke in this situation? Looks like you've finally come to your senses. Kale let out a light laugh and sheathed his sword. There wasn't much life left anyway. He thought there was no need to continue. This is my first, and also my last request. Please, give this child a proper burial. Hilda, with her fading strength, gently stroked Pere's head as she spoke. Of course, Pear had been deemed a heinous criminal. His corpse was supposed to be dismembered, but Kale agreed. So Hilda gave a faint smile. It was because of this that Pere's loyalty had even moved Kale's heart, and Hilda also knew that even without her asking, he would help fulfill Pere's wish, so she herself had no regrets. As a Ragnar, who violated taboos and formed a contract with an outer god. She feared that even her corpse might not be spared from punishment. She had no regrets. If only she had held on more to Ragnar's pride. Maybe she could have lived up better to Pare's expectations of his lord. That was her only regret. He regretted not realizing this sooner. He asked Kale, "Why are you so strong?" Ever since coming into this world, the karma Kale accumulated for ascension was even taken away. Yet Kale's strength remained unchanged. Even though his opportunities were stolen, it was only a trivial difference, like missing an ornament. Kale's giant body did not bear a single scar. Kale spoke of a moment. But to me, every second must be treated with caution. Hilda struggled to understand Kale's words. Every moment of an instant. Had she not treated them with care? No, Hilda had been cautious too. The difference lay in how desperate, how deeply, she had been tormented. It was just too hard to accept the truth. You simply indulged in everything, without bearing any responsibility, Kale said, almost as if hinting at something. Then she recalled what Kale had once said at the boundary. You don't even know these things, because you've never taken responsibility for anything. Only now did those words come to mind. And this time, just because it didn't suit you, you changed the history of everyone around you. As a regressor, you denied the lives of many. Don't you think you, too, deserve to be denied? Within those words was Kale's true feeling. So many lives were erased, all because of the sin of returning out of greed. Thinking that, an answer finally rose from the fog in Hilda's mind, and she felt a strange sense of relief. Her body had been linked to an outer god, which meant it couldn't die normally. So she cried. The sin of greed that ignored others. The vitality in Hilda's hands slowly faded away. Fingers that once cut through rain, now shriveled into the hands of an old woman. If I'd known I'd die this hideously, I'd have rather been beheaded by your sword. She could feel death creeping near, a withering death slowly advancing from her fingertips. She wanted to see Perel's face one last time, but bitterly, she could only feel it through the warmth of touch. What should I do? That child is still waiting. He'll probably miss me. Before her final breath, Hilda tightly embraced Perel's body. Then, don't wait any longer, child. Wait until I've paid for my sins. That was to come and find me. After whispering to Per, the door to his long life finally closed at the end of time. Kale had been watching over his death. Though the battle ended somewhat hollowly, he felt it wasn't so bad, because it allowed him to understand Hilda a bit more. The hand of the outer god that tore through space gradually disappeared completely, returning to the original sky. If that's the case, even carrying their heads, no one would recognize them. Kale burned the two bodies directly, even if a burial was requested. For Per, the best funeral was to be with his lord, without mourning. Kale watched the burning corpses, then turned away, feeling the vibration of the sword. Now, fear seemed more than ever, able to understand those abstract words clearly. The clear throbbing he felt made his hands itch. Hurry and swing the sword, as if urging him on. The sword's resonance kept stimulating his nerves. Crack. He felt the same attack as before, breaking down the gate of ascension little by little. Therefore, he was not satisfied. Images kept surfacing in his mind, of Kale cutting it down with a single strike. The problem wasn't power. He had to see the essence beyond it, to complete something that even surpassed Kale's brilliance. It wasn't a matter of lacking strength, because cracks had already formed in that sturdy gate. He had to find the precise spot to cut. Fear narrowed his eyes, to peer beyond the gate itself, to the very foundation. For that, he had to change himself. He recalled the glass space he had previously unfolded, that flawed space. The space he never wanted anyone to see. Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess are watching. Normally, I might have hesitated. What if they saw this space, and felt disappointed or disgusted? What then? Fear might have overtaken my heart. But, trust me, I believe. And they believed in me. They, and I. We trust each other. Just exposing these flaws. How could they hate? Looking back now, they've always believed in me. Even Kale believes in me now. He entrusted me with this mission. So, I must do it right, even without their help. I'll complete it perfectly. Now I am to inherit Kale's place. To surpass my original goal. Frustration, pain, uncertainty, jealousy, hope, happiness, confidence, envy. All these chaotic emotions, I want to erase them all in a single strike. Expose my inner world, while uncovering the essence of the outside. Thoughts accelerate, and I step into the realm of others. Now that I've seen it once, I see more than I ever did before. Even when observing things now, there must be a way to reach the foundation. My enhanced version of Drake now has black lightning swirling around its blade, and then, darkness engulfed the space around Tyr. What is that? Thyr's inner world. Julius and Princess Plum Blossom were shocked by Thyr's inner world. What Tyr showed was similar to the world of the Light Dragon Emperor they had seen before. No, there was something different. Something beyond the madness of the Light Dragon Emperor. However, this was completely different from the glass space he unfolded when facing the Blood Demon. In that twisted, Asura-like scene, a ray of light was shining. Though it was only a single beam of light, that light seemed to fight against the darkness that sought to consume everything, shining brilliantly. As if, like a child, trying to stand up again after their first fall, that light, like a spotlight, shone like the North Star, illuminating Fear's flight. Who? The fierce winds began to rage, his eyes fixed on the gate of ascension. The only thing standing in his way was the darkness ahead. So what if he failed once or twice? As long as he succeeded on the third try, then who would dare call him a failure? Then, who could possibly call him a failure? His arms gripping the sword were filled with strength. The black lightning within the sword began to surge even more violently. Dark clouds gathered above. As all the darkness of the world converged, silence fell. This time, he would succeed. Determination surged alongside his sword. Due to the dragon hawk activating the spirit demon poison, it cycled furiously and began to accelerate. Crackle! Crackle! The roaring lightning turned into a massive torrent, crashing fiercely against the gate of ascension. The ground shook from the impact. The surroundings were instantly destroyed. Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess withstood the oncoming flood, even pushing their magic to the limit. The two could barely hold their ground. That force, like it would erase all existence ahead, shook the entire forest of Naha, and even made the armies outside tremble. Asterisk crack, crack asterisk. The sound of matter being violently torn by immense power filled the air. Then, the wails of undead drawn to the sublimation gate echoed in all directions. Every molecule of the sublimation gate burned away. Black lightning surged upward in defiance. A black spear violently pierced the sky. Its momentum showed no signs of slowing. Just a little more. Tyr didn't hold back his energy. He even drained every last bit of strength to display that overwhelming might. And then, the sublimation gate began to violently fluctuate. With intense tremors, the sky thundered. Massive ripples swept across the void. Tyr suddenly realized the end was near. However, Tyr had exhausted all his strength, and pain surged like a tsunami. He couldn't even writhe in agony on the ground. He could only barely hold on, clinging to his fading consciousness. But as time passed, Tyr's mind began to sink beneath the surface. Even the twisted pain in his body began to blur. Damn it! Little by little, he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. But in that very moment, strike! From deep within him, amid the thick mist, a voice clearer than anything else seeped in. Keep striking yourself. Just like a blacksmith forging a blade all his life, nothing is impossible. The unknown simply exists. When the sound shook Fear's inner world, his sinking spirit began to resurface. Turn the unknown into the known. Create your own history. Let your body become the one and only famed sword on the entire continent. At that moment, a strong yet comforting power surged into Fear's body. His father's magic flowed in. Kale's magic poured from his hand. A burning, fiery yet warm power filled him and began to stabilize his body. Feeling better now? As he focused his mind, vitality boost activated. His stamina rapidly recovered. Fear quickly regained his vigor, facing Kale, as if his earlier breathlessness had been a lie. With all his might, Fear smiled in satisfaction, accompanied by a feeling completely different from drawing any other sword. Crack! With Kale's burst of light and brilliance, the entire world was swallowed by darkness, and before the storm of light swept through, Fear clearly saw with his own eyes the gate of ascension torn apart, gradually disappearing. The rain stopped too. With the aftermath of the raging typhoon Fear unleashed, the wind howled past, feeling especially desolate, truly astonishing. What is this? Princess Plum Blossom and Julius gazed at the place where Fear unleashed the black typhoon. There, remnants of the storm still flickered on the ground. What a monster! Even the title of dragon should be relinquished to him. Julius looked at Fear with a wry smile. Having mastered a power beyond the limits, it took Fear considerable time to gather his magic. When he finally collected all his power, seeing this sight, Kale let out a cold laugh. At the very least, keep 20% of your strength. He said so. Was it to deal with an emergency? In any case, better to say less. Although Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess scolded him, there were smiles on their faces. Kale couldn't help but laugh too. And then, congratulations, you have successfully shattered the sublimation gate, proving your qualification to inherit the executor's position. The scenario mission is complete. Alert number 12. Evaluation. S. Rewards. Skill analysis. Shared perception and super strength. Nirvana has been promoted. Asterisk click asterisk. Level up. Level up. In the corner of his vision, countless messages appeared, but he no longer had the mind to pay attention, because Kale was slowly fading in the light, making his final farewell. The sublimation gate was now gone. Only a zone of violent destruction remained. Kale shone brightly there, and shattered Tyr's head. Big brother. Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess stood behind Kale in stunned silence, having just been smiling. Their outstretched hands now wandered helplessly in place. Is Robert still there? Kale looked toward the black dragon outside, and asked softly. Right then, a sparrow flapped and flew in. I'm here. Because of the storm, I came late. Big brother. The black dragon returned to his true form and stood before Kale. At last, everyone Kale wanted to see had gathered. However, Kale's gaze had already locked onto one place. Truly outstanding. Kale gazed ahead. A faint smile hung on Kale's face. Though you did well, you still need to learn control. Way of Life, episode 258. Understood. I'll keep it in mind. Kale listened to Kale's words and replied energetically, because he knew this would be their final conversation. His reply was filled with regret. If only, instead of ascending, he had stayed behind as the head of the family, able to watch until the very end. Perhaps then, he could have spoken those words he never could before. Such thoughts were just fleeting fantasies. The wind began to blow. At some point, the clouds started to part. Dawn broke through the clouds. Raindrops fell gently onto Kale's shoulders. Radiance of ascension began to spread rapidly. Julius, Princess, Plum Blossom, Black Dragon Bingshining, all witnessed that final figure. Kale's final words were because he understood that this rightfully belonged to the successor, not to himself. Kale, Ragnar, accepted his fate as an executor and made it his life's conviction, never once wavering. He resolutely paved his path forward. For decades, as the absolute champion of Ragnar, he had finally found a worthy successor, and Kale laid down that heavy burden. It was a historic moment. There should have been grand celebrations in Winterl, but things did not go as planned, which was regrettable. They thought he would speak directly to Tyr. But Kale walked toward Geelong. Given how things are, Winterler should remain calm. Madam, I leave it to your care. Don't worry. The Plum Blossom Princess replied with a smile. As the First Lady, she held absolute trust in Winterler. One would expect a special farewell, but between husband and wife, it was quiet. Their gazes simply moved to the next person. Julius, guide him well. Tyr. Yes, big brother. Robert, I trust and leave it to you. Of course. Please watch us from above. After a brief exchange between Julius and Black Dragon, everyone laughed together. And before him, Tyr stood tall and proud, radiating confidence. Kale placed his hand on Tyr's shoulder. It was a large, strong hand, but what it conveyed was warmth. If it's you, you'll do better than I ever did. His gaze was full of trust and warmth as he looked at Tyr. Tyr could feel it. He was being looked at with the eyes of a father. Photons accelerated rapidly. Warm sunlight spilled over Kale's back. The hand on his shoulder began to fade. Once Kale stopped resisting sublimation, it began to occur at unprecedented speed. As always, I believe he will make the right choice. Kale reached for his beloved sword, Caliban, untied the cord at his waist, and handed it to Tyr, having gained the recognition of Ragna, the guardian deity, as a reward. He passed it on. The family's sacred sword, Caliban, passed down. Tyr, with trembling hands, received the sword of countless victories, shared alongside Kale over endless years. The victorious blade that was Kale's symbol. Never in past lives had anyone taken Kale's sword. Therefore, a heavy, indescribable weight filled his heart. So heavy. Caliban felt as heavy as all the years spent with Kale, as if to say, this is the weight of Ragnar's duty. How light it is. Kale chuckled, ruffling Tyr's hair with his hand. Not only that, all the demigod swords once wielded by Kale began to belong to Tyr. Within those swords lay the lifetime strength of absolute champions defeated by Kale, including Hilda's sword. What you do with them is your choice. Decide for yourself. With these informal words of advice, Kale said farewell to his remaining brothers. Serve faithfully. Enjoy it. Though the farewell was simple, the emotion in his gaze was far from casual. Julius and Princess Plum Blossom's eyes filled with tears, while the Black Dragon simply smiled softly. You've worked hard. You've truly worked hard. Tyr will take good care of us. Don't worry. Big brother. Big brother. You've worked so hard. They had always thought this parting with Kale would be like this. So each of them remained true to their feelings. Midnight. The wind blew. The clouds vanished without a trace. The dawn shone dazzlingly, perhaps because the past was too mischievous. The morning sunlight seemed especially brilliant, as if the moment had come. A fierce wind surged. And so, eyes involuntarily closed and opened again, and in the place left by the wind, only the blinding morning light shone down. A sudden emptiness surged, as if her heart had been pierced, not only because Kale's presence had been so absolute. It was simply hard to accept that someone so powerful had vanished. I once believed it would be that way, but for some reason, I feel like such an end suits Kale's style. Kale, who appeared like a comet, her presence was that intense. If Kale, whose power made even the concept of death unimaginable, vanished, it would feel like watching a mirage disappear. Now I finally understand. Maybe she'll message me someday. Tyr didn't believe that their last conversation had truly been the last. It felt like he had ascended the pantheon. No matter the method, Kale's presence would surely make itself known again. And then, Lodbrok chuckled softly and sent his thoughts. Not rushing to deal with the gods just yet, I hope. That's true. Kai had originally loathed the gods, so of course she wouldn't spare them. In fact, she really had planned to do it. If it were Kale, She could definitely pull it off, and more. Imagining Kale sweeping through the pantheon in an instant, I couldn't help but laugh to myself. No matter how bold, she wouldn't go picking a fight with the god of causality, right? Even so, there had been a faint trace of sorrow on Kale's face. Rhodey, did things go well outside? Return to nature. The remains will no longer be desecrated. Kale suddenly felt a tinge of regret, thinking how nice it would have been to extract a few ribs from that dragon. That would have been far too cruel for both Lodbrok and that bone dragon. I quickly dismissed the thought. There were backup plans anyway, just in case. Why? Why are you staring at me like that? Because you're too adorable. Saying that now, you're making my sides itch. Kale saw her own ribs screaming, and made a pained expression. Then, in the distance, Lay was walking slowly toward Thier, dragging heavy steps, his proud face twisted by sorrow. Tears streamed uncontrollably. Lay. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Then Hawks came carrying someone on his back. Thier quickly recognized who it was on his back. It was a lifeless Weston. Lay, Hawks, and Erica's faces were grim. Thier's pace quickened. Though it was only a short distance, as he drew closer, he saw that Weston had already passed away. At least here, he hadn't died in vain. The shock felt like a heavy blow to the head. Hawks silently and gently laid Weston's body on the ground. A peaceful smile rested on Weston's face. Thier's hand trembled as he stroked Weston's face. Dragon synchronization activated instantly. Weston. In his reversed vision, he saw the world through Wellington's eyes. With the shift of dragon synchronization, Wellington's presence filled his consciousness. At this moment, emotions seemed to become Weston himself. In front of him stood that great dragon, with a complicated expression, struggling to hold his sword. He gently placed Weston's face upon his lap, carefully reading Thier's feelings. With one glance, the surge of emotions became vividly clear, even evoking the same illusion. Gripping tightly, he felt Weston's desire to stop it all. That pain, Weston too felt. A deep, fatherly affection for Deng Long. Within that bond, the act of raising swords against each other was excruciating for Weston, and even the difficult Lantern's proposal was tearfully refused. To do so was entirely out of deep friendship for Teo. If this matter is settled, then let him wield his sword at Thier's side, alongside the hopes Weston held. Then let him wield his sword at Thier's side, together with the hopes that Weston held. The thrill and hope that came with that longing, it felt so blissful. And yet, the opponent was Jiulong, a battle fought while accepting the cost of future consequences. An absolutely unbeatable foe. Weston chose to compromise with himself. Compromise was Weston's specialty. There were so many capable people beside Tayo, even without me. With that thought in mind, he swallowed his bitterness. What a foolish thing to say. Those words, never meant to be heard. Tears still held them on his lips. He truly wanted to convey them to her. Otherwise, it would be too sad for Wellington. I wish I could see Tear one more time. No one knew Wellington's thoughts, but they flowed completely into Tear's heart, as if his dying wish was never fulfilled. A surge of grief washed over, and Tears fell uncontrollably, even in such unspeakable pain. That wish to tell him, "Take care of yourself," Tear, lasted till the very end. It was so heartrending, so sad. A wish that veered off course before even taking its first step. How deeply regrettable it was. Weston's final thoughts played out. Across the vast northern wilderness, "We're doing you, Tear Ray." The Hawks siblings, all together, fiercely pushing back the enemy lines, like a heroic tapestry hanging in a museum. And once it all ended, his vision returned to normal. Weston's smiling face. Tear clasped his hands together for Wellington, and offered a brief prayer. To me, you've always been the greatest hero. From the past to now, that has never changed. I got stronger easily, because of lucky encounters. But precisely because of that, I know how hard Weston had worked, how much effort it took to become stronger, even if we followed different masters. I hope we could meet again someday, and call each other friends. Raise a toast together to the drink he loved so much. Strength filled Thier's hands. Thier gently caressed Weston's face, and carefully laid him on the ground. Weston's funeral must be held in Winterl, to give it the grandeur it deserves. For that, this battle must be ended. Thier silently rose from his seat. The battlefield needs to be cleared quickly. Thier looked at the black dragon, and said so. The black dragon, seeing Thier's turmoil, simply nodded lightly, and walked away, toward the armies of the gathered forces. Episode 259. The news that Kael Ragnar had vanished spread quickly through every faction. After the storm passed, scouts were swiftly dispatched by all sides, witnessing Kael's ascension. Though it was hard to believe, those returning with this shocking news, the scouts, caused uproar in every camp. In that instant, all factions even doubted their own ears, but none reported that Kael had been defeated by anyone. Therefore, they fully accepted the scouts' report. Whether it was death or disappearance, what mattered was, Ragnar was now without Kael. Kael no longer in Ragnar. That was their first thought. Kael's presence had been so overwhelming that in an instant, it became a spark for dreams of rebellion. However, Ragnar's guardian dragon was still clearly there. Didn't they all say? Kale's direct successor was his companion. The moment those words were spoken, all resistance quickly subsided. The weight carried by Kale's existence and the existence of myths is irresistible. Even so, chaos continues to linger like a shadow. Even knowing of Kale's ascension, rumors of Ragnar's grand show were still rampant. Ragnar's herald has arrived, summoning everyone to Ragnar's camp tent. All factions fell into brief contemplation over this event. Although it was a meeting for post-war arrangements, it was Fear, now the head of the Ragnar family, who called it. Clearly, the attitude taken in this camp would greatly affect future actions. They had to confirm things with their own eyes at Ragnar's camp. There was no surer way than this. Representatives of all factions headed to Ragnar's camp. Ragnar's camp was filled with tension, though not all factions had arrived. Fear's sorrow over the loss of his first friend was already visible, creating a sharp atmosphere. Despite Weston's death, as the family head, his presence was formidable. The Black Dragon chuckled quietly. With their common enemy gone, even Kale had ascended. It was thought that Ragnar now had a significant power vacuum, even having witnessed the destructive power of Fear's newly formed legion, and etched the image of the guardian dragon in their minds. Kai's presence was still overwhelmingly strong. They saw this as the way forward. Yet at this moment, Fear exuded the same aura as Kale. Just facing him was suffocating under his overwhelming pressure. It filled the entire space. Soon, factions entered Ragnar's camp one after another. First to appear was Hans Mulligan. As Tan Mulligan's younger brother, he was the highest-ranking leader of the Mulligan faction in Ragnar's camp. He sensed something was off from outside, but the shock upon entering was indescribable. Calling him Kale's successor? That guy wasn't even human, but a monster in human form. Right behind him, the 9 dragons arrived as well. The pressure, as if seated on an absolute throne, stung their skin. Greetings to the current master of Ragnar. Hans Mulligan bowed his head in respect. Fear merely gave a slight nod. Please, have a seat. Yes. Being the first to arrive made him feel like sitting on pins and needles. Mr. Felton entered gracefully, full of courtesy. He illuminated it briefly with his gaze, toward the person sitting in the chief seat. Oh, although he hasn't fully reached Kale's level yet, has his power already approached it? Burfleton made that judgment by reading the profound glow in Tyr's eyes. At the very least, it was as deep as Kale's. Greetings, Lord of Winter. Burfleton of the Gentleman's Alliance. Please have a seat. Though he greeted gracefully, Tyr gave only a brief response. Burfleton bowed without hesitation and sat down. Then, so, about your moda. Suddenly, a commotion broke out outside. The noise grew louder and louder. Tyr's brows began to furrow. At the same time, the air in the room grew increasingly tense. Their skin began to sting. Unable to stand it any longer, Hans Murigen stepped outside to find out what was going on. Up ahead, Xiangliang from the Beastman front and Moda's grid were arguing. What are you doing? Everyone's waiting. Hans Murigen shouted sternly. He practically forced the two of them inside. Although still clearly annoyed, they quickly sensed the chill in the air and suppressed their anger first. Focusing straight ahead, was he once the Lord of the Mad Swarm? Beastman's keen intuition, and the former Lord of the Mad Swarm, who once shook the forest. Tyr's identity was quickly uncovered. Victor of the Beastman front. Grid of Modu, meeting with the chief of Ragna. Beckett offered his greeting. Grid returned the gesture in kind. Though once only half Ragna, Tyr had now truly risen to the rank of Archduke. He deserved proper respect. Is everyone here? Then the reason for gathering everyone is to hear your views on post-incident handling. It's all Moda's fault. If Moda had provided stable electricity, the casualties could have been reduced. The reason those two outside are roaring is because of this. Ragnar's side also suffered significant losses, but once the existence of Bluebeard and Ben Dragon was confirmed, they decisively abandoned the Wyverns. The number of surviving members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry was quite substantial. However, the Orc faction was in a different situation. Their Orc tribes likely had no knowledge of the true dragon's presence. They were thrown into chaos by the dragon's might. Ultimately, they were completely annihilated. If only we had received Beckett's warning about Moda earlier, we could have retreated sooner. Maybe we could have saved more lives. You foolish beasts. Who dares to go all in during a war? Even all of you together don't compare to our losses. Do you think we'll end up as undead like that dragon and Lord Bluebeard? What a joke. Just the loss of the Bluebeard dragon and Ben Dragon alone amounted to a 30% loss of Moda's total military strength. You bastard. How dare you tarnish the honor of the Orcs? Filthy beast. And you talk about honor? At this rate, war between the two factions seemed inevitable. At that moment, enough. Fear's deep voice heavily cut through their noisy argument, piercing right through. Victor's eyes widened in surprise, staring at Fear. Because Fear's voice sounded chilling to the bone. It was identical to the voice of someone delivering a death sentence. Beckett's gaze shifted from Fear to the black dragon behind him. The black dragon smiled faintly. Did you notice something? Victor sat down with arms crossed. You know what this is about. You beast. In any case, this is the fate of our aerial forces. On behalf of Modo, I express my deep regret. Greed strode proudly forward, adjusting his breath and tidying his attire. Then he bowed his head and spoke. However, it is regrettable. That's all there is to it. Regretful, isn't it? That guy's face is thicker than our skin. Humph. Only the Marigan faction. While the Gentleman's Alliance and Beastman Front were outraged, everyone calmed down. Xiangliang, you too, cool your temper. Just as Grid was about to continue speaking, Tyr stood up. As a result, Victor and Grid could only shut their mouths. To personally step in and investigate, seems you're quite cunning. Compared to those guys, establishing relations with Moda is far more important. A wise decision indeed. Since even Kale has disappeared, surely there's no more intent for bloodshed? That's what Grid thought, and let out a cold smile. In Grid's eyes, Ragna's current master, Kai, wasn't present, so only sorry could be seen. The victor of this war is our alliance. Blaming one of us for the losses is unfair. Therefore, I have even more doubts. Humph. Shifting the blame like this. What good can come of it besides bloodshed? Can there really be a better outcome? Isn't that right, Victor? Grid was about to continue his argument, directing it at Victor, and coldly said, however, what do you mean? Tyr's voice lowered again. His gaze swept toward Grid. As of now, the only one fully involved in this incident is Ragna. To be precise, the real culprit is Hilda, and the one who aided Hilda was the Mage Tower, although it's unclear who gave the order. From what you just said, you likely know nothing about what truly happened. Didn't expect you'd laugh out loud over it. Tyr said this. He stood up from his seat. It felt as though a giant boulder pressed down on everyone's shoulders. An illusion arose, and at the corner of Victor's mouth, a faint smile appeared. Do I look like a mediator to you? Fear slowly walked toward Greed, then placed his hand on Greed's shoulder. I merely sought permission from the bright sphere. God. Permission for what? Upon hearing Fear's words, Victor understood the reason for the black dragon's roar. Meanwhile, Greed's face turned pale as paper. It is Ragnar's duty to fight against you. You have had a significant impact on this matter. And during this time, my friend was sacrificed. As these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into silence. The momentum that Fear could no longer contain became overwhelming. Do you think I won't hold you accountable for this? Do you think I won't seek justice for the death of my Ragnar brothers? That rage was fully directed at Moda. As some have said, the true culprit of this war is Moda. As soon as the words fell, Greed instinctively began to retreat, calling him Kale's successor. In the end, he's just a monster. But if they continued to push this sense of terror, it might end up backfiring. Boar Squad. Fear openly expressed his admiration, but at the same time, he revealed his concern. Victor shared the same thought. In continuous battles, managing soldiers' morale isn't easy. Even with Kale's overwhelming presence, soldiers maintained their fearsome spirit. But with this sudden succession, internal management must be struggling. What's more, in the war-hungry Winterland region, a sudden change of succession might spark a bloody storm. Even with the proud 9 dragons of Ragnar's support, unless they unite the 6 major powers supporting Ragnar and the other factions, they are bound to face rebellion, just like during the Trojan era. This is obvious. In other words, even though Ragnar now has the power to wage war, the timing isn't right. And based on how internal affairs are managed, we must decide whether to accept forces that once opposed Kale's regime. This is also a critical period. We must judge according to the circumstances. Hans Murigen shares that view as well. Up until now, immature behavior has been understandable. However, the position of Ragnar's clan leader is different. Why go so far as to abandon blood ties and groom a successor? But, Tyr, go inform the Mage Tower Master to give him 1 week. With a heart full of remorse, he must escort the criminal. The Mage Tower Master must come in person. Unlike other opinions, Tyr boldly made this declaration. It was not what the factions had expected, nor had Wangle anticipated it. If the Tower Master refuses, what will you do? Upon hearing that, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Tyr's mouth. In that moment, any effort to preserve pride seemed utterly laughable. Ragnar will conquer the Mage Tower by force. Episode 260. Grid fell into deep thought, shrouded in eerie green light. Currently, the Mage Tower has lost 30% of its power supply, causing widespread power disruptions. No, not just that. Even if their troops are intact, how many forces can truly resist Ragnar? Ragnar's newly revealed legion in this war will undoubtedly spark a new trend in future battles. I will relay your message. In warfare, you must consider all possibilities, including unknown enemy units. To confront them, one must understand their power in detail. Tower Master, you may feel humiliated, but please understand that this decision is for the future of the Mage Tower. What's more, the family head's friend has just been sacrificed. If they were to provoke his emotions any further, they might suffer even harsher punishment. This thought pushed him to make a swift decision. That's it for the post-war arrangements. I hope all factions will respond properly in the future. Fear said this as he issued the order to dismiss them. He exchanged a brief glance with the Black Dragon, and then left the camp tent. Moda's greed had already fled Ragnar's camp, like his life depended on it. Xiangliang looked at himself with satisfaction, then headed toward the orc front line. Well then, I should take my leave too. Bolton of the Gentlemen's Association was about to leave respectfully, when someone called out, "Wait a moment, do you have something to take back with you?" Upon hearing this, Bolton turned around, his eyes wide open. There lay the corpse of Ronan. Thank you. Although many entered that forest, I never expected to retrieve all my companions. No, I never even thought of recovering all their remains from the start. In these circumstances, to recover the body of Ronan from the Black Shrine was undoubtedly a great gift for the Shrine Alliance. See you in Winterell. Well then, Bolton carried Ronan's corpse and left the tent. Now only Hans Mulligan remained. He was also about to rise from his seat. Please take this as a token of our friendship. Julius tossed out a multicolored stone from behind. It was once a gift for travelers. Hans caught it and gazed at the stone blankly for a moment. Then he tightly closed his eyes. Thank you. Until we meet again. Hans left Ragnar's tent for the last time. For a first appearance in politics, it wasn't too bad. The Black Dragon smiled with satisfaction behind him. Thus, all the blame fell squarely on Moda. While a clear gesture of goodwill was shown to the other factions, Moda had fallen into total isolation. This war would completely ruin Moda's reputation among the anti-Ragnar forces. And next, Ragnar could even foresee the possibility of absorbing the magic tower. Tyr had long foreseen the current situation regarding the handling of Ronan and Bluebeard's remains, and the arrangements for Black Dragon's solitary command. He could only offer sincere admiration. Looks like I need to learn in this area too. In assassination and political conspiracies, there was no one in his past life who could follow the Black Dragon. He had caught glimpses of it before. But now it was clear his methods surpassed anything from the past. There's a lot to deal with once we return. The inheritance ceremony still awaits. And Black Dragon's gaze unintentionally drifted to where Weston's body lay covered. The funeral was something he also wanted to express. Just as he had once been seen as the North's enemy, the funeral must be held in a low-key manner. Later, that enemy of the North stigma must be washed away. His name must be restored. Yes, it's better to recover quickly. Tyr gazed toward the horizon, where the forest that had once become a demon mirror was now, imperceptibly, returning to its vibrant green. Though many great trees had fallen, and the terrain had changed, the old landscape could no longer be found, but at least it felt more alive than before. The mysteries there could wait to be unraveled another day. The hidden mysteries of the underwater city had stirred his curiosity, but there were more urgent matters now. More than half the white-armored warriors were likely lost. Although Julius rushed to manage the aftermath, the damage seemed worse than expected. On the other hand, Tyr's forces transferred from the northeast had suffered no major losses, and successfully established a strong foothold on the battlefield. It was truly a brilliant victory. Yet his mood remained uneasy. He couldn't simply feel joy, nor could he indulge in sorrow. A clan leader must not be swayed by emotion, just like Kale once was. He must treat all students and retainers equally. With that thought, Tyr felt as though he finally understood Kale a little more. Why was that face always expressionless? I'll be right back. Tyr stepped out of the camp and headed toward the center of the great forest. Chirp chirp. Morning birds sing aloud. Dewdrops hang on green leaves. The scene is vividly clear. If not for the devastation all around, it would be hard to believe this place surpasses even the demon realm, known as a land of eerie strangeness. If my family opens their hearts once more, we can reach that place again. And welcome. Just as Tyr expected. At that family's sacred ground, Elder Trepwin greeted us with a smile. Puff puff, puff puff. Reflections of family members began to appear on the pond. It's our savior, the savior of humanity. The forest has returned, but it's been damaged. We just need to repair it. A warm welcome, Tyr. Even though the forest was damaged, seeing it regain its vitality was still comforting. Along with the words of the dragon race, the family's response was fervent to the point of burning passion. Now, as we prepare to leave, I've come to bid farewell. Upon hearing Tyr's words, the family instantly fell into chaos. The savior is leaving. Prepare a feast. Prepare for a grand romance. Bring back a beauty. A political marriage. Although things felt strange from the midway point, that genuine reluctance to part with their savior was felt deep in our hearts. I feel regret too, but due to urgent matters, we'll have to save the feast for next time. A heavy sigh echoed out. Trepwin awkwardly extended his hand with a smile. Will you come again? Yes. I came here to promote goodwill. Ragnar will spare no effort in supporting the reconstruction of the forest. Not bad. Our clan also welcomes Ragnar's visit anytime. That's a fine response. This way, I'll be able to visit this underwater city again at any time. Trepon took something out from inside his robes. This is our clan chief's bell charm. As a symbol of friendship, I give it to you. Though time has passed, its brilliance has not faded. It still shines with a beautiful rainbow glow. The mysterious bell continues to radiate its captivating light, similar to the strange presence Tyr once sensed in the pond. As the bell of the first clan chief, perhaps it had long merged with the essence of the pond. A strange energy now seeps from deep within its surface. The resemblance between them is truly astonishing. Home. An invitation from my clan. Clan chief's bell charm. Type. Relic. Consumable. Wear requirement. None. Effect. Allows underwater breathing while held. Will activate upon reaching a designated location. This is what caught Tyr's attention. The final line. Will activate upon reaching a designated location. Only one thought surfaced. Could this be a relic linked to the underwater city? Curiosity pricked at his nerves relentlessly, but Tyr resisted the urge and carefully tucked the charm away. Thank you. Ragna is an ally of our clan. Whenever our clan faces danger, he will rush to aid us without hesitation, though Tyr didn't offer a token in return. The sincerity in his words deeply touched Trapun's heart. Thank you. You'll be quite busy from now on, won't you? Yes. Once Ander recovers, I'll come visit you. Tyr bid farewell to that family, seeing him off, and returned to the camp once more. Tyr returned to the camp, where Evelyn came running with her red hair flying. She had regained her vigor. Evelyn still looked radiant. Though she felt regret for the broken armor branch, she found herself thinking of giving an even sturdier, better gift instead. Why did Rodbrock suddenly come to mind? Maybe it was because of his potential. When thinking of strength and resilience, Rodbrock naturally came to mind. Then, no. A desperate thought from Rodbrock surfaced. Was it a sudden sense of unease? Or perhaps jealousy? An indescribable emotion welled up. Evelyn. Tyr chuckled softly as he walked toward Evelyn. Tyr appeared right behind her. Though there was a shadow on his face, there was also a newfound serenity unlike before. Didn't you say you needed to calm down first? This will do just fine. The reply was indifferent as always. However, he added something after that sentence. The captain is still busy, isn't he? A subtle atmosphere flowed between them. Tyr quickly recalled Julius's undying love for Evelyn. Could it be that he never had the chance to confess? Though he felt a momentary pang of regret when he saw Evelyn's face, a faint blush spread across his cheeks. It was only a matter of time. It would be resolved soon, and then Tyr would become the family head. Upon hearing this, Evelyn blinked quickly twice. Have I been unconscious that long? Even she found the words hard to believe. It felt as if Kale, who seemed destined to rule forever like a god, had ascended. It was no different from saying she had lost the title of General of the 100 Armored Brave Cavalry. Didn't you get your position as the White Armored Dragon Cavalry General taken away? What? You're still here? Did you really think I'd give up that post so easily? A blush spread once more across Evelyn's cheeks. Julius looked away. This is getting interesting. Perhaps it was the sight of something bluish that made Lornold Block let out a quiet chuckle. Tyr felt more and more like this wasn't the place for him, so he stepped aside from the seats. Behind him, he could hear the soft whispers of the two. I quietly ignored it all. Looking around, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry suffered heavy losses. Countless wyvern corpses filled the view. Scattered remnants across the battlefield silently told the tale of a fierce battle fought here. Though the scene was tragic, one could feel the faint atmosphere of a hard-earned victory. The white armored warriors remained silent, quietly retrieving equipment from fallen wyverns, and gently gathering the remains of their comrades onto wagons. Among these family-like warriors, Tyr recognized several familiar faces, and I'll lend a hand too. Tyr stepped forward to help with the work. As a member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and the future clan head of Ragna, he bore this responsibility. He moved faster than anyone. Because what he dreamed of becoming was not a ruler like Kale who ruled by force, but someone who led by example, a monarch who worked alongside his people. Because he firmly believed this was the responsibility of a true leader. Young Master is helping out himself. Everyone, let's get moving. The morale of the white armored warriors soared at the sight. They threw themselves into the work, though they didn't yet know he was the clan head, and miscalled him slightly. It didn't matter. A leader in a high position, personally helping with such chores, that fact alone was more than enough. Back to the numbers of the Jin clan. The Way of Life, Episode 261. Kale. Ragnar's passing. The descent of Kale and Ragnar's guardian dragon. Ragnar without Kale. Is this really alright? The undead legion appearing in Niga Forest was repelled by the united allied forces. Ragnar emerged victorious in the power struggle. Standing out among them was the new legion's outstanding performance. The celestial dragon who was once the young master, Tyr. After Ragnar became the new family head, his succession ceremony was scheduled for when he arrived at Winterl. The lords had yet to issue an official. The culprit behind this chaos was identified as Moda, as the Northern Alliance led by the continent neared Lingdong City. The results of the battle were widely reported by newspapers across the continent. Every single piece of news captured everyone's attention. Oh my god. This is... The most captivating news was Kale's demise. All this time, whenever the continent's strongest was mentioned, Kale was always at the forefront. Therefore, his passing was undoubtedly shocking. Another shocking revelation was the appearance of the legendary guardian dragon, alongside the talk of the undead. At the same time, a proclamation, hinting at the true mastermind behind the war, and Moda's downfall. Finally, the next family head, Thyrland's name began spreading widely across the continent. One special report after another sent shockwaves throughout the continent, especially Moda's bishop, who flew into a rage upon seeing the proclamations. In anticipation of the future, the lords dispatched Winterl to monitor the minor lords, to witness Kale's heir with their own eyes. Some lords even set out personally. Finally, the Northern Alliance returns to Vitra, bringing a new wave across the continent. As they passed through the city gates, petals were scattered by the crowd. Cheers rose one after another. Although Kale's disappearance should have caused sorrow, to the people of the North, death signifies honor. Besides, his successor is Tyr. The cheers seemed to echo across the entire Lingdong city. Of course, there was another reason. Isn't this just fine? Beside Tyr, Lornold Block mumbled something that finally sounded sincere. His support was evident, his face nearly expressionless, yet Tyr could sense a hint of subtle embarrassment. No, Tyr responded with a bright smile of affirmation. That too was a silent smile, a gentle hint not to probe any further. Facing that smile, Lornold Block furrowed his brows, trying hard to keep a calm expression. Of course, the awkwardness he endured was rewarded in a way that was undeniable, because with such a condition added, now that you've become the clan head, you can have mint chocolate whenever you like. And to go along with Tyr's social integration plan, he appeared in human form, wearing proper clothes, and standing right beside him. The sight of the two standing side by side made the watching crowd even more excited. Long live Lord Guardian Dragon, long live Agna. Amid the endless cheers, Lornold Block's pupils trembled violently. Upon seeing this, Tyr let out a soft chuckle, and confidently stepped forward. At the end of the parade, Cecilia stood quietly in support. Adenine. Seeing Tyr's face, Cecilia's cheeks flushed. As she ran over, tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Everything that had happened recently flashed through her mind like a spinning lantern, flashing through his mind. Contempt and ridicule, hardship and adversity. He overcame every challenge. That dazzling figure, grown loyal and mighty, filled him with immense pride. Leading the mighty 9 dragons army behind him, charging ahead fearlessly, that bold and brave posture stirred hearts deeply. At last, Fear arrived before Cecilia. He dismounted from his horse. You've worked hard during this time, mother. Fear gently embraced Cecilia. That embrace carried many meanings. To comfort Cecilia, whose heart had suffered during this time, to ensure Cecilia would no longer be troubled by rumors. What Fear was doing now was something Kale had not achieved. You've worked hard, my son. Cecilia smiled happily and held tightly to Fear, even though the fact that Carl was not here left a trace of regret. She realized this sadness within her. It wasn't fair to Kale or Fear. So, she suppressed these feelings. Everything will be alright now, Fear said with a smile, and then let go of Cecilia. Well then, see you at home later. Fear mounted his horse again and disappeared into the crowd. Princess Plum Blossom looked at Cecilia, smiled faintly, gave a courteous bow, and followed behind Fear. You've worked hard. At that, Keelsun gently patted Cecilia's shoulder. Back then, when Tyr began to improve, she had tried quietly to reveal her own face, but she could never find the right moment to step in. All she could do was silently watch. Keelsun wasn't unaware of Cecilia's pain. That kind of pain wasn't something Keelsun could comfort, so she could only protect her from afar. At this moment, in front of everyone, Tyr showed his care for his mother after becoming clan head. To Keelsun, that alone was enough. From now on, Cecilia would be involved in fewer scandals, fewer and fewer. Cecilia wiped away her tears, and then showed a bright expression. She stood up from her seat with strength. Let's go. The young master's succession ceremony is about to begin soon. Very soon. There's a lot to prepare, and time is tight. Cecilia turned and walked quickly, her steps lighter than ever. Keelsun smiled too, and followed behind her. It seems now that having become clan head, he probably won't be satisfied with ordinary things anymore. Looks like the Money King's vault is going bankrupt again. Far to the east stood a towering black spire, rising like it would pierce the sky. That towering spire loomed over the entire region. It seemed to symbolize the power they held in this vast and remote region. At the very top was the residence of the Master of the Magic Tower. It was as if it had been copied directly from the Jade Palace. Upon the grand throne standing in the splendid hall sat the Master of the Magic Tower. Not only had the Tower Master's brother turned into an undead, but even Ben Dragon had been destroyed by Ragnar's people. What? You want me to go to Winterl in person? Outrageous. The furious roar of Cressmont, the Master of the Magic Tower, echoed in all directions. The subordinate at the base of the throne was shaken to pieces. Clatter, clatter. The ruins misunderstood the throne, collapsing in disarray. The Master of the Magic Tower stood up from his seat, and in the central hall, Greed and Nazariu were kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. How did things end up like this? If you have mouths, then speak. We're sorry. 10 mouths. Outrageous. The Master of the Tower produced a golden orb beside him. The shattered fragments floated in the air, heading straight toward Greed's face. The sharp shards glimmered, emitting a chilling glow. Indeed, even with 10 mouths, you couldn't explain this away. How dare you smear filth on my face? It seems you've even abandoned the will to live. Tower Master, please spare us. Greed's trembling voice desperately pleaded for mercy, but the only response was silence. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp shards mercilessly slashed across Greed's face. Crack, crack. Greed trembled like a leaf in the wind, soon collapsing weakly to the ground. Greed's blood soaked into Nazaryu's knees. However, the Tower Master did not spare even a glance, turning his cold gaze toward Nazaryu. Little Tower Master, you tell me, how did things turn out like this? Nazaryu spoke with a calm tone. Tyr. Ragnar's capabilities far exceeded our expectations. Are you saying he alone caused all of this? TCH. The shards of glass that had taken Gred's life began to float back into the air. Do you understand the current situation? Matap, the Lord of Motor, spoke in a calm tone, his eyes coldly fixed on Nazaryu. He began to speak. I know it well. Humph. The Motor Lord sneered, and sat back on the throne. The glass shards floating in the air fell again, shattering once more. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Show results within 1 month. Otherwise, you won't escape this fate. Understood. However, Lord Matap, what is it? May I ask what Lord Ragnar intends to do? The Motor Lord slightly furrowed his brows, though the 3 formerly allied factions had betrayed them. More importantly, they couldn't ignore Ragnar's formation demands, since the situation could lead to war at any moment. They had to proceed with caution. Even though his pride was wounded, the Motor Lord had only one choice from the start. This truly displeases me. Asterisk click, asterisk, asterisk click, asterisk. The Motor Lord tapped on the throne, a look of worry appearing on his face. I heard that newly formed legion was created by Ragnar's new clan head. Perhaps meeting him in person before deciding is not too late. The secretary at Motor's side offered this advice. The Motor Lord clicked his tongue and frowned, and said, yes, there's no other choice, though my pride won't allow it. But as the secretary said, there is value in seeing that face with my own eyes. Let's go and see for ourselves. I must see that arrogant man's face before making a decision. Prepare yourselves before the letter arrives. Yes, sir. Sitting alone on the throne, the Moto leader let out a deep sigh. Fear 2. Ragnar. Meanwhile, Fear 2 has returned, not out of thirst for knowledge, but out of interest in people. Mota's archbishop chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with light. Upon returning, Fear 2 first went to the family head hall. The throne where Kale had seemed destined to sit forever was now Fear 2's seat. Sit down. The Black Dragon said from behind him. Julius and Princess Plum Blossom also nodded with a smile. Yes. Fear 2 slowly sat upon the throne. Clap, clap, clap. It fits even better than expected. Handsome indeed. I thought the family head wouldn't change in my lifetime. Even Fear 2, sitting there, felt some fear at first, but once seated, it felt surprisingly comfortable, as if it belonged to him, along with a sense of responsibility. From now on, you are the leader of Ragnar. The succession ceremony will be held in a week. You're aware of that, right? The Black Dragon's words pressed down even heavier. The succession ceremony before everyone will officially declare Ragnar's leader to be Fear 2. Finally, it has come, along with the sense of responsibility. A rush of excitement filled his heart. Moreover, clap. The Black Dragon snapped his fingers. Then, a large group entered carrying piles of documents. These are the files you'll be handling from now on. Better start getting used to it. Why does the heart cool so quickly? The Way of Survival. Episode 262. Overwhelming workload is the norm. Then there's the image of a clan head, and diplomatic essentials. Tyr was completely drilled in these by the Black Dragon. He began to understand why being stronger than swordplay mattered. He even thought training and war might be better than this. That familiar crushing education. Not. It was still pure hell. For a first time, he did fairly well. The Black Dragon looked at Tyr's pale face, and smiled with satisfaction. Did Father handle all this on his own? He once again felt the greatness of Kale. How did he train for this? Thanks to his time in the East, and Nirvana's accelerated thinking. He processed quickly, but even so, the sheer volume was suffocating. Many more matters had arisen in Winterler. Before returning, even while in Black Snow, he had already felt the weight of many incidents. But after becoming clan head, the number of matters he had to handle multiplied exponentially. From monitoring monster movements to solving various issues. Yep, definitely Northerners. Incidents of violence big and small kept though the documents were assigned to different departments. The final approval and reporting still fell to the clan head. It's not usually this much, but due to the recent expedition, everything had piled up. Asterisk thud, asterisk, asterisk clack, asterisk, as Tyr read through the final agenda item, and stamped it. He finally completed all the backlog. Well done. Looks like you're not soft. No need for training wheels. Thank you. Though Tyr looked exhausted, he swiftly and silently finished his work. He seemed quite satisfied. The Black Dragon's smile never faded. Compared to his elder brother, he felt more approachable. Still, he didn't seem like a returnee. There was even a trace of regret. What if all returnees were like Tyr? The paperwork is finished. Time to start preparing. Tyr tilted his head slightly. unsure of what preparations were needed so soon after returning. Did you think Ragnar's succession ceremony would be so easily completed? The black dragon said with a sinister smile. For some reason, Fear felt a chill down his spine. What have you been doing all this time? Fear sank into deep thought. What he had been doing all along. There were countless things. But ultimately, there was only one fundamental essence. Proving himself. It was all about proof. That was his proof. That was also Ragnar's fate. Yes. Proof. So he must prove himself. For those who live by violence, the simplest way to be acknowledged is through strength alone in the North. They fear and admire beings beyond human. It's no wonder there are cults worshipping first-class magical beasts. In Ragnar's history, no succession ceremony has ever been bloodless. Karl became family head by slaying the Light Dragon Emperor, and was challenged many times thereafter. By defeating the strong warriors recognized by the people of Winterl, he proved himself. But Tyr had no such achievements. News of Tyr defeating strong foes was not witnessed firsthand. It spread only through rumors and hearsay. The Guardian Dragon joined him in battle as his companion, lending him considerable legitimacy. Even if the Guardian Dragon recognized him, winning over the masses was another matter. The people of Winterl, what they longed for was a grand and intense celebration. Only proof died in the blood of the strong could win the spotlight. Therefore, what Tyr needed to prove had already been decided. In times without conflict, there was currently only one way to prove strength. There are many ways to prove power. Which one would you choose? After a brief thought, Tyr gave his answer. How about hunting magical beasts across the nation? And your reason? Tyr saw the faint smile on the black dragon's lips, and realized he'd guessed right. What rulers need to prove is not just strength alone. Because that strength must stand with you, mustn't it? The black dragon gave a hidden smile. Exactly. With that approach, they will worship you willingly. Magical beasts, to the north, are threats that have claimed countless lives. Second-tier magical beasts should be appropriate. Second-tier beasts, top-tier creatures dwelling in the depths of the Demon Sea, are rarely encountered, but cause massive destruction, akin to natural disasters. Second-tier magical beasts are the worst encounters in Demon Sea exploration. In fact, they've caused more damage than top-tier ones. So, residents of Winterler resent them the most. Then it should be fitting. Yes, roughly 3 second-tier magical beasts should do. Even Dragon Gate's swordsmen struggle to survive against them. Only border-crossing swordsmen stand a chance. If he can capture 3 such beasts, it would clearly earn the people's recognition. However, if you're afraid, shall I go with you? No, it's better to go alone. Going with the black dragon might cast doubt on my abilities. The black dragon understood this too, so he laughed. Don't doubt your strength. With your current power, as long as you have enough time, even several tier 2 beasts are no problem. The black dragon let out a light laugh and turned to leave. This time, it's necessary to confirm your strength. He was certain that Tyr, in battle against top-tier beasts, would also emerge victorious. The North needs to understand Tyr's strength. But most importantly, the one who needs to understand this strength is none other than Tyr himself. Explosive growth in power needs stability. Perhaps in this process, Tyr will once again become unrecognizable. Departure is set for around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The inheritance ceremony will take place at the Sea of Demons. After that comes the migration. After speaking, the black dragon left the main hall. By the way, when Sigurd was around, the beasts never thought of crossing that wall. Rodbrok said nostalgically in a low voice. Even the low-intelligence lesser beasts instinctively rejected the overwhelming power of the first clan head. His strength remains unfathomable to this day. Was he constantly exterminating tier 1 beasts? I believe that's entirely possible. Even without intelligence, it doesn't mean they can't sense a threat to their lives. Lodi, do you know where the tier 2 beasts dwell? I don't know. They keep moving constantly. However, what's wrong? If I'm by your side, the beasts won't come near. Even Rodbrok couldn't get close this time. It's okay. Let's chat through telepathy. Though I have to cross the Sea of Demons alone, I'm not too worried. We need to prepare food and supplies for the migration. Time might be very tight. Tyr smiled as he left the clan hall. He walked toward the Dombo Palace. Young master, you've come. At the entrance of Dombo Palace, Cecilia warmly welcomed Tyr. Tyr smiled as he walked toward Cecilia. If I told him that I'm entering the Demon Sea alone this week, how would he react? It's a little scary to think about. I have something to tell Mother. All right, please, go ahead. What is it? Tyr took a deep breath. He spoke carefully. Tomorrow morning, I will enter the Demon Sea. Because I didn't want him to worry, I didn't say I was going alone. Is that so? Cecilia's reaction was calmer than expected toward Tyr's hesitation. She seemed totally unconcerned, even a little awkward. Is it strange not to be worried? Actually, it is a bit strange. Of course I'm worried. But, because you're the young master, I'll wait without worry. So when will you be back? Next week. Oh my. If you're coming back next week, we better get supplies ready fast. Cecilia's reaction was calm. That made Tyr feel a little disappointed instead. Thank you, Mother. What is it? Today will be a busy day, right? After Cecilia finished speaking, she began preparing preserved food for next week and camping gear. Fear looked at the neatly prepared Cecilia and smiled with satisfaction. The shadow that loomed over them before had now completely disappeared. The cold morning air seeped in. Inside the room, the items Cecilia had packed herself were neatly stored in the bag. I should have packed myself. If I had my own stockpile, it wouldn't have been such a hassle. Toward the hard-working Cecilia, he felt both grateful and apologetic. Fear carried the bag and left the East Palace, heading toward the North Gate. At the North Gate, the Black Dragon awaited him. You're here so early. I didn't expect the Black Dragon to come personally. Someone has to see you off, right? The Black Dragon said with a smile, hands behind his back. Only the Black Dragon came to see him off. It felt a little lonely, but still, it was something only he and the Black Dragon knew. The Black Dragon hadn't told anyone that Fear was heading to the Sea of Demons to prove his innocence. If the Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon found out, they would surely make a big fuss. Be careful. No one knows what awaits in the Sea of Demons. The Black Dragon patted Fear's shoulder encouragingly. Then he took out a map of the Sea of Demons and handed it to Fear. Come back safely. Got it. I'm off then. Fear left the North Gate and began his journey toward the Sea of Demons. After Fear left, the Black Dragon took out a big notice and posted it on the plaza bulletin board. Then, he didn't tell us about this. That's too much. No matter how you think about it, Julius and the Plum Blossom Princess charged at the Black Dragon with anger and disappointment. Tyr placed his bag into his backpack and walked briskly toward the border. Although he could easily fly with Wembra, he rarely had the chance to be alone, so he decided to start from scratch. With that mindset, he took each step personally. At that moment, a familiar presence and telepathic link arrived. I'll walk with you to the border. As the words fell, a humanoid roadblock walked up from the side. Nice. I've got company. Before they realized it, they arrived at the border where the Enlightenment ceremony had taken place. Eventually, they had to part ways with Roadblock. I'll be back soon. Yeah. There's nothing much to worry about, but still, be careful. I need to return to the nest. Roadblock yawned and walked off toward his nest in the eastern mountains. Tyr turned his back on the figure and crossed the borderline. Just thinking about entering a dark and unknown land, his heart raced with nerves. As a Law of Life, episode 263, swoosh, swish. As if absorbing warm sunlight, it slid into a graceful arc and began slashing through magical beasts. Only a few hours past the border, yet the number of approaching beasts hadn't decreased. How boring. Level 5, Level 4, even Level 3 doesn't feel particularly challenging. To dodge their attacks, he didn't even need to move his feet. Just one simple slash, and the beasts scattered like dust. Looking back, the corpse of a beast hung from a tree. The trees were reduced to bare trunks, all of them cut down. The surroundings looked like hell. But the path Tyr walked remained untainted. Only on the pure white snow were there faint footprints left behind. The poisonous gas was gradually thickening. The deeper he went, the more the gas stung his skin. Moreover, the mountain's cold merged with the toxic gas, making him frown. Of course, this level of poison was nothing serious, but it was unpleasant and unavoidable. No wonder people cursed after returning from the Sea of Demons. The toxic gas that stung skin and lungs, along with the forest spread out before him, made his vision blur. Ugh. Jagged rocks and trees, a world of pure white, like sharp thorns. Dawn had broken. A strange hostility rose up, as if rejecting human presence. Tension filled the air. Shohei seemed to have just said that casually, so naturally, he felt drawn to enter. It felt inevitable. Fear's eyes gradually filled with sand and dust. Unconsciously, his body tensed slightly. I don't know if it was because of the scenery, or his own feelings. Though not as tense as before battle, his body still felt tight. It was unexpected, since there wasn't any immediate danger. So, Fear walked as if taking 3 steps at a time, trying to relax his body. Plop, plop. A chilling sound echoed all around him. It wasn't just the sound of something hard breaking. It was an instinctively repulsive, unsettling sound. The tension earlier seemed to be building up to this moment. Even his skin felt a tingling pain. He made no effort to hide his aura. It was as if he were flaunting how different he was from others, like he was declaring this place his own territory. The stench was foul. A heavy, rancid odor drifted in with the wind. With each step, his murderous aura pricked the skin like needles. Tyr expanded his perception, pinpointing the enemy's location. Not long after, he encountered it. It was a Tier 2 magical beast. It felt like being in a zoo. Yet curiosity rose about how strong it was. A Tier 2 beast, gigantic quacky, just like described in books. It stood at least 5 meters tall, with razor-sharp teeth the size of human arms. Its body was covered in thick skin and white fur. Its 2 eyes glowed red, like burning flames. It hadn't noticed him yet. It was gnawing greedily on its prey with terrifying teeth. Let's see how far it can chase me. It wasn't his first battle with magical beasts, but it was his first time facing a Tier 2 one. So feeling excited was only natural. Also, wearing its fur would probably be... That thought popped into his head too. Fur from the gigantic quacky was used in top-grade armor materials. It was also a popular choice for coats among nobles who liked to show off. There were no other magical beasts in the area. Even when extending his perception to the limit, it seemed the nearby monsters had already been wiped out by the quacky. There wasn't a single trace of them. None. Todd. Tyr kicked off the ground hard, and in the blink of an eye, leapt into the air. To avoid damaging the hide, he needed a clean, precise slash to the neck. Grrrk. The gigantic quacky's claw strike flashed as it charged. Its blade-like claw came straight at Borgin. Clang. But with a sharp whoosh, the giant quacky's figure vanished. Too fast. Such astonishing reflexes. Though it was an instinctive reaction, the giant quacky dodged the light and retreated far away. Is it several levels higher than the report suggested? Agzak. TCH. The giant quacky clung to a massive tree, finishing its last bite, and then rudely spat. After that, it stared at Fear, drooling from its mouth. It had clearly marked Fear as prey. Do I look like prey to you? Huh. The giant quacky pounded its chest with both fists and roared. Then its body began to emit heat. Next. Clang. A roaring sound echoed as Quacky's ferocious clawed arm struck toward Fear. As expected, fast. Fear drew Drake's blade to block the attack. Clash. Drake's blade let out a harsh, grinding noise. Even with magic reinforcement, an ordinary sword probably wouldn't stand a chance. It's fast, sure, but now it's clear why swordsmen easily die at Quacky's hands. Its compressed muscles and unique elasticity unleash incredible moves, combined with the bloodlust typical of monsters. That was the extent of Fear's assessment. From the moment he stepped into the realm, monsters could no longer be his match. Fear shook off Quacky and slipped into the fault line. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. In an instant, the prey had vanished. Quacky began frantically searching around, but Fear had entered a realm demons could not cross. Then, splatter. Fear pierced straight through the giant Quacky's skull. Boom. 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 Its eyes started to roll. Soon it dropped to its knees. The massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. That was somewhat amusing. Its enormous body, just by moving swiftly, was enough to dazzle the eyes. Other than that, there wasn't much to it. Was that the first trial? This process of proving himself was already becoming tiresome. If that infamous giant Quacky was just like this, then the rest won't be much to see. At that moment, crack. Ripples spread across Fear's shadow, and Umbra poked his head out, staring at Fear. Wanna eat? Crack. Umbra's eyes sparkled brightly as he nodded eagerly, drool dripping from his mouth. He looked ravenous. Fear began skinning Quacky's corpse to make it easier for Umbra to eat. What's this? Peeling back the thick hide on Quacky's chest was an embedded, unfamiliar stone. The stone felt soft. What is it? With a gentle tug, a fist-sized, glowing red stone was pulled out. Magical energy flowed within it. Touching it with his hand, he felt the dense magic flowing continuously like a circuit. Though there wasn't anything particularly unusual, since it came from inside a magical beast. It carried a trace of toxic gas, but it couldn't compare to demon spirit poison. He injected pure mana into it. The mana within the stone began to stir. A fierce cycle began, and it was soon purified. But what was the use of this thing? What really mattered was, what exactly was it for? He had no clue at all. Observation. At. Tier 2 Beast Bloodstone. Consumable. Effect. At. Maybe this item needs to be used under certain conditions, or in a specific location, to reveal its effects. He couldn't get information instantly. The info faded away quickly, just as he was about to put the bloodstone into his backpack. The thing in his palm might have been valuable. Umbra swallowed it like food, just gulped it down. This guy, even though the toxins had been purified, so it should be safe to eat. Still, for some reason, Umbra looked very annoying right now. Not knowing what he'd done wrong, Umbra just tilted his head. Soon, from within the shadows, he completely devoured both me and the gigantic Quacky. No skinning, no chopping. He ate it without effort. It honestly surprised me. It looked really tough. I'd been impressed by the toughness of the Quacky's hide while trying to dissect it. But Umbra devoured it like it was nothing. Up until now, he'd only been used for flight control. But how strong was he really? After all, dragons are also magical creatures. Of course, I won't let Umbra participating in battles with monsters. Since Umbra is a hybrid of flying dragon and flying serpent, it sparked his curiosity. Tap 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 tap. Seeing him eat so heartily, I couldn't help but smile. Take your time. If someone saw you, they'd think you hadn't eaten in days. Maybe it's like watching a child getting full. At that moment, as Thier was about to pat Umbra's back, gulp. For a moment, it felt like I saw something wrong. But when I looked again, my mind was thrown into confusion. Why was Umbra's entire form trembling? It was different from the way his body moved while eating. At its core, even his shadow seemed to emit static noise. His whole body shuddered several times. Father. Home. Mission activated. Flying Serpent Dragon Umbra is preparing to evolve. Please feed it the blood of various monsters to evolve it into a Tier 1 species. Half-Flying Serpent. Difficulty. B. Reward. Ownership of the half-flying serpent. Failure. Ownership revoked. Monster blood feed. 1 out of 30 portions. Plus. Evolution into half-flying serpent. Originally, as a hybrid of flying serpent, he could be said to have inherited that bloodline. But an evolution of a hybrid species is something unseen, never heard of before. The number of Tier 2 monsters needed had increased by about 10 times, but that didn't matter. To obtain a monster equivalent to Tier 1, its abilities, even now, remained unclear. Even the abilities of Umbra's possible parents. That pen beast. It was never properly observed either. That's how first-tier beasts always are, except for one tier. Throughout the 1,000-year history of Ragna, only one first-tier magical beast has been fully revealed. Moreover, the number of times a first-tier beast has been hunted is only once. That happened during the reign of the founder, Sigurd. Even Sigurd could not subdue a first-tier beast easily. According to records, it took him several days to defeat it. The existence of a first-tier beast is as destructive as a natural disaster. That's why it's so well known. Could a power of that level one day descend upon Umbra? The mission itself isn't difficult. It just takes time. He had already sensed it while fighting the gigantic Quacky. Ugh. Umbra had also just finished eating. He let out a huge burp and looked at Tyr. Tyr smiled and said, "Still hungry." Episode 264. Rumble. The massive body collapsed helplessly. Dust filled the air. Blood food isn't something given lightly. What a pain. Tyr felt irritated. He impatiently sheathed his sword. This is only halfway done. At first, he was excited by the thought of evolving Umbra, so he dried the beast seeds nearby. Apparently, only Tier 2 and above would drop them. Even after wiping out all the lower-ranked beasts, not a single blood food appeared. Even finding a Tier 2 token takes at least 3 hours. It's seriously frustrating work. Though irritation welled up frequently, he comforted himself by looking at his growing material stockpile. That was the only thing he could cling to. Kayak. Including Umbra, who acted spoiled after sensing my mood. How much more could I gain if I acquired Tier 1 monster blood feed? I snuck a glance at Umbra. His aura and physical state were clearly different, but things were progressing smoothly. The only known trait of Vep was now appearing in Umbra, accelerating his evolution. He quickly tilted his head to the left, his form subtly distorting. He had no fixed form. It seemed to be affecting him, and a desire to see it up close welled up in me. I turned away, though I wanted to study it deeper. Taking reckless steps was too risky. Although speeding up the hunt was obvious, I couldn't afford to recklessly charge into unknown dangers. Besides, this is the Sea of Demons. Out there, beyond the horizon, lies the Nameless Monarch. This place is both his domain and deeply entwined with the Saint Magic Church. Thus, venturing deeper requires the utmost caution. To break the Nameless Monarch's seal, chaos will undoubtedly erupt. I'll need to reinforce defenses when I return, to prepare for the inevitable war to come. The Saint Magic Church will stop at nothing to break the seal. No wonder this mission was triggered. If Umbra becomes an existence comparable to a Tier 1 monster, it'll be like gaining a powerful trump card. That would explain it. Such a high difficulty mission suggests even stronger foes ahead. First, starting with Umbra. Fear once again mounted Umbra, and quickly resumed hunting monsters. Riding Umbra, they hunted all around, rapidly accumulating bloodstones. For a short rest during the hunt, they landed on the ground and fed the gathered bloodstones to Umbra. Delicious. So tasty. After tossing in the last one. Delicious. So tasty. After throwing in the last one, Tyr opened his system window. Bloodstones from magical beasts, 20 out of 30, although 10 still remained. At this pace, Umbra should be able to evolve smoothly by tomorrow. Then, a new notification chime sounded. Ding dong. Coordinates have been set. Coordinates. He thought a map would appear, but all that showed up was a lone red dot in the middle of a pitch-black sea. To gain power on par with a first-tier beast, it wouldn't be so easy just by feeding bloodstones. The fact it stored such data so secretly, and triggered it so casually. Cling. Crack 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 crack. Click. Snap. It all happened in an instant. The system window he was checking suddenly shattered. A pitch-black mass flashed across his vision. There wasn't even time to react. He hadn't made any preparations, but there's no way he shouldn't have sensed the attack. Seriously. Umbra. The thing was tearing flesh off the base of Umbra's wings, devouring it greedily on the other side. That pitch-black void, that indescribable thing, it didn't even have eyes. Only now did it unleash its overwhelming presence, and it stood face to face with Tyr. How could he not have sensed it? That kind of power. It was impossible not to detect it. No, why did this thing target Umbra in the first place? The question kept swirling in his mind, but right now, it didn't matter. He had to protect the severely injured Umbra immediately. If this kept up, Umbra's life would be in danger. Get into the shadows, now. It was hard to stay calm. But Tyr ran toward Umbra regardless. Umbra was already enveloped in shadow, and was just starting to enter. Once it entered the shadows, there would probably be no way to deal with it. Clearly, this was the only option left. Was that a sneer? That thing had no mouth, no eyes, and yet it mocked them. Just then. Swoosh clang. he saw the thing surge forward, rushing into Tyr's shadow. Tyr stomped the ground hard, blocking the creature's attempt to sneak into the shadows. That movement was faster than the Quackies. But why? Why is it targeting Umbra specifically? K. From within the shadow, Umbra's agonized groan echoed out. It felt like a boulder was pressing on his chest. The pain was undeniable. It wasn't just the wings being torn. Even that bird-like body. Had it been pierced through? A vision of Umbra, writhing in pain, surfaced in his mind. He could clearly sense how bad the injuries were. It was indeed a grave wound. Mission triggered. Add. Emergency mission. One of the 5 kings of the Demon Sea, king of the phantom kind, Biver. Hostile intent detected. Targeting Umbra for consumption. Eliminate Qui Serpent. Protect Umbra. Difficulty, A+. Reward, Biver's Bloodstone. Failure condition, death. Time limit, 72+ hours. In the middle of this urgent need for healing, a mission prompt appeared before his eyes, but he had no time to even look at it properly. TSK. You see that subsystem window? It wasn't negligence exactly, but in that brief moment when his eyes weren't fully on Vep launched a ferocious attack. Clang clang. Clang clang. Tentacles surged endlessly from Vep's body. Each strike completely shattered the ground, easily pierced through giant trees, as if slicing through paper. It felt like battling dozens of opponents, like endlessly fending off spears raining down. But that wasn't all. Boom. Some lashed out with overwhelming force, others shot out like arrows. It was an onslaught that could be called a bombardment. First, maintain distance. Though, Fear fought to shake off all the beaver tentacles clinging to him, but under the barrage of hundreds of tentacles, his clothes were left in tatters. Crackle, crackle. Fear swung his sword energy, temporarily widening the gap. Hee. Beaver let out its voice for the first time, as if trying to communicate something. But of course, it was incomprehensible. However, from that voice, what I felt was arrogance, though not fatally wounded. My tattered clothes made Beaver look like it was sneering arrogantly. You little mongrel, I'll kill you for sure. That attitude, as Umbra's master, was deeply chilling. At that moment, the atmosphere around Maha shifted dramatically. Boom. Rumble. Dark clouds began to fill the sky. Boom. Fear drew one of his swords. Named Valmont. A king, huh? Then, I'll treat you as a worthy opponent. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The writhing darkness of Vep's body froze instantly. Then, screech. It thrashed violently, and launched another fierce attack. Bang. Thud, thud. Everything around began to be crushed. The thick dust was instantly torn apart. Countless tentacles swarmed forward, trying to pierce the body. Though formless and intangible, it could still launch such attacks? Huh. Honestly, I had to admit, the tentacles and shockwaves surging from Vep's body felt like bearing the pressure of an entire army alone. No, more like an army, or worse. And the weapons that could pierce it were limited, but Vep's attacks made numbers meaningless. From every direction, it allowed no room for counterattack, launching ferocious assaults from every possible angle. I didn't know how much stamina Vep had left, but at least at this moment, no one dared imagine a counterattack. Moreover, every time I exerted force, my body would subtly lose balance. Under such relentless assault, even my insides were violently shaken. Daring to think of a counterattack was out of the question, still not used to it. Having rushed here in haste, I hadn't even had time to digest the profound insights gained in that forest. Now, the surging inner force instead entangled me, making Fear's body feel sluggish. If that were all, it would be fine, but the internal power wrapping his body seemed to respond to external forces, causing it to reject and resist, even to the point of revolt. Thud, 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 thud. Thus, the dragon's heart began to pound, as if exploding. I must tame it. The opponent is a monster that Ragnar failed to defeat even once in 1,000 years. Even in my best state, fighting with resolve to the death, victory is not guaranteed. Therefore, he had to seize the moment, or risk certain death. He did it. His inner strength, far more powerful than expected, screamed through his joints. His muscles trembled uncontrollably. His right hand, gripping Balmong, held it so tightly it seemed like he could crush the hilt with sheer force. Mana began to infuse into his muscles. Even Tyr was shocked by this explosive power he was experiencing for the first time. The incoming tentacles were now being deflected far away. He let out a chuckle. Vep looked at Tyr with a hint of curiosity. From that Tyr felt a sting to his pride. But what mattered more was that he'd bought himself a moment to breathe, a chance to reset his thoughts. And then, a moment later, chirp chirp. Vep seemed to say, why don't you try this? And started attacking more. Alright then, let's do this. Tyr gripped his sword tightly again. Light. Light. Wave crash. Simple swordsmanship alone wasn't enough. Just as he was about to leap forward, to better adapt to the battle, suddenly, the lurking darkness seeped rapidly into the ground, and vanished completely. In that form, its presence couldn't be sensed at all. Now he understood why the ambush had been possible earlier. That ghost-type trait blending perfectly with the shadows, was what let Vep's overwhelming presence disappear completely. He would have to catch the instant it reappeared, a near impossible task, but unavoidable, no matter how daunting it was. He had no choice but to try. But then, crack, Umbra suddenly let out a piercing scream. A powerful wave of fear began to surge toward him like a flood. Tyr felt like he'd just seen a nightmare come to life. That guy who calls himself king. Such despicable tactics. Tyr immediately turned around and struck down the tentacles surging from the ground. Looks like he's dead set on making me his target. That much is clear. Right now he's holding. Tyr picked up his first taste of the fear of death. Umbra, too, was greatly shocked, falling into a state of panic. If the attacks continued like this, the first attire would undoubtedly be fear. That much was certain. He had to make a quick decision. Clang. Clang. Tyr leapt high into the air and smashed the ground below. Then he began leaping into the distance. Wait for me. Tyr gritted his teeth and glanced at the beaver in the dust. Then he left the battlefield. This was the 265th lesson in the way of survival. For the first time in his life, Tyr felt his pride deeply wounded. He swore never to let anything of his be taken again, never to let anyone get hurt again. Was it because of this that the humiliation of his past life once again surged in his chest? Will it follow me? Though I ran with all my might to prevent pursuit, there were no signs of a chase. As I ran, I found a cave in a remote corner, a hole in the ground. I dove inside and set up a barrier at the entrance. After completely sealing off all presence, I finally felt at ease. Umbra. It's okay now. Let's start the healing. Deeper in the cave, I lit the fire. He tried to pull Umbra out, but the terrified Umbra curled up in the shadows. Umbra. It's okay now. After much coaxing, Umbra finally, cautiously, stepped out of the shadows. The injuries were worse than imagined. Once grand and majestic wings were now brutally torn apart. His legs and torso were riddled with puncture wounds. If it were just an ordinary wyvern, those injuries would have been fatal. Moreover, what Tyr sensed from Umbra was not only physical pain. There was deep sorrow and loss flowing out of him. It was his own kin who had inflicted such deep wounds. Although it was unclear whether magical beasts from the demon sea had any concept of familial bonds, at least for wyverns, that emotion clearly existed. And as a half-human, half-dragon, Umbra undoubtedly had it too. No, to be more precise, he had once longed for it. However, to meet a blood relative in a place like this, only to have that encounter tied to death, that kind of shock only worsened the wounds. I'm still here. Tyr gently stroked Umbra, then quickly pulled out medicine from his pack and began emergency treatment. Thank goodness he had learned. Vafen medical procedures with the white armor mercs. The treatment was meticulous and proceeded without a hitch. Kayak. Seeing Umbra in such pain weighed heavily on his heart. Blood continued to pour out, emitting a faint hissing sound. Even its form occasionally. Umbra's gaze was firmly locked onto Kayak, breathing painfully. Umbra's vision blurred by pain. His eyes met Tyr's. The wounds that had just healed split open once more. Umbra. Why are you heading to Wellington now? That day. The pain buried deep within resurfaced through Umbra. Come to think of it, all three of us are attackers. Thinking this, it felt like fate had played a strange hand. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Even I hadn't noticed it before. What's happening here? No. Who did this to the flying dragon's wings? Is it you? Even though I felt it, I tried to reach out to you and my partner. Why did this child end up like this? Even beyond my thoughts, I could feel Lord Brock's fury. At the same time, there was also concern. I was truly grateful. Umbra seemed to sense this too, his eyes welling with tears. I was attacked by Vep. It's all because of my incompetence that Umbra ended up like this. Guilt toward Umbra made my hands tremble uncontrollably. A wave of sorrow surged in my heart. Stay focused. First, carefully tend to the torn wings, suppressing the rush of emotions. I calmed my mind. Even my hands that sensed my heart gradually steadied. Lord Brock began telepathic communication, gradually calmed down as well. Lord Brock began to communicate telepathically. He passed down to the white armor warriors healing techniques so delicate they hadn't even noticed them themselves. He carefully wrapped on a light band, then dripped in a trace of partner's blood. He understood what to do. He drew a dagger and made a shallow cut on his palm. Blood began to flow, and he let it drip directly into Umbra's wound. He took a deep breath and gently said, "Hang in there a little longer." SSSSSS. The healing process was extremely painful. Umbra twitched from time to time. The direction of treatment gradually became clear. With the help of the dragon god, his dragon blood gift, and Roblox's advice, those brutal, torn wounds that once seemed beyond comprehension now clearly revealed which parts needed stitching and which to avoid. Even signs of bonding were starting to show. What do you mean by that? Tyr asked. His majestic body, Roblox answered. It instinctively knows which places are dangerous. If you touched that spot earlier, the bleeding wouldn't have stopped. Roblox's words evoked vivid images of intense, bloody scenes. They sent a chill down Tyr's spine. Roddy, in this moment, was truly a blessing to have. After saying that, he focused once more, carefully inspecting Umbra's wounds, making sure not a single tear, not even the smallest cut, was overlooked. Once the treatment was done, sweat poured from his forehead like rain. He wrapped the last bandage, soaked in blood, and finished. It's done. He wiped the sweat from his face, and gently patted Umbra's head. Even though the operation had been clumsy and long, but Umbra's trust and patient waiting filled me with immense relief. At that very moment, someone's emotions surged in like a tsunami. A warm, moving feeling stirred in my heart. Looking toward where that feeling came from, Umbra was blinking his eyes. I'm sorry. Thank you, Umbra. And then, at that moment, I gently patted Umbra's head. Whoa! Accompanied by an unknown frequency, a warm light brushed against my palm, and quietly faded away, where my palm touched Umbra's head. A faint glow flickered for an instant. When I closed and reopened my eyes, that light vanished like an illusion. Did I see it wrong? The light was so vivid and intense that I instantly doubted if something had gone wrong with the operation. But that thought only lingered briefly. Umbra soon peacefully rested, his head on Thier's lap, and fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was steady. For a first operation, it was excellent. Thank you, Rhodey. Only then did the weight on my heart finally ease. Purification must be performed. The lost wings and the sorrow Umbra would feel upon waking both required new changes to be brought forth. Carefully, I drew Umbra into the shadows. Then I stood up from my seat. Even with a barrier in place, there was no way to know when vampires would be drawn here by the scent of blood. So, I decided to leave this place for now and start wandering elsewhere. Honestly, I really wanted to leave Umbra at Radna Castle. After all, it was the safest place. However, due to time constraints, this wasn't easy, so I kept running quickly, hunting visible Tier, 2 beasts along the way. I also collected bloodstones. I had hoped to get the remaining 10 stones and finish the task, but things don't always go as planned. Only 3 left. The anxiety kept growing heavier. I had hoped to finish today, but unfortunately, night was falling. It was time for the beasts to rule. What's worse, ghost types become stronger at night, so I had no choice but to stop here. I found a cave on as far away from where I met Biver as possible. It was the least exposed shelter around. The entrance was narrow, but it wasn't bad. They found a small cave, easy to defend, barely enough space for 2 people. They went inside. However, the smell of humans. The moment I stepped inside, it wasn't the scent of nature, but an artificial, human-made one. They must have left a few days ago. But what is this place, right? In this desolate region. If this weren't the Demon's Sea, it wouldn't be such a headache. But unfortunately, this is the Demon's Sea. No civilian or hunter could enter this place at will. What should I do? Find another spot? Or eliminate whoever it is? Given how remote this place is, aside from the Holy Ma Church, I can't think of anyone else who'd use it. Asterisk clack clack clack. Asterisk. Strange, unidentifiable noises echoed from outside. The ruler of the night, the fog gate, was growing more savage. Umbra must be hidden and taken away at once. If they deliberately attack the shadow's interior like before, we won't be able to withstand it. That's the reason for the retreat. We must secure a safe stronghold, both in terms of location and appearance. This place is very suitable. That's why greed arose at that moment. So, Fear swiftly drew his sword, his body twisting around, eyes fixed on the entrance, until they neared the entrance. I didn't notice a thing. Now, I can sense them from even 100 steps away. This overwhelming presence, at least at the level of the 9 dragons, or higher. The cave had enough space to swing a blade, so he held his ground. Moreover, the barrier reacted. I thought it was a monster, but it was a person, a towering figure, at least 2 meters tall. The countless scars on his face were striking. He wore a helmet, with horns on both sides. One hand gripped a heavy-looking axe. A formidable opponent. Fear instinctively sensed that even with his current power, victory wasn't guaranteed. Every nerve in his body naturally tensed. Yet at the same time, his outward expression remained remarkably calm. Since the opponent was of that caliber, they surely anticipated the possibility of conflict. But entering battle mode was purely instinctual. He took off his helmet, revealing messy dark brown hair. Even the elder placed a hand inside his cloak, pulling out a pipe. He lit it. His wolf-like eyes scrutinized Fear. It seemed neither of them needed to be on guard, since both had come to rest. Why waste energy against each other? What do you say? He said. Tyr sat down across from the man's feet. However, he didn't trust a word the man said. The man appeared calm on the surface, but Tyr could feel like he was ready to go for his throat at any moment. Then, just a moment later, Ragna. A chill ran down his spine. Tyr felt every hair on his body stand on end. It was like his heart was being squeezed tight. The aura was so intense, it was impossible to ignore. The man had only relaxed slightly, because he was completely confident in his own strength. So you already knew who I was. More than that, I feel like I've seen that big guy somewhere before. He recognized me at a glance. Who was he? Someone from my past. It was precisely because this man radiated such overwhelming pressure that Tyr was filled with curiosity about his identity. A master with a massive axe, and those piercing blue eyes. In that moment, a flash of insight struck his mind. Why was that man here? Herald wielder of the azure gold great axe, a man known as the ruler of the seas, or the Sea King, had entered the eastern mountains. It wasn't supposed to be his time to appear yet. Before his return, he was once known as the Sea King during the Obsidian Age. For some reason, he once emerged in the Demon Sea. Back then, his secret infiltration during the Obsidian Age caused quite a stir. Even knowing I'm a Ragna, he still dares act this arrogant, as if he's seconds away from going on a killing spree. His overwhelming presence surged out like a tornado and crashed violently toward Herald. I'm just curious about the aura of the legendary Ragnar. I mean no harm, young man. Why don't we leave it at that? What do you say? Herald brushed it off lightly. Then he withdrew his aura and motioned for the other to sit down. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions. From what Heishua knew, Herald was a man who preferred to avoid meaningless bloodshed. Although, at the moment, he seemed no different. Still, he sat down with a hint of caution. What brings you here? No, this is not a place frequented by people. The branch Herald brought caught fire. Smoke curling upward. Perhaps because the entrance was narrow, the cave quickly became stuffy. I had something to take care of. Then, why have you come to such a place? No matter how I think about it, you don't seem like someone who would be here. Seeing Herald, questions rose in my mind. His whereabouts had been unknown since he appeared in Manhwa. There were even rumors that he had died. Perhaps his disappearance was related to the narcotics. Was it the shifting shadows beneath the bonfire? Or was his expression always like that? Unknowable shadows passed over Herald's face. There was definitely something hidden. An indescribable complexity made Herald's expression even stiffer. I just have some business to attend to. I'll be heading back soon. Huff. Thick smoke spewed forth. A figure seemed to appear in the swirling smoke. Herald's gaze toward the smoke was especially bitter. Is something wrong? Was it because of that incident in Manhwa? In a previous life, he might have stayed here alone before he disappeared. Moreover, he might have quietly passed away, without anyone knowing. As long as he's alive, this name is bound to become known, because he is Herald. If used properly, he might become a powerful ally to Ragna. If such a strong warrior joins Ragna, Ragna's position will undoubtedly become more solid. Is there anything I can help with? If there's something I can help with, then I won't hold back. Faced with this sudden offer, Herald widened his eyes, then gave a helpless smile. He gently waved his hand. Rather than drifting alone in this vast sea of suffering, why not walk together? Wouldn't that be better? Even so, I can't drag you into unnecessary trouble. What I'm about to do comes with many dangers. Tyr said this with a very serious tone. Herald also straightened up. The atmosphere grew heavier. It's not easy. Embracing the heart of a warrior is no easy feat, but at least one goal has been achieved. May I ask what you're doing now? To find out why Herald is working so hard here. This conversation was valuable to Tyr. I'm hunting the king of the Demon Sea. I've already slain one. Episode 266. Tyr's ears twitched instantly. Though he didn't understand why Herald did that, he knew well that Herald wasn't one to speak nonsense. What's more, didn't he personally experience the power of Bifu, another king of monsters? Besides, if I had that kind of fearless spirit, maybe I could do it too. But Herald hasn't been in the magic world for long. Even though the Demon Sea is vast, a battle against the king of monsters would surely shake the entire sea. That much is obvious. When did you start working here? That much is obvious. When did you start working here? I've been here for quite a long time. My battle with that guy lasted over a week. It's already the 5th day since entering the Demon Sea. I haven't even sensed the aura of battle. I've stayed here for at least 2 weeks. In this desolate Demon Sea, how many can truly survive for long? If only I could get some help when capturing Veep. Under Veep's relentless attacks, sometimes I thought, if only someone could land a blow. Even warriors who've slain one of the demon lords. In a mahjong match, it's almost impossible to encounter such an outstanding player. It made me even more eager to try. It seems our interests align. Perhaps we should propose a partnership. He made up his mind, his eyes blazing as he looked at Herald. Let's stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Can you tell? Age comes with experience. Your insight improves with it. All right then. What does the young lord of Ladna desire? Herald narrowed his eyes, staring at fear. His gaze was filled with scrutiny, as if ready for battle at any moment. Before that, if our desires happen to align, what would you think? You mean, you and I want the same thing? I want the bloodstone of Bifu. Deliberately cutting off Herald, he stated his desire. Then he closely watched Herald's expression. If he showed any sign of wavering, and their desires were the same, at this moment, this cave might already have become a battlefield. Precisely because of that, his right hand clenched tightly with power, always ready to draw his sword at any moment. That's perfect. All I need is a symbol. Luckily, Harold's aura, his expression, and his eyes, none of them changed. Is he just good at hiding emotions? Or is he truly like that? Agreeing so easily only made me more suspicious. I thought it would take endless persuasion. But a warrior as strong as me, agreeing without any conditions, that only made me doubt more. Was this the right choice? The gap between us deepened in an instant. According to Tyr's understanding, Harold is someone with a clear sense of right and wrong. A man like that would never sell his worth cheaply. Why then? No. It's because you were too generous. I had some thoughts for a moment. In the end, I still couldn't shake off my doubts. A subtle sense of danger slowly arose. But even so, this dangerous journey together is proof enough of his value. Tyr calmed his emotions and extended his hand. If the Demon Kings are after this, then I know where Bifu is. I hope you'll fight by my side. The reason Tyr extended his hand wasn't entirely out of trust for Harold, but because a seasoned survivor in Manhwa, whose true intent remained unclear, was worth keeping nearby. I also want to witness that state of effortless mastery. Watching the axe technique of the veined axe is a rare chance, and to train together is even rarer. Alright. Then let me take the byproducts. You can keep the blood. After finishing his calculations in his mind, Harold tightly gripped Tyr's slender little hand with his rough, large hand. No wonder he uses a big axe. My hand isn't exactly small, yet it feels like a child's in comparison. Magic from the unconscious realm flowed in through his fingertips. Free-flowing yet extremely destructive, even carrying a trace of danger. As expected, I still can't fully trust him, though I never really expected to. In the end, we're pretty much equals. I am Van Harold. I am Tyr Ragnar. After exchanging names, the two seemed to have an unspoken agreement, and each stepped back to their original positions. You felt it from me too, haven't you? Maybe you've had the same thought. Looks like we'll have to share an exhausting bed tonight. Asterisk tap 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 asterisk. Night deepened, and the roars of monsters gradually faded. Who would have thought this seemingly young child could exude such presence? Just awakening from sleep, Harold watched Tyr, who sat nearby asking for rest. Normally, his overwhelming presence was enough to make others cower and tremble. But Tyr, at that age, faced it head-on with a provocative attitude, bravely standing his ground. There were even moments when he calmly tried to peer into my heart. If it had been some unreliable fool peering at me, I wouldn't have bothered with even 3 words. I would have just split his skull open right away. But with Tyr Ragnar, it's a different story. Even without a formal introduction, I could tell who this young man was. If there's anyone who, at such a young age, could display an aura equal to mine across the entire continent, there could only be this one person. Dad. Hallucinations echoed in his mind. His mind gradually began to blur. Morning light filtered deep into the cave, shining on the dying campfire. He seemed to see his daughter's face. Maybe because she was the same age as Tyr. Today her face appeared unusually clearly before him. If we act together, things will be resolved quickly. Wait just a moment. We'll head out right away. The last bit of fading warmth turned to a wisp of rising smoke. The crackling of firewood came to a sudden stop, and then, "You're up early." Tyr opened his eyes. As the repeating voice ceased, he rose like a machine. His movements were stiff and rigid, as if pre-programmed. He packed his belongings first, then stood up from his seat. He didn't look at all like someone who just woke from sleep. Are you a perfectionist, whether when falling asleep or waking up? Tyr's pursuit of perfection in posture gave others a glimpse into the kind of life he must have lived, and why at his age he possessed such strength. After Tyr finished packing, their gazes naturally met each other. How much tolerance can you expand? For some reason, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. This guy really is something. He jumped straight to thinking about fighting. Laughter echoed thunderously through the cave, pounding against Tyr's eardrums. His breathing became rapid, as if his throat were being choked. Branches trembled gently, making crisp and elegant sounds. The shrill noise continued to echo. With every step I took, the waves of anger in my heart began to surge violently. Finally, I stood at the same place as yesterday. An oval-shaped pit, laid out like a circular arena, neatly layered. All around it, trees bore marks of destruction. They stood silently, as if left to wither on their own. Seeing the dried bloodstains on the ground, my steps involuntarily halted. My hand instinctively tightened its grip. Who? A chilling wind blew in, messing up my hair, bringing a chill, then quickly rushed away. As if to remind me to stay alert, my mind had never been so clear. Who? In the blink of an eye, there you are. Tyr quickly drew his sword, precisely deflecting the tentacle aiming for his heart. Once again, it was a sudden, unannounced assault. If he hadn't managed to block that attack, which came just centimeters from his heart, he would have been dead for sure. As if expecting this moment all along, Vifer burst into laughter, revealing his twisted form. The darkness seemed to gather all the world's gloom, swaying eerily. This. And by pure instinct, I met Veep's gaze. A sharp voice, like tearing membranes, began to echo through Maha. Unlike yesterday, he did not launch a ferocious attack, but seemed to be preparing something. At the same time, a cool breeze brushed against my skin, sending chills down my spine. Above our heads, darkness began to descend. Is that guy's skill causing this? Bifu's aura grew even more ferocious, and his momentum became sharper. It seemed to be a skill with a buff effect, facing his enhanced power. The fear I felt was still less than the burden I carried. Bifu's aura surged violently. The flickering darkness began to shake and tremble violently. Asterisk crack, asterisk. The same ferocious assault as yesterday returned. An attack driven purely by the instinct to kill. Maybe it was the effect of his skill, but he was several times. Every strike was deadly accurate. Unlike yesterday, even when the tentacles were repelled, they bounced back without hesitation. More tentacles swarmed in. It was a barrage so fierce it felt like time had frozen. It was as if it were declaring that no counterattack would be allowed. A surge of violent acceleration. But T2 wasn't deliberately searching for a counter. There was no need to reveal my full swordplay. Not a single strike even grazed him this time. And this was why. Strange. Bifu let out a questioning murmur, but didn't stop his relentless attacks. Still, not a single blow landed. That was because T2 intentionally left space. T2, like administering medicine, instinctively parried at light speed and fended off the probing tentacles. That move, he had pulled it off several times. Of course, if you can't block or dodge it, you'll die instantly. But because he had already learned Bifu's speed yesterday, this move was now executable. It became easier to handle. Feeling Vifer's presence, he let out a loud roar. T2 watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Good. Focus a bit more. Though I don't expect a frenzy, this situation is just perfect because everything is going smoothly according to plan. My body feels much lighter than yesterday. Unlike yesterday, I've already absorbed magic power. My body feels as light as rain. My vision can now see through all kinds of attacks. Although, if I set my mind to it, I could launch a counterattack at any time. I haven't done so just yet. To capture the prey more effectively, the serpent must continue to make the prey underestimate it. Sure enough, he no longer intends to use himself as bait. Bifu unleashed an attack even faster than before. Asterisk swish, 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 swish asterisk. Unlike earlier, my clothes were torn to shreds, as if to pretend the attacks were effective. Even my expression showed panic. After landing a hit, Vipsora seemed to soften, as if his thirst had been quenched. His tentacle gently brushed my cheek, leaving a trail of blood, then showed a confused expression. Immediately after, Bifu began to gather magic power, preparing for a fatal strike. Now, asterisk thump, 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 thump asterisk. The dragon heart pounded fiercely, magic power gathering within it, using this as the signal. From the sky, like a crushing mountain, the mighty Bifu plummeted down like a meteor, aiming to cleave my skull open. Episode 267. Asterisk crack crack, asterisk. A violent explosion roared through the sky. Even the surrounding air trembled from the shockwave. Its power was enough to alter the entire atmosphere. It was the same blow that once split the sea, and now it struck directly at the back of Wipe. Asterisk crack, asterisk. The ancient demon seemed about to be torn apart. Bifu's shrill scream echoed in all directions. Bifu's form began to boil uncontrollably. Although this strike was enough to instantly kill most creatures, still, Tyr did not let his guard down. Balmon began to flash coldly, slashing diagonally across Wipe's body. However, asterisk asterisk, the boiling darkness shimmered, its form turning blurry, then reshaping itself again. Over and over again, it fell off, like swinging into empty air. There was no solid contact when striking. Could it have shifted into spirit form to evade? To confirm the situation, I threw 4 down, but they merely passed through Wipe's opaque silhouette. They seemed to cause no substantial damage. Was something different. Rather than piercing an opaque body, it was more accurate to say the parts of the daggers that made contact with the target vanished instantly. That's more precise. The nature of Besa and Guma, which Tyr possessed, told him instinctively just how dangerous that thing was to the body, though much remains unknown. Seeing Harold, he wore a face of calm certainty. Big Brother smiled, as if he had gained a new confidence. The translucent outline of the daggers shimmered. He launched another fierce assault. An unrelenting onslaught, as always, giving no chance to counterattack. But this time, things were different, occasionally becoming opaque. The attacks hurled at me were terrifying. Just like before, guiding the attacks and handling them had now become a dangerous gamble. So I had to face them head-on. Direct confrontation was now the only choice. Right in front of me, Harold's footwork unfolded boldly. Was the axe keeping up? The way he wielded the great axe felt so effortless, as if even the branches could sway at his will. It was truly admirable. However, the sound of it slicing through the air clearly indicated what exactly he was wielding at that moment. Magic within Harold's body began to gather fiercely. His face started to glow with a blue light, giving the illusion of hearing waves crashing from somewhere. Following that, a tsunami-like aura began to press down on Bifu. He As if to show that normal attacks were ineffective, Veep's form once again turned opaque. The mighty strikes swept through Veep's body, seemingly without dealing any effective blow. The axe was fully drawn, and Veep's form reformed, preparing to launch another tentacle attack. In that instant, a smile crept onto Harold's face. Asterisk crack 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 asterisk. A deafening crash echoed around. Veep's body was flung far away, crashing hard against the rocks. The rocks shattered instantly, with fragments scattering in all directions. What was that just now? Even if only for a moment. When the axe was swung, a surging wave followed instantly. It felt like it struck Bifu directly. Ugh. Bifu, who had never suffered such an attack before, was consumed with rage, and let out a desperate howl. Thus, Harold became the greatest threat. Bifu began launching a ferocious assault on him. Countless tentacles lashed out in all directions, just like those used against Tyr. A massive wave of blue lines engulfed the sky. It's so hot. If it's not aimed at a vital point, there's no need to deliberately block it. Or perhaps it's because he's unafraid of injury. Harold only deflected the blows targeting his vitals, and launched a counterattack immediately. Despite the endless barrage of strikes, the one most gravely wounded remained Wipe. A mighty chieftain like me nearly tore Wipe's body to shreds, while Harold's body only had a few puncture wounds, and those wounds weren't even deep. His battle-hardened, steel-like physique was like an indestructible iron wall. If you're not a top-level expert, you likely couldn't even pierce through him. That was really Harold? It felt like an illusion of a vast sea opened behind him. The feeling welled up naturally, so immense and overwhelming. Kai. He kept taking hits again and again. Perhaps out of sheer fury, Bifu's body began to spew a chilling, dark aura. Asterisk Yowu, asterisk, centered around Wipe. A curtain of blackness began devouring everything nearby. Darkness so thick it even blotted out the sky, as if to forbid any trace of light. It grew thicker and heavier, shrouding everything. Soon, a darkness even deeper than night descended. The ground, consumed by darkness, began to wriggle. Gradually, it took on a human form. Oh, that sound. An unknown wail began to echo. It wasn't the undead. It was the anguished souls of those killed by Veep, writhing in torment. Truly unpleasant. Not just the sight, but an indescribably sour stench rose from the damp ground. The sticky air clung to my skin, making me frown instinctively. Looks like we're inside that thing's stomach. Asterisk drip 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 asterisk. Something thick began to flow from the sky. Asterisk gurgle gurgle asterisk. Some massive creature was writhing in the darkness, accompanied by terrifying rumblings. It thundered like a pounding heart, echoing all around. Asterisk hiss. Trees shrouded in darkness, rocks, and all life on the ground began to slowly melt away. Even magic power was gradually, bit by bit, being drained. Literally speaking, we are inside Veep's stomach. That thing is trying to swallow us whole. Both Tyr and Harold. Tyr felt as if he were adrift in a boundless ocean. The sheer size of it left him speechless. Where did it end? He couldn't sense it at all. First of all, let's each run in opposite directions to the end. If we move together, and that thing follows us, then we're truly finished. Not a bad idea. Huh. I didn't expect our hunt together to go so smoothly. Just as those words fell, a sudden thought flashed through my mind. Harold. Maybe when trying to hunt Wipe, he died an unfortunate death. In that kind of situation just now, Harold alone facing Bifu should have been more than enough. But the abilities Bifu just displayed seemed impossible to counter alone. That made me start to wonder, maybe meeting Tyr and the others was fate for Harold too. I even thought that way. Alright. Let's meet outside then. Okay. Good luck to you. Yes. Good luck to you too. The two of them dashed off, at full speed in opposite directions. But, regardless of whether the judgment was right, Bifu's confused voice echoed out. Even if you can expand, you still have limits, right? Even though to some extent, you can stretch in length. Extending both ways is impossible, as if it were Bifu's final desperate struggle. From earth and sky, from the forms of the dead, countless tentacles began erupting. It was as if they were trying everything to seize their ankles. Tentacles stretched out from every direction, but the moment they committed to full speed running, there was almost no way to catch up. Tentacles striking from ahead were easily cut down by a sword. Their speed kept increasing. How vast it is. At this pace, I'm confident I can reach Ragna Castle within the hour. But the space Veep had expanded, made it feel like we were racing across an endless horizon. However, asterisk rumble rumble asterisk, an unknown vibration began to shake the air. The sound was unsettling, gnawing at the mind. The word death immediately surfaced in my mind. Is it death throes? Though I didn't know what it was, alarms rang in my mind, as if saying, if you don't want to die, then get out of here fast. The warning of death inside me grew more and more urgent with each passing moment. It even filled me with anxiety. Thanks to that, my pace quickened as time went on. Finally, there it was. A crack opened at the edge of the horizon. Light seeped through it. Perhaps because the territory had been overexpanded, it was easy to notice. that this was the end. Asterisk who asterisk. The back of my head felt something chilling creeping up. It was closing in fast, as if it would catch me if I slowed down even slightly. In a rush, from within the crack, fear let out a loud cry, striking with all his might to break it apart. A brilliant white light burst forth. That sight should have brought relief, yet anxiety still lingered. Asterisk rumble rumble asterisk. Though I had anticipated this. In the spot where I twisted my body to dodge, there stood the giant leader, staring coldly at me, though I had expected it. In the spot where I twisted my body to evade, there stood, along with the giant leader, another figure, both staring at me coldly. Tyr's herald. Tyr pushed thoughts of that kind of herald aside, and began to move, to finish off Wipe once and for all. Bifu's ultimate move was broken. His stamina was depleted. Bifu couldn't even shift into spirit form. On the ground, what seemed like Bifu's black blood blossomed like dark flowers. Now was the time. Just then, a sudden force from behind, from Harold's direction, struck at Tyr. A massive pressure came from above his head. It was Harold's godfather, TCH. Tyr immediately turned around and drove the brain-like mass back. A sharp, numbing pain stung his hands with each blow. It was almost like some shameless, underhanded method. However, something about it felt completely different. Though it was aggressive, it didn't feel particularly threatening. There seemed to be a story behind it, but for now he focused. Harold had disrupted Bifu's final moment. Harold's eyes clearly reflected their conflicting needs and truths. Tyr couldn't help but question why someone like Harold would resort to such disgraceful tactics. Though doubts lingered, he quickly swung his sword to gain distance, and then severed Bifu's neck. Asterisk thud, asterisk. Wipe's head dropped weakly to the ground. The darkness that formed his body turned to smoke and vanished completely. Only the bloodstone and Wipe's byproducts remained behind, starting with the bloodstone. I placed Wipe's bloodstone into my backpack, then I glanced at Harold. For some reason, I looked at him with an oddly calm gaze. Tyr asked him, "How did you know I would do that?" It has been like that since the very first raid. Even the words spoken after dodging the raid were the same, as if Tyr had foreseen everything. He effortlessly blocked the attack, as if it were a carefully orchestrated play. He never questioned the raid or the attack, calmly fulfilling his mission. It could only be assumed that he acted knowing in advance. No. When did you realize it? We've only known each other for a day. To be precise, just half a day. It's almost impossible to understand someone in such a short period of time. That statement was hard to believe, unless some trick was used. It's impossible to see through someone's heart. Harold wondered how Tyr could see through him with just a single glance. But that question didn't linger for long, because you carry the scent of the Saint Magic Church. Speaking of the way of life, episode 268. If you're not happy, then it must be a lie. Harold felt joy for the first time in a long while. In a place where he thought he'd never meet anyone, he encountered someone, and it happened to be the young man who was the hottest topic recently. That alone piqued my interest. And seeing him fight captivated me even more. At that age, to gain such power. How harsh must one be on themselves? I understand it well. That's why. Just watching was already a pleasure. At the same time, a faint pain lingered in my heart. Every time I felt that joy, the shame almost devoured me. Yes, I don't even deserve it. Can I even smile now? My daughter's pale face appeared in my mind. She rebuked me with her cold voice. A nauseating sense of disgust, like a deep, engulfing darkness, was corroding the soul. While escaping from the tailcode space, I kept thinking. I kept asking myself, isn't this the very purpose for which I stood up and fought together? A demon holding the life of my dearest in his hands was mercilessly scolding her. Regrettably, the young man's wish clashed with Harold's desire, as if fate was playing tricks again. Amidst the inner turmoil, he failed to stop Tyr from attempting to sever Tailcode's neck. Even the rooster lost its former sharpness. Was that the aura of the Holy Ma Church? There was indeed a moment that raised suspicion. When he shook hands with Tyr yesterday, unknowingly, had the evil demonic aura already begun raging inside? Just a faint trace of power passed through the handshake. An amount so small even he couldn't notice, and yet it revealed. Now that I think about it, all of Tyr's actions suddenly make sense. So the rumors were true. Seems that saying wasn't wrong either. Harold grinned and stared as Tyr appeared to make a decision. He gripped the Godfather's hand tightly. Huge waves began shaking violently, crashing down toward Tyr. He seemed to have no intention to talk. At least not yet. Harold began forcing things roughly against Tyr. Gwa gwa gwa. A tsunami-like force tore through the back of the code sigil, sweeping endlessly. This is tricky. It's not over with just. Though the axe had separated from the sword, the waves that followed seemed ready to sweep the sword away. Splitting the waves is no easy task. Just as Harold said, that was exactly how Tyr felt at this moment. It was like splitting an oncoming tsunami with a sword. However, rather than resisting the raging tsunami, a ray of light arrived just in time and quickly cleaved the tsunami apart. From the very start, I wasn't going all out, but if I got careless, it really felt like this tsunami would swallow me whole. Splitting water with a sword is a simple task. Pouring magic into the blade, the sword began to emit a sharp aura. The heavy swing closed in swiftly along an agile curve. It didn't move like a heavy axe at all, but carried a lightness that felt exhilarating. This is the Sea King, Harold, renowned alongside Kale in his era. On Harold's face, a look of doubt began to appear. Why is this guy like this? There can be no joy in a fight. Obviously, killing intent filled the air. If it couldn't be stopped, only death awaited, even if the opponent was strong enough to counterattack. Such a strong warrior would never underestimate such an assassin. An assassin follows the iron law of assassins. However, in Fear's counterattacks, there was not a trace of killing intent. Was that young man the same? In the battle against Harold, Fear kept counterattacking, kept counterattacking, kept counterattacking, kept counterattacking. Was that young man the same? In his clash with Harold, Fear sensed his hesitation. His expression subtly tightened, as if suppressing something within. In fact, though the attacks were fierce, there was no killing intent behind the sword strikes. A feeling of unease welled up inside. What does this mean? What are you talking about? Harold's expression was twisted by indescribable emotion. I'm not so far gone as to feel sentimental over a technique at my back, nor have I ever seen a senior so real that I couldn't bear to hurt them, right? That too is a fact. Harold finally understood. They entered the fight solely out of obligation, with a duty-bound mindset. This realization made the power in his hands gradually fade. The mighty man began to stare weakly at the ground. Tyr's sword tip also pointed downward. A deep silence rose between the two. There were no signs of the battle resuming. At that moment, the one who broke the silence was Tyr's voice. It seems you're willing. Or is it just my Tyr lowered his sword and let down his guard. Although Harold hadn't backed down formally, his aura had clearly softened. The fierce battle, just now, was nothing like this subtle tension in the air. Like someone who fears having the truth exposed. You're standing with the Holy Ma Church now, aren't you? But I doubt it's by your own will. Upon hearing that, Harold's expression shifted slightly. The air around them began to freeze, like a bitter north wind, whistling across a desolate winter sea, rushing in. Could it be you owe the Holy Ma Church something? Woo-woo, gripping the Godfather's arm, a sudden shock burst forth. Or is it that they're holding something over you? Such nonsense is an insult to my family. To suggest our great family has ties to the Holy Ma Church, that alone is enough to be considered a slanderous remark. I never meant to insult you. It's just that the Holy Ma Church loves to threaten others by using their hopes. Why did Harold appear at Ma? Moreover, why did his life records come to an end at Ma High? That's because I deduced. The answer lies outside the Saint Magic Church. In fact, before his return, the Harold family had intricate connections with the Saint Magic Church. After Harold disappeared, the Harold family fell into chaos. Their once loyal and spiritual pillar, their powerful family head vanished without a trace. How could that not cause an uproar? However, that collapse was extreme. Not only did they track his whereabouts, they even resorted to kidnapping and torture to pursue someone's trail. Even without their head, their methods felt excessively brutal at times. Suppression was not a random act. It wasn't without reason. The Harold family was the most powerful among the 18 lords. Even if there were official reasons, the Harold family's formidable military strength was still threatening. That's why no one wanted to step forward easily. The one who tried to stop the Harold family's rampage was the Saint Magic Church. The Saint Magic Church did not act out of goodwill, nor as heroes trying to reduce the Empire's casualties. They are purely a religious organization acting in their own interest. They suppressed the riot with ease, as if they had foreseen the Harold family's uprising. Most likely, it was the Saint Magic Church that incited the family's rampage. Afterward, the great influence and wealth of the Harold family swiftly fell into the church's hands, like water flowing naturally. They wanted Harold to die here. In fact, it seems it was like that even before his return. The deliberate mention of the Demon Realm's kings was for this reason. If he died, they could swallow the Harold family whole. If he returned alive, they could further exploit him or seize the spoils from the kings of Mahai. That's all there is to it. What is suffocating Harold so much? There is nothing in Harold's character or actions that could be considered a weakness. He's not the type to leave any openings. More importantly, as one of the continent's top warriors, I'm really curious about his weakness. But Harold kept his mouth tightly shut, only radiating intense killing intent. I don't know what urgent matter has kept him distant from his family, but at this rate, his family will fall into danger. Why? There isn't a shred of truth on the tip of the Holy Ma Church's tongue. That's the kind of people they are. You look like you're caught on their tongue now. Even the killing intent that seemed ready to pierce the sky was starting to fade. Harold stared blankly at the sky for a while, then shut his eyes tightly, as if deep in thought. He briefly felt the wind, then lowered his head, gazing intently at Tyr. Is the kid smarter than expected? He's not entirely unscathed. In fact, his magic is swirling into a vortex, like a drawn bowstring ready to fire at any moment. The truth is always dangerous. If Ragna treats my unsettling truth as some detective game and ends it all for fun, then he'll pay the price today. After saying that warning, Harold shoved the godfather forward. In short, he was demanding a satisfactory answer. There are plenty of chances to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, but this time, I won't give you the chance to behead me. Harold looked momentarily blank, apparently confused by the unexpected reply. Then, the honor of clashing heads with someone like you might just become a story I'll tell at the bar on my deathbed. Heh. He let out an empty laugh. Though absurd, it was still not a bad answer. If he had kept pretending to be a wise man to the end, he probably would have slit his own throat by now. Harold confidently believed that if the topic turned to money and revenge, things would be even more extreme. He took a beating, yet still tried to smooth things over with flattery. This kind of behavior really doesn't fit the younger generation. It's honestly disappointing. Huh. The intense killing aura in the air finally began to disperse. From deep in Harold's throat, a deafening laugh burst out and echoed. What a relief. Tyr finally relaxed his tension. A faint smile appeared. Harold also lowered the axe he had aimed forward. He looked at Tyr and smiled faintly. Don't get your hopes up. Episode 269. The trees growing here are completely different from those elsewhere. There are no crisp leaves, only sharp thorns. Despite the biting cold wind outside, the cave beneath the steep cliff felt like a world of its own. The chill emanating from within the cave felt like the handiwork of death itself. It sent chills down one's spine. At the cave entrance, where no living creatures seemed to exist, a man stood motionless, keeping watch. Plop. Under the ashen sky, as if even the heavens had dried up, a black crow flew toward the man. The man raised his arm, allowing the crow to land. Then, with practiced ease, he untied the small bamboo tube attached to the crow's thin leg. Click. The black crow hopped from the man's arm to his shoulder, letting out an ominous cry, as if reading the contents together with the man. After reading the message, the man walked into the cave without hesitation. He stepped into the darkness that seemed to swallow all light. Moving deeper inside, driven only by a shred of faith, he advanced through the cave, which seemed perilous beyond measure. Like a pilgrim walking a path of thorns, it appeared exceedingly dangerous. As if in response to that faith, in the distance, only an old candlestick quietly emitted a faint light. In the glow of that light, on an old wooden beam, and on rocks covered in moss, they lay quietly, within the subtle reach of the candlelight. A man sat calmly, his posture upright, his expression solemn, perhaps because he was meditating. The approaching man dared not speak to him. He even held his breath as much as possible, quietly waiting for the man to exhale first. A breath. The room was completely empty, not even a mat, bedding, or personal belongings. It was like the place where a pilgrim arrives, at their final enlightenment. Exhale. After a while, the man ended his meditation, and opened his eyes after a deep breath. Second apostle, my lord. The man gradually calmed himself in the tense air, then knelt down in worry, and piously spoke the title with reverence. Speak. Thick darkness hung like fish in the air, and cold whispers echoed in the cave. The puppet has chosen its prey. It's about to strike. Is that so? I suppose that's the only option. The man's long ears twitched slightly, and he gave a faint, satisfied smile, then said, luckily the plan moved ahead. Prepare everything in advance. I must go. As you command, the man said, and melted back into the darkness. The second apostle finally rose to his feet, looking at the old wooden plank. He couldn't help but smile playfully. Tyr was now waiting for someone at the center of the forest, not far from the cave entrance he'd stayed in the night before. He should have waited inside the cave, because the cold winds and snowstorms from the eastern mountains had already begun to rage, but he just couldn't. Have you been waiting out here long? How pitiful. In a field of pure white snow, the beautiful figure of a girl, who shouldn't exist there, was slowly approaching. Lornold block. Lornold was protected by a transparent barrier, her body untouched by even a speck of dust. Thank you for your effort, Rhodey. Sometimes it's nice to treat it like a stroll. Speaking of which, that guy who went to hunt the beast, to think you've stirred up such a commotion. It seems my partner is quite the troublemaker. Rodebrock showed a hint of weariness on his face. But Tyr honestly felt a bit wronged. He gave an awkward smile. It doesn't seem to be because of me, but rather because of the mission. With no one to confide his frustration to, he buried it deep inside. He suppressed his displeasure and reached out his hand. Welcome. When Rodebrock extended his hand like a gentleman, Tyr was able to step inside the curtain, avoiding the falling snowflakes. The temperature was just right, and there was no sound of the wind. It felt as if an invisible greenhouse surrounded them. For a moment, I became curious about what kind of divine power or magic it was, but for now, I could only observe, keeping an eye on Rodebrock's every move. You really dare to say that, huh? Even though I bragged that I could help that guy, how could I not show up? Just as expected. In Rodebrock's slightly sharp gaze, there was a faint hint of provocation, but he didn't seem to be in a bad mood. That's a relief. If I can get your help again this time, I'll gratefully accept it. All right, then let's go check on that guy. Tyr led Rodebrock, escorting him to their lodging from yesterday. After entering the cave, they went through the entrance and deeper inside. Harold lit a torch and waited silently. Clap. Clap, clap, when he saw Roadbrock. He seemed rather surprised. His eyes opened wide. What a surprise. Harold, fear would bring back someone reliable, so he waited outside. But unexpectedly, the one he brought back was actually a delicate-looking woman. This made his eyes widen, and he couldn't close them for a while. The fact that she was a woman was merely one of many additional factors. What shocked Harold the most was the aura emanating. It was not something a human could possess. So the so-called celestial realm actually exists at such a level because the undeniable fact appeared in his mind that he would lose if they fought. He couldn't recover from the shock. Actually, I'm a dragon. Harold's expression, so stiff it made people want to say he had frozen in place, was truly a sight to behold. Let me introduce you. This is Rhodey. He is the one I trust the most. If even he can't solve the problem, then even if you searched the entire land, you probably wouldn't find anyone who could. At that moment, Harold finally came back to his senses and replied, sorry. I am half Harold. A subtle tension was emanating from Harold's body. Tyr, who understood his gaze, replied, of course, if you now begin to leak what the young lord has said, I will gladly offer up my head. Only then did Harold finally relax. Forgive me, this is a matter of great importance to me as well. It's fine, I understand. Though the tone was blunt, Harold didn't mind in the slightest. Precisely because of that, Lornold Block's boundless aura, like the sea, began to faintly seep out. He felt like someone entitled to show a little arrogance. This isn't something to be discussed standing up. Please, have a seat first. Harold spoke in a pleading tone, asking Lornold Block to sit. Lornold Block then sat down. Tyr and Harold followed, and took their seats. Once seated, Harold paused for a moment. As if recalling events from that day, a deep sense of nostalgia welled up. Even the air seemed to grow heavier. Harold's emotions ran deep. I didn't urge him. I just waited quietly. Asterisk drip, drip asterisk. Listening to the crackling of dry wood burning, Harold took a deep breath and began to speak. I have many children under my care. Of course, that much I already knew. The Harold family is one of great renown, so naturally, grooming heirs is expected. According to Black Snow, that family has many descendants. Surely not all of the children were taken hostage. If Kale had gone through something like that, he would have sternly scolded him, telling him to find his own way out. From those words alone, it was clear how deeply Harold valued family blood ties. My child is precious to me. The children known to the world are not my biological offspring. I have only one biological child, and that is my daughter. Among the many children, there were a few whose names were well known, each proving the strength of Harold's bloodline. But the fact that he had only one biological child was rather surprising. Although, for political reasons, he had to let go. It wasn't because he didn't love those children. It's just that compared to that child, they didn't hurt his heart as much. Harold's eyes seemed ready to overflow with tears at any moment. You truly love her deeply. It is said that men of the sea are rough, but also deeply sentimental. Having grown up in the north, Harold's deep fatherly love was even more astonishing. She is the child of my first love, and also my last biological child. How could I not love her? Harold, with a painted the memory of his first love within the raging flames. The scene was heartbreakingly vivid. She died. Harold composed himself again and continued speaking. She even died early from childbirth complications. But even so, she did not succumb to her pain. Instead, she grew strong, becoming an admirable child. Crack, crack. The sound of power surging from Harold's clenched fists was deafening, and with it, blood splattered little by little. However, that child suddenly cried out in pain for unknown reasons, her life hanging by a thread. In that cry, a deep, unfathomable emotion emerged. No matter which doctor I turned to, no matter which priest I sought, all I heard was that the illness was undiagnosable. Even if I searched the entire world, there was no one who could cure my daughter's illness. Harold paused for a moment. After adjusting his breath, he continued speaking. At that time, the Holy Ma Church approached us proactively, as if they had given up everything. A faint trace of madness crept into the voice that followed. A young priest once claimed to have received divine revelation and came knocking at our door. What was the message of this trust? The Lamb's life is now in our hands. I came here because only by uniting you and me can God save that life. Harold, with the same entranced look and voice that the priest had that day, reenacted the scene. The words of the Holy Ma Church were utterly absurd. It made people want to curse aloud. A sideways glance showed. Lornold Block also seemed to find it ridiculous. Her eyes had been subtly squinting. Those lunatics actually used a child's life to threaten Harold. Harold really was ruthless. But Harold probably didn't believe them easily either. It's as if he clearly remembers the moment. His fist trembled with humiliation. At first, I didn't believe them. I even wanted to kill them. But they said if I found a certain material, they could perform a divine miracle. With a let's just try it mindset, I gave it a go. Because I was truly desperate at the time. So I found the item and gave it to them. The priest's vow still echoed in my ears. My eyes were bloodshot with fervor. Now I understand why you collapsed. That proposal was utterly ridiculous. What illness gets cured with just a single pill? Harold didn't respond to that. So your lovesickness has improved, hasn't it? That sentence made the madness in Harold's eyes suddenly vanish. and in its place, a deep, sea-like darkness cloaked his gaze. That's right. Episode 270. The more precious someone is to you, the more endangered their life is, the narrower your vision becomes. Of course, I wasn't naive enough to believe those bastards healed her, or that my daughter got better because of them. Obviously, I still haven't let go of my suspicion. Her instincts, forged from all her past experiences and trials, are anything but illusion. When that mysterious, colorless, and odorless fragrance spread, the child who could barely walk, who even struggled in a wheelchair, actually started to walk. A glimmer of light in the depths of utter despair blurred his vision, but felt so sweet and comforting. So we dismissed family ties. Everyone says Ragnar is cold and ruthless. From the moment Ragnar was born, he relentlessly pursued pure strength. He had long begun the task of cutting off emotions. This principle was even clearly stated. If family members were taken hostage, there would be no negotiations. Instead, they would completely annihilate the enemy. Only the minimum forces and personnel to maintain the Ragnar family would be left, and the entire army would strike the enemy. Because of this principle, whenever a hostage situation arose, the forces deployed far exceeded the size of Nara Forest's army. They would hunt down the enemy's entire clan, even infants. No matter how many years it took, they would pursue them to the end, until they were wiped out. Therefore, enemies didn't even dare to think of kidnapping Ragnar's blood relatives. It is said that the Harald family was also a great clan, one that went through the process of eliminating family emotions. However, Harald could not do it. All the more so when his biological daughter from his first love ended up like this. It became the perfect opening for cults and the like to exploit. It wasn't some kind of drug. I was right beside her. They wouldn't use such shallow tricks. Seeing his daughter miraculously improve, yet still trapped by the weakness of family ties, the prophecy of Arnor would inevitably seem like a godly miracle. That will do. Yes, his daughter's condition improved thanks to that fragrance. But of course, it was only temporary. The ending of the story was obvious. Rodbrok saw no need to listen further, and ended the tale. Trying to form a team. That's right. Harald replied weakly. If a tragedy holds no emotional weight, then under scrutiny, it's just old cliches. Of course. And now comes the nonsense about resistance again. Still, it's not wrong. So then, we're here to capture the king of Mohi. Harald's eyes once again revealed a flicker of madness. That near-fanatical madness of a believer. As long as I complete this mission, maybe I can see my daughter wield her sword like lightning again. So then, before capturing the monster, what exactly did you do? Lornold Block lowered her voice, and asked Harald. Insignificant beast hearts and brains. Black goat stalks from the southern region and monster horns. Silver bell flowers that grow atop the western mountains. That's how it started, ominous and strange. At first listen, they even sound like legitimate medicinal ingredients. Harald probably thought so too, which is why he obediently collected them. But the moment Lornold heard it, she scoffed. She gave Harald a scolding look full of disbelief. Even if it's entanglement, it was messy from the very start. Pitiful thing. But then again, maybe he had no way of knowing. Looks like the items Harald brought back are quite problematic. Tyr also wondered, why was Lornold reacting so strongly right now? It piqued his curiosity. Keep talking. Harald felt a wave of unease, but continued anyway. As I listened, I came to understand that during this time, Harald had been roaming all across the continent, gathering all sorts of strange materials. Some were worth the effort. Others were things anyone could get easily. He dealt with spiritual creatures, collected their remains and byproducts, and even destroyed some unknown structures. The moment he said that, Lornold Block's gaze began to sharpen. Ignorance or knowledge can both become sins, but it sounded more like accumulating virtue for your daughter. Those malicious things. Rodbrok clicked his tongue, genuinely feeling sorry for Harald's situation. Let's stop here. Your daughter ended up like that because of a religious curse. It's obvious just from the materials. What is it? To be honest, if I just came right out and said it, it might cause big trouble. Fear sneaked a glance at Rodbrok. But of course, Rodbrok wasn't watching Fear. Herbs can become offerings, depending on the type. For someone like you, there must be many illnesses you don't know of. At the stage where one can Harald should have been able to quickly diagnose most difficult cases. But if it's a religious curse, it's probably hard to detect easily. That's why this is likely a trap set by the Saint Magic Church. Even when brought to a priest, they said there were no traces of anything. Of course not. At first, even calling it a curse would have felt awkward. Rodbrok glanced at Harald and let out a deep sigh. The things you first found, they might actually cure your daughter. As soon as Rodbrok finished speaking, Harald's eyes widened once more. The light in them began to fade instantly. His body trembled like a willow branch. What did you just say? No, please, tell me in more detail. I beg you. In his trembling voice was a trace of anxiety. That desperate figure barely holding on to fading consciousness looked so pitiful. In religion, offerings are used for various purposes and methods. The things you collected could indeed be used to treat your daughter. But really, could it be that the Saint Magic Church had you gather them, just to heal your daughter? Rodbrok took a deep breath. Seeing Harold's rising intensity, I tried shooting him with an arrow first, to calm him down. Only then did Harold barely manage to steady himself. In the end, he actually used his own hands to slap himself hard, twice. Asterisk smack asterisk, asterisk smack asterisk. The more materials he gathered, the stronger the curse became. To avoid your gaze, a powerful curse was cast. There was no other way. Those words threw the room into a heavy silence. And then, asterisk gurgle, gurgle, asterisk. The entire cave began to echo, as if reaching a critical point. Harold's aura started to lose control, wreaking havoc throughout the cave. The materials he had gathered to save his daughter had instead become a deadly curse upon him. Absolutely unforgivable to trample on human decency like this. A blood-colored mist began to rise from Harold's body. At the same time, Tyr clenched his teeth at the truth. His veins swelled with rage, as if they were about to burst. His blood boiled beneath the skin. The stench of blood stabbed into his nostrils. That near self-destructive rage was almost unbearable to witness. So utterly tragic. I will tear those bastards from the holy Ma Church to pieces. I swear to the sea god, I will sever their limbs and leave them to wander the endless sea, alone, as masterless spirits. Harold cursed as well, overwhelmed with fury. To save his daughter, he had been deceived, and even knowing it was a lie, just to see her walk again in good health, and hear her laughter, he still chose to be used. One day, these dog-like days will come to an end. My daughter would recover her health, and we would return home hand in hand. That day was my dearest wish. I even endured the humiliation of helping that cult. I gave up my honor. However, I was wrong. The harder I tried, the more my own hands became the very ones that threatened my daughter's life. All the effort I put in to save my daughter ultimately turned to dust and ended up strangling her instead. I'm desperately suppressing the impulse to die the moment I learned the truth. Thud. Thud. After slamming his head into the wall, blood began to flow from his forehead. I can't even imagine how to calm such emotions. So I can't say any words of comfort. You've thought this through carefully. Besides, we too are not like them. We can't live under the same sky. Tears began to flow from Harold's eyes. He stared at Roadbrock. Huff. Huff. Heavy breathing echoed in the cave. On his now demon-like face, there was nothing but endless deep regret and killing intent. There is still hope. So don't worry. Is my daughter in their hands now? He prayed that it wasn't the case. If his daughter was in the water, then whether in battle or otherwise, it would mean taking enormous risks. His daughter is at home now, though that was a relief. Danger still lurked. Within the Harold family, there might be members of the Saint Magic Church, or people they've bought off. That possibility could not be ignored. Clearly, they were up to some trickery. They specialize in that kind of dark stuff. Harold may have vaguely sensed something was off, so perhaps he already took certain precautions. If it's a place only I know, then it should be safe, right? But what exactly is that hope? Hearing that, Lornell Block smiled confidently and replied, simple. Just snatch back the materials we've collected so far. Sometimes it sounds like trying to grasp clouds in the sky. So intangible. If the materials have already been used, then it'd be impossible to even start a plan. With all due respect, if those materials were already used, Harold would be worried too. Even if he established the Holy Ma Church, if he couldn't save his daughter, then the purpose would be unfulfilled. They probably haven't used them yet. If a ritual had been performed with those materials, there's no way it would have gone unnoticed. At the very least, I wouldn't have let it slide. A faint glimmer of hope appeared in those words. The demonic look on Harold's face softened slightly, and his mind regained some calm. Do you remember where you brought the materials? Yeah. I was told to take them to Jibu. Someone would keep them safe. And where is that place exactly? Closer than I imagined. It's in Mohi. Tyr's eyebrows twitched in irritation. There's a Jibu in Mohi too. In the vastness of Mohi, it should have been unnoticeable. But who would have thought the Holy Ma Church had a base near Ragna's castle? Disgusting indeed. And then, that place. Harold paused for a moment, and slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them again and took a deep breath. They say it's under the jurisdiction of the Second Apostle. Episode 271. The moment I heard Second Apostle, my whole body tensed up, not out of fear, but blood demon technique, earth dragon technique, and light dragon technique. Other than the Dragon Emperor, who was once human, all other beings displayed power close to that of monsters. However, because their abilities were purely destructive, they were notoriously difficult to handle. At the same time, having lived for countless years, they were experienced, exceptionally talented, and even appeared remarkably steady. Not to mention the Second Apostle, since the Apostles were ranked according to their order of joining. This means that before the Blood Machine and the Earth Dragon Machine, they were already serving the Nameless Monarch. It could very well be someone Roadbrock knows. After mosquitoes and stray dogs, what will show up this time? Do you know anything? In Roadbrock's gaze, there was a hint of anticipation. Pointed long ears. Ah, I know. It's elves. This time, is it the keen-eared kind? Those guys also live lives that are almost eternal. Unlike the elves, who manage world arts and live nearby, they cling to human lands for survival. Yet in the forests, they carved out their own territories to dwell. What a nuisance. These pointy-eared folks, with their long lives, had nothing better to do in the forest, so they became experts in magic. Their strength comes from their vast magic power. They are said to be a race, even more obsessed with magic than the magic tower. Ancient elves are said to cast ancient magic with ease. Sometimes, they even become addicted to magic, stepping into forbidden territory. There are stories of those who submitted to the nameless lord. They say the second apostle was one of them. Looks like all the retrieved materials have ended up under that guy's control. Most likely. Putting aside the importance of the materials, considering they were gathered for something major, the materials used for that purpose are highly likely to be in the hands of apostles skilled in magic or ritual, especially those two apostles. But I have no idea where that guy lives. The moment Harold finished his sentence, Tyr and Lornold Block both tilted their heads slightly to the left at the same time, because in both their minds, the same thought flashed through. Exactly, and they both grinned secretly. If we destroy that Jibu, they'll come crawling out on their own. Such a trivial matter. Yet he brushed it off so casually, which left Harold completely speechless. A division of the Holy Ma Church under the Second Apostle's command, and only 3 people are going to attack it. That kind of absurd plan naturally left him dumbfounded, but still, his heart was pounding, an uncontrollable excitement, truly boiling over. Of course, this isn't a reckless fight without a plan. Harold turned his gaze toward the one who gave them that confidence. Lornold Block. Even you didn't foresee an attack happening, so how could they imagine that a division managed by 2 apostles would be under assault? And with Tyr, heir of the Ragna family, he was just as reliable. With the 3 of them together, they could tear that nest apart. Tyr smiled as he said this, and only then did Harold realize, feeling his own weakness, he finally managed a bitter smile. Much appreciated. Harold offered his greetings. Tyr and Rodbrock both stood up from their seats. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Tyr suddenly said these words. Harold's expression showed a hint of doubt. He thought they had already decided on a plan, and were about to set off, so this surprised him. But not long after, his doubt quickly faded away, because he knew Tyr wasn't the kind to run away at the last moment, nor was it due to any ulterior motive that he was leaving temporarily. Can I ask the reason? Before we make our move, there are some preparations to make. I'll be back soon. Though curious about what that meant, he figured there was a reason for not revealing it. He didn't intend to pry. It just made things more exciting. With someone as strong as me, whatever preparations the 2 of them were making, it seemed quite dangerous. Tyr and Rodbrock returned to the nearby cave, where Umbra had once been treated. After bringing Umbra outside, he seemed to stabilize a bit, letting out faint, hissing breaths. Let's evolve Umbra here. Since the enemies have been identified as 2 apostles, we must use every means available. If Umbra successfully completes his evolution, he could very well become a trump card. What was fed to Umbra was not an ordinary monster bloodstone, but a bloodstone from Bifu. If fed directly, who knows what changes might occur. That's why someone well-versed in magic, an authority among dragons, Lornold Block's help was needed for this. Lornold Block held out her palm toward the ground, and softly began chanting. A green light shimmered. Suddenly, within the cave, a wind began to stir. Under her palm, a magic circle started to appear. Her movements were both delicate and bold, like carving a piece of art. The magic circle, palm-sized, began to gradually expand. Before long, it gently settled onto the ground. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Magical energy resonated aloud, and smoothly landed on the ground. Then the runes rapidly took shape. A magic formation was now complete. Umbra was placed in its center. Umbra, even before Lornold Block finished her words, he moved on his own, walking toward the center of the circle. His posture, it was like returning to his own title, cave. So natural and calm, it put everyone at ease, and firmly captured Umbra's presence. Seeing Umbra so at ease and relaxed, Tyr reached into his pack and pulled out Bifu's bloodstone. Something's not right, though he hadn't looked closely yet. Inside the bloodstone, that deep crimson hue was spinning violently. Even though the monster bloodstones collected so far radiated ominous energy, this one was completely different. Gathering the collected bloodstones into one place, following Rodbrock's instructions, they quickly stacked the bloodstones neatly together. Crack! The tip of Rodbrock's sword sliced across Tyr's palm. Fresh blood immediately began to draw a magic circle in the air. What Vep and those monsters left behind in the end, along with the blood of their mate that claimed their lives, would respond fiercely. A drop of blood fell at the center of the small magic circle, immediately causing a rumbling, like an earthquake. The placed meteorites began to vibrate, as if resonating like an approaching quake. They trembled violently. Toxic gas started to pour out, especially Vep's bloodstone. It glowed red hot, as if it might explode at any moment. Bless me. If my companion can fully subdue these bloodstones, I will purify them. Yes. A toxic barrier formed over the magic circle. Tyr, above the toxic gas, raised his hand together with Rodbrock. That stinging sensation was clearly felt in his palm. Despite the intense reaction, Tyr immediately channeled powerful magic. Click, click. As time passed, the original magic stones one by one yielded. sinking into the ground. Only Vep's bloodstone continued to fiercely resist. Snap! Pouring all his magic into it, as if trying to shatter Vep's wicked stone. Only then did the black scorching aura begin to fade, and right beside it, Lornold Block had completely purified the bloodstone. The toxic fumes vanished, replaced by a radiant glow. Lornold Block smiled, and gestured toward Umbra with her chin. Tyr picked up the bloodstone, and walked toward Umbra, a memory engraving itself. Tyr lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Umbra's arms and knees. There was a trace of unease in his eyes, but watching, that worry quickly faded from Tyr's expression, replaced by calm. Everything's going to be fine. Upon hearing those words, Umbra swallowed the outstretched bloodstone in one gulp. A storm began to rage, with Umbra as the center. A massive vortex of energy surged out. The cave felt like it might collapse, echoing violently. Even while ensuring maximum safety in the ritual, could it still produce this kind of power? An enemy would be stunned by such overwhelming magic, as if it could destroy this whole region. As Lornold Block gently touched the magic circle, Umbra began slowly, delicately. He began learning to control that power, not letting it hurt him, but fully embracing it. Umbra's form began flickering as if full of noise. Something felt off. Tyr looked over at Lornold Block. Lornold noticed his glance, and calmly spoke. Don't worry. It's just shedding its outer layer. It won't affect his life at all. Though those words were a little reassuring, the anxiety in Tyr's heart was not so easily calmed. Umbra's form. It gradually blurred, and soon began to shrink. Gaik! Along with a deafening roar. Ding dong. Then the alarm went off. Congratulations. The individual Umbra has successfully evolved. Message. Vep Umbra has successfully into a higher level being. Now evolved into a shadow dragon. Evaluation. S. As a reward, you seem to have gained ownership of the shadow dragon. Tyr examined Umbra. His size had slightly shrunk, but his sharp features were distinctly draconic. Not only that, even his aura was exactly like that of a true dragon. He was no longer a subspecies wyvern, but had evolved into a genuine dragon. Rumble. A powerful aura burst forth. Umbra's confident expression was almost amusing. You did well. Tyr wrapped his arms around Umbra's head and gently stroked him. Umbra responded too, rubbing his face affectionately and purring with joy. The evolution was almost perfectly successful. Cases of wyverns evolving into dragons were extremely rare. Roadbrock also smiled at Umbra's majesty. Although so much effort had been made, had it only reached this level, there might have been some regret. Thank you. Rhodey. Tyr expressed his sincere gratitude. Once again, he felt it. Compared to any system, Roadbrock's assistance sometimes felt omnipotent, having done his part. Roadbrock wore a smug smile, as if he had completed all the tasks at hand. He turned and asked, "Want to try riding a dragon? Maybe deep down, you also dream of taming one, to become a guardian of the continent. But, no, Umbra's existence must remain absolutely secret. If it can strike from the shadows, like a bat without being detected, only revealing itself upon attack, then its strategic value would be immeasurable. Perhaps it's precisely because of Umbra that the power to bite off the second apostle's neck was truly born at that moment, the decisive move that could end it all. To the north of Mahai, there exists a canyon. It cannot be reached without crossing Mahai's center. To humans, that place is unknown territory, which means even Ragna cannot lay his hands upon it. That's why the canyon dwellers are so fearful of Ragna, the Mahai oracle of the Holy Ma Church. That's what the followers call it. It's not easy to enter either. Only those who prove loyalty and faith may step inside. And on top of that, the terrain is highly advantageous. On the path leading there, the two apostles themselves have set illusion spells and ghost sentinels. They've even laid traps that connect to other dimensions. The route to the headquarters has been tunneled into multiple artificial caves, laid out like a maze, to prevent intruders from reaching the Queen's chamber. Because of this, the Holy Ma Church believed the place would remain pure. They even called it a sacred domain, with chants and hymns. The place was filled with divine echoes, a truly holy sanctuary. But that light, clang. Just like anywhere else, the myth of absolute safety is always broken without warning. A violent roar that hadn't sounded for centuries began to echo here. Chapter 272, guided by Harold. They passed through an underground tunnel in the center of Mahai. T2 once again felt awe at the power of the Holy Magic Church. Inside Mahai, have you seen such a place? After a long walk, they finally passed through the center, and light began to shine from the other side. Exiting the long tunnel, the dazzling sunlight blurred their vision, but as they looked ahead, they saw a massive cliff. Before the cliff stretched a vast lake, expanding in all directions. Crossing the lake, and approaching the cliff, there was an unfathomably deep, dark cave, gaping like a sinister maw. Roadbrock glanced at the entrance, then walked over. Still such a dark cave. Even I find this troublesome. Yet you completed it without hesitation. Following Harold's lead, They entered a certain cave, where Roadblock looked at the array of magic circles and barriers, and laughed. Fear also glanced at the entrance, feeling the subtle flow of magic. It seemed rather complex. Since he wasn't familiar with magic, he couldn't examine it closely. The second apostle even publicly declared that no one could crack it. Harold displayed a black wing-shaped necklace. This was obtained from the Holy Magic Church. They said as long as you carry this necklace, there would be no problem entering. But Fear and Roadblock didn't have such a necklace. With enough time, there's nothing we can't do. Who do you think I am? Hearing this, Roadblock snapped his fingers lightly. Kill. The stagnant magic dispersed. One of the barriers became visible and emitted faint ripples into the air. I was wondering what you were doing. Turns out you broke it so quickly. Just a light touch in the void, and the barrier vanished. Truly impressive. Even Harold was visibly stunned. His mouth agape. Amazing. As if refuting Harold's words. Lord Block elegantly dispelled the barrier, showing off his dominance in full. According to Harold, these barriers were set up by the second apostle himself. To break them so quickly was truly shocking. But the reason for coming here wasn't just to break a barrier. That earlier action was mere boredom relief. That barrier wasn't even essential to break. The true purpose of coming here wasn't rescue. It was a full-on annihilation, swift and decisive. Harold threw his necklace to the ground. I'll take the vanguard, he said. Gripping his great axe in both hands, he raised it high, and the aura arising behind him began spinning in a chilling spiral inside his body. For him, this wasn't just a battle, it was revenge, especially against the Holy Ma Church that toyed with his daughter. Now, that fury gripped his axe. Upon entering the cave, they encountered two fully armed cultist guards. Who goes there? Huh? Wait. Harold. What are you trying to do? At first, the guards looked happy to see Harold's face, but when they saw his murderous aura, they raised their spears in fear. He didn't reply, only swung his massive axe, cleaving their spears, armor, and bodies in half, splitting them in two. And in that instant, an intruder alert was raised. With the sound of whistles, countless footsteps came rushing in. The signal of battle was loud and clear. He had openly declared invasion, and to all Holy Ma Church members gathered here, it was only natural that his wrath would fall directly upon the church itself. If you don't want to let a single one escape, then stop them with everything you have. That was his declaration. Huff. Traps launched volleys of poisoned arrows. All kinds of magic exploded to kill the intruders. Kill them. Don't let the sanctuary be defiled. Holy Magic Church followers charged through the smoke. Huff. Before his giant axe, everything was useless. Each swing brought a storm, sweeping away everything like a tsunami. If you get tired, I can take over. Not even close. Endless stamina and overwhelming power. His momentum only grew stronger. With every step, he became even more powerful. Harold was fully displaying what it meant to be unstoppable. Now, they were about to reach their stronghold. Through the end of the dark cave, they finally arrived at a huge cavern with an out-of-place church. What a swarm of pests. Roadblock frowned in disgust. Indeed. Fear agreed with him. Human-devouring. One had to admit this place suited them, but there was little presence here. The two apostles had seen no sign of them along the way. Even the charging followers, supposedly the sanctuary's guards, seemed weak. Perhaps many followers were out on missions. Of course, they were trying to summon those outside. But it was regrettable how little of their blood was spilled here. There stands the heretic who defiled the church. The followers gathered. Although fewer than expected, it wasn't as if there were none at all. They swarmed like ants, taking defensive stances. Did you play with ants as a kid? Roadblock spread his arms and asked. Yes. Looking to the side, Harold nodded too. Watch closely. Let's see what these little things will do. A massive magic circle began forming on the ground. Lines of light drew beautiful curves, delicately and joyfully tracing their shapes. Delicately and cheerfully drawing their patterns. But the speed was simply unbelievable. Even Bluebeard takes a long time to cast high-level magic, and the magic Lord Block is casting now is also of grand magic level. Even someone untrained in magic could tell it was of high caliber. Amidst astonishment, before anyone noticed, a magic circle had already formed. Using ancient magic? How ridiculous. I'm a product of that very era. Prepare for the assault. Though this is merely cleanup, Lord Block began injecting mana into the glowing green magic circle. Crackle crackle. The magic circle began to glow. Soon, sparks began to burst forth. Some were stunned by the scene. Others desperately put up magic barriers. But what do they even understand? The one casting the spell is an ancient dragon with a millennium of history. No defense can hold up. Even if you survive, you'll meet your end by sword or axe. The rumble of an approaching storm echoed forth. With no shelter in sight on the open ground, water burst from the magic circle like it was drawn from the deep sea. Rumble, rumble. The spraying water turned into a massive vortex, wildly churning around, ravaging the entire space. Like ants, really. I started to understand why he asked the question and showed this. They looked just like ants whose homes had been flooded. As if cleansing away the filth before them, the ground began to split open even deeper. Gurgle, gurgle. Such a pity. Is that all the time we get to ravage? But soon, the cave began to give in. Signs of collapse emerged. Lord Block withdrew the magic. The magic circle drawn above began to dim. The patterns reversed as if returning to the past, and vanished backward. The water that had filled the ground vanished without a trace. Not a single drop remained, but the soaked earth in the utterly destroyed chapel. Left only ruins behind, proving it was no illusion. And then, as if it had been waiting all along, two flashes of light immediately shot into the cave. Like meteors, the streaks of light pierced through the pupils. Although it was already a desolate place, they jumped down because an iron door appeared on the ground. They actually built something like this here, even here. Harold impatiently kicked the iron door and showed a furious expression. Of course, a look of weariness also surfaced. Could this door really withstand even Rhodey's magic? Or is it just structurally solid? Was it purely able to endure Lord Block's magic? It was rather intriguing. It looked like it had layered magic arrays. But is it tougher than an ascension gate? Judging by the flow of mana, this sturdy iron door seemed embedded with defensive arrays. But after all, it was still an iron door. If they could already cut down the ascension gate, this door shouldn't be a big deal. Just as they were about to break it down, Harold raised his axe to stop them. Let me take the risk. There was firm determination in Harold's eyes. No matter what came out, he would block it. It was the most dangerous moment of the mission. Tyr had intended to go himself, but upon seeing Harold's gaze, he couldn't argue. Harold raised his axe high and began channeling mana. Thump, thump, thump. With the sound of his heartbeat, the mana poured into the axe surged like a mighty mountain. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm sped up. The harsh grinding of the axe echoed forth. Striking. Magic. The axe was sharpened anew. This is different from before. The advice Carl gave when cutting open the sublimation gate was similar. Harold's muscles writhed inside his body as he kept striking himself. His muscles were squirming. Boom. As the massive axe slammed into the iron gate, dust billowed. The ones waiting inside probably didn't even have time to be surprised. After the iron gate was destroyed, Harold immediately charged inside. Fear and Roadbrock followed close behind. Several cultists inside had already turned into flesh butchers. They went through the stairs into the corridor. Soon, they saw a structure smaller than outside but still magnificent. This was the altar and the columns leading from the manor to the altar. It looked just like a temple. Only a few dozen cultists were guarding it, but the aura they gave off was different from ordinary blood priests, at least bishop level. Some of them were probably archbishops. Even without the nameless monarch's blessing of bloodlight harmonization, each of them possessed threatening power. But that was all in the past. They were all familiar faces. Harold looked at them with contemptuous eyes, as if he was looking at something utterly insignificant. He was. The Way of Survival, Chapter 273. Harold, what exactly are you doing? How dare you insult the gods? Do you still expect your daughter to remain unharmed? A man in robes stood before the altar, glaring at Harold with eyes sharp as axes, as if he wanted to kill him. Don't let your filthy mouth defile my daughter. Chilling. His deep voice filled the entire temple. The echoing sound made everyone tense. It sent shivers down their spines. It even felt like some kind of magic. But it was merely the pure rage of a father with a daughter. Moreover, this killing intent was completely different from what she occasionally showed, even among allies. That killing intent felt almost tangible, pricking their skin as they stood frozen in place. I'll give you special attention. The way she stared fiercely at her, she seemed like the priest who appeared before Harold earlier. Has your daughter already given up on the will to live? No response. Harold silently raised his axe. He no longer saw the need for conversation. Kill him. For the sin of defiling our sacred land, pay with your life. So, dozens of followers simultaneously drew their swords. Dozens of blades rushed toward Harold. But, plague, before the great axe of the Absolute One, all of it was meaningless. With just one mighty swing, the sword shattered. Bodies were cleaved in half. So, I'll take care of the blind spots. Let your anger run free. Thank you. Because of its unorthodox nature, the movements are large. It's inevitable that blind spots will appear. At Harold's level, those blind spots are minimal, but they still exist. So, T2 had to cover that gap. Even with blind spots, they won't be fatal wounds, because they don't want to see their comrades, even slightly injured, while covering Harold's blind zones. Asterisk snap, asterisk, death bite of the limbs, rushed toward the archers. Its target was dead center of their necks. The archers with pierced throats couldn't even scream, dying in agony. Ugh. Harold's axe strike came from the front, splitting the enemy's upper and lower halves, flying apart sideways. The ornamented pillar was destroyed. Dust billowed. As the last person was cleaved vertically, a massive explosion rang out. Fragments of the floor scattered everywhere. This guy. The man in robes backed away, filled with fear. He didn't seem like a madman. It should have been like this from the start. I was too ignorant. Drip. His axe seemed to thirst for its next prey, dripping with blood. He really did it. Your daughter, huh? The moment the word daughter left his mouth, his throat felt like it had been slit. But Harold, with the tip of his axe blade, cleverly tore open that mouth. Didn't I tell you not to speak? Why didn't your so-called great god foresee this happening? His eyes and voice, cold as the winter sea, filled the surroundings. Harold, still struggling in pain, hacked off the priest's legs. If that's what you want, then keep crawling. That posture suits you lot. It looked like he intended to keep hacking until his anger subsided, but I don't want Harold to become a monster. That face gradually looked more and more like a hungry beast. It was all for his daughter. Let it end like this. Gurgle, gurgle, but that wasn't all. Since a while ago, there had been a bad feeling. The cave seemed on the verge of collapse. It kept letting out screeching sounds. Get out. We have to leave here, Roadbrock shouted. Harold seemed to sense something was wrong too, reluctantly looking at the priest. Wasn't it enough to just catch one? Yeah. I shouldn't have lost my composure like that. His eyes returned to normal. Harold ultimately beheaded the priest. Is he smiling? The priest's rolling head bore a subtle smile. A sense of foreboding filled the air. They quickly left the temple. Lornold Block furrowed her brows. What happened? The original plan was to wipe out the enemies here, then capture the next two apostles. Though the signs of collapse and unease had already started spreading. At the time, they hadn't noticed any cracks or anything unusual. The only thing that kept lingering was the priest's subtle smile they saw when leaving. That image flashed quickly in their mind. They had set up trap magic. Though they tried to disable it, any attempt would trigger it instantly. Anyway, those sly bastards seemed to have taken quite a hit to their pride. It was the first time they'd seen Lornold Block in such a bad mood. Looks like we better get out quickly. Rumble, rumble. A louder crashing sound began to echo. That sound marked the beginning. Tyr silently stepped forward without a word. Soon after, I understood why the priest had shown that kind of smile. That smile meant exactly this. */ He suddenly kicked off the ground and sliced off the lead blood devotee's head. Kill him. That leader is none other than Tyr, the Ragna. And that traitorous criminal Harold must die too. Like a piece of crafted art, the corridor was packed with blood devotees. They all charged together. Were those lunatics planning to get buried along with them? Rumble, rumble. The group hadn't even made it halfway through the corridor, and dirt and dust had already started falling from above. Lower your heads. Just then, Harold's voice rang from behind. His massive axe let out a burst of energy, blasting apart the blood devotees but still, a large number of blood devotees charged forward fearlessly, relentlessly pushing on. How dare these scum stand in our way? Roadbrock's draconic might filled the corridor, but the blood cultists only flinched momentarily. They did not lose their composure. What? They seemed to have taken some kind of drug. The eyes of the blood cultists were unfocused, even drooling. They were clearly not in a normal state. The corridor was narrow, making it impossible to use large-scale skills. It was a major weakness. If the corridor wasn't on the verge of collapse, this situation wouldn't be a big deal at all. Until now, it was just a distraction. Speed up. Harold's domineering swordsmanship was excellent, but too powerful for the current situation. What they needed now was precise and rapid path clearing. Goor, clatter. Thud, 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 thud. As the ground was pierced, a loud crashing sound came from behind. The collapse had started from the foundation. Crack, crack, crack. The beat of death and countless reverse blades sliced through the void. They began to pierce the heads of the blood cultists. Clatter, clatter. Every time dozens of alien blades took the lead, the blood cultists began to fall. Throw the bombs. Don't let them escape. The blood cultists pulled bombs from their robes and lit the fuses. They began to throw them. However, the alien blades cut through the fuses together. The explosions never happened. Thud, thud, thud. Looking back, the earth behind Harold was sinking. And up ahead, the earth above Tyr was also rapidly collapsing. The exit. There was light shining in from straight ahead. The blood cultists blocking the way were gone. Even the sides of the corridor were collapsing rapidly. Ugh. He took a deep breath and leapt forward. Barely managed to escape. Boom, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar and a sandstorm came rushing in. He swung his sword to scatter the thick dust. The cave entrance, and even the whole canyon, collapsed like a row of dominoes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. They shouldn't be here. No, this kind of urgent sound shouldn't exist here. The sound drew nearer. The echo in the cave grew louder. Even so, he remained completely still, praying calmly, as if nothing had happened. A quiet, focused prayer. The second apostle. Sia. A man came running in a panic, and saw the second apostle in prayer. He immediately held his breath. He silenced himself, for it was sacred worship time. He knew very well what would happen if he interrupted. What's going on? His irritated voice filled the cave. A faint bloodlust began to leak from him. He had only been here a few hours. And yet this chaos had already angered him. Forgive us. We've received a report that the branch was attacked. His long ears twitched violently at the unbelievable news. It was so absurd that he momentarily thought it must be false. Attacked? By whom? But soon he judged it to be true. At the very least, his subordinates had no reason to lie. There were 3 enemies in total. One of them was unidentified. The other 2 were Tyr, Ragna, and Fan. And Harold. So, what measures have you taken? After hearing it was a strike by key targets. Yet he showed no reaction at all. Rather, he thought it would be strange if Thier and Ragnar didn't attack the branch, and Van and Harold would eventually rebel anyway. So he didn't care. It was just that the timing was earlier than expected, which made him a bit curious. The report hadn't mentioned these details, and that annoyed him even more. The second apostle's ears twitched slightly, his brows furrowing. Oh. The cave trembled slightly, and debris began to fall. Send messengers to the remaining 2 temples. Cast the net. Then, who's currently commanding the branch? His voice was low, and his subordinate trembled as if stabbed by invisible blades. It's Bishop Hawkins. Cold sweat beaded on the follower's forehead, and blood spurted from his mouth. Even so, he endured without making a sound, and silently continued to answer. Cut off Hawkins' head. Let the next commander take over. Understood. After his subordinate left, the cave fell silent again. He adjusted his posture, and closed his eyes. For a moment, he sat motionless, like in meditation. Then he opened his eyes again, stood up, and left the cave. The messengers he had dispatched swiftly delivered the message to the other 2 temples. At the entrances of the temples at both ends of the canyon, the sentries, after confirming the message, quickly rushed inside. Thud, 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 thud. Outside the entrance, countless armed men surged out like a tide. Without a single word, without any urging from behind, they silently ran forward, each heading to their assigned position. The last person to emerge from the eastern temple was holding a long spear in his hand. There was a head stuck by the window, the severed head of a man who died with eyes wide open. It was the commander of the eastern temple, Bishop Hawkins. Asterisk crunch asterisk. Like marking territory, the man planted a spear at the entrance, then calmly returned to his position. A constant flow of people began to spread around the canyon at regular intervals. Let's regroup here. They quickly left the collapsed Holy Demon Church branch, and paused a bit away from the entrance to sort things out. Now that they had stirred the hornet's nest, proper measures would be needed to deal with the Holy Demon clergy. Harold, due to the earlier assault, expressed his emotions more strongly than expected, which caused his aura to become a bit unstable. He was trying to focus and regain control of himself. He kept running forward, 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 kept running forward. Harold, due to the earlier assault, expressed his emotions more strongly than expected, which caused his aura to become a bit unstable. He was trying to focus, to center himself. How quiet it was. Even the sound of Harold adjusting his aura could be heard. The Sea of Demons was already a quiet place, but this level of silence felt ominous. Their senses began to sharpen, and tension built up in their bodies. At that moment, Lornold Block seemed to notice something. She furrowed her brow and looked toward the horizon. Is something wrong? The surveillance magic I set when we arrived here. Lornold clicked her tongue, looking around cautiously. The magic I placed to detect enemy movement has just been triggered. The enemy is approaching. It's only natural that the magic activated. But the problem is, Roadbrock was making that kind of expression here, as if he was up to something. Otherwise, Roadbrock wouldn't have such a troubled look. The real problem is those guys. It must be one of their clever little schemes. They were applying pressure from all sides. Roadbrock crossed his arms, his expression full of displeasure, which was only natural. With attacks from all directions, it was impossible to tell where the second apostle was, though they didn't know the exact enemy numbers. Still, Thier and his group hadn't planned to take on a massive force. They had intended to focus their attack and break through to where the second apostle was, take his head, and then retreat leisurely. But given the situation, they had no choice but to put that plan on hold. Roadbrock closed his eyes, then opened them again shortly after. I sent out a wave to scout the area. First off, there are a lot of heads, but they aren't charging indirectly. Seems like they're up to something. Having seen through the enemy's movements, Roadbrock frowned impatiently. They could overwhelm us with numbers, but that means they have a more reliable method. This is going to be a headache. What on earth is each formation doing? That small one seems to have figured something out. If we look closer, we might unravel it. No need to worry. Even if the opponent is the elf Roadbrock finds most troublesome, if they're given enough time, we might get trapped here, unable to move. Maybe the second apostle knew this too, which is why they're doing this now. In short, if you have the guts, come at us. It's a provocation. Staying here quietly will only suffocate us. So let's charge through before things get worse. Their formations are formidable too. Looks like this is going to be exhausting. Lornold Block rubbed her forehead and explained the enemy's formation in detail. After listening to her explanation, Tyr seemed to gain a rough idea of the second apostle's intentions. It might be a rotating assault strategy. Every formation will inevitably lead to direct conflict. So once we're worn down, that's when the second apostle might strike. Thinking about it like that, it makes sense not to rely on numbers, but instead to use this kind of strategy. However, the second apostle won't rely solely on attrition tactics. There's definitely something hidden in that current formation, especially since the opponents include Tyr himself and a powerhouse like Half-Herald. Unless they have someone of equal strength, numbers mean nothing. They should know that sheer numbers alone can't compensate for the gap in strength. If there's a trick, I'll crack it right away. You guys don't need to worry. Just focus on the fight. Of course we believe in you. Hearing that, Lorne Old Block smiled with satisfaction. At last, Harold had fully stabilized his aura, and stood up from his seat. Then the decision is made. Let's move out. Harold gripped his axe tightly, and naturally took the lead. Asterisk click click asterisk. The sound of Harold stretching his body echoed with a spine-chilling crack. It gave the illusion of a human neck snapping. I'm not underestimating you. I just prefer being a vanguard who can kill more enemies. You understand that, right? Harold's rage toward the Holy Demon Church hadn't faded. In fact, it burned even fiercer. Of course I understand. Hearing that, Harold bared his teeth and let out a laugh, then turned forward and took a deep breath. A thunderous roar shook the entire forest. The leaves began to rustle. The shouts of battle. One could say it was the bright red roar symbolic of the Harold family. What a loud voice. Even standing at the back, it made your ears feel heavy. As the shaking intensified, Harold charged out. Just as Roadbrock had said, their numbers were enough to fill the entire forest. Before long, we could see their figures. Several people formed a circle, focused on something happening in the center. The spot they were watching began to flicker. The night sky sparkled with star-like lights. Boom. The moment we noticed the lights, a sharp screech filled the air, as if to tear through our eardrums. Even from behind its massive body, it looked like a wild boar made of arrows charging forward. It was a concentrated attack aimed straight at Harold. Well, but those arrows, with just one swing of Harold's axe, they were all shattered. The scene behind them immediately came into view. Kill him. The leader was a half-Harold. Execute the traitor. At the word traitor, Harold's body trembled slightly. As if a reverse scale had been touched, Harold's aura erupted explosively. How dare you? Blue light began to radiate from his axe, rippling intensely, as if reflecting his emotions. The wave-like energy fluctuations were overwhelming. Where did you hear such words? Rumble. Deep blue waves surged in all directions. At the same time, everything nearby was swept away. The dense giant trees, the ground, countless arrows, and those who insulted him were all swept away, vanishing without a trace. Die. The brief silence was broken by the sound of something slicing through the air once again. This time, the attack wasn't aimed at Harold, but a rain of arrows came from all directions, so many that they darkened the sky. The surrounding enemies seemed to be gathering. War cries and thunderous explosions erupted. It was only a matter of time before they joined the fray. Lorne Old Block gently waved her hand at the sky, dispelling the arrows, then walked toward the source of the enemy's trickery. Buy me a little time. Lorne Old immediately placed her hand on the ground and began sensing the flow of mana. Asterisk thump thump asterisk. The cultists realized Lorne Old Block was up to something. They gathered, raising sharp weapons. Though there weren't any elites among them, the sheer number made their strategy clear. They aimed to wear them down through attrition. And these people were only a small part of the army gathered here. It was dizzying just to look at them. Since they had to protect Lorne Old while fighting guerrilla style, they couldn't wipe everyone out at once. Kill them. The cultists' cries echoed in all directions. Sharp blades slashed in from every side. The once dense trees had all been felled from the center where Tyr and Harold stood. It now resembled a gladiator arena. Where trees once stood, corpses were piled high like walls. Between the fallen trees, human arms stretched out like branches. Even so, the arrows did not slow down. In fact, they grew more numerous. There are so many. With the terrain now a coliseum, countless blades kept coming. But they weren't fazed by the mindless strikes. Here stood Tyr, Ragna, Fan, and Harold. As the enemy continued rallying forces from behind, more kept pouring in. It was unclear where they all came from, but it was utterly revolting. It felt like fighting against a swarm of ants. No time to complain. They kept fending off the enemy. Whoosh. Those lunatics, completely ignoring their own allies. A rain of swords poured down. Long live the Saint Magic Church. Long live the Saint Magic Church. Whoosh, 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 thud. Two fanatics, stuck close together, were riddled with swords. Even as they died, they began to chant and praise. They were determined to harm Tyr and Harold, even if just a little. In the end, swinging their swords, they once again reminded everyone of their Not only that, even as they were struck by the swords, they glared at the demons attacking them, their expressions sending chills down the spine. This is troublesome. We have to knock down the incoming swords, deflect the thrusting blades, and spin the death blade overhead to knock down the rain of swords, and focus on the enemies in front. What about Harold? Facing the enemy's suicidal attacks, Harold only burned with more fury. He sharply raised his mana and plunged into. Even with several swords stuck in him, it didn't diminish Harold's momentum at all. At that moment, crack. He felt his body stiffen slightly. Fatigue. No, was it excessive tension in his body? Continuous combat without even a moment to breathe made him wonder if fatigue had built up, but upon closer judgment, his body felt unnaturally stiff. By now, simple swings alone could no longer sustain days of sleepless combat. The fatigue felt abnormally severe. Besides, against these enemies, I don't even feel tense, nor do I feel oppressed by their overwhelming numbers. Wah! At that moment, a slight disturbance came from Roadbrock's side. Everything's ready. Let's move out now. Lorne Old Block stood up and immediately left her seat. She began sprinting forward. It was only then that he realized. It wasn't physical tension, but a strange heaviness in the air, though faint and easy to miss. It seemed Lornold had taken some kind of countermeasure. Enemy forces surged in like a whirlpool. As they paused briefly, he wondered to himself, is this the second defensive line? The second line of defense was a full-blown war. Completely different from the prior disorganized clashes. A tightly structured formation had appeared, and within that mass, a massive and hidden killing intent began to spread. Episode 275, clap 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 Madman. Tyr noticed cultists charging toward Harold from the side. He quickly fired Death Tonic to cover him. The enemies were now attacking from all directions in a more organized. It was no longer possible to focus solely ahead. They had to move flexibly and offer themselves as bait. As a result, they had to stay vigilant of the rear as well. Naturally, they placed Lornold block at midfield. Tyr handled the threats coming from the rear lines. The air grew heavier. When it rains, it pours. The air now felt like a weight pressing on. Even if one enemy formation was broken, it would be just the beginning. If all the traps were still intact, then the pressure they felt now would have been doubled. Thankfully, the attacking fanatics were lacking in real strength, though they compensated with madness, using inhuman tactics without hesitation. So it didn't feel that simple. Lornold blocked, placed her hand on the ground, trying to disable another formation. It's only just begun. How many more are there? Who knows how many layers there are? But at this rate, everything was unfolding just as the second apostle intended. It seemed they had grasped the trick. Roadblock quickly broke through the formation. He kept charging forward, ready to break through the third and fourth formations. Russell. Mana was being drained, though the oppressive aura around him was manageable. Having his mana siphoned away was another matter entirely. So that's what kind of formation this is. I had already suspected it. They weren't just trying to surround the entire forest and leisurely wait for a war of attrition. Just that alone would never be enough to capture top-class experts. But this method was more than enough. In fact, it was overkill. In the end, when facing the decisive battle with the second apostle, one had to admit, in theory, this was indeed a flawless strategy. Humph. Playing such petty tricks. Do you think it will make any difference? Noticing this sign, Harold only sneered. With a cold laugh, he rejected it and gathered his mana. On Roadblock's face, there was still an unshakable calm expression. That look gave an incredible sense of reliability. I really look forward to seeing the faces of those two apostles. Seeing his face when things don't go his way will definitely not be a pleasant sight. Relishing the fun of dismantling their schemes, he looked forward to facing the second apostle head-on. Things will only get more troublesome if this continues, but troublesome is inevitable. Fear deflected the spear thrust from between the trees and drove his sword in. Next, Roadblock's voice rang out, and they started advancing once again. On the outskirts of the flood zone, the second apostle was descending from a towering cliff like a spire. The densely packed sea of trees seemed to spread out endlessly before him. His gaze sharpened, but soon he furrowed his brows. There was an annoying woman. She personally developed this hunting formation. The deeper you go into it, the more powerful it becomes. The fisherman's method is to grip the edge of the net tightly. When one reaches the very center, the spot where he now stands, they should feel the crushing weight and have all their mana drained completely. If the suppression had remained intact from the start. But now, the net is full of holes. The fish are swimming freely and recklessly through it, which made his mood increasingly foul. He analyzed everything by reading the leftward currents and grasped the overall situation. He witnessed the believers dying like worthless sacrifices and felt no sorrow. Instead, their disgraceful performance enraged him. Of course, I had no expectations. They died meaninglessly from a mere attack. Now being used like this in a war of attrition, that is the only value they ever had. They've arrived much faster than expected. Far too fast. I figured they might force their way through the formation, but their speed in reaching here is only accelerating. Normally, dismantling a magic array is far harder than drawing one, even if the formation is simplistic. If he hadn't designed it himself, there would be no one in this world aside from the Tower Lord who could easily undo it, which means the current situation is completely unexpected. In other words, a new strategy must be adopted immediately. Destroy them all. He muttered the order softly. Below the cliff, a group of high-ranking priests, devoted to the second apostle, had gathered, each seemingly having made a vow. Once the second apostle gave the order, they all drew a red pill from their robes in unison, and swallowed it without hesitation. Asterisk thump thump asterisk. Muscles twisted. The sound of blood vessels bursting echoed clearly. Muscles swelled abnormally beneath their robes, and their eyes filled with blood. It seemed unusually eerie. Their mouths emitted strange sounds. A stream of blood slowly flowed down. Though the pain was enough to distort their expressions, they instead showed expressions of happiness. Go on. Use your lives to prove your faith. After the last command was given, the high priests let out strange cries. Like hungry beasts, they charged. The two apostles watched the scene. They drew the unique holy seal of St. Marco. How many lives will be sacrificed this time? Such blessings are rare. Seeing them rush in like moths to a flame, He smiled with satisfaction. The enemy's attack patterns were extremely monotonous. They only rushed forward to prevent Roadblock from dismantling the formation. Fear and Harold held the line until Roadblock cracked the enemy's formation. Behind this continued material assault, was there a deeper intention, or had they run out of options? Although the formation had been cracked, its power was no longer as strong, but the body felt a heavy oppressive sensation, as if bound tightly by steel bars. Due to rapid movement, mana wasn't draining too quickly. Though his mana was drained, it was only about 1/10 of it. For the intense battle, that was more than enough. It felt like he was lightly boiled. Ugh, his mood was terrible. The process of approaching the binary core was actually no different from repetitive work. Harold's ultimate skills couldn't be used here. With just a simple swing, the enemies fell like straw. This made him dissatisfied. At least he knew the revenge battle he longed for wouldn't be so boring. Instead, it felt like an insult. His expression twisted. Next, Roadblock was now able to pause for a few seconds on the ground. Within seconds, he had cracked the formation. Now, this was probably the 12th time. At this point, even speaking felt like a bother for Lorne Old Block. Her words had grown increasingly brief. A sense of urgency was missing. The current situation felt more like a routine offensive. Something was coming from the front. As everyone grew relaxed from boredom, a few sharp eyes began to pick up on it. The surrounding forces seemed to launch a frontal assault, but the pressure they exuded was completely different from the usual rabble. It was violently overwhelming. Duke Harold. I know. Harold seemed to feel the pressure too, and redirected the main force toward that direction. Quick. Asterisk thump 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 asterisk. Lorne Old Block's body resonated with the dragon heart and the Danteon. Her 2 aura cores. Power surged like an explosion. Asterisk clang clang asterisk. Drake's blade let out a piercing screech. Sparks burst into the air. So you're that guy named Tyr. I'm going to tear you apart. No weapon. Only long, sharp claws. Barely human in outline. It looked like one of those giant twisted quadgi he'd hunted before. Utterly grotesque. No. Even a quadgi at least had some form. These things were hunched like beasts. And bleeding nonstop. Faced with these twisted figures, Tyr gripped his sword with grim focus. Unlike the glow of blood energy, was this some kind of projectile? Even though the nameless lord, they could already draw on its hidden blessings. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. A sharp slicing sound rang out. The left arm of the charging fanatic was cut. Tyr expected him to freeze in pain, so he went for the neck. However, what? He's dead. Even the pain didn't faze him. With his other arm he swung his right claw straight at Tyr's neck. Have they even become numb to pain? Tyr did not panic. He calmly severed his right arm. Even after losing both arms, he still tried to bite through the enemy's neck with his teeth. Facing the enemy's ferocious attack instincts, Tyr quickly swung his blade and severed their throat. This stopped their movements abruptly. Flat. Afterward, he heard the sound of something piercing the air behind him. He turned his head to a... Truly, they are the epitome of mortals. In the blink of an eye, other fanatical believers had caught up from behind. They launched a fierce assault. How dare these bastards? Facing the reckless high priest's appearance, Harold also cursed. He swung his battle axe. Even though his body was cleaved in two by the axe, his upper and lower body separated. The high priest still crawled on the ground. Their attack stance was beyond even what madness could describe. Their heads must be crushed. Understood. After Tyr gave his suggestion to Harold, he stood guard beside Roadblock, watching the surroundings. As the sun set, the sky grew dim. In the darkness, red eyes began to ominously flicker. A screeching sound, like scratching steel, echoed through the forest. It rang out endlessly. Boom. In an instant, a huge explosion sounded, followed by blinding light. Blood and flesh splattered. The lunatics. The high priest charged toward Tyr and his group, launching a close-range suicide attack. As soon as Tyr noticed the brilliant light on the enemy, he quickly kicked them away, keeping a distance from the explosion. Curses involuntarily escaped his lips. It wasn't just Tyr. Harold felt the same. Ah, God. May my beautiful death be praised. The high priest screamed into the void like an empty, hollow sound. They swarmed toward Tyr and his group. Since we know they can self-destruct, we absolutely can't let them get close. The blades of death and reversal rose into the air, hovering back-to-back, tearing through the void. Asterisk clatter 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 asterisk. The reversal blade and death fong sliced cleanly in midair, as if they had wills of their own. They precisely crushed the skulls of the high priests. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk. Not even a scream escaped, as the fanatics with pierced skulls collapsed one by one with only the sound of bodies falling. A chilling sensation crept from behind. Long live the second apostle. Long live the holy demon church. Two fanatic believers silently appeared behind me and began to radiate light. When did they? It was too late to throw them off at a distance. Blinding light flared right before Tyr's eyes. Asterisk rumble 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 asterisk. Episode 276. The explosion was deafening. Sharp ringing filled his ears. Tyr did all he could to brace against the blast, but seeing the defensive barrier form just in time, I couldn't help but laugh. Did you really think such small fry could hurt me? Lorn Old Block hadn't even touched her tea yet. Thanks. What seemed like a chaotic attack actually maintained a steady rhythm. Even the corpses lying around were placed in a strangely balanced way. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Can corpses explode too? The explosion just now had enough power to incinerate everything within several meters. If similar blasts erupted nearby, or from followers approaching from behind. Along the path they already passed, corpses were piled up like mountains, bodies upon bodies, everywhere you looked. No matter how strong you are, it would be hard to endure. As if to worsen the dread, smoke started rising from the corpses. Ugh! The lingering heat from the explosions scorched the air. It wasn't an illusion. The corpses were truly burning. The corpses gradually turned red. At the same time, they all emitted a strong light. Sizzle. Finally, they inflated like balloons. Their clothes tore apart. They became grotesque, as if about to explode at any moment. From all the materials that made up their bodies, the light from the corpses began to burst forth. From a distance, a massive mana vortex was felt. Beep. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. The corpses exploded one after another. Harold. Fear urgently called out for Harold. Everyone gathered around Roadblock. The vision was gradually consumed by white light. Were the fanatic believers chasing them, subject to the same effect? Or was it the effect of the formation? It was impossible to know, but they had to prepare for the incoming shock. The relatively stubborn corpses were subtly smiling. Boom. Accompanied by the explosive sound that seemed to devour everything. The earth and trees were tossed high into the air, flying into the sky. The ringing in the ears gradually disappeared. Hearing returned to normal. Vision also returned to normal. The scent of burnt wood filled the air, stinging the nose. Crackling sounds. In the silence, the sound of the burning area could be heard. Roadblock was in the center, with Fear and Harold guarding him from both sides. In front of them, a slash formed a massive circle around them. That was quite dangerous. He hurriedly gathered mana to counter the explosion. Thus, only their location remained intact. The surrounding area had become scorched earth. The explosion's power was so immense. His fingers still felt numb, though it felt somewhat desolate. Even the dense branches that once covered the sky had disappeared, revealing the dried sky. The surrounding area had turned into barren land. Outside the explosion radius, the edge of a new forest was faintly visible. If we'd noticed any later, it would have been a disaster. Tyr spoke while brushing dust from his clothes. Speaking calmly, Harold gave a silent nod. The once dense forest had, because of the explosions, redrawn its border far in the barren lands. A new forest boundary had been carved out. That earlier explosion had powered the magical array, fueling it with mana, allowing me to perceive the array's structure. Tyr and Harold hadn't noticed the explosion's cancellation, but Lorn Old Block had used it to complete her task brilliantly. So now what happens? Now, we can finally interfere with this mortal's formation. Lorn Old Block smiled with confidence. Magic is harder than breaking it, because it involves intervention. Lorn Old Block's eyes not only were determined, they carried a certainty of victory. Her gaze turned to the edge of a distant cliff, as if, on that indistinct road, where even careful eyes saw little, she had locked eyes with someone. There was a flicker of anger in that gaze. That cliff, that guy's up there. That arrogant pointy-eared bastard. Following Lorn Old Block's words, everyone naturally looked toward the edge of the cliff. The tree-covered cliff now came fully into view. A black figure stood atop it. There's no need to break every array. Just sever the bloodline fueling the army. Which means, we can now rush straight toward our target. Asterisk thump, 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 thump asterisk. The sound of Harold loosening up echoed once more. Even though he had poured immense strength into canceling the explosion, his expression was relaxed, as if merely warming up. He looked completely refreshed. Then let's go. Let's take a look at that twisted face. The current situation was effectively the same as breaking one of the second apostle's key moves. The three of them, without hesitation, charged straight toward the two apostles on the cliff, all while boosting their mana. This is the title of our strongest. The two apostles stand on the cliff, overlooking the place where a huge explosion once occurred. In the center of the wasteland, on the only land standing, three people are standing. He is tall. He is in the standing formation. Sparks begin to burst. He immediately interpreted the flow of the formation. He began analyzing the situation. After the loud explosion, the magic circle failed to function properly. Even though an attempt to repair it was made, the magical power of will spread like pollution throughout the magic circle. It slowly spread out, gradually losing control. This was caused by the woman with deep blue short hair in the wasteland. Her golden eyes shone like jewels in the wasteland. In an instant, I wondered if I had been seen, so I used magic to enhance my vision. I clearly saw that face. No matter what, I had to be stunned, shocked. What does old age truly mean? It's not just about good or bad eyesight, interpreting formations and tracking. In that brief moment, I stared here. I felt her eyes directly locked onto mine. The lady clearly stared in this direction. She had already recognized him. She didn't look like a high-level magic elf, nor a member of the magic tower. So, is she the guardian dragon? Ragnar's guardian dragon. In those long years, there were clearly a few memories of meeting her. I had only seen her in dragon form before. This was the first time I saw her in human form. Even if I take everything into account, only the guardian dragon exists. The identity of the mysterious woman, who could even interfere with my magic circle, was not among the key figures controlled by the Saint Magic Church. Instead, it only made me more certain. Stop it. Holy Demon Church, demon, devil. Among the 3 priests who were watching over the formation nearby, one of them coughed up blood and collapsed. Priest. All the moisture in his body evaporated. He became a mummy. Yes. If it's a guardian dragon, such a thing might be possible. He fell to the ground. Before the words fell, another one suddenly turned into a dry corpse. His frozen body remained motionless. The gods gave a slight, disappointed sigh. Crack. He immediately grabbed the remaining priest by the neck. The priest showed no resistance, no reaction. He just let himself be led by his body, to sacrifice for his noble self. He threw the priest he had placed at the center of the formation, like trash. As soon as he was moved to the center, his veins swelled abnormally. Then his body began to spurt blood. No. Ignoring the screams, he began to gather his strength. Look how different I am from other dragon companions. Let's give it a try. The long-lost pleasure brought a faint smile to his face. The faint sounds of insects in the grass had quietly disappeared. A dark aura emanated from a man, as if it were about to devour the entire forest with a violent wave. The tree branches that touched the black aura slowly turned black. They became dry and shriveled like mummies. The darkness moved like breathing. It began to violently erode the forest. At the origin, a pair of blood-red eyes were burning menacingly. Boom boom. Boom boom. That swift and lightning-fast strike, so beautiful that it felt almost artistic, swiftly severed the enemy's throat. The opponent didn't even manage to fully swing their sword. Blood poured out like a fountain, instantly claiming their life. The amount was so great it couldn't be counted. It now felt like a labor. I sneakily glanced to the side. Boom boom. Boom boom. It felt like an axe, forgetting its weight, dancing in the air. However, the cracking sound clearly conveyed what exactly it was swinging at this moment. If Tyr's chopping was an art, then Harold's was ruthless violence. With one swing, 3 strong men flew into the sky. Tyr, you chop this tree. Harold, you chop that tree. Before Rodbrock's words finished, Tyr swiftly and cleanly hit the target, and Harold, as usual, grandly destroyed everything in the vicinity. It felt as though my chest had been suddenly opened. A refreshing sensation emerged. While walking, I pulled out the trees in front by their roots. Woo-woo. Harold's body rapidly began to gather magical power. Taking a deep breath, his body suddenly spun. He kicked out with all his strength. Boom boom. The giant tree was uprooted. It fell backward. In the tremendous roar, dust flew everywhere. The grand dust temporarily obscured our view. The 3 of them rushed towards the next target. The branches over there, and the roots here. The sensing magic also captured the trace of true blood. Rodbrock pointed in that direction. Tyr and Harold quickly cleared it out. No words, just racing straight ahead. It was the place sensed by breaking through the roadblocks. At one point, the magic power began to dissipate. Wow. A gentle wavelength sound echoed across an area. The formation, which was originally tightly connected, rapidly spread apart like a tangled ball of thread. Soon, it dissipated into the body felt light. The pressure in the air gradually returned to normal. The body began to feel light again. And that's not all. Even the magic power previously consumed seemed to return to its original position. The magic power began to seep through the body. It felt like standing at the starting point. The body was filled with vitality. I felt it. Harold also felt the vitality in his body. He repeatedly clenched and released his fists. Watching the figures of the 2, Lornold Block showed a confident smile. The Way of Life, Chapter 277. Once the repressed emotions dissipated, it felt like the body had shed a heavy burden, light as a feather. Unlike before, now, even the frenzied followers charging at me could be shaken off with speed. In this state, even severing their escape routes from behind had become possible. Of course, the sword strikes became sharper and more destructive. Not only that, the enemies were too weak. Although I ended it with just a few moves at the start, for some reason, the more I fought, the weaker my opponent seemed. It was almost like fighting an ordinary person. Why? I felt so full of energy. Though this does happen sometimes, the farther I went, the enemy seems to be getting weaker. The tactic of creating chaos by shooting arrows from our position earlier, they didn't even bring it out. Isn't there a saying, boiling a frog in warm water? The weak. Then comes the mediocre. This kind of cycle repeating itself, and now, this monotonous formation is about to come to an end. Now, on the path ahead of us, the enemy's final troops should be coming out all at once. Originally, the deeper we go, the stronger the enemy should naturally be. The heart of the place, once touched, it would cause immense losses. Logically, it should be guarded by elites. However, Rodbrock laughed. Is it really that way? Didn't I tell you? That guy is extremely arrogant. He probably thinks he doesn't need any guards. At that time, a strange, chilling scene flashed by. The terrifying image reminded him of the battle with the Ghost Warrior and the Witch King. This aura made the Blood Demon Emperor and the Wolf Slayer Emperor look like mosquitoes and dogs. Do you want to dodge? No. If it's been prepared for a long time, it's probably a high-level magic. Since it's carefully prepared, dodging seems meaningless. The three of them quickly thought about how to judge the situation. It seems like magic that would make one proud. Such a powerful spell is much stronger than what that lich cast. The one mentioned in the report, the great magician with the blue beard. The report said, Bluebeard used some powerful magic to sweep through the Allied air forces when they were in an unfavorable position. That's when this powerful magic became a threat. Such a powerful high-level magic. It's much stronger than the one cast by that lich. The one mentioned in the report, the great magician with the blue beard. The report mentioned, Bluebeard used some powerful magic to sweep through the Allied air forces when the situation was unfavorable. This powerful magic became such a threat. Not to mention, let alone, what displays such grandeur is the elf. You may need to prepare to endure heavy injuries, or even sacrifice. Here, we must face it head-on. In Lornold Block's voice, there was a hint of heaviness. It was because of the immense danger ahead that he started running faster. Such a massive vortex felt almost like Harold approached. Tyr stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The air pressure ahead felt extraordinary. There was a hint of tension in his expression. Do you know? When welcoming a tsunami at the harbor, if there's a barrier ahead, how dangerous that can be. No. That sense of tension is entirely different. Rather than being tense, it's more like being immersed in excitement, the expression says. It even gives a sense of pleasure. Thump, thump, thump. Harold's heartbeat began to pound violently. At the same time, the mana-giant elephant's violent fluctuations flowed into his axe. Let's first see what that guy's face looks like. Harold's enormous body seemed to expand once again in an instant. It gave the illusion that all the muscles in his body began to move. The powerful magic power spun like a vortex, seemingly trying to pull everything around it into it. What I thought was just an exaggerated description turned out to be true. Even the sea could be cleaved. When I first read the reports about Harold, there was a record about him splitting the sea. At that time, I thought it was simply an expression of raw power. But that's not the case. It's real. Facing Harold's tsunami-like aura, another tsunami-like force. Another tsunami-like force. It also attached to the axe. Creak. The sound of waves swaying. It seemed to be right by Qingnao's ear. In an instant, all the sounds around him quietly faded away. The only sound heard was the vortex of Harold's immense strength. Then it erupted violently like an explosion, sweeping everything in front. Boom. After the large tree in front disappeared, a massive black vortex appeared. The vortex was being torn apart by a sea of blue light in a crescent shape, and it gradually split open. I finally saw the true form of the second history. Everything in front was swept away like a bald mountain. At the center of the huge vortex, the second history diagram, spraying red twilight, finally revealed its true form. At that moment, crack, 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 the huge sword energy released by Harold began to gradually weaken. Is that all? Do you think you can stop me with this? The cold voice echoed. That chilling sound made one's skin crawl. There were no obstacles ahead. The terrifying shockwave finally struck without any reserve. They say they are a race obsessed with magic. Indeed. The skin tingled. Instinct was warning him. The sword energy of Harold, which was continuously corroded, soon disappeared without a trace. The black, turbulent flow surged even more violently, rushing towards this direction. Unknown incantation. The dense magical power could be felt even on the skin. It felt as though the air had turned into magic. It even created the illusion that the sound was coming from the second apostle's mouth. It's the prison. Humph. It even created the illusion that the sound was coming from the second apostle's mouth. It's the prison. Humph. Boring tricks. Lornold Block snorted disdainfully. He reached out towards the black murky stream on the horizon. Clear the way. Golden light began to envelop Lornold Block's body. It was completely different from the light of the Ascension Gate seen before. It was a nearly divine and beautiful radiance. And that sound like the moon ear could purify everything. Fourth, it was as if to sweep away the dark, murky enemy in an instant. A dragon's curse? Dragons, known as the origin of magic, don't need to chant spells. A simple command is enough. One command is all it takes, but that command is undoubtedly absolute. The hymn of the second apostle, filling the entire space, was completely erased in a single sentence, headed straight towards the black murky stream. Its trajectory twisted and deviated, suddenly rushing backward. Crack, 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 crack. A huge rumble exploded behind. The shockwave swept through. A huge canyon appeared where it had been. And ahead was, as expected, the guardian dragon. Is such a thing possible? Laughing like a demon. The second apostle, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon meeting the opponent, was standing there. with limbs stretched coolly. A beautiful figure. Those were eyes burning with madness. Just facing them made all the hairs on my body stand on end. The aura felt completely different from the apostles we had encountered before. Blood demon marks and the Talon marks. On their bodies, I could clearly feel a cruel and rough beastly greed. However, these two apostles were entirely different. It felt as though, while completely absorbing their aura, I sensed a powerful and cold presence, like it was forged from steel. They know my identity, yet they came alone. That arrogant aura surged skyward. Brother, 2 little demons and a dragon. I alone am enough. No. Facing the world's guardian dragons. How many can be so mad to reveal such a state? How many people in the world could do that? The famous dukes on the continent. Surprisingly, 2 of the top experts are. Despite this, their arrogance is almost overwhelming, as if soaring into the sky. It has the momentum of reaching the heavens. Anger began to surge deep inside. Do you know? Mosquitoes and dogs also play with their tongues like that. Then their fate becomes different. Ah, of course I know. Aren't they just some monsters? I heard you suffered quite a bit because of those monsters. I heard it loud and clear. Ah. The 2 apostles chuckled mockingly, speaking with a sarcastic tone. Fear. What an impressive guy. Hearing the words mosquito and dog, without thinking, directly associating them with the blood demon and the wolf slayer. Such arrogance makes one laugh in disbelief. Although the words are harsh, arrogant, and proud, they certainly have enough qualifications. You will face a death even worse than that of mosquitoes and dogs. Soul Keeper. The crisp sound of drawing a sword echoed all around. Eyes locked on the apostle's gaze. That calm, unbothered look and expression was really unpleasant. Due to the provoking words, his fighting spirit was already boiling. Gurgle. Their auras suddenly soared. The air began to shake. The standoff in an instant was broken by a flash of light. 4 new type machines instantly disappeared without a trace. Clash, clash. Sparks flew. But no trace of the weapons could be found anywhere. The only thing that could be barely distinguished by the naked eye was the second apostle's dark, scorching energy materializing. It was blocking the brutal attacks. It was extremely strange. It felt like all the attacks were being captured by sensors, and thus exposed. What's more, now they were facing huge axes and swords. Because the nature of the attacks was fundamentally different, the response must be different. Moreover, in the previous battle, it never went all out. The number of enemies was not fully assessed. Even so, the black tide of the 2 apostles still effortlessly handled the fierce assault. The legendary 2 masters working together have such little skill. It's more satisfying to fight with that damn brat and the mosquito. Even the 2 apostles' taunts could not be countered. Despite having endured over 50 attacks, the 2 apostles had no wounds on them. This means they were not within the enemy's design. Unyielding. Everything was simply perfect. The battle experience accumulated over the years, and the sharp insight into the false and real seemed to master not only magic, but even martial arts to a high degree. It was awe-inspiring. This was not Tyr's unique courage alone. The 2 apostles were also struggling in their current predicament. The 2 top masters each used different martial skills. The assault was like a tidal wave. There was no chance to catch a breath. In other words, the second apostle has been busy defending all this time, because even the slightest neglect could lead to an unpredictable disaster. Was it not a stroke of luck that my hand was crushed? And from earlier, Lornal Block has been watching closely, searching for a flaw, though there are hundreds of things to worry about. The second apostle's ability to handle them is truly astonishing. Has he been getting stronger? Accompanied by the annoying ticking of the second hand. On the other side, Tyr's gaze seemed to focus on some point in the void. So, the sword light, sharper than before, slashed. Tick. Blood flowed down the veins. When the hot sensation passed over his cheek, the second apostle's face twisted like a demon. Tick. Blood flowed down the veins. When the scalding sensation flowed across the cheek, the second apostle's face twisted like a demon. A ferocious aura began to emanate. How daring! A madman dares to do this. In the apostle's mighty roar, the entire area echoed with deafening sounds. The black torrent began to churn violently. Chapter 278. Just like this, time passed during the focus training. A clock appeared beneath Tyr's feet. The gears turned violently. Magic circulated within his body with an unprecedented intensity. The old door heated up. The insights gained from the Ascension Gate had not yet been fully digested, but he had to cross the Maha River, preparing for the succession ceremony. So, the current situation could also be seen as an opportunity. Even if this strong opponent exerts all their strength, it would be difficult to defeat easily. What a fine technique. Tyr immediately opened the Nirvana Gate, activated Nirvana, expanding his awareness of the external world. At the same time, the old door, the heart, the Danteon, the triad previously formed began to resonate. It showed movements different from before. Crack. Constantly striking itself, Kyle's arrow intent suddenly appeared in his mind. That feeling from before flashed by, never knowing the known. He recalled Kyle's advice. The Caliban he inherited began to roar. Woo! It seemed to urge him to quickly draw his sword and swing it. The sound of the sword rang through the heavens. Soul Keeper. Fear drew the Caliban's sword as if it were a treasured possession. Sure enough, it was still as heavy. Although it seemed like the timing wasn't right, he didn't mind. At this moment, his heart only longed to release this overwhelming power, and Caliban officially responded to this desire. There's no reason not to draw it. Caliban gleamed coldly. It firmly struck toward the second apostle's neck. Kacha, kacha, crack. The black scorching current blocks the way. Sparks flew. But breaking through it, a crack appeared for the first time in the dark murky stream. At the same time, boom, boom. Crash, crash. A powerful blow struck nearby. A slight shift downward began to cause subtle disturbances to the balance. Harold had also adapted and mastered the power of the second apostle. Now what's left is nothing but to strike down the opponent without hesitation. A mere mute crowd. How dare they toy with my sins? They will pay with death. Harold's murderous intent and anger erupted like a volcano. With every swing of the axe, the ferocity grew stronger. He must have prepared for this moment. He cared not for emotions, letting power guide him, trying to destroy everything in front of him. Though it seemed as though he lost his sanity, his methods were extraordinarily sharp. At the same time, bang! The gap of the second apostle was targeted by Lornal Block's keen magic bombardment. The situation gradually tilted. We clearly had the advantage. Yet there was no real sense of victory. A chill spread along my spine. Clearly, he was forcing the two apostles to show confusion. Now, he was not only heavily injured, but bleeding nonstop. Although this scene was moving, there was no sense of impatience in facing the second apostle. This also proved there was still room for action. Are apostles really apostles? That's all I can think. However, no matter how I think about it, it's hard to accept easily. Even after being hit by Lodi's magic, he still remains so calm. Clearly, something is terribly wrong. 598. 00:16:01 080. 00:16:01 080. Still remaining so calm. Clearly, something is terribly wrong. The puzzled expression lasted only for a moment. The second apostle's momentum was gradually becoming more intense. If he were truly a divine being, so be it. To be so intact, it must be a trick, no doubt. These damn things. I will make you all into something neither alive nor dead, to end your lives as sacrifices. The day will come. White smoke began to rise from the second apostle's body. The wounds on his body started healing at an incredibly fast rate. Fear understood from this sight that the two apostles remained calm in the face of Roadbrock's magic. They stayed composed even when at a disadvantage. Is this how it is? Until now, no matter which existence was powerful enough to transcend human realms and reach the divine domain. I had never seen a situation like this before, although there is a possibility. I never thought the second apostle would make such a choice, so I had ruled out that possibility. But now it seems certain. Using innate energy. Now, everything seems logical. The two apostles are clearly powerful beings who surpass mortals, but there are very few who can endure such fierce attacks. With furrowed brows, Fear stared at the second apostle. If they really used innate energy, then the upcoming attacks will certainly be completely different from before. In the name of honor. To die without regret. That harsh, iron-like voice sharpened his senses. The distinctly different aura and dangerous waves gradually began to subside. The situation once again became balanced. This feeling arose spontaneously. The little devil is starting to struggle. It seems it's going to get tricky. Be careful. With Roadbrock's warning, the tension began to spread through their bodies. Boom, boom. Huge explosions began to occur continuously on the ground. Bang! The deafening sound of explosions reverberated. The earth trembled violently. The continuous explosions were deafening. The earth trembled violently, rumbling. The ground behind Tyr began to rise. The ground was hot. At the end of the winter mountains, an imperceptible heat wave seemed to melt the ground beneath my feet, bringing a burning sensation. The ground continuously rose up without concealment. It was the ground. It suddenly rose up to knee height. Boom. Rumbling. It erupted like small volcanoes all around. Flames and molten lava erupted from the volcanoes. Boom. Thankfully, I only needed to avoid the parts where the ground rose. But this was not just a show of fireworks from the two apostles. What are they staring at? The two apostles began close combat. The black stream transformed into hands. It lunged at me, trying to tear my body apart. At the same time, the second apostle extended his right hand. From there, he created a purplish-red object. He muttered something under his breath. The magic began to condense. The space there seemed to distort. Winter. A heavy sound of breaking air spread through the atmosphere. The body grew heavy. 111. Though I didn't feel the magic being drained, the heavy oppressive feeling I felt when I first stepped here started to weigh on me again. It felt completely different from before. Is this why? We shouldn't enter a wizard's domain. There's a saying in a wizard's domain. Never step foot into it lightly. The magic of wizards, accumulated through years on the land, and their subordinates' traps, fighting with such risks, is not a pleasant thing. Therefore, don't fight in a wizard's exclusive domain. They are all cunning bastards, and their magic arrays. In short, they are a group of insidious bastards. The magic array they deployed. It's just a diversion, nothing more. Roadbrock seemed to have deeply sensed the current situation. His brows furrowed tightly. He was doing his best to stop the second apostle's magic. The two apostles had elevated their innate treasures to the utmost. Faced with life and death decisions, even Roadbrock appeared to be struggling. On the other hand, the second apostle, in the face of the volcanic eruption, hadn't suffered any damage. Not only that, a rumbling sound came from the distance. Dust billowed into the air. Trees interwoven like snakes rushed toward this direction. It seems the two apostles planned to settle things here. His eyes were bloodshot. The immense flow of magic was something even the second apostle could hardly bear. This was evidence of the internal injuries he suffered. Despite this, the second apostle didn't stop. Instead, he acted even more violently, going all out. The literal meaning is to bury Fear and his group completely. The current situation was not part of the plan initially set by the second apostle. According to the original plan, 1,000 traps should have been set, and when the blood slaughter soldiers of the second line self-destructed, everything should have been settled. No bodies or blood should have been left behind. The area, which was supposed to be purified by explosions, however, cough, haha. His internal injuries were so severe that he spat blood. The battle situation began to become chaotic. The two apostles also felt that the current situation was incredibly critical. Although they had pushed innate energy to its limits, they had never had a moment where they were sure they had seized the fatal blow. Smack! At that moment, Roadbrock's magic bullet directly hit his side. The sound of the stab, accompanied by the burning sensation of the body, blood started to flow out. Ah! A weak groan briefly escaped. Haha. Haha. If this is also a test, I gladly accept it. His mad laughter roared like thunder, echoing in all directions. The long-lost sensation revived. It felt like something was boiling inside him. He felt excitement, like a drug, accompanied by pleasure. This was also seen as a divine test. If he could overcome this trial, his faith would be even stronger. This was also the only chance to prove his faith to the gods. The only outcome is the escape route. But that thought never crossed the second apostle's mind. If thinking of death, if he could be trapped along with such a strong enemy, that would be a great honor in the eyes of the gods. He thought, at least I won't. He began to prioritize in his mind. Ragnar's guardian dragon, through the corpse-raising technique, started to exert a huge influence on this area, and began to interfere with the gravity magic. Meanwhile, he occasionally looked for loopholes. It was clearly a huge obstacle in the plan. The real danger was this guy. If he wasn't careful, fear would strike directly into the deep layers. This kind of presence was the most troublesome. What made it even more infuriating was that he dared to test me. Not going all out. Instead, constantly testing me. This version of fear and growth was truly unpleasant. So, I dodged the incoming sword strike. A long gash of blood is drawn across my throat. A slight hesitation, and my neck would be severed. As time passed, the sword strikes became sharper. They became more destructive. This means, I will definitely kill you. The second apostle stared at Tyr with burning eyes. Tyr gritted his teeth. Gurgle. The earth began to violently shake, gurgling. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumble. A wild wind howl. Lightning struck everywhere. It felt like an illusion of seeing the end of the world. A sense of awe arose. Is this the power of the second apostle? The teacher said, I have to admire the powerful magic that interferes with nature. Such a grand magic, difficult to control even one attribute. Yet the two apostles are using it one after another. And that intense killing intent. They must be determined to annihilate us all here. It's clear. Even if it means sacrificing themselves, the second apostle's unique domain and the forcibly enhanced innate energy locks the old unique secret away. Even if the second apostle survives, his lifespan will not be long. Even seeing his face now, I can see the dark red veins swelling. It looks painful. However, the wild grin on his face undoubtedly shows his identity as a member of the Holy Demon Church. It seems that guy is determined, but it doesn't matter. With me here. You all quickly cut off that guy's head. Lornold Block extended his hands. Dozens of magic arrays appeared in front of his small palms. Yes, after all, it's a life that's going to be sacrificed. Just struggle until the end. The madness and killing intent were more intense than before. The magic around began to significantly weaken due to Lornold Block's interference. Just a little more patience. Just a little more patience. The outcome of self-destruction is already clear. Thump, thump, thump. The three core notes that followed still did not relieve the inner desire. Furthermore, leave the strength contest to me. Harold's momentum was still unstoppable. He also despised those hollow victories. Boom. With a thunderous crash, everyone seemed to have made an agreement beforehand. They moved in perfect synchronization. Chapter 279. Thyr's new type fighter had gradually transformed into a mirrored. Its outline was almost indistinguishable. Breathing was so rapid it was almost suffocating. The lungs were painfully compressed. But, at this moment, Thyr felt an immense sense of pleasure. Neck, abdomen, thighs. A series of 3 consecutive strikes. With almost simultaneous speed, water began to continuously spray from the second apostle's front. The roar of the 3 core engines was deafening. It seemed that all the noise on the battlefield was drowned out. In reality, though the second apostle seemed to be cursing loudly, even though he was close by, that sound never reached his ears. A little more. He gripped the difficult-to-handle Caliban sword tightly. Fatigue surged like a tidal wave. But unconsciously, the feeling of heaviness had begun to gradually adapt. In the palm, the sword strike. Its flexibility and sharpness were no longer what they used to be. It was improving. So, the second apostle's black hand left a blood mark on the right armor. But this didn't matter, since he couldn't subdue the opponent without injury. At this moment, he only wanted to immerse himself in this feeling. He didn't hesitate to raise the wine glass, which he had never touched before. Spit. This guy. Though the strike wasn't deep, a long bloodstain had already appeared on the second apostle's chest. Blood began to flow. Not only that, the gyroscope appeared. The opponent's movements seemed to be cut into seconds. This phenomenon gradually appeared before my eyes. Is this the future? While enduring the heat in my heart, the future gradually awakened. It began to face an absolute powerhouse. Now, even the imaginary numbers clearly appeared before my eyes. With the slightest movement, I could dodge the second apostle's ferocious attack without harm. I told you. You will face a death worse than a dog or a mosquito. Tyr's cold gaze swept over the second apostle. Faced with this strange feeling, a look of confusion appeared on the second apostle's face. He was so flustered just because his attack was exposed. This was illogical. The reason he was shocked now was because Tyr seemed to know his actions in advance. He had already taken action. No. The second apostle now understood what this awkward and inexplicable feeling was. It was just that the emotional experience was far too distant. It felt like it had been forgotten deep in distant memories. The emotion deep in his heart seemed to slowly rise again. It made him shiver in fear. Fear. You say I feel fear? For him, fear was an emotion long gone. Since converting to the Holy Demon Church, I have eliminated those fragile emotions with faith. However, what I feel now is unmistakably fear. Impossible. Bang, bang, bang. The second apostle angrily swung his right arm, as if denying everything. At the same time, he shot magic pellets like shotgun pellets. However, Tyr seemed to have known this in advance. Before the attack could touch, the new model disappeared without a trace. The outcome of self-destruction is now clear. Swinging the sword with force. Though I barely avoided the carotid artery, the coldness of the blade still lingers, chilling to the bone. How can such a person exist? It feels like being in the palm of a god. I even had the illusion that no matter what kind of attack I make, no matter what thoughts are in my mind, it feels like everything inside me is laid bare. A sense of shame rises like a tide. Before becoming stronger, I must kill him. I have to do this. The rate of growth has risen like a rocket. It's almost unbearable. The young man, now habitual, is just like this. Thus, I gained insight. One day, this man will become a disaster for the Saint Magic Church. No, perhaps he already is a disaster. Die. Bang, bang, bang. The water flowing from both sides collided rapidly. Thyr's group leaped into the air to avoid the impact of the water wave. The second apostle reversed his palm, waving at the void. Wah! The volcanoes erupted miraculously amidst the sea of fire, creating an inferno-like scene. Fire. The fire spread along with the flood. Flames leapt up everywhere. The fire blazed fiercely in the trees. The fire grew even stronger. Thick smoke rolled. It nearly obscured the sky. After a series of powerful magic spells, the second apostle panted heavily. He vigilantly watched the red waves unfolding like hell. Indeed, he saw him land. He avoided the impact of the water. While landing below, he witnessed a small volcano erupt, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire, a trap from which there is no escape. Exactly. Thud, thud. My chest churned. Anxiety welled up. At that moment, the two apostles were momentarily unable to understand what they were seeing. Their eyes widened when the strange scene appeared before them. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wow. It was like an eternal flame burning. It began to converge. There. Tyr raised his sword-bearing hand. The sun rising behind him spun like a vortex, devouring all the light, like a sun. Finally unleashed, Tyr's ultimate move. The sun rising behind him greedily devoured the flames of this hellish fire. The flames soon began to transform into Tyr's magic power. So hot, it felt like my whole body was about to catch fire. The immense flames converged together, the result of transforming into magic power. It felt like my body was burning with heat, and on my raised arm, red lines, spread like gold trim on a shattered glass cup. They spread out. And nearby, crash. Lornold Block was assisting in collecting these energies. Without Lornold Block's help, It wouldn't be surprising if my arm exploded. The magic power was simply too overwhelming. SSSS. It was as if all the flames had been absorbed. Caliban Fitness emitted a faint red glow. It was as if it contained the essence of flames. What? Who are you exactly? In a roar full of grief and anger, the two apostles rushed forward. Bam! Tyr, accompanied by a loud sound of air breaking in flames, charged towards the second apostle. Too fast. The speed is difficult to control. Although the field of accident expanded and accelerated with Nirvana's extension, the current power has far surpassed this field. Tyr quickly swung a slash. With a brief cutting sound, the second apostle's left arm was severed and immediately began to burn in midair. Its form disappeared without a trace. During this process, although the vital points were avoided, the strength of the two apostles is still enough to shock. Tyr. You bastard. What exactly are... The two apostles were agitated. The black torrent roared fiercely. A slash aimed directly at Tyr's body, intending to crush him. However, crack, crack, the red line passed. Fragments of the black torrent splashed everywhere. The second apostle focused again. Die. Crack, crack. With the cold voice of the second apostle, magic gathered in his body into multiple orbs. The magic bullets exploded. Such absurd actions. Though I had already seen magic condensed into future visions, I never expected he would endure self-inflicted harm to launch an attack. Although the momentum was not as powerful as a self-detonation, in this silent distance, the feud erupted. Tyr had to endure the pain. Gasp, gasp. The two apostles gasped heavily. Blood kept pouring from their mouths. Internal injuries were severe. Even internal organ fragments were spilling out. Now, they are only fighting to survive. No retreat. Boom. The apostles' eyes gradually turned as black as ink. The ink-black eyes shot out dangerous twilight, burning the last remaining vitality completely. They exploded with their hidden power. The illusions of the two apostles unfolded. With each strike, they pierced the darkness and devoured it. The vast darkness gradually contracted. It violently gathered in the second apostle's right hand. A massive spear shape began to form. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Black sparks erupted. In the blink of an eye, it solidified into a perfect spear form. Tyr instinctively understood everything through his foresight of the future. That's dangerous. The apostle's enormous life force was fully condensed. A killing spear that burns even the life force away. Such a move cannot be countered by ordinary means. What's more, even with abundant magic power now, in perfect condition, not only that. Thud, thud, thud. The magic array on the window covered completely. It sounded like the noise of knocking on curtains. The spear's fierce momentum swayed violently like an explosion. If hit head-on, death is instant. Even dodging would still result in a fatal wound. Thus, there's only one method. Face it head-on. It's too big. Tyr took a step forward alone. A soul appeared in his mind. Gate of unborn splendor. Looking back at the past with the same feeling as then, resolutely strengthening my mind once more. Tick-tock. The body transforms into a dragon form. Triple cores circulate fiercely to adapt to the body's changes. Feeling the ferocious aura of Caliban, trying to merge with the sword, becoming one with the sword, a state to achieve one day. In this battle, it felt like tasting a fragment of it. But still not enough. I should more smoothly and flexibly channel the secret art into the sword. It's not a cold tool, but something like a companion. Resolutely strengthening my mind again. At first, pouring a large amount of mana into Caliban. The chant of Dia echoes instantly in my mind, more precise than ever before, and carrying a destructive sensation, making my fingertips tremble with excitement. Now, all that's left is to wield this power, and sever the second apostle. Our legs start twitching as if ready to leap at any moment. Like the calm before the storm, a tense silence fills the air. It's not just a deathly stillness before the clash. At that moment, in this eerie silence as if everything had vanished, a sound came from afar. Thud, thud, calm and unhurried footsteps. He gradually walked through this space, as if taking a stroll. Unable to utter a word, just watching him quietly pass by. Who is he? As if he has nothing to do with the power gathering in this space. He stands between Tyr and the second apostle. That man, just by standing in the center, made the imposing atmosphere vanish completely. He looks like an ordinary human on the surface. No. Though he has the form of a human, that thing is not human. Completely incomprehensible. Tyr felt a chill run down his spine. The second apostle trembled, muttering to himself. The second apostle trembled, muttering to himself. First apostle. Hearing those words, Tyr's eyes widened suddenly. After the second apostle, what does the appearance of the first apostle truly signify? No one knows for now. Perhaps it's a bit presumptuous, but one thought filled his mind at this moment. At least he doesn't seem to want to kill. Even when passing by, there was no sense of threat. If he truly meant harm, he could have struck from behind. A clean slash to the neck, ending the fight instantly. But why? Though called the first apostle, he was still technically an enemy. The greatest threat in the Holy Demon Church is himself. Tyr knew this very well. That's why he couldn't grasp the odd behavior of the first nor his true intention. The first apostle stood between Tyr and the second apostle, as if silently observing the traces of battle, like an investigator examining a crime scene. Looking around carefully, he only nodded slightly. Why were the other two apostles so terrified? That proud and arrogant second apostle now looked like a dog with its tail between its legs, expressionless, trembling all over. Tyr felt a tightness in his chest. A hint of regret surged in his heart. If only he could slit his throat now. That regret grew deeper, but it stemmed from emotion. When thinking rationally, even imagining a fight against the first apostle in his mind, the conclusion was still madness. No matter how deep and unfathomable, there should be at least some aura or presence. Yet this master revealed nothing at all. Even knowing he was right ahead, his presence still felt faint and distant. That fact alone sent chills down Tyr's spine. At the same time, from the moment the first apostle appeared, his body froze completely, as if space itself had been locked in place. Arthur, that guy isn't someone you can handle right now. Seeing Tyr try to move forward, Lornold Block warned and stopped him. Even Lornold Block felt a surge of dread as he watched the first apostle's movements. Lornold could still move if it was just him alone, but only when acting alone. If the first apostles were twisted even slightly, Tyr's head could go flying at any moment. Better to quietly observe. At last, the first apostle spoke in a low voice. What a disgraceful sight. Moonwatch Chronicle.